My sister-in-law, in an effort to turn me into a pure young body, actually subdued a tiger barehanded and later brewed the entire tiger into wine for me to drink. However, barely a minute after drinking it, I felt something was very wrong with my body. I feel a bit hot now. What exactly did you give me to drink? This is tiger bone medicinal wine brewed by the village chief for you. It's very precious. At this moment, I looked at Bai Ningbing, but Sister Ningbing seemed excited. Xiao Yuan, this is normal. The village chief said that when you feel your whole body burning, it means the tiger bone's miraculous effects are kicking in. But I felt it wasn't that simple. Sister Ningbing, something's off. It seems like there are other ingredients mixed in. Seeing me turn completely red, as if about to combust, she suddenly recalled what's often said on TV, that one might burn to death from overwhelming internal fire. Xiao Yuan, don't be afraid. I'll save you, she spoke while approaching, but I pushed her away and ran toward the reservoir on the mountain, thinking perhaps the water could extinguish the fire and neutralize the drug's effects. Just as I was about to rush to the reservoir, movement came from the reeds ahead. Are you really up for this or not? If not, I'm leaving. Another voice sounded urgent. No, tonight I took a huge risk just to finally meet you. I recognized the two people in the reeds. One was Lin Hu, who held some power in the village and was close to the village chief's son, Zhou Yud. The other turned out to be Wang Shuizhu, the daughter-in-law of the village chief Zhou Yud. This village chief's family, nothing but thieves and adulterers, truly no good. As the effects of the medicine surged through me, I didn't have time to think and quickly jumped into the water. The loud splash startled Lin Hu, who was about to commit an indecent act. Who's there? After jumping into the water, the excruciating pain in my body eased somewhat. Struggling, I swam to the edge of the reeds. Just then, Lin Hu shone a flashlight in my direction. Well, playing ghost in the middle of the night. Seeing the disturbance in the water, he grabbed a bamboo pole and swung it at me. Already weak, I was struck by the blow and immediately sank beneath the surface. Wang Shuizhu watched the scene in horror. Lin Hu, you've killed someone. That person just now looked like Fang Yuan. Lin Hu, however, remained unfazed. Just a fool. Nothing to worry about. A fool acts foolishly, slips at night, and drowns in the water. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Shuizhu. Wang Shuizhu pushed Lin Hu fiercely and gave him a disdainful look. Let's not see each other anymore. You're too dangerous. Hearing the word dangerous, Lin Hu's face darkened. He even reached out to strangle Wang Shuizhu, intending to silence her permanently. But for some reason, the water suddenly bubbled violently, gurgling as if something was about to emerge. Terrified, the two forgot about silencing anyone and ran off, disappearing from the reservoir in an instant. Meanwhile, underwater, I faintly saw a stunningly beautiful woman in ancient red bridal attire swimming toward me. Silly boy, fate has brought us together. Today, I will clear your mind and pass on the Dragon King Codex to you. Practice it well. With that, she embraced me. It turned out that the inheritance of the Dragon King Codex wasn't passed down orally but through the union of man and woman. In my dream, I had a bride dressed in the most exquisite red attire, and her tenderness during our wedding night made me realize I had truly become a man. Then the dream vanished, and the bride regained her dignified and exquisite appearance. Looking down at me, Fang Yuan, my body decayed and perished 1,000 years ago. But if you diligently cultivate the Dragon King Codex, there remains a sliver of hope for me to see the light of day again and reclaim my place as the Dragon Clan's princess. I entrust my life to you, and my time is running out. As her voice faded, her figure gradually dissipated. When I woke up, I found myself lying by the reeds. Though I had shared an intimate moment with an ethereal woman, I had at least obtained the Dragon King Codex. In the past few years, my mind had been damaged by fever, but now it had miraculously returned to normal, and my physique was stronger than ever before. At that moment, Bai Ningbing's anxious voice called out from afar, Xiao Yuan. I responded weakly, Ningbing's sister-in-law, I'm over here. Seeing me unharmed, Bai Ningbing tightly embraced me. Xiao Yuan, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried if something had happened to you, I wouldn't want to live either. I remained silent, surprised by how important I was in her heart. Sister Ningbing, I'm a bit tired. Can I rest in your arms for a while? Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the medicine or the emotions stirring within me, but I inexplicably uttered those words. It's fine, you can rest in my arms for a while. Bai Ningbing pulled me into her embrace, her excitement nearly suffocating me. Just then, village chief Zhou Yud suddenly appeared from nowhere, shouting angrily, Bai Ningbing, why are you hugging Xiao Yuan like this? Let go immediately. This is utterly improper. Hearing the voice, I immediately got up from Bai Ningbing's embrace and rushed forward, throwing a punch at him. Zhou Yud, you bastard! He covered his face and roared, you ungrateful brat, how dare you hit me? The scene was witnessed by the villagers who had arrived, and they pointed fingers. Xiao Yuan, the village chief was your family's benefactor, and you repay kindness with enmity. Zhou Yud, the villain, struck first with accusations, apologize my ass. He was caught in the act with his sister-in-law Ningbing just now, which is why he flew into a rage out of shame. I sneered coldly. Ningbing and I are completely innocent. It was you who drugged me, trying to make a fool of us and then blackmail her. Too bad your scheme failed. The crowd cast suspicious glances at Joyud. His usual misconduct made it seem like something he'd actually do. Seeing the situation turning against him, Joyud flew into a rage. Slander! You ungrateful brat! I'll teach you a lesson today. Thinking I wouldn't fight back in front of the crowd, he charged at me with fists raised only to be kicked to the ground. Joyud grimaced in pain. Fong Yuan, how dare you hit me? If you show no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless, pay me back now. I've calculated it. The things I gave you plus what I lent your family add up to 30,000 yuan. Hand it over. I froze, turning to look at Sister Ningbing. She bit her lip and nodded slightly. Xiao Yuan, your health has always been poor. When I bought medicine to help you recover, I borrowed some money from the village chief. Seeing her look of guilt, my heart ached. It's alright, Sister Ningbing, I'll pay back the money. Joyud, we'll repay you. Once I clear the 30,000 yuan debt, we're done, no ties left between us. If you dare lay a finger on Sister Ningbing again, I'll make you regret it. Joyud sneered, stop playing the hero. If you can't pay up in 3 days, your Sister Ningbing will settle the debt for you. With that, he signaled his men to leave. Bai Ningbing grew anxious. Xiao Yuan, you're too impulsive. How can we possibly come up with 30,000 yuan in just 3 days? Sister Ningbing, don't worry, I have a way. After returning home and changing clothes, she pressed him. Xiao Yuan, earning 30,000 in 3 days, what are you thinking? We can't do anything illegal. Don't worry, I won't do anything like that. Behind our Dalong village is Donko Mountain, and there are plenty of valuable things in the mountains. Tomorrow, we'll go look for ginseng. If we can dig some up, it won't just be 30,000, we might even get 300,000. The ginseng's long been dug up, there won't be any left for you. Bai Ningbing scoffed, but at least it was a glimmer of hope. After she left the room, I began studying the Dragon King Codex, sitting cross-legged to attempt cultivation. The next morning, looking at the 2 plates of greens on the table, I said to Bai Ningbing with heartfelt concern, starting today, I'm going to give you a better life. Hearing this, Bai Ningbing's delicate face flushed red. In truth, when my brother first passed away, she had considered leaving, but back then, I was still young and needed someone to care for me, so she stayed with the Fong family for 3 years. After years of living together, she had long come to see me as family and couldn't bear to leave. After finishing the meal, I slung a bamboo basket over my shoulder and said, Ningbing, I'm heading into the mountains to see if I can find anything valuable. Be careful and don't go deep into Donko Mountain. Understand? No matter how poor we are, we can't take that risk. Donko Mountain is also known as Een Mountain. It's said that during the anti-Japanese war, over 80,000 people died here, leaving corpses strewn across the fields and rivers of blood, resulting in a gathering of resentment. Of course, I don't believe such claims. As soon as I arrived deep in Donko Mountain, I spotted a giant snake about 6 or 7 meters long. Its size was terrifying, and it gave me quite a scare. Lin Xiaoshu increased the strength of running the Dragon King cannon, and then, as if the python had been given some great fright, it hurriedly scurried towards the mountain. TSK, this Dragon King's code is really good. Lin Xiaoshu didn't pay much attention to the wild animals. After all, most of the animals in the forest are protected and are not allowed to be captured and hunted. So, he cares more about some Chinese herbs, and some wild mushrooms and things like that. Of course, it would be best if we could find ginseng. Is this? After walking for a while, Lin Xiaoshu finally found something good in the mountains, Ganoderma lucidum. TSK, this Lingji is so big, it should be able to sell for a lot of money. Wow, there are so many wild mushrooms here, and they're non-toxic. If we take them out and sell them, we'll make tens of thousands of dollars. Damn, this white Ganoderma lucidum is really big and of good quality. It's at least a kilogram when you get it down, isn't it? Looking at the white Lingji that was much larger than a palm, Lin Xiaoshu knew that this trip was definitely a rewarding one. Lin Xiaoshu gave up picking wild mushrooms because they wouldn't fit in his back basket. Solely, he focused on picking Ganoderma lucidum. This Ganoderma grows not as densely as wild mushrooms, but the individual is much more valuable than wild mushrooms, and it doesn't get crushed. It's a purple Lingji, and it's big too. This red Lingji is too small, it shouldn't be worth much, let's wait for it to grow up some more. Until the afternoon, when the sun was about to set, Lin Xiaoshu's back basket was already full of Ganoderma lucidum. Moreover, the ones that were smaller than the palm of the hand, as well as those of poor quality, Lin Xiaoshu didn't pick them. $30,000, that should do it. By the way, Lin Xiaoshu brought some more wild mushrooms to take back to Shenruyu to add to her meal. This trip wasn't in vain. There's a miasma belt here, and none of the villagers will come over. That means this is my treasure trove alone. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoshu didn't even put $30,000 in his eyes. Downhill. Just carrying a basket full of things, to the door of the house, suddenly, he heard vaguely, there is Shin Ruyu's cry for help. In broad daylight, Zhou this dares to mess around directly? Lin Xiaoshu was so anxious that he hurriedly rushed towards his home. Chapter 6 Shin Ryu in Danger. Lin Xiaoshu's house. Zhou Yud, the village chief, pinched Shin Ruyu's neck and hardened the tiger bone medicinal wine to Shin Ryu. Give me a drink. After drinking this, you are my Chow Yao tax man. What? You mean Lin Xiaoshu? He can't come back. People in the village told me that they saw Lin Xiaoshu go into Danko Mountain, and I don't think he'll be able to walk out of the mountain in this lifetime. Shin Ryu, please obey me. I promise that in the future, if you follow me, you'll be able to eat good food and drink spicy food. Dunking Shin Ryu, Zhou Yud forcefully pulled Shin Ryu to the bed. Off. If little tree dies, I won't live. I'll fight you. Hearing that Lin Xiaoshu went into the Danko Mountain, Shin Ryu's heart was cold, but no matter what, she couldn't let her innocence be destroyed in the hands of the village head Zhou Yud. Shin Ryu launched herself fiercely bit Zhou Yud. Ah! Zhou Yud screamed in pain and slapped Shin Ryu's face, then went up to move Shin Ryu's skirt. Rip! A sound of fabric tearing made Shin Ryu feel like she was struck by lightning, resisting Zhou Yud's nonsense even more desperately. But how can you resist Chow Yao Tak after drinking medicinal wine and being a woman? Seeing that he could not resist Zhou Yud, suddenly. To hell with me. Lin Xiaoshu touched a wooden stick and heavily smashed it on Zhou Yud's back. Zhou Yud stumbled and grimaced in pain. Originally, I wanted to tie up Zhou Yud on the spot and call the police to send the bureau to jail, but Shin Ryu suddenly turned red and shouted that it was hard to get through while she was doing so. Thus, Lin Xiaoshu didn't care about Zhou Yud and hurriedly held Shin Ryu and took Shin Ryu's pulse. Zhou Yud gritted his teeth and fled from Shin Ryu's room. Oops, it's that pestilent tiger bone potion, and it's a heavy portion. Lin Xiaoshu's face turned blue. Such a heavy dosage of medicine would probably turn Shin Ryu into a vegetable, or even cause Shin Ryu to lose her life. Didn't kill that son of a. I'll be damned. Lin Xiaoshu exhaled deeply and walked towards the door. And the room. Shin Ryu was also very guilty and torn. What should I do? Little tree, I'm your Ryu. No, I can't keep imagining things. I can't harm little tree. Shin Ryu thought, if she had another relationship with Lin Xiaoshu, then in the future, Lin Xiaoshu would definitely have to be in the village, and be subjected to the villagers' finger pointing. Lin Xiaoshu is a good boy, how can she, a widow, go and ruin someone else's future? Thinking of this, Shin Ryu changed into a skirt and walked out of the room. Lin Xiaoshu said, Ryu, let's call the police, Zhou Yud is bullying people too much. Shin Ryu sighed and said, Xiaoshu, if it wasn't for Zhou Yud borrowing $30,000 from our family before, perhaps you might not be able to live until now. Although Zhou Yud is immoral, since he has taken on someone's favor, let's forget about it this time. If he does it again in the future, I will never stop you. Shin Ryu actually didn't want to make a big deal out of this. For one thing, it's not good for her own reputation. For another, Zhou Yud's attempted crime won't result in a sentence of many years, but will instead attract endless retaliation from the Zhou family, which is more than worth it. Lin Xiaoshu endured, Ryu, after I return Zhou Yud's $30,000 and make a clean break with him, I will make him pay. Right. Lin Xiaoshu brought the basket over and said, Ryu, look, here are the lingji I found from the mountains, big and good quality, definitely worth a lot. Suddenly thinking that Ryu might be angry with him because of this matter, he said in a hurry. Shin Ryu's originally angry face instantly took on a few bashful blushes. Not about that, I mean, why did you run off to Swinging Mountain? Didn't I instruct you not to go there? So that's what this is about. I thought Ryu was going to get into it with me just now. Lin Xiaoshu let out a sigh of relief and explained, I was sure that there was no danger, so I dared to go in. Ryu, actually, the mountains aren't that dangerous, and there aren't any demons or ghosts or anything like that, it's actually the miasma in the mountains. As long as we can overcome the miasma, there is no danger in entering the mountain. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's explanation, Shin Ryu wasn't quite able to believe it. Lin Xiaoshu smiled and said, look at me, haven't I come back very healthy? If you really don't believe me, I'll take off my clothes and show you, so you can see if there are any injuries on me. Just as he was about to take it off, he was stopped by Shin Ryu. How old are you? You still think it's before? Shinryu said with a slightly red face. Xiaoshu, you've grown up, don't always move to undress in front of Ryu. It's not that Ryu doesn't believe it. Ryu believes it. Realizing that Lin Xiaoshu could still joke, Shinryu reluctantly believed that Lin Xiaoshu had a way to enter the mountain without danger. Only then did she take a serious look at the lingji in the back basket next to Lin Xiaoshu. It's huge. Discovering that this Ganoderma lucidum is almost the size of a palm, Shinryu almost burst her eyeballs. How can this Ganoderma lucidum be so big? If it is taken out for sale, how much can it be sold for? Of course it's big, it hasn't been picked in how many years? Lin Xiaoshu laughed. I don't know the price, but I estimate that for this basket, $30,000 will definitely sell. That's great, little tree, so we can pay back the village chief. Shinryu was really too excited and hugged Lin Xiaoshu at once. Xiaoshu, thanks to you, otherwise Ryu wouldn't know what to do. Feeling Shinryu's soft and fragrant bones, Lin Xiaoshu was even more slightly moved. But Shinryu quickly let go of Lin Xiaoshu, her pretty face flushed, pursed her lips, and said with a slight bit of embarrassment, it's Ryu who was too excited. Lin Xiaoshu? Reflecting on the residual warmth of his body, he could only secretly grumble, Ryu cares about killing but not burying. One night passed. Lin Xiaoshu hadn't slept much because she had dreamed about Shinryu at night. But when he saw the basket of Ganoderma lucidum, he was immediately energized. Finish eating. Ryu, I'm going to town. You're walking? Shinryu said, when I was washing clothes, I heard Xiaoxiao say that she was also going to town. She has an electric car, so why don't you hitch a ride? Su Li? Lin Xiaoshu of course knows Li Xiaoxiao. In the younger generation of Dalong village, she is considered to have fallen into the most watery one, dressed up very pure not to mention, the body is also particularly good, pavilion. However, Li Xiaoxiao's heart is quite high, and has never walked with poor boys like him. Yeah, that's her. If she's willing, you'll also be able to travel a lot less. Shinryu said. I do, I'm afraid she doesn't. How will you know if you don't try? Shinryu laughed. Xiaoshu, you're already a big boy, you should take the initiative. Lin Xiaoshu nodded, got it. However, Lin Xiaoshu still felt that the likelihood of Li Xiaoxiao agreeing was not high. Carrying a basket, he came to Li Xiaoxiao's house, just in time, to see Li Xiaoxiao wearing a long white dress, a head of hair draped over the shoulder, the appearance of a goddess riding an electric bicycle. Li Xiaoxiao, are you going to town? Can I get a ride? Hearing Lin Xiaoshu say this, Li Xiaoxiao on one side hadn't said anything yet, but as a result, Li Xiaoxiao's dad, Li Guodong, immediately darkened his face. Other than that, he was bent on letting Li Xiaoxiao find a rich man to marry, so how could he let Li Xiaoxiao and Lin Xiaoshu have a relationship, or even a hint of a connection? He couldn't bear it. Lin Xiaoshu, you don't have legs, don't you usually walk to town? Li Guodong despised. Dad, why are you talking like that? Li Xiaoxiao smiled faintly at Lin Xiaoshu. Come up, I'll drive you to town. Lin Xiaoshu was a bit surprised, not realizing that Li Xiaoxiao wasn't the kind of girl who rejected people. Thanks. Lin Xiaoshu went up and sat behind Li Xiaoxiao. On one side, Li Guodong was anxious. Lin Xiaoshu, I advise you not to hit our family Xiaoxiao's idea. If you dare to hit on Xiaoxiao's idea, I'll break your legs. If it were someone else, Li would not dare to say that. But Lin Xiaoshu, in his opinion, was just a poor man who should be treated that way. Brother Xiaoshu, don't be angry, my father is such a skeptical person. Li Xiaoxiao said. I'm not mad, and I'd like to thank you for making it less of a trip. It's at least 7 or 8 kilometers from Dalong village to the town, and it takes an hour or 2 to walk. As he was talking, suddenly there was a sharp turn in front of him, and Li Xiaoxiao hurriedly pinched the handle and braked. Snap! Lin Xiaoshu's entire body, sticking to Li Xiaoxiao's body, made Lin Xiaoshu weirdly embarrassed. Li Xiaoxiao was hit by Lin Xiaoshu and instantly blushed as well, but pretended that nothing had happened and continued to drive towards the town. To the town. Are you getting off here? Li Su asked. Aha! Lin Xiaoshu got off of Li Xiaoxiao's electric car and said, Li Xiaoxiao, thank you. After a slight hesitation, Lin Xiaoshu continued, I just sat behind you and realized that you have some qi deficiency. Have you not been sleeping well at night lately, often feeling a dry mouth, and there are times when you get dizzy? Li Xiaoxiao froze. It's all right. Brother little tree, you know medicine? Li Xiaoxiao looked somewhat incredulous. I've always been in bad health, so I've studied this area. Lin Xiaoshu laughed, you're suffering from mean deficiency and internal heat, go to the pharmacy and buy some 6 flavored Di Huang pills, take them for a few more days, the effect will definitely be good. If it really works, then I'll definitely go to your house to thank you. Li Xiao thought it was okay to try. You're welcome. Lin Xiaoshu just felt that when he was sticking to Li Xiao just now, he suddenly wanted a woman in particular? It's all because of Zhou Yid this. Lin Xiaoshu cursed and walked towards the town's bus stop. Soon he was on his way to town on public transportation. He knew that in the city, there was a very large Huichun Tang, which would acquire some of the more precious herbs. Once someone in the village dug up a wild ginseng and sold it for $5,000 in the Huichun Hall, and this incident was always recounted by the village people. Back to spring. Lin Xiaoshu came under the huge plaque. But just as he went in, he heard someone sneer, "Beauty, Chinese medicine is all a lie, even if you take more, it won't have any effect." Chapter 8 Beauty Do You Weigh? No, I've been taking this medicine for 6 months now, and I've really gotten a lot better. Speaking here, the beautiful woman again suddenly frowned slightly and sighed softly. It's just that somehow, it's relapsed now, and it's worse than before. The middle-aged man who had issued a taunt earlier laughed softly. That's why Chinese medicine is a useless thing. If you ask me, if you don't eat Chinese medicine, you might get better. The beauty shook her head. I've never been very sick when I've been on Western medicine. The man was unimpressed. I feel that you probably don't need to take medicine for this disease. Western medicines are highly toxic and harmful to your illness, and Chinese medicines also have a certain degree of toxicity, which accumulates over time, and that's what's causing your condition to be more serious now. The man continued with a few tentative gestures, and if you hadn't taken the medicine in the first place, you might not be in the least bit of trouble now. Beauty is stunned. Instinctively, she felt that there was something wrong with that statement, but when she thought about it, it felt as if there was some truth to it. At first, she was in the mindset of beating a dead horse to seek treatment from a Chinese medicine practitioner, and now her attitude towards Chinese medicine practitioners has begun to waver a bit again with the recurrence of her condition. Just when the beauty, not quite sure whether to continue to take Chinese medicine, suddenly, the door walked in a man, fart. The people in the store, their gazes turned towards the door in unison. Lin Xiaoshu was being looked at by all the gazes, but he walked in unafraid and frankly. Upon entering, he glanced at the beautiful woman at the counter and was instantly wowed. Just see, the beautiful woman is about 30-something years old, full of ripe charm, wearing a lavender flower collar shirt, underneath wearing a black package hip skirt, long and slender legs, round and smooth. Her appearance, also very beautiful, simply standing there, noble and elegant woman flavor, from the inside out, refreshing. What did you say? The middle-aged man felt that His Majesty had been provoked, and immediately became somewhat angry. But as soon as he looked at Lin Xiaoshu, there wasn't a single thing of value on his entire body. He immediately changed from anger to disdain. So it's... I dare not say that Chinese medicine can cure all diseases, but Chinese medicine, by no means, is useless. Chinese and Western medicine have their own strengths and weaknesses, and when Western medicine doesn't work, Chinese medicine may have a surprising effect. The words were said in a way that made the beauty's eyes light up. Even the old physician who grabbed the medicine at the counter also nodded. Young man, you are right, our Chinese medicine, how can we be denied because of one sentence? That is something that has existed for thousands of years in our huaxia. The beautiful woman nodded at Lin Xiaoshu. You're right, since Western medicine is useless, let's try Chinese medicine. Grab the medicine. Clearly, the beautiful woman had made up her mind. However, when the old physician was grabbing the medicine, the beautiful woman suddenly had an attack of her old illness, turned blue, and couldn't even stand up. It was only 2 seconds before she slid from the counter to the floor. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshu rushed forward. He pressed the beautiful woman's pulse, then looked at her face. While using his hand, he broke open her mouth. What are you doing? The middle-aged man thought that Lin Xiaoshu was going to do something untoward to the beautiful woman, and hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaoshu away. The physicians in the Hall of Returning Spring also rushed over. But Huichun Tang, just a pharmacy, is not a hospital. Inside, the physician just have the qualification to sell drugs, so on the treatment of disease, obviously not as reliable as the professional doctors in the hospital. The physician shook his head. He must be taken to the hospital immediately. No, it's purely a waste of money. This gout problem of hers, going to the hospital can't cure it, it can only alleviate it, and even to her body, causing more serious damage. Lin Xiaoshu saw that everyone was at their wits' end. Only then did she come forward again. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. The Dragon King Codex that Lin Xiaoshu had learned had a large amount of Chinese medicine in it, so it wasn't too much for him to call himself a Chinese medicine practitioner. I can cure her, he said. It was only then that the crowd remembered that Lin Xiaoshu's first moment, the action of taking the pulse of this beautiful woman, did indeed look very professional. Bull. Even if you are a Chinese medicine practitioner, this situation right now is not something you can treat. Chinese medicine, at best, can only regulate, to cure the disease, or to rely on Western medicine. The middle-aged man from before was still unforgiving. Just try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll volunteer to take the blame. Lin Xiaoshu had 100% certainty that he would cure the acute gout of the beautiful woman in front of him, so he wasn't afraid to make a promise. When the crowd saw Lin Xiaoshu say this, they all made way for him. Good, I'll see how you'll end up later if you can't cure it. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Xiaoshu then took off the high-heeled shoes of the beautiful woman, and with his middle finger knuckle bone, he pressed the acupoints on the beautiful woman's feet. In about a minute, the beauty's face looked much better, and her eyes, which had been closed, quickly opened. Lin Xiaoshu inputted a dragon qi into the beautiful woman's body so that it could better stabilize her physical condition. Lin Xiaoshu said, "Fortunately, it's done. Next, I can write a prescription. As long as you follow my prescription, the ventilation will be cured in less than 2 months." Lin Xiaoshu could actually completely use his dragon qi to directly cure the beauty's illness, but there were some maneuvers that needed to be used in conjunction with it that were simply not suitable to be used in public, so he didn't mention it. "Thank you, doctor, I didn't realize it was you who saved me." The beautiful woman opened her eyes and saw Lin Xiaoshu. She was instantly surprised. "My name is Du Yue, I don't know, little divine doctor, what's your name?" Lin Xiaoshu picked up Du Yue's high heels and personally helped Du Yue put them on, then said, "Lin Xiaoshu." And sensing Lin Xiaoshu's attentiveness, as well as his superior medical skills, Du Yue blushed slightly and said, "Dr. Lin, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, maybe I would have died here. It's not that much of a stretch." Lin Xiaoshu smiled, turned his head and stood up, saying to the middle-aged man, "Convinced? Actually, I have a way to cure your kidney disease, but you don't believe in Chinese medicine, so forget it." Lin Xiaoshu said. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. "How do you know I have kidney disease?" Lin Xiaoshu, however, ignored him and instead put his own back basket onto the counter of Hui Chun Hall and said, "I've come to sell Ganoderma lucidum. I don't know if you accept Ganoderma lucidum here?" The old physician from before was polite. "Take it, why not?" He took over the back basket, took a look at the Ganoderma lucidum in Lin Xiaoshu's back basket, and was directly shocked. So many wild Ganoderma lucidum, and all of them are so big, it's really rare. However, the market for wild Ganoderma lucidum is in a slump this year, so even though your Ganoderma lucidum is of good quality and size, I can only give you a price of 800 to 1500 per caddy. Let's do it this way. This red Ganoderma, I'll buy it at $1,000 per caddy. This purple Ganoderma, I'll offer 1500 per caddy price to buy it. Do you think it's okay? The old physician asked. At this price, Lin Xiaoshu felt that it was in line with his expectations and nodded, yes. Chapter 9, Please Treat Me. The old physician of Hui Chun Tang began to weigh Lin Xiaoshu's lingji. Lin Xiaoshu, on the other hand, asked the people from Hui Chun Hall for a pen and paper, and wrote down a prescription on the paper, saying, "Sister Du, your gout, I only helped you relieve it a little bit just now. If you want to cure it at its root, you still have to follow this prescription of mine and decoct and take the medicine." "Thank you, Dr. Lin." Receiving the prescription, Du Yue smiled gently. "Dr. Lin, you can call me Sister Yue, I'll call you Little Tree's brother. As soon as I see you, I feel that you're a particularly kind person. By the way, Little Tree brother, can you tell Sister your contact information?" Du Yue asked. "I don't have contact information?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "I don't have a cell phone." "Huh?" Du Yue was even more shocked when she looked at Lin Xiaoshu's dress. A young divine doctor with such superior medical skills was so poor that he didn't even have a cell phone. She hurriedly said, "Little Tree brother, wait for me, I'll be right there." When Du Yue left, the middle-aged man from before, also with a flattering and pleasing face, said towards Lin Xiaoshu, "Brother Lin Xiaoshu, can you really cure my kidney disease? Just show some kindness and cure me. I've been plagued by this disease for years and almost lost my wife." "I thought you didn't believe in Chinese medicine?" "I don't know Western medicine." Lin Xiaoshu refused the middle-aged man's plea. I believe it now." The middle-aged man said. "I don't believe you believe." Lin Xiaoshu said, "Disbelief is engraved in the bones, it's impossible to change all of a sudden. You just want to take your chances, but I don't have to corroborate your thoughts, so stop pestering me, there's no way I'm going to give you a prescription." All of a sudden, the middle-aged man's face turned the color of pig's liver. He really hated himself. Why was he so quick with his mouth and offended Lin Xiaoshu? The old physician from Hui Chun Tang had already weighed the weight of the lingji for Lin Xiaoshu. 18 pounds and 2 taels of red lingji, totaling $18,200, 23 pounds and 7 taels of purple lingji, totaling $35,550. So both together, it's $53,750. Tell you what, I'll give you $54,000. The old physician laughed. Well, thanks a lot. Lin Xiaoshu was surprised. This basket of Ganoderma lucidum, surprisingly, could be sold for $54,000, and after repaying Joyet's $30,000, he still had more than $20,000 left. Sent. Lin Xiaoshu's heart was happy when he got $54,000. After taking the money, Lin Xiaoshu waited for a while in Huichun Hall and didn't wait for Du Yue, so he said to the old physician, if Sister Du from earlier comes back, tell her that I have something to do and I'm going back first. Yes, I'll be sure to pass it on. Seeing that the old physician agreed, Lin Xiaoshu nodded and turned his head to disappear into the Huichun Hall. I'm going to buy a cell phone and get a bank card, otherwise this $50,000 is so conspicuous in my hand. Lin Xiaoshu then went to a cell phone store, bought 2 flower cell phones, spending over $6,000, and then went to get a bank card. However, instead of depositing it all in the bank, he kept $30,000 on hand. Huichun Tang. When Du Yue returned to Huichun Hall, she realized that Lin Xiaoshu had disappeared. Holding the cell phone she bought for Lin Xiaoshu in her hand, Du Yue couldn't help but blame herself a little. It's all my fault, I answered a call and wasted a lot of time. Little tree brother, next time I don't know if I'll be able to see you again. I haven't even thanked you properly yet. Looking out the door of Huichun Hall, Du Yue was disappointed. You can't go back by walking. Lin Xiaoshu finished his errands in the city and was ready to go home. Thinking about going back to the village or no car to go there, can only walk, so he wants to buy a 3-wheeled motorcycle. This will make it much easier to come to town later. Walking. Shinshin Motorcycle Row. Lin Xiaoshu stopped in front of Shinshin's motorcycle line. Are you looking to buy a motorcycle? The car dealership owner asked. Yes, buy a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Lin Xiaoshu said. 3-wheeled motorcycles are good, they can load goods and take people, and when we come across narrow roads in the countryside, this motorcycle of ours can go. The boss went along with the conversation and said a few good words. By the way, he introduced his family's 3-wheeled motorcycle. Among them, there are motorcycles of all gear prices. Lin Xiaoshu looked at a 6,100 yuan 3-wheeled motorcycle with a canopy on the front to protect it from the wind and rain, and a hopper on the back to carry cargo, which looked very real. This 3-wheeled motorcycle, can it be cheaper? According to the regular process, bargaining was necessary, and Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to be the wrongdoer to be ripped off. How about making a friend, $6,000, and this car for you? The boss said. Obviously, the owner doesn't want to discount too much because it will affect his profitability of making money. Lin Xiaoshu was helpless and was about to pay when suddenly, he noticed that when the boss bent over and bowed, his hand was always inadvertently trying to hold his waist. Unable to help but laugh, he said, Boss, you got a problem with this back? Well, old habits. You see here, I'm actually not doing very well selling cars, and a lot of my income, I still have to work on cars. When you're fixing a car, you always have to squat. Over the years, I've developed a back problem. But I can't stop working, so it's getting worse. Hearing the boss's complaint, Lin Xiaoshu cheekily said, Why don't I give you a pinch, it might have an effect. You know how to heal a back? The owner was surprised. Will do. Lin Xiaoshu said, stepping forward and using her fingers on the boss's waist, she gave a hard pinch. Ow. The owner let out a killer squeal. You tried bending over now? Lin Xiaoshu said calmly. It really doesn't seem to hurt anymore. The boss bent down to try and realized that it really didn't hurt anymore. He hurriedly gave Lin Xiaoshu a thumbs up. Little brother, you're so young, your medical skills are really high. In that case, I'll give you this motorcycle. Anyway, if I were to go to the hospital, such a small amount of money might not even be enough for the hospital to stuff their teeth. No, cost price is fine, can't let you lose money, old brother. Although Lin Xiaoshu wanted to return the price, he really didn't want to let the boss give it away for nothing. That's 4,500. But don't tell anyone or I won't be able to do business. Of course, thanks. Lin Xiaoshu was thinking in his heart, opening 6,100, now it becomes 4,500, this money is too good to be true. No, it's me who should thank you, if it wasn't for you, this lumbar spondylosis of mine, I don't know how long it would hurt. The boss smiled from ear to ear. Lin Xiaoshu got on a three-wheeled motorcycle and then huffed and puffed as he drove to a small gas station in town to refuel. Little Shago. It just so happened that Li Xiaoxiu rode an electric bicycle and passed in front of the gas station. Brother Xiaoshu, you're rich, you even bought a three-wheeled motorcycle. Li Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Selling Reisher for money. Is Ganoderma lucidum so valuable? Although Li Xiaoxiu was pretty, she hadn't found any rich boyfriends, so she could only support herself, and was somewhat short of money on hand. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu earn his first bucket of gold in the mountains, Li Xiaoxiu was very envious. Look, the Reisher are big and sell well, that's why I made some money. So that's how it is. Li Xiaoxiu said, Brother Xiaoshu, if you're going home, let's go back together. Yes. After filling up the gas, Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxiu, riding one behind the other, returned to Dalong village. To the entrance of the village. Li Xiaoxiu said, Brother Xiaoshu, I'll go home this way, we'll see you next time. Bye. Looking at Li Xiaoxiu's back, Lin Xiaoshu felt strangely pretty. Lin Xiaoshu then rode home on a three-wheeled motorcycle. Ruyu, I'm back. The roar of the motorcycle, constantly blasting in front of the dilapidated brick house, startled Shinryu, who was taking a nap. Chapter 10, What a Beautiful Shinryu. What's that sound? Why does it sound like little tree is calling me? Shinryu straightened her clothes and hurriedly ran out of the room. Click. Lin Xiaoshu, who was sitting on the three-wheel, I made over $50,000 selling Reisher, so I bought it outright. 50,000. Shinryu was shocked. So lucrative? A feeling of disbelief stirred in Shinryu's chest. Well, the owner of the pharmacy said that my Ganoderma lucidum sells well, and the price I gave was high. Lin Xiaoshu patted the seat beside him. Ruyu, sit, let's go to Joyud's house together and return the $30,000 to him. I'll lock the door. Shinryu turned around and locked the door before getting on Lin Xiaoshu's motorcycle. Ruyu, for you. Lin Xiaoshu gave Shinryu the other flower's cell phone. Ah. Shinryu had just seen that the flower's cell phone was very powerful in taking pictures, and she especially liked it, but she didn't have the money to buy it. How can this be? This must be very expensive. Shinryu refused to accept it. It's not expensive, it's only $3,000. Ruyu, take it, in the future, Little Tree can make more money for Ruyu. Thank you, Little Tree. Holding the flower cell phone, Shinryu's heart was warm, and she even felt that she had finally come to the end of her suffering after so many years of dedication. Xiao Yao Tak's house. Lin Xiaoshu rode a three-wheeled motorcycle and arrived at Joyud's doorstep in style. The surrounding neighbors, one by one, were startled by the roar of the motorcycle and gathered around. It's Little Tree. Little Tree is rich. Lin Xiaoshu has done something illegal, right? How come yesterday he was a poor man, and today he's driving a three-wheeled motorcycle? Joyud, who was in the room, heard the chatter outside and instantly guessed that Lin Xiaoshu had come over to do something. Brows furrowed, his mind spinning frantically. Next. With a look of anxiety and fire, he ran out of the room and said, Where's my $30,000? I can't find my $30,000. Wait for the door. Even though he already knew that Lin Xiaoshu had driven over in a three-wheeled motorcycle, when he saw Lin Xiaoshu, sitting on a three-wheeled motorcycle, condescending and imposing, and still sitting shoulder to shoulder, side by side, with Shinryu, he still felt very shocked and humiliated. Lin Xiaoshu, what are you doing in my house? Joyud asked. I came to pay you back $30,000. Where did you get $30,000? Joyud pretended to look like he suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly said, Yes, I know, my $30,000 must have been stolen by you. Joyud exclaimed, Lin Xiaoshu, you are really a person who has no shame at all. You just stole $30,000 from me, and now you're here to return $30,000, do you take me for a little cutie? He huffed and puffed, Give me back my $30,000 or I'll call the police. The neighbors, all of them, were furious. This Lin Xiaoshu, how despicable. Lin Xiaoshu is too trashy to steal money to pay it back. I used to think Lin Xiaoshu was a good boy, but now I realize I was blind. Facing the accusations of the surrounding crowd, Shinryu exploded with anger. She tried to explain but was stopped by Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu was good-natured, Call the police instead, I'll be right here, watching you make the call. Joyud's face changed slightly, Don't be too arrogant. Lin Xiaoshu flashed his flowery cell phone, Do you want me to call? He had still underestimated how thick-skinned Joyud was. No, I'm going to call the police. Lin Xiaoshu smiled and dialed the police. Just then. Dad, when did we lose $30,000, are you not talking nonsense? A voice shook the surrounding neighbors. The gazes of the crowd brushed towards the speaker, only to find that it was actually the village chief's daughter-in-law, Wang Shuizhu. Snow Pearl? Zhou Yud's old face instantly became untenable. You're the one who's talking nonsense, I really lost $30,000. Zhou Yud grimaced, trying to force Wang Shuizhu to change her words. Seeing that Wang Shuizhu could not resist the pressure, suddenly. Boom boom boom. A Honda Civic, roaring toward the side. I can testify that Lin Xiaoshu's money is the money he got from selling Ganoderma lucidum. Lin Hu got down from the car and said, Little Tree put his life on the line to pick Ganoderma lucidum in the big mountains outside the village. This money is what Little Tree exchanged for with his life. There is no way for you, village chief, to just falsely accuse people. Neighbors around, while everyone brushed, put their eyes on Zhou Yud again. Well, I can testify too. The one who spoke at this time was Li Xiao. Chapter 11, Dragon Spirit. Xiao, what are you talking nonsense? Don't talk nonsense. Li Xiao's dad, Li Guodong, hurriedly pulled Li Xiao to stop Li Xiao from talking. I'm not bolting. I went to the city with Brother Little Tree today, and I saw Brother Little Tree, with my own eyes, bring Lingji to the city to sell. In the village, Li Xiao has always been a good boy, with little black history. So, hearing Li Xiao's explanation, the villagers all believed 7 or 8 points. In addition, Wang Shuizhu said that the Zhou family did not lose $30,000, and Lin Hu also explained that Lin Xiaoshu was in Dongkou Mountain, picking Ganoderma lucidum. In this way, basically no one believes the village chief's bull. Zhou Yud was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. But the situation was stronger than the people. He quickly smiled dryly and said, Xiaoshu, why didn't you say earlier that this $30,000, you have spared your life and earned it from the mountains? It caused me to misunderstand you. Lin Xiaoshu's face was expressionless. Zhou Yud, you just said that you don't need me to pay back $30,000? Zhou Yud was embarrassed. Old face reddened like the skin of a dragon fruit. He immediately found himself an excuse and said, Didn't I see that your family was in difficulty? Now that you have earned so much money, you are buying cell phones and motorcycles. Look, Uncle's family isn't well off either, so this $30,000, you'd better return it to me. Zhou Yud, you really are still shameless. From the 3-wheeled motorcycle, Lin Xiaoshu took out 3 piles of red-colored banknotes and threw them to Zhou Yud, saying, From now on, I'll make a clean break with you. In the future, if you have bad thoughts about me and Ruyu, I'll let you die an ugly death. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshu prepared to leave. However, before leaving, he said, Sister Shuizhu, Brother Lin Hu, and Xiao, thank you for testifying for me. Snap. Right after Lin Xiaoshu left, Zhou Yud snapped and slapped Wang Shuizhu's face, eating thing. Lin Hu clenched his fists tightly in excitement, but was in no position to step in and stop it. Zhou Yud, sooner or later, one day, I will make your Zhou family kneel at my Lin Hu's feet. Lin Hu secretly swore. Lin Xiaoshu returned home. This old dog, Zhou, even tried to frame me, only to be exposed by his own daughter-in-law. This is retribution. It's a pity that I didn't give old dog Zhou a few punches. However, old dog Zhou's reputation today has been tarnished a bit. In the future, when I find his handle, I will definitely rule him to death. Lin Xiaoshu was still in a good mood. For Zhou Yud, he believed that sooner or later, this person would have to pay the price he deserved for his behavior. On the other hand, Shen Ruyu was frowning. Little Tree, tell Ruyu honestly, what's going on with Wang Shuizhu and Lin Hu, and why are they helping you? Shen Ruyu went on her way, unable to understand 100 thoughts. Why did Lin Hu come to look for Little Tree before, and Wang Shuizhu's attitude towards Little Tree was strange, and today, they took the initiative to help Little Tree out. Lin Xiaoshu smiled mysteriously, secret. With that, he took his bank card out of his hand. Ruyu, this is the money left over from my car and cell phone purchase. There's more than $10,000, it's all in this card. Lin directly took the bank card and handed it over to. However, there will be a day when the Ganoderma lucidum will be harvested, and if a large number of wild Ganoderma lucidum is put up for sale, it will undoubtedly saturate the market with wild Ganoderma lucidum, which is in demand. If this is the case, the price of wild Reishi will plummet. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoshu turned his gaze away from Lingji's body. Must find more effective ways to make money. Wait, aren't there tons of mushrooms in the mountains? Mushrooms are consumables, and even if the volume were a little larger, it wouldn't cause a buzz. At a certain moment, Lin Xiaoshu's heart stirred greatly, as if something had loosened. It's a dragon spirit, and it doesn't look like a dragon spirit. Lin Xiaoshu, who opened his eyes, didn't quite understand the encounter he had just had, but he tried to activate the technique of traveling clouds and rain. The clouds gather and the rain comes down. Inside the room, there was a faint convergence of clouds, followed by a pattering rain, and it stopped quickly. On the ground where the rain had fallen, there were green grasses sending up shoots. It's not enough, it needs to be practiced for a while longer. Closing his eyes and going to sleep, he waited until a little after 7 in the morning to get up. After eating, he waved his hand. I'm going to take a trip to the mountains and see what I can find. Xiaoshu, be careful, now that the money owed has been paid back and we still have the remaining $10,000, we really don't need to fight so hard. Shen Ruyu advised worriedly. Don't worry, I still have to raise Ruyu, I don't want to die, I'll be fine. You're the one who's poor. Shen Ruyu rolled her eyes. Let's go. Lin Xiaoshu took a few snakeskin bags and waved his hand. Wait. Shen Ruyu thought for a moment, turned around and from the room, took out something, and then took Lin Xiaoshu's hand in one hand. Chapter 12 Aunties moved on. Ruyu. Her hand was pulled. Lin Xiaoshu revealed a coy smile and said, What are you? I'll tie you a peace rope. The peace rope is a red hand rope that goes over the hand and is felt by the older generation to keep the wearer safe. Shen Ruyu, also superstitious, these must be in Lin Xiaoshu's hand, tied a peace rope to feel at ease. I'll go then. After half a day of moody apprehension, and finally realizing that it ended so uneventfully, Lin Xiaoshu felt that he had been given the dragon lady's inheritance, but his guts were still a bit wasted. If he really had the guts, he would have just hugged Shen Ruyu. Can you be my daughter-in-law? Of course, it was just a momentary fantasy in his head. Lin Xiaoshu took the snakeskin bag and headed to Danko Mountain. On the way, he felt someone following him. Slightly curling the corners of his mouth, Lin Xiaoshu smelled a hint of familiarity through his sense of smell. Paying no attention to the people behind him, Lin Xiaoshu walked into the Danko Mountain in a big way. It's really into the mountains. Zhou Yud silently stepped out from behind a large tree and recognized where Lin Xiaoshu had entered the mountain, so he followed behind Lin Xiaoshu and continued to follow in as well. Buzz. He had only taken a few dozen steps when he felt that there were a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains. Moreover, the surroundings were eerie. Remembering that when he was a teenager, he had heard that there were ghost stories about Danko Mountain, Zhou Yud decisively turned around and went back. What exactly is this Lin Xiaoshu's method to be able to walk right in like that? Zhou Yud was anxious and jealous in his heart. And it's not just Yoder Chow. In fact, since the village rumor, Lin Xiaoshu from Danko Mountain safe and sound back, but also earned a large sum of money, the villagers, all a bit stupid, want to go into the mountains to try their luck. Thinking about it, Lin Xiaoshu had made at least $30,000 to $40,000 just by going into the mountains once, which was worth a lot of people's income for a year. However, Zhou Yud valued his life and did not dare to continue deeper after all. Unfortunately, if you walk a little more, you'll be dead. Lin Xiaoshu intentionally led Zhou Yud and walked from the place with the most mosquitoes, but unfortunately, Zhou Yud was a waste of space and didn't dare to boldly follow him. However, this was just an episode, and Lin Xiaoshu didn't take it to heart. Mushrooms, here I come. Lin Xiaoshu came to the place where he had picked Lingji before, and similarly found a lot of natural wild mushrooms that grew fat and big, and looked like they shouldn't taste bad. However, he didn't rush to pick them, but tried to see if he could drop a little spiritual rain on these mushrooms. Clouds gather and rain comes. With the recitation of the spell, a slight spiritual rain sprinkled on top of the umbrella cover of the mushrooms, only to see these mushrooms, at a speed visible to the naked eye, grow bigger, fatter and whiter. If you take it out like that, you're sure to get a super high price. While revitalized, he carefully began to pick it up. Mushrooms are perishable, and next time I come back, I should bring more baskets so they don't get crushed. Wow, that's a lot. The feeling that you simply can't pick enough. Lin Xiaoshu didn't take long to finish filling the 4 snakeskin bags. Of course, afraid of being crushed, Lin Xiaoshu's 4 bags, all of them were only half filled. Each bag of mushrooms, about 20 pounds or so. Go back. This time, he was just testing the waters to see the market. If it worked, he would continue to do it. If it doesn't work, he might as well get Ganoderma lucidum and make as much money as he can. Lin Xiaoshu came out of the mountain. As a result, the enemies were narrow, and just after leaving the mountain, he saw Zhou Yud sitting under a tree, fanning himself with the leaves in an uninterested manner. Lin Xiaoshu, you're really lucky to come back safely again. Zhou Yud's eyes were red with envy. Looking at the 4 bulging snakeskin bags in Lin Xiaoshu's hands, he salivated. Of course I'm safe, But village chief, you're so old and still going up the mountain, aren't you afraid of being bitten by bugs and getting sick? The miasma is deadly in the swinging mountains, but outside the mountains, it doesn't mean it's safe. There are so many poisonous insects in the mountains and forests that if you get bitten, the young people are fine and can still survive, but the elderly, if you're not careful, you'll die. Heh, my life is great. In the early years, I also traveled around the world. Life is great. Zhou Yud smug. Lin Xiaoshu sneered and rubbed shoulders with Zhou Yud. What are you doing? The security guard frowned when he saw Lin Xiaoshu holding the snakeskin bag and stopped Lin Xiaoshu. I'm selling wild mushrooms, I don't know if you take them here. Go go go. We're a high-class hotel here, with a specialized channel for incoming goods, who would accept your mushrooms? Hurry up and go, don't delay our hotel's business. Seeing that Lin Xiaoshu was covered in ground goods and holding a snakeskin bag, the security guard felt that it was really an eyesore. And in the kitchen of the Chang'e Saiwei Hotel, General Manager Du Yue said, our hotel's specialties are not enough, your kitchen department, can you put in some good effort to see if you can make the specialties? A chef in the kitchen said, recently, our rival hotel got some wild mushrooms to create a special eco-drinking banquet and achieved good results. I think our hotel, maybe we can learn from the experience. Wild mushrooms? Du Yue said, do we have channels to collect them? How can there be a channel for this? Wild mushrooms can only be grabbed at the food market, very few people will have a stable channel, and even less at our hotel. If there isn't one, then we'll try to find one. Du Yue said, I'll keep an eye out too. When she finished, she suddenly thought of the hotel security guard, who seemed to be right out of the mountains, and might have some contacts to get the mushroom thing done. Thinking of this, Du Yue walked towards the downstairs. Chapter 13, Come to my office. Go, go, go. The security guard whisked Lin Xiaoshu out of the hotel door. Lin Xiaoshu sighed, feeling that this door-to-door selling was indeed not a thing. If only there was a way to make people beg him and sell them mushrooms, how good it would be. No, we have to think of a way. Lin Xiaoshu said. And just as Lin Xiaoshu left, Du Yue had already arrived at the hotel entrance. Brother Lu, there's something I'd like to ask you to inquire about. The security guard who drove Lin Xiaoshu away just now was surnamed Lu, known as Brother Lu. Security guard Lu was flattered and said, Mr. Du, if you have anything to say directly, I will definitely help to do a good job. Well, I've heard about your family, I think it's in the mountains, right? Yeah, from the mountains. Brother Lu, then can you help ask around, on your side, is there anyone who buys wild mushrooms so that he can also help our hotel acquire some? What? Hearing Du Yue's words, the security guard Lu was jolted, suddenly thinking of a countryside just now, carrying 4 snakeskin bags, dirty, wanting to enter the door to sell wild mushrooms. I mean, I would like you to ask if there is anyone who can acquire wild mushrooms in large quantities. Du Yue said. The face of the security guard, Lu, was as somewhat embarrassed and ugly as a pig's liver. Brother Lu, can you find someone like that? Du Yue continued to ask. But Lu didn't answer Du Yue's words and frantically ran out. Lin Xiaoshu took the 4 bags of mushrooms and gently put them on the 3-wheeled motorcycle. Immediately after that, he stepped on the gas, ready to go over to the food market and take his chances. Wait! Brother, wait! The security guard Lu yelled nervously and anxiously, afraid that Lin Xiaoshu would kick the gas and walk right out of sight. Lin Xiaoshu turned his head in surprise. Something? Sorry, bro, we take wild mushrooms here. By the way, are you sure your mushrooms are wild? Security guard Lu apologized repeatedly and asked around. Lin Xiaoshu got off the motorcycle and proudly said, Of course it's wild mushrooms, you don't think that I think that all of you are blind, do you? That's good. Security guard Lu continued to apologize, I'm sorry, I had a bad attitude just now, I was wrong. Just now, the general manager sent word that he wants wild mushrooms, I'll take you directly to the general manager, then you can talk to the manager about the price. Originally, Lin Xiaoshu wanted to scare this security guard, but seeing that the other party had put his stance so low, the displeasure in his heart was finally drained a bit. Okay. Lin Xiaoshu took the mushrooms off the car, and in the meantime, he said towards the security guard, Bro, help keep an eye on my motorcycle, don't let anyone steal it. Security guard Lu's face went straight to black. Nima, who would steal your 3-wheeler? Taking the mushrooms, Lin Xiaoshu reappeared at the entrance of the Chang'e Saiwei Hotel. Just as he entered the door, he saw a superbly large beauty with super white skin and a beautiful face, wearing a white shirt and a wraparound skirt on the lower half of her body, with a shapely figure and rounded and straight thighs. Surprised by the other party's beauty, Lin Xiaoshu quickly recognized the other party. This is the beautiful woman he saved yesterday. He also remembered the other party's name, which was Du Yue. Du Yue was dumbfounded when she saw that it was Lin Xiaoshu. As the saying goes, it takes a lot of effort to get what you're looking for. After Lin Xiaoshu left yesterday, she was in deep self-blame, but she didn't expect that Lin Xiaoshu herself would walk up to the door today. Brother Xiaoshu, are you here for me? Du Yue didn't feel that the snakeskin bag was dirty, and pulled Lin Xiaoshu's hand at once. Lin Xiaoshu shook his head, so Sister Yue is also here, but I'm not here to find you. Not to find me? Du Yue suddenly felt that she was so self-centered. Well, I'm here to see the manager of this hotel. Lin Xiaoshu had just finished speaking when Lu, the security guard behind him, ran in. Mr. Du, it's this brother who has the wild mushrooms. I just ran out just to call out to him. Lin Xiaoshu looked at Du Yue in surprise. Du Yue snorted in delight. Looks like you're still looking for me. Little brother Tree, come with me, we'll talk slowly in the office. Seeing Du Yue this Lin Xiaoshu so familiar, the security guard Lu's head was sweating. A random farmer is a character I can't afford to mess with. I'm so unlucky. He inwardly regretted it. Sister Yue, I need to sell the mushrooms first, otherwise these mushrooms won't be fresh. Lin Xiaoshu refused Du Yue's invitation. The security guard sweats furiously. Such a good opportunity to be alone with Du Yue. I don't know how many people, begging can't even come, and Lin Xiaoshu even only thought of selling mushrooms. Damn it, is eating tofu not more fragrant than selling mushrooms? Okay, then you come with me. Du Yue couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaoshu twice higher. She realized that Lin Xiaoshu really wasn't moved by beauty at all. Lin Xiaoshu is not a willow, in fact, also on Lin Yue, looked at a few eyes, but money is important. When you earn money, you can buy good-looking clothes for Ruyu to wear. Du Yue took Lin Xiaoshu and walked into the kitchen side of the hotel. Du Yue thought about it. 200 pounds, little tree brother, what do you think? Lin Xiaoshu opened his mouth wide. Sure enough, my eyes are still too narrow. Who would have thought that this crappy mushroom could be sold for 200 a caddy? When he came in, he thought that for $50 a pound, he could sell it. Yes. Lin Xiaoshu nodded in a hurry. The kitchen side weighed the pounds, for bags totaling 75 pounds. Brother Xiaoshu, I'll have the finance side, settle $15,000 for you. Du Yue finished and pulled Lin Xiaoshu to continue. When the bill is settled, why don't you take a seat in Sister's office? Sis would like to ask you about this disease of mine, and how I can stop it from coming back or get cured faster. Being held by the hand of a beautiful woman like Du Yue, and being allowed to sit in the office, Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but have his heart beat faster. Chapter 14, Office Healing. The few cooks and workers in the kitchen, looking at Lin Xiaoshu, were envious. With Du Yue's looks, there was no telling how many people in the hotel were drooling over her. But they could only look at Du Yue twice, not daring to look at her more yet. And Lin Xiaoshu, a peasant, dressed so shabbily, was held by a big beauty with status like Du Yue, who took the initiative to hold her hand. Could this not make the crowd jealous? Lin Xiaoshu quickly got $15,000. Follow me. Du Yue led Lin Xiaoshu into her office and closed the door. Du Yue pulled Lin Xiaoshu to sit down on the sofa, and asked in an inquisitive tone, Brother Xiaoshu, you prescribed the medicine. Sis has already taken the medicine according to the prescription, and I feel that it has some effect. I don't know if there are any contraindications in the process of taking the medicine? Feeling the smoothness and warmth of Du Yue's hand, Lin Xiaoshu didn't even know where to put his hand. There are no taboos. Then is there a faster, root cure for my condition? Du Yue said, as you can see, Sis is the general manager of the hotel. If I can't eat or drink seafood, wine or anything like that, it's also a very troublesome thing for me. Over the years, she's offended a lot of bosses because of this. Moreover, Du Yue is also a glutton, also want to eat a big meal of seafood, even if it is spicy crayfish. She sometimes can only look at the silent gulp. There is a way. Lin Xiaoshu didn't have the heart to continue. What way? Du Yue continued to pursue. Lin Xiaoshu let out a deep breath, slightly reddened his face, and said with a bit of coyness, Sister Yue, you are so beautiful, I'm afraid of making a mistake if I use this method. Ha? Du Yue savored the meaning of these words, and her pretty face warmed up slightly. Curious, can you say specifically what method? Since Du Yue insisted on asking, Lin Xiaoshu simply let go and said directly, acupuncture, or pinching. I don't have a needle with me, but pinching the tendons would achieve the same effect, maybe even a little better. However, if it's a pinch of the tendons, there are some areas that might be a little inconvenient. Having said that, Lin Xiaoshu was done with his words. As for whether or not to treat it, it was up to Du Yue to make her own choice. Duyue considered for about 2 to 3 seconds, then revealed a gentle smile and said, "Sickness is not something to be avoided. Sis isn't the kind of person who is stubborn and knows such a truth. It's okay, just do whatever you need to do, sis trusts your character." Seeing that Duyue had taken such a stance, Lin Xiaoshu no longer dwelled on it and nodded, "Sister Yue, you undo your clothes and lie down." Duyue also slightly reddened her face and smiled, then lay back down. Lin Xiaoshu silently marveled, Duyue did look good. But healers have their own morals. He controlled his thoughts and began to reach out his hand, taking and kneading at Duyue's shoulders, stomach, ankles and other various meridian points. At the same time, he catalyzed his dragon chi. A trace of dragon chi, like a small insect, drilled into Duyue's body, making Duyue's body a little itchy. At the same time, with the dragon chi pampering her, she had an indescribable comfort all over her body. Probably too comfortable, Duyue even couldn't help but hum a few times. About 30 minutes. Lin Xiaoshu had almost finished treating Duyue when suddenly, knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside the office. Lin Xiaoshu was startled. If someone saw him, he couldn't say anything even if he had a mouth. Is something wrong? Duyue was also flustered for a moment and forced herself to calm down, asking through the door. "Mr. Du, I'll send the information over. Just leave it at the door," Duyue said. "Huh?" The other party obviously didn't expect that to be the answer. "Oh, okay, Mr. Du, I'll leave the information at the door." The man was super heartbroken as he left. He had been envious of Duyue for a long time, and today Duyue was alone with a man not to mention, but also locked the office door tightly to prevent him from going in. What this meant, as a man, he knew very well. Why? Where am I not better than that hillbilly? He was practically in pain. "Go on," Duyue said. "It's already done." Lin Xiaoshu exhaled deeply and silently looked at Duyue's marvelous figure again before returning to his seriousness. "Fortunately, Sister Yue, your gout has been completely eradicated. Not only will it not recur in the future, but you can dip into seafood and alcohol and such." "Really?" Duyue sat up, surprised. Lin Xiaoshu looked down at Duyue, his nose almost spurting blood, but he said, "Really? However, Sister Yue, you'd better get dressed." Duyue laughed, "Brother Little Tree, you're such a decent and good boy. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long I would have to be tormented by this disease, for..." After getting dressed, she thought for a moment and took out a bank card from her bag. "There is $1 million in this card, you take it." No, I don't make money off of medicine. In the Dragon King Code, it is said that the Dragon King Code of Medicine has the merit of greed for heaven, and those who learn medicine should take saving lives and helping the injured as the key, and should not collect money for the purpose. Since Lin Xiaoshu had obtained the Dragon Lady inheritance, he should also inherit the spirit within. Therefore, Lin Xiaoshu rejected Duyue's good intentions. "Keep it, you deserve it." Duyue could see that Lin Xiaoshu didn't have much money. Ancestral training is such that it cannot be violated, Lin Xiaoshu said. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu even take this stance, Duyue admired Lin Xiaoshu more and more and said, "Good, since it's like this, then sister respects your choice. Also, little tree brother, how much can you supply per day when you sell wild mushrooms? Will you do this for a long time, or just casually?" After she got well, Duyue talked about business. "You can do it for a long time, and besides, it's my first time selling mushrooms." "In that case, then can I make a daily reservation from you?" Duyue asked. "How much do you want?" Feeling that there was a chance, Duyue sighed in relief and said, "I can't say this for now, it depends on the situation, but a daily supply of about 100 pounds of fresh mushrooms should be needed. In the future, a large amount may be added." She added with some misgivings, "I just don't know if you can supply that much from your side." Thinking of the large swaths of mushrooms in the mountains, Lin Xiaoshu immediately patted his chest and promised, "It can be supplied. There are so many wild mushrooms over there that we can't even finish picking them." "Really?" Duyue couldn't help but be overjoyed. "What's the point of lying to you? Okay, little tree brother, you send over 100 pounds tomorrow morning, directly to this side of the kitchen, we'll take it all." Son. Lin Xiaoshu did some math. Wild mushrooms cost $200 a pound, 100 pounds that would be $20,000. In 1 month, that would be $600,000. Then it's a deal. Lin Xiaoshu looked at the time and realized that it was getting late, so he said, "Sister Yue, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Xiaoshu, what's your hurry?" Yue felt that it was the first time that someone, in her place, was in a hurry to leave, so she smiled and giggled and exhaled. Are you still afraid that sis will eat you? Chapter 15, Heaven's Good Reincarnation, Who Was Spared by the Sky. Lin Xiaoshu's little heart trembled, then took a serious and careful look at Du Yue, and realized that this woman was really charming and seductive. Then his heartbeat became even more powerful. Who can stand up to this? Lin Xiaoshu inwardly grumbled. On the surface, he pretended to be calm and asked, Sister Yue, you have something else? The matter is nothing, it's just that you helped sis with such a big favor. Sis would like to treat you to a lunch, and by the way, let you also taste the chef's handiwork in sis hotel. Du Yue discharged both eyes and smiled. No need, Sister Yue, my Ruyu is still waiting for me at home for dinner. Where did Lin Xiaoshu dare to stay here in Du Yue's place for much longer? He hurriedly found an excuse and walked out of Du Yue's hotel. This guy, could it be that he's really a fledgling? Du Yue had opened a hotel for so many years, but she had never really heard that there was a lack of women around the divine doctor. Interesting. Thinking about the way Lin Xiaoshu had treated her just now, which was really comforting to the extreme, a touch of heartiness appeared on her pretty face. Why don't I take it? Du Yue was already 30 years old, and she had given up a normal life for her career in the early years, but just a moment ago, she had a few more reveries in her mind. With some shyness and confidence, Du Yue said, next time, you won't be able to escape from sis. Lin Xiaoshu escaped from the Chang'e Kaiwei hotel building in a sorry state with a full of boiling blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had Shen Ruyu in his heart, he might not really be able to resist Du Yue's charm. Transporting the Dragon King cannon, Lin Xiaoshu lucked out and allowed himself to calm down properly before riding his tricycle and returning to Dalong village. On the way, he bought a couple of baskets to take for mushrooms. Phew! The 9 curves of the mountain road would have been particularly dangerous. Suddenly, a BMW sped past, almost hitting Lin Xiaoshu's 3-wheeled motorcycle. Rushing to reincarnation? Lin Xiaoshu cursed angrily. Wait, isn't this the car of Zhou Yu's son? Zhou Yu's son Zhou Wuhao, in the city to run a supermarket, but also reportedly with a big brother in the city, doing business as a moneylender, now rich, worth at least a few million, or perhaps even tens of millions. The reason why Zhou Yu was in the village and not many people dared to mess with him was because of Zhou Wuhao, in addition to Zhou Yu himself being the village chief. Zhou Wuhao doesn't go home all year round. What are you doing back this time? Lin Xiaoshu frowned, but as this matter was not related to him, he did not bother much more. Driving a 3-wheeled, huffing and puffing, he rushed. Shen Ruyu was in her room and her mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. Just now? I don't think little Tree saw it, did she? Shen Ruyu always felt that Lin Xiaoshu, just now, had already seen it. And at the thought of this, Shen Ruyu wanted to bang her head against. Sure enough, the heavens have spared no one. Retribution. No wonder, before, Zhou Wuhao's BMW drove as if he was rushing to reincarnation, so it's true that someone might be going down to reincarnation. Little Tree, although Zhou Yu is a bastard, you shouldn't gloat. Zhou Yu contracted the disease in the mountains. I think, you should be careful, next time, or don't go to the mountains. Seeing how Lin Xiaoshu was smiling happily, Shen Ruyu reminded. I'm fine, this Zhou Yu followed behind me up the mountain, but just took a few dozen steps and then retreated. But he himself didn't realize that these dozens of steps were enough to make him sick. Ruyu, don't worry about me, don't you see that I'm still fine now? Lin Xiaoshu said, it's you instead. What about me? Shen Ruyu didn't understand. Ruyu, you are also a millionaire now, and a little rich woman, you should wear better clothes. Looking at Shen Ruyu, still wearing a washed-out yellowed and discolored skirt, Lin Xiaoshu went forward and directly pulled Shen Ruyu's hand. Ruyu, go, I'll take you to buy clothes. Ha! Being pulled out of the door, Shen Ruyu reddened and broke away from Lin Xiaoshu's hand. Idiot, we haven't eaten yet, what's the hurry? Finish eating before you go. Shen Ruyu was a little happy that Lin Xiaoshu said he would take her to buy clothes. While having a shyness, she twisted her head and said, Ruyu will give you noodles to eat. Well, thanks Ruyu. Chapter 16, Stunning the Crowd. Shen Ruyu was more simple and happily went to cook the noodles. Not much longer. Finish your noodles. Lin Xiaoshu then pulled Shen Ruyu and went to the city again. Little Tree, what are you and your Ruyu going to do in the middle of the day? As he passed by someone's door, Lin Xiaoshu was questioned. Going to the city to shop. Little Tree, you're really well off, you're in good hands now. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu, bringing Ruyu to buy things in style, everyone's eyes were envious. Vanson Mall, Fonglin City. It had to be said that this was indeed one of the liveliest places in Phonlin City, with people coming and going, and merchants doing the most prosperous business. Little tree, Ruyu don't want to go in? The woman had wanted to try that long skirt, but when she saw the shopper give Lin Xiaoshu the recommended set, she was immediately moved. I'll take this one. The fashionable woman pointed at the women's clothing Lin Xiaoshu was looking at and said. I'm sorry, this one is the last one left and is out of stock. Beauty, why don't you choose something else? The shopper advised. Nothing else looks good, just this one I like. The fashionable woman gave Shinryu a disgusted look. Do you think these two hicks can afford this dress? They're too expensive for a $400 dress. The guide stood in the middle, an awkward lot. Shinryu also felt that this dress might be very expensive, so she said, Xiaoshu, don't count it, all the clothes here are too expensive. Since she likes it, we'll just let her have it. No. This dress is what we saw first, why should we let it? Lin Xiaoshu does not fight for buns to fight for breath, if he cannot see it is also even if, but this dresser looking at it, he has no reason to let that woman. By the fact that you don't have any money. The fashionable woman rolled her eyes and held her head high in a condescending manner. We just need to be able to afford this dress, you don't care if my family has money or not. Lin Xiaoshu tit for tat, it's you look so shabby, do you deserve to wear such a beautiful dress? You. The fashionable woman was furious. She had already gotten herself a bit of plastic surgery and had become very good looking, but now she was actually being called ugly by a country bumpkin. Visionless dogs, I'll take this dress anyway, you have no money, get lost. Ha! Lin Xiaoshu directly took the clothes from the shopper and said to Shinryu, Ruyu, go to the fitting room to change, let's ignore her. Shinryu was embarrassed as she took the clothes and walked into the fitting room. Oh, hillbilly. The fashionable woman was furious, but there was nothing she could do. At this point, she had to back off and ask to try on the same dress she had before. Lin Xiaoshu stood in the store with the fashionable woman's boyfriend. The fashionable female boyfriend said, a country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, do you think you can hide the oomph? The fashionable woman angrily pulled her skirt and ended up ripping it with a bare. Where do things get delivered? The owner asked with a smile. Lin Xiaoshu's house in Dalong Village. Dalong Village? The boss was a bit stunned, as Dalong Village was known far and wide as a poor village. However, since Lin Xiaoshu had paid for it, he of course had nothing to say, and painfully arranged for someone to deliver it in the evening. Waste of money. Shinryu felt that Lin Xiaoshu was bloated. Lin Xiaoshu just wanted to retort, but when he walked out of the store, a youth, surprisingly, took advantage of Shinryu's inattention and went to reach out and touch Shinryu's buttocks. Shinryu wore, or the set of skirt bought before, so the waist and the bustier tightly wrapped, very slender and shapely, buttocks is even more warped. It was just that he didn't expect that Shinryu dressing like this would attract the covetousness of assholes. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoshu's five senses were many times sharper than normal people, especially after practicing the Dragon King Cannon, he was even more perceptive. Lin Xiaoshu reached out to block the man's salty piggy hand, and as a result, Lin Xiaoshu's hand was slapped onto Shinryu's butt. Ah! Shinryu exclaimed. Lin Xiaoshu also blushed a little, but didn't think much about it, but looked angrily at the man. What are you doing? Are you talking to the old man? The other party stretched out his salty hand and was caught red-handed, not to mention his attitude was still so arrogant. Grandpa will talk to whichever grandson bullies my Ruyu. Lin Xiaoshu wasn't a good bully either, and immediately gave a dislike. How dare you say another word to me? That salty pig's hand, young man, face cold, hooked his hand around, suddenly quickly scurried out of a group of bad youths, one by one, all hanging appearance, some dyed yellow hair, some wearing a large gold chain, some wearing torn pants. The image is also very strange. Brother Wei, you lost, you said you'd shoot this beauty's ass, but you missed. The youth with a large gold chain around his neck said. Can't I just shoot it again? The young man known as Brother Wei ignored Lin Xiaoshu's presence and reached out to bully Shinryu again. Snap! Lin Xiaoshu simply slapped, hard on Wei's face, directly bleeding Wei's face, and also knocked out a tooth. Everyone on the scene was shocked. Isn't this Lu Wei? He was actually beaten up? This young man is going to be out of luck. No one dares to mess with Lu Wei in this area. This young man dares to slap Lu Wei's face, he's really a newborn calf. Lu Wei's fox and dog friends were also stunned, and for a while, they didn't even think to fight back. Lin Xiaoshu said, whoever bullies me, Ruyu, I'll take his life. Lu Wei very reluctantly got up from the ground. The store manager who bought the electrical appliances, seeing that both sides were going to fight, rushed over to talk them out of it. Get out! Lu Wei roared angrily, scaring the store manager so much that he didn't even dare to come closer. Kid? Lu Wei stared at Lin Xiaoshu and said, "My name is Lu Wei, remember, this is the person who got you killed. Brothers, fight me." With Lu Wei's order, those few people quickly surrounded them. Shen Ruyu screamed in fear. Lin Xiaoshu's face was icy cold, seeking death. Lin Xiaoshu took a step forward, his figure was like a ghost. Suddenly he bullied his way to Lu Wei's body, a pair of powerful hands, tightly strangling Lu Wei's neck. "Do it again, he'll die." After saying that, he lifted Lu Wei up with one hand and casually threw him out like a piece of trash. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Xiaoshu pulled Shen Ruyu and said, "Ruyu, let's go." "Halt! Stop!" Lu Wei hissed, dying. "Wei, are you okay? He's so strong, we don't have any guys with us, so we won't be late to clean him up when we see him next time." Having just seen Lin Xiaoshu single-handedly lifting Lu Wei by the neck, they were all deeply shaken. "Kid, don't let me touch you, otherwise, you're dead." Lu Wei lay on the ground and coughed violently. Because Shen Ruyu was frightened, Lin Xiaoshu did not continue to bring Shen Ruyu strolling around the city, but rode a three-wheeled motorcycle and returned to Dalong village. Shen Ruyu sat right next to Lin Xiaoshu and said in shock, "Xiaoshu, do you think they will retaliate against us? What are you afraid of? I'll fight one if they come one, and I'll fight a pair if they come two." "Little tree, thank you, if it wasn't for you, Ruyu would definitely have to be bullied." "Ruyu, how do you thank me?" Lin Xiaoshu suddenly asked with a smile. "How do you want Ruyu to thank you?" Shen Ruyu's eyes narrowed into a line. "How about a comforting hug?" Lin Xiaoshu smiled cheekily, "I'm still nervous and need a little comfort." "You're driving, don't." "I'll stop the car then, Ruyu, you watch out." Lin Xiaoshu stepped on the brakes and parked the three-wheeled motorcycle right on the side of the road. Shen Ruyu's pretty face immediately flew red. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu, who was indeed waiting for her hug, and then looking around to see that no one was there, she then snapped, "Seeing as you protected Ruyu, Ruyu will give you a comforting hug." When Shen Ruyu finished speaking, she stretched out her hands and hugged Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu instantly felt like a god. So warm. Swish. A battery car suddenly came around the corner, and seeing Lin Xiaoshu and Shen Ruyu embracing in the car, he couldn't help but call out, "Brothers, pay attention, on the main road, you could at least stop the car to the side and do what you like to do." Puffing. Shen Ruyu was so ashamed that she lost her color and turned her face away, even feeling that she might not have the face to see others anymore. Lin Xiaoshu hooked up the corner of his mouth, "Fart, if you're capable, you can also find a woman to hug on the side of the road." Chapter 18 Li Xiaoxiu's Snakebite. The passerby on the electric bike was speechless with dislike by Lin Xiaoshu's sentence. Being a single dog, he was deeply stabbed inside. So he had to hold his breath and ride away on his electric bike. "Xiaoshu, how can you talk like that?" Shen Ruyu criticized with a red face. "He's also joking on purpose, so it's not too much a stretch for me to joke with him." "Little tree, this is bittersweet." Originally, Lin Xiaoshu's popularity, after the incident of the village head, was smeared by many people, but since he returned the village head's $30,000, plus bought an air conditioner, instantly the villagers' evaluation of Lin Xiaoshu was again a lot more positive. Evening. The master sent by Electric City to install the air conditioner arrived at Lin Xiaoshu's house. In 3 clicks, the air conditioner installation was completed. Blowing the cool breeze sent out by the air conditioner, Shen Ruyu felt, for the first time, that life was so comfortable and happy. "Little tree, isn't it hot in your room over there? Why don't you come sleep in Ruyu's room at night?" Having only bought an air conditioner, naturally it could only blow into one room, so Shen Ruyu was afraid that Lin Xiaoshu would be hot to sleep at night, so she proposed. "Kisaragi? What are you thinking? You moved the bamboo bed to Ruyu's room." Shen Ruyu revealed an angry look. "Fine." Lin Xiaoshu was greatly disappointed. But being able to sleep in the same room as Shen Ruyu, Lin Xiaoshu was still excited to think about it. Early in the morning. Lin Xiaoshu then took the 3 wheels and drove them down the hill. This time, he used baskets for the mushrooms, which prevented them from being crushed and preserved them in their most perfect form. However, one downside to baskets is that they are harder to hold. It must have taken a lot of time to get the mushrooms down the hill on the trike, back and forth. Think about it. Lin Xiaoshu turned his head, went to the village and shouted 2 times, "Anyone willing to help, just do an hour or 2 of labor, and you'll get $100 each." "What? $100 that easy? Me, I'm signing up." Several uncles and aunts quickly raised their hands to sign up, wanting to give Lin Xiaoshu a hand. Lin Xiaoshu happened to call up a few people and asked them to take the baskets outside of Danko Mountain. Lin Xiaoshu went into the mountain by himself and loaded baskets and baskets of mushrooms before going down the mountain with these people, with their "How many pounds did you send?" Du Yue asked. 123 pounds, a little more than the 100 pounds you asked for. But don't worry, I'll control the amount delivered tomorrow. No need, tomorrow you can send 200 pounds of wild mushrooms over. Du Yue laughed. Xiaoshu, the mushrooms you sent over seemed to be much tastier than those from Dr. Wang is the doctor at the village health clinic, and usually people go to him for a cold or something. Right now, Li Xiaoxiu was suffering from snake venom, and there was no one else to turn to, so Dr. Wang was the first person Zhao Chunlan could think of. But Lin Xiaoshu didn't listen to Zhao Chunlan's words. Instead his figure quickly disappeared into the mountains. This mountain, not as dangerous as Danko Mountain. Usually there were some villagers who came to this mountain forest to cut firewood. However, the mountains do have some venomous snakes out there. At one time, there were several people in Dalong village who died from the venom of the five-step snake. Lin Xiaoshu followed the path of the mountain road, all the way upward, and finally, under a large camphor tree, he saw Li Xiaoxiu lying by the side of the tree. Just saw Li Xiaoxiu wearing a short-sleeved shirt with a small white shawl sari over it, looking pure with a few points of small freshness and sweetness. Li Xiaoxiu also noticed Lin Xiaoshu rushing over, helpless as if she had finally found a trace of dependence, and hurriedly said, "Brother Xiaoshu, where were you bitten?" Lin Xiaoshu asked. Li Xiaoxiu had a red face and pointed to her thigh in embarrassment. "When I was going to the toilet, suddenly a snake came out and bit me." Lin Xiaoshu asked, "Do you know what that snake looks like?" "Looks like a dead leaf." Didn't notice anything else. "I'll take a look at the wound." Lin Xiaoshu's tone was one that simply brooked no argument. Li Xiaoxiu's pretty face became even more embarrassed and awkward. She is still a yellow flower girl, and Lin Xiaoshu is not her husband, not even a boyfriend. How can she be ashamed to let Lin Xiaoshu look at that place? "I know medicine, I can treat you, don't you delay." Seeing that Li Xiaoxiu was still hesitant, Lin Xiaoshu simply pressed Li Xiaoxiu down directly and unzipped her jeans. The jeans didn't come off too well though, tossing and turning. "Brother Little Tree, what are you doing?" Li Xiaoxiu was anxious and thought that Lin Xiaoshu was going to do something untoward to her, so she reached out and touched a stone and smashed it at Lin Xiaoshu. Bang! Lin Xiaoshu's neck was smashed and hurt, but he didn't care. Instead, he threw Li Xiaoxiu's pants aside, then lowered his head and sucked towards Li Xiaoxiu's leg, the place where he was bitten by the snake. Ah! Li Xiaoxiu was even more suspicious of Lin Xiaoshu's willfulness, and hit Lin Xiaoshu with another stone, smashing his head a little. However, when Lin Xiaoshu spat out the poisonous blood, Li Xiaoxiu regretted it. "Brother Little Tree, I'm sorry? I thought you?" Lin Xiaoshu shook his head. "The poison you've been hit by is five-step snake poison. The poisoning is already deeper. I have to suck out the snake venom for you and then do something about it." After saying that, Lin Xiaoshu buried his head and sucked away again. Finally, most of the poisonous blood was sucked out. Lin Xiaoshu's smooth hand pulled a few snakeberry stems and leaves, get hands and rub rotten, apply on the affected area, and with the dragon gas as a guide, more stimulate the snakeberry stems and leaves detoxification efficacy. When the dragon chi entered Li Xiaoxiu's body from the affected area of her leg, in an instant, a comfortable, yet indescribable feeling surged through her body. "There!" Lin Xiaoshu got up and helped put Li Xiaoxiu's pants on. "There's no problem now," Lin Xiaoshu said. Li Su was still immersed in that sense of comfort, yet this sudden interruption made her slightly regret it. "Brother Little Tree, thank you." "Ah, Brother Xiaoshu, you're bleeding." Seeing Lin Xiaoshu's neck, a red trail of blood appeared. Li Xiaoxiu was overwhelmed with self-reproach and shame. "Brother Little Tree, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. At that time I thought." Li Xiaoxiu slapped herself so anxiously. "I really am. Little Tree Brother was obviously saving me, but I used a stone to hit you." It's okay, it's even." Lin Xiaoshu touched the place where he was smashed and bleeding, and a dragon chi sealed the wound and stopped the bleeding. Then, recalling what had just happened, he blushed even more. "What even? You saved me and I beat you. How is this even?" Li Xiaoxiu still didn't understand what Lin Xiaoshu meant. Lin Xiaoshu had no choice but to endure her blush and said, "When I helped you suck out the poisonous blood just now, there were some actions that affected you badly, just don't take offense." Speaking of this, with a swish, Li Xiaoxiu was so ashamed that she couldn't find a crack in the ground. "I'll carry you down the hill." "Li Xiaoxiu, why did you come here to pick mushrooms? Are there mushrooms to pick over here?" Lin Xiaoshu asked. "Yes there is." Li Xiao pointed to a basket on the side of the grass. Inside there were some wild mushrooms, although they were not big, but there were quite a lot of them. There could be about 2 or 3 pounds. I'll bring it on for you. Lin Xiaoshu carried Li Xiao while carrying the basket in his hands. I'll carry it. How could Li Xiao have the nerve to let Lin Xiaoshu carry her and help her carry the basket? Okay. Lin Xiaoshu carrying Li Xiao with one hand was indeed not very convenient. Downhill. The hills are unstable. Li Xiao was on Lin Xiaoshu's back, shaking every now and then. Feeling the warmth and softness pressing over from behind, Lin Xiaoshu had an indescribable feeling in her heart, and in turn, her face began to redden again. Brother Little Tree, when you went to the mountains over there, didn't you encounter any poisonous snakes? Li Xiao asked. Over there in the mountains, naturally referring to the swashbuckling mountains. Yes, and there's a python in there that's particularly scary. It opens its mouth and it's bigger than a human head. Ha! Li Xiao was shivering in fear just by listening to it. Brother Xiaoshu, then how come you're not hurt at all? Li Xiao asked. Because you're Little Tree brother, I'm awesome. Lin Xiaoshu half joked. I was heading towards it, yelling roll, and then it really rolled. Really, how does it sound like you're bragging? Li Xiao smiled and giggled, then continued. However, Little Shugo was able to walk out from that place, safely, and is indeed powerful. Look at the village chief. It is rumored that he only took a few dozen steps into that mountain, and when he came down, he was very sick and half dead. In fact, Li Xiao, and even the other villagers, had thought about taking their chances with Lin Xiaoshu and going to Dunko Mountain. However, the village head Zhouye tried the law with his own body and fell seriously ill on the spot. Such a result, but also scared everyone. Do not dare to have the slightest fluke. Down the hill. Hoo. Dr. Wang, the village doctor, drove a 3-wheeled battery car and brought Zhao Chunlan to the bottom of the mountain. However, seeing Li Xiao on Lin Xiaoshu's back, laughing and smiling, village Dr. Wang was a bit surprised. Chunlan, didn't you say that your family, Xiao, was bitten by a venomous snake and was about to die? How does this look like nothing? I don't know, Dr. Wang, hurry up and give our family Xiao a look. Good. Village Dr. Wang hurriedly carried his medicine box forward. Xiao, I'll show you what kind of snake venom you've been hit by. Li Xiao shook her head. No need, Dr. Wang, Brother Xiaoshu has already taken care of my snake venom. Village Dr. Wang looked at Lin Xiaoshu in shock. Xiaoshu, you know medicine? Chapter 20 Deep Hidden. Yes, of course I will. Brother Xiaoshu's medical skills are brilliant. Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to reply, Li Xiao marveled at Lin Xiaoshu's medical skills. She could clearly know that it was Lin Xiaoshu who pulled her back from the ghost gate. Village Dr. Wang didn't quite believe it, but when he saw Li Xiao in good spirits, he believed it 7 or 8%. Dr. Wang, I'm sorry for making you come all the way here for nothing. Zhao Chunlan thought to herself that if she had known Lin Xiaoshu would be able to heal, she wouldn't have had to travel so far to hire Dr. Wang. It's okay, it's good that people are okay. Just, the snake that bit you, what kind of poisonous snake is it? Village Dr. Wang asked Li Xiao. Brother Little Tree says it's a 5-step snake. 5-step snake? Village Dr. Wang revealed an incredulous expression, then very firmly said, no way, this is impossible. Without the serum of the 5-paste snake, there is no way for an ordinary person to cure the snake venom of the 5-paste snake. Village Dr. Wang shook his head and said, you guys must have misjudged it. It should be some small snakes that don't have any toxins. It won't? As she spoke, Li Xiao seemed to see that kind of snake that resembled a withered leaf again and said, that's it? That's the kind of snake that bit me. Where? Village Dr. Wang hurriedly followed the direction Li Xiao, trembling hand pointed to, and found that it was indeed a huge 5-step snake, the size of which was quite a bit larger than the average 5-step snake. Village Dr. Wang's face turned slightly white as a feeling of disbelief surged through his mind. This is a 5-step snake, and it's so big and even more poisonous. If I get a little bit of it, I'm probably going to be accounted for. Little Tree, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, you're really deep. While praising Lin Xiaoshu, he couldn't help but, in his heart, also rose a touch of examination, so he frowned and said, Xiaoshu, in fact, I also have some minor illnesses, I can't do anything about it myself, I don't know if you, Xiaoshu, have any methods. Saying that, he stretched out his left leg and pointed to the location of his leg belly. I usually sit in the clinic, and my left foot always cramps up from time to time, sometimes just a little bit, and other times it's just a little bit painful, so I don't know what's causing it. As soon as Lin Xiaoshu heard it, he knew what was wrong with Village Dr. Wang. Nodding, he said. Village Dr. Wang rolled his eyes. When it gets serious, you'll suffer. Oh. But, little trees, after you gave me a kick, I feel like I'm all relaxed now. Village Dr. Wang said, from today onwards, little trees, you're our Dalong village, the most powerful village doctor. Zhao Chunlan, who saw the scene, also had a whole new understanding of Lin Xiaoshu. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoshu took Li Xiaoxiu home. Li Xiaoxiu rode in Lin Xiaoshu's car, while Zhao Chunlan sat in village Dr. Wang's car. The two people squeezed around in the narrow driver's seat, not to mention Li Xiaoxiu blushed. It was Lin Xiaoshu, who was also shaken and a little drunk. Here it is. Lin Xiaoshu was a bit sorry for why this section of the road was so close and so fast. Brother Xiaoshu, thank you for today, why don't you eat at our house at noon? Li Xiaoxiu said. No, I'm Ruyu waiting for me at home. Xiaoshu, you must eat at our house today, otherwise you're looking down on auntie. Zhao Chunlan also invited very dryly. Seeing that he couldn't shrug it off, Lin Xiaoshu had no choice but to agree. At this point, Li Susu's dad, Li Guokdong, is back. Lin Xiaoshu, why are you in my house? Little brat, are you tired of living? Didn't I tell you to stay away from our family Xiaoxiu? However, before Li Guodong could finish venting his thunderous anger, he saw Zhao Chunlan rushing out of the kitchen and said, my mother let Xiaoshu eat Chinese food at home, do you have a problem with that? If it weren't for little tree today, Xiaoxiu would have been poisoned by a 5-step snake, and there'd still be you here to get mad. What? Li had trouble accepting it for a while. Dad, that's it, thanks to brother little tree today. Li Xiaoxiu said with a beaming smile, it's brother Xiaoshu, who helped me detoxify the snake venom of the 5-step snake. You've got this in you, you stinking brat? Li Guodong's face shifted and finally said, Xiaoshu, in this matter, uncle thanks you. But then, if you want to marry our family Xiaoxiu, I advise you to dismiss this idea. Unless? Li knocked twice on the table and said, you can buy a house in the city, and then buy a car that is no less than Lin Hu's Honda. In this way, I can give my daughter, with confidence, to you. Father, what are you saying? Li Xiaoxiu originally had her pretty face already returned to normal, but at this moment, her pretty face had still turned red. Isn't father afraid that this guy, Xiaoshu, will have other thoughts about you? Li Guodong said. Dinner. Zhao Chunlan's spatula slammed on the table and looked at Li Guodong angrily, which made Li shut up. Dishes on the table. Lin Xiaoshu is full. Zhao Chunlan begged, Xiaoshu, the mushrooms that auntie and Xiaoxiu picked today, can you help take them out and sell them? Looking at the mushrooms that Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiaoxiu picked, Lin Xiaoshu smiled and nodded, it's okay, it's just that your mushrooms aren't very big, and the price isn't expected to be that good. It's okay, I'd be happy to have $100 or so, auntie. Good. Lin Xiaoshu agreed. In a short time, after eating, he took a basket of mushrooms and drove his tricycle home. And looking at Lin Xiaoshu's back as he left, in Li Xiaoxiu's eyes, the adoring eyes of a love-struck man appeared. Xiaoxiu. Li coughed and called out. Li Xiaoxiu flew red and went to her room. Lin Xiaoshu arrives home. Kisama? Ruyu? Lin Xiaoshu found Shen Ruyu squatting on the ground, her back facing him, her hands rubbing something. Chapter 21, Lin Xiaoshu fainted. Lin Xiaoshu, from behind, gently tapped Shen Ruyu's shoulder, and in the meantime, looked at what Shen Ruyu was actually doing. Shen Ruyu was startled, her pretty face a little embarrassed and flushed, as if she had been a thief. Ruyu, what are you doing? Shen Ruyu held back the heat on her face and said, I picked up a ground cage by the river and brought it back. This ground cage, sewed up a bit, can still be used. If I put it in the river, I might be able to catch some lobsters and eels. Lin Xiaoshu frowned, this is Zhou Shuaida's family's ground cage, right? This guy is petty as hell. If he knew that Ruyu, you took his stuff and used it for waste, he would definitely be anxious with you. Shen Ruyu was actually worried about this. But looking at the floor cage, it was broken a bit, and then it was thrown away, which was oddly unfortunate, so that's why she brought it back. It shouldn't matter, right? This was thrown by Zhou Shuaida, it's what he doesn't want, and he still won't allow others to pick it up? Shen Ruyu argued. It wasn't that she particularly wanted the ground cage, but today she had heard that someone had gotten several eels in the village's small gully. This eel stuff is a great tonic, especially for young men. So, Shen Ruyu secretly, this other people do not want the ground cage to take back, ready to put the river ditch to try their luck. Ruyu, we don't want this stuff, if you want lobster and eel, I'll just take you to get them. Lin Xiaoshu said, then lifted the floor cage that Shen Ruyu was scrubbing, and threw it into the firewood room. Little tree. Shen Ruyu bristled, not too happy about it. Ryu, you also know what kind of person Joe Shueida is, moreover, Joe Shueida is also Joyed's own younger brother, it's better for us not to find trouble over nothing. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's advice, Shen Ryu finally gave up and had to lower her head. Alright. Ryu just heard that eel is a great tonic. Haven't you always been weak? It's very appropriate to eat this, so Ryu thought of filling a cage with it. Ryu cares about me so much. Lin Xiaoshu's heart warmed up, and by the way, he said confidently, Ryu, I can catch eels without a ground cage. Liar, you think eels are so easy to catch? Shen Ryu revealed a look of disbelief. What's the point of lying to you? Lin Xiaoshu held his head high, I caught 3 and 5 back today to make soup for Ryu. Then why don't you grab it for Ryu to see, otherwise, you're just lying to Ryu. Shen Ryu made an angry look that was not only beautiful, but also very playful and moving. Such a beautiful and happy Ryu is still very rare these days. Watch me. Lin Xiaoshu pulled Shen Ryu, carrying a red plastic bucket in one hand, and rushed towards the creek. Xiaoshu, let go, don't pull Ryu, it's not good for others to see. Shen Ryu broke away from Lin Xiaoshu's tightly grasping hand, while her heart was like a rattledrum. If this was seen, wouldn't people think it was a couple flirting? By the creek gully. This is an unowned small river gorge, many villagers in the village like to touch the fish here, fishing lobster. How do you catch eels in broad daylight? Shen Ryu asked. Lin Xiaoshu said, eels like to drill holes, so if you see a larger hole in the ditch, you can reach out and try it. Shen Ryu's pretty face was inexplicably red again, but she didn't say anything. Ryu, come on, come and look, there's a hole here the thickness of a child's wrist, I reckon, there should be something inside. Shen Ryu rushed over to look and found that there really was a hole. While she was a little excited in her heart, she couldn't help but start worrying inside again. Little tree, do you think this could be a water snake cave? In case there are water snakes inside and you pulled them out? Shen Ryu was jolted. It was too horrible for her to even think about such a thing. I'm not afraid, if I get a water snake, I'll just make snake soup. On the mouth, but in the heart Lin Xiaoshu was thinking, I now have a dragon's breath, that water snake is to borrow his 10 guts, but also do not dare to bite me a bite. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly as Lin Xiaoshu crept down and reached towards the hole inside the gutter. The hole seems deep. Lin Xiaoshu had half of his arm in, and surprisingly, he hadn't seen the bottom yet. I feel movement inside. Lin Xiaoshu's 5 senses were much stronger than normal, so he sensed that there was movement, so there must be something inside. Using a slight amount of force, Lin Xiaoshu fished deeper. What? Shen Ryu asked nervously and expectantly. There. Lin Xiaoshu grabbed something slippery, and then retracted his hand from the hole, followed by an eel as thick as a child's wrist. Shen Ryu's eyes widened in disbelief. It's really an eel. It's too divine, little tree. Shen Ryu said, this eel can be fried for a plate. Ryu, let's try again? Aha! With the previous encouragement, Shen Ryu's confidence soared, and she began to not worry so much about the existence of water snakes in the cave. There's a hole here, kind of big, like a lobster hole, watch me poke him out. Lin Xiaoshu took a small wooden stick and put it into the hole, and soon, a large pincer held the small wooden stick. Come out you! Lin Xiaoshu carefully took the small wooden stick out, but saw that the crayfish was very stubborn and froze, not loosening its pincers. There are still such stupid crayfish in the world. Lin Xiaoshu looked at the old lobster with a red shell all over his body and was in a good mood. There should be more inside, watch me reunite your family. Lin Xiaoshu put his hand into the hole and indeed grabbed out 3 lobsters. Next. Following the method just now, Lin Xiaoshu spent an hour and caught 3 eels and more than 10 crayfish. Shen Ryu couldn't stop smiling. Little tree, you're awesome. But we've caught so many, so let's go back. Shen Ryu wanted to call it a day. Okay, when I try this hole, if not, we'll go back. Lin Xiaoshu found another very hidden hole, and he instinctively felt that there should be something inside. Good. Seeing that Lin Xiaoshu was still so confident, Shen Ryu let Lin Xiaoshu try. Lin Xiaoshu put his hand inside the hole. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Xiaoshu's face changed drastically, and he also yelled out in pain. What is it, little tree? Shen Ryu asked in shock. However, he saw that Lin Xiaoshu grabbed a water snake out of it, roughly 50 centimeters long and as thick as a big toe. Swish! Lin Xiaoshu threw himself hard and threw the water snake far away. Then, in the next second, Lin Xiaoshu, herself, was falling straight down. Little Shu, what's wrong with you? When Shinryu saw Lin Xiaoshu fainted to death, her heart was in a hurry. What to do with this? Seeing Lin Xiaoshu fainted, Shinryu suddenly thought of a way: artificial respiration. Chapter 22, Artificial Respiration. Shinryu panicked and used her hand to press on Lin Xiaoshu's chest. But, in this way, it doesn't look half as effective. Upon further careful consideration, Shinryu directly went out of her way. Holding Lin Xiaoshu's head, she took a deep breath, then lowered her head, closed her eyes, and deeply crossed her breath. Lin Xiaoshu instantly opened his eyes. He said that he was originally teasing Shinryu, but Ryu seemed to really take it seriously and used this method to save him. However, Lin Xiaoshu did not push Shinryu away. Because he kind of reveled in it. Warm and soft with a hint of sweetness. Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but put his hands, holding Shinryu's light waist. However, Shinryu immediately sensed Lin Xiaoshu's movements and swiftly blushed to no end. The two men looked at each other, wide-eyed. Xiaoshu, Ryu doing this is not what you think. Ryu is trying to give you artificial respiration. Shinryu hurriedly got up and wiped her mouth with her sleeve before explaining anxiously. Ah, that's what it means, I thought, Ryu. It really isn't, don't misunderstand. After Shinryu finished explaining with a red face, she was busy asking, Xiaoshu, are you alright? Were you bitten by a water snake? It seems not. That's good. Shinryu breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Lin Xiaoshu up. Xiaoshu, let's go back. We won't come to get eels anymore, it's so dangerous. Lin Xiaoshu was stunned in his heart. The simple Ryu, surprisingly, did not realize that all of this was him pretending? Or do you already know, but purposely do not open up? With all sorts of thoughts in his mind, filling his heart, Lin Xiaoshu carried the harvest he had just filled and followed Shinryu home. Stop! Suddenly, someone behind him, in a grim voice, called out. Shinryu was so scared that she hurriedly let go of Lin Xiaoshu's hand and turned around, only to realize that this person who spoke was actually Zhou Shueida. Originally, Shinryu was in a very tense mood because she was caught holding hands with. LOL. Shinryu had a feeling that this matter would not be good. Zhou Shueida is Zhou Yud's younger brother, and his position in the village is also very high. Many people dare not offend these two brothers. If Zhou Shueida really shouted, she really might be justified. What should I do? After a fierce battle in her mind, Shinryu chose to give up. It is impossible to have a good ending by going hard with Zhou Shueida. This is the experience of many people who have come over. Based on the principle that it was better to do more than less, Shinryu loosened her hand. Zhou Shueida was overjoyed in his heart. Wait, did I allow you to take it away? Lin Xiaoshu walked forward and directly grabbed the red bucket with a big hand in Zhou Shueida's dumbfounded eyes. Zhou Shueida, don't forget that your brother is still lying in the hospital. If you don't want to end up with your brother, one way or the other, I advise you to mess with me less. Not only did Lin Xiaoshu snatch the item back, the tone in which she spoke was also extremely contemptuous. Lin Xiaoshu, you think you can do whatever you want in the village? Let me tell you, Dalong Village is our Zhou family's world. Zhou Shueida shouted. I'm sorry, but right now in Dalong Village, no one can control me. I can just do whatever I want. What can you do to me? Lin Xiaoshu reached out and then lifted Zhou Shueida up. Noticing that his body was hanging in the air, Zhou Shueida screamed in fear, let go of me, let go of me. Zhou Shueida, it's fine if you want me to let go of you, but you'll mess with old me less in the future, or else? Lin Xiaoshu slapped over, sending Zhou Shueida to the ground. This is what happens. Zhou Shueida fell to the ground and showed his teeth, against the world, against the sky all. Xiaoshu. Shinryu felt like this really wasn't working. Ryu, with this kind of person, you shouldn't reason with him, because fists are hard. Lin Xiaoshu rushed at Zhou Shueida who was lying on the ground and grunted coldly, Zhou Shueida, next time, put your eyes on the bright spot and don't offend someone you can't afford to offend. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshu pulled Shinryu home. Shinryu was actually oblivious to the fact that her hand was being pulled by Lin Xiaoshu. Someone I can't afford to offend? You? I'll be damned, you deserve it too. Zhou Shueida was so furious that he couldn't even catch his breath and coughed violently a few times. This Lin Xiaoshu is getting more and more licentious, we must fix him properly. Lin Xiaoshu and Shinryu returned home. Ryu, get eels and spicy crawfish for dinner tonight. Good. But, little tree, did you say Zhou Shueida? Ryu, don't say spoiler words. So what if we offend him? If we don't offend him, we're still being bullied by him? Lin Xiaoshu could see that only when he was strong could he be truly feared by others. Tolerance is never a solution. Here come the eels. Spicy crawfish is ready, Xiaoshu, taste the flavor. In the evening, Shenruyu made these two dishes. Little tree, you need to eat more eel, it's a great tonic. Really? Lin Xiaoshu touched his nose. Ryu, then do you know where eating eel is most complimentary? Shenruyu was instead asked by Lin Xiaoshu and frowned slightly. Where is the most complimentary? Chapter 23, The Night of the Storm. Nourish the kidneys. Lin Xiaoshu stifled his head and silently uttered these two words. Lin Xiaoshu, if you keep teasing Ryu, Ryu will get angry. Shenruyu had a red face, angry and feeling strangely shy. It's not nonsense, really. Why do you think people keep saying eels are good for you? Probably also able to sense that Lin Xiaoshu had indeed not spoken nonsense, Shenruyu's scarlet cheeks then began to burn. Hurry up and eat. Rumble. However, just as Lin Xiaoshu was in the middle of his meal, lightning struck the sky. Wow! Purple electricity erupted with an intense light, illuminating the night sky, a hint of coolness, invading the muscles and bones. Shenryu was most afraid of thunder and lightning and couldn't help but shiver a few times. Lin Xiaoshu said, look at the weather forecast, what's the weather today? Sunny today, thunderstorms tomorrow. Shenryu said. It's not allowed, how come it's early? This time the rain seemed to be different from previous years. It's too windy. The shingles on the roof, they all started to rattle. Ryu, I'm leaking rain here. Lin Xiaoshu felt the coolness coming from his body and he sat up in a hurry. Little tree, the house seems to be leaking in so many places, look. By the light of the candle, Lin Xiaoshu really saw that rain was leaking from so many places in the house, dripping. It was almost as if it was raining heavily outside and drizzling inside. Lin Xiaoshu originally wanted to use a basin to catch this leaking rainwater, but once he saw that there were so many leaks, he directly dismissed the idea. Little tree, why don't you come sleep here at Ryu's place, there's no rain leakage here. Shenryu said directly without much thinking. Not that she didn't mind, but with the way the rain was falling, she really didn't have to. Shenryu was not such a pedantic person. Aha! Lin Xiaoshu crawled into Shenryu's comforter with a nervous heart. Smells good. Although the environment at home was all bad, Shenryu's comforter was really fragrant. Shenryu said, don't think nonsense, sleep at ease. Lin Xiaoshu smothered his head in the comforter to hide his inner embarrassment. Ryoko. Boom. A thunderbolt, which seemed to strike a large camphor tree behind the house, clicked, supposedly breaking a branch of the camphor tree. Such a big thunder and lightning woke Shen Yuxiang up from her sleep and at the same time scared her straight. She reflexively hugged Lin Xiaoshu. Ryu, are you okay? It's fine. Shenryu was quite a bit embarrassed. Xiaoshu, it wouldn't be Ryu who woke you up, right? No, I've been awake the whole time and haven't slept since. Why? Are you afraid of thunder too? Shenryu remembers Lin Xiaoshu, a person who can sleep very well, and also sleeps to death, often sleeps so much that they don't even know when it's thundering outside. However, tonight, Lin Xiaoshu actually said that she hadn't slept. In response to Shenryu's speculation, Lin Xiaoshu shook his head, no. What's that for? Not used to sleeping here? Shenryu idly continued to ask. Lin Xiaoshu coughed lightly and said with a red face, actually, it's just, too much eel? Propped up hard? Shenryu felt that it wasn't right because Lin Xiaoshu had always had a good appetite and hadn't eaten much today. Neither. Lin Xiaoshu simply said bluntly, because the kidney tonic is too strong. Pust. Shenryu simply wanted a mouthful of tender blood to soar out. Even if her brain was slow, she instantly understood what Lin Xiaoshu meant. Get out of here, if you do that again, Ryu will kick you under the bed. Just being honest. Lin Xiaoshu secretly replied in his mind, but on the surface, he didn't say anything more. The second half of the night. Probably too sleepy, Lin Xiaoshu finally fell into a deep sleep. Around 4 in the morning. Outside the clouds closed in and the rain did not continue to thunder. Presumably the lights had been left on and off, so when the call came in, the lights suddenly brushed on. Shenryu was awakened by the light. Caller? Shenryu was just about to get up, but she found herself lying on Lin Xiaoshu's body like an octopus. In an instant, Shenryu's unspeakable embarrassment surfaced completely on her face. She's nervous. She moved herself carefully, afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would wake Lin Xiaoshu up. If Lin Xiaoshu knew about this, where would she, as Ryu, put her face? Well, after some careful maneuvering, finally, Shenryu got up from Lin Xiaoshu. But that's when Lin Xiaoshu rolled over and pressed Shenryu's hand. Shenryu's heart thumped, practically exploding. Hoo. Making sure Lin Xiaoshu was asleep, Shenryu turned off the light and continued to lie down to sleep. It was not until 7 o'clock in the morning that Lin Xiaoshu woke up from his sleep. Open your eyes. He felt a little heavy, on his own? Kisaragi? Lin Xiaoshu saw Shenryu, picking at him like an octopus, and suddenly he was nervous inside. No, I can't let Ryu know I'm awake. It's a picture that can't be justified. But coincidentally, as if Shenryu was telepathic, she also opened her eyes and met Lin Xiaoshu's eyes. Ah! Shenryu shrieked and pushed Lin Xiaoshu away. Chapter 24, Meeting the Tai Sui. Xiaoshu, how could you? Shenryu blurted out. But in the next second, she knew that the probability was that this matter didn't have much to do with Lin Xiaoshu, and the one who did, was instead herself. Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to explain, Shenryu said, "No need to explain, this matter is not allowed to be told." Lin Xiaoshu was so depressed inside that he almost suffocated his internal injuries. Get up! Glancing at Shenryu's exquisite body, but not daring to look at it more, Lin Xiaoshu then snorted and said that he was going up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Putting on his raincoat to avoid getting wet from the rain of the mountains, he called a few more people, at the entrance of the village, to go up the mountain to help carry the goods. A few people were happy. After all, Lin Xiaoshu's generosity had already spread on a small scale in the village. Lin Xiaoshu took the basket into the mountain. To his great surprise, after a night of heavy rain, the mushrooms of the mountain forest again grew a lot. It is estimated that in a few days, these mushrooms can grow plump and sweet, and become a delicacy on the dinner table that people rush to eat. I haven't finished picking the last crop, and this one is growing again, this Danko mountain, what a treasure! Lin Xiaoshu searched for fat mushrooms along the way, and it didn't take long to fill up 7 or 8 baskets with mushrooms. Downhill. Ouch! Lin Xiaoshu's feet slipped and his body flopped out, but fortunately his balance was superb, so he didn't fall on his ass, he just staggered a few times. It rained heavily last night, so I just focused on the mushrooms growing but didn't notice that the mountain path was also a lot more slippery than usual. Lin Xiaoshu reflected on his own carelessness. Wait! He was about to pick back the mushrooms that had fallen out of the basket, when suddenly, Lin Xiaoshu, in the pile of dead leaves, suddenly found a white mass that looked like a mushroom, but was much larger than an ordinary mushroom. It's Tao. The so-called Taiyu is the fleshlingji, the legendary Qin Shi Huang wanted Su Fu to search for the thing, is this thing, said to eat can prolong life, and even immortality. In addition, the value of Tai Sui in the market is also very high. If the size is relatively large, it can be sold to hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even millions of high price. After recognizing the Taiyu, Lin Xiaoshu carefully plowed through the earth and dug this Taiyu out of the soil. He estimated that the taiyaki could weigh 13 pounds. Taking a picture of the Taiyu, Lin Xiaoshu put the picture up on the internet to see if anyone would be willing to bid and buy this Taiyu. He then took baskets and baskets of mushrooms and sent them out to the mountains, so that these villagers he had hired could put them all on their 3-wheeled motorcycles. Lin Xiaoshu himself, on the other hand, turned around and went to the mountains to carry Taiyu back. When the villagers saw Lin Xiaoshu holding a huge mushroom in his hand, they couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoshu, what is this thing in your hand? It's kind of like a mushroom, but can such a big mushroom be eaten?" "This stuff is medicine," Lin Xiaoshu explained. "It's a medicinal herb, that's probably going to fetch quite a bit of money. The herbs in the mountains are all very expensive, especially the big ones, such as the small Li Xiaowu, which is not worth much at all, but those 1,000-year-old Li Xiaowu, which has a market without a price. Oftentimes, you can tell by the size of an herb whether it is worth something or not." The villagers were envious at once, saying that Lin Xiaoshu was so capable of making money, and as a result, he was still able to come across such a good thing. He was really favored by God. Lin Xiaoshu paid the villagers for their work, then rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle and went to China Kaiwei Hotel. Hotel kitchen. Chef Lali casually asked, "Boss Lin, last night's heavy rainstorm, the wild mushrooms in your mountains, were they damaged by the rain?" Lin Xiaoshu knew that Lali only inquired about the possibility of normal supply. With that, he laughed, "Not only is it not broken, but there are so many new mushrooms growing that I can't even finish picking them." "Like this?" In his heart, he couldn't help but be surprised and marveled that old Li, who was a hotel chef, was actually envious of Lin Xiaoshu at this time. The so-called leaning on the mountain to eat the mountain, and Lin Xiaoshu was taking this saying and giving it full play. Lin Xiaoshu sells mushrooms to the hotel and makes more money than he, the chef, working hard for the hotel. Boss Lin, are you the only one picking wild mushrooms for sale there? Old Li asked again. Not really, other smaller mushrooms, the villagers pick them too, but where I pick mushrooms, it's Swinging Mountain. Danko Mountain is known far and wide, with the nickname of Yinshan. It is even more scandalous to many people in the neighborhood. This place, notorious for having a lot of chirography, is an off-limits existence. And Lin Xiaoshu, how could he get mushrooms there? Old Li gave a thumbs up toward Lin Xiaoshu, serves you right for making money. Old Li also do not envy, after all, into that place to pick mushrooms, that is with the life to exchange. Weighed in at 208 pounds for a total of $41,600. Aha! On this trip, at Du Yue's request, he brought 200 pounds of wild mushrooms and doubled the amount of money he earned. 40,000 a day. In just 25 days, I'll make $1 million. 1 million, enough in Fonlin City, to buy a set of 70 or 80 square meters of commercial housing, if it is self-built, in the countryside can definitely do up a set of enviable villas. This time, Lin Xiaoshu was still prepared to take the money and leave. Not good. The hotel attendant, looking flustered, came down to the security guard below. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoshu saw the security guard hurrying towards the upstairs box. What happened? Seeing that the waiter looked so hurried and was looking for the security guards, Lin Xiaoshu figured that there was some kind of a hard case that was looking for a fight at the Changga Kaiwei Hotel. After thinking about it, Lin Xiaoshu quietly followed. Mr. Du, there are flies in your hotel's food, tell me what to do. A young man in a suit, with his head held up in a domineering manner, said. Young Lu, how about this, I'll give you a free bill for this meal of yours, how about it? Du Yue held back and made this decision. Free? Lu Wei shook his head with a cold smile. Do you think I lack money? I'm not short of money, a waiver is not necessary. If you want to settle this matter, Mr. Du, you have to show some sincerity. I don't know, young Lu, what kind of sincerity do you want? Du Yue instinctively felt bad, but as the general manager of the hotel, not being surprised by changes was a necessary trait for a manager. Very simple. Lu Wei looked over Du Yue's body, and then he was more and more attracted by Du Yue's uniform outfit. The perfect woman. Lu Wei couldn't help but sigh. Then, he continued, Mr. Du, if you just kiss me, I'll pretend I didn't see this fly, and everyone should eat and drink. Of course, if you are willing to accompany me for one night, then from now on, Changda Kaiwei Hotel, I, Lu Wei, will cover it. Impossible. Du Yue's face was ice cold. Xiao Lu, you'd better change your conditions. Lu Wei shook his head. There's no exchange, either this, or, your hotel, wait for it to close down. You should know who I am. Du Yue's face kept changing? This hotel, which is also considered to be her heart and soul of many years of operation, but she wants her to accompany Lu Wei, she feels disgusted. Still can't make a decision? Lu Wei said, toast to the wind. Lu Wei got up and slapped towards Du Yue. Chapter 25 Going to Du Yue's house. Lin Xiaoshu was too far away from where Du Yue was standing, and it was already too late for him to rush over. With a loud snap, Du Yue was slapped to the ground. What had been a white face now turned a rising red. Lin Xiaoshu suppressed the anger in his heart and walked over quickly with low footsteps, but he was stopped by the brothers under Lu Wei. Scram! Lin Xiaoshu said icily. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Wei turned his head and saw a familiar figure. A moment of panic flashed within him, but he quickly maintained his composure. At this point, everyone's gazes fell on Lin Xiaoshu's body. There is no doubt that on this occasion when no one dares to touch Lu Wei, someone suddenly shouting "Get lost" is undoubtedly a thunderclap on the ground. You are? Holy, you son of a, how dare you show up? The people around Lu Wei also immediately recognized Lin Xiaoshu. It had to be said that the last time Lin Xiaoshu was at the entrance of the electrical appliance city, the scene of violently beating up Lu Wei really impressed them too much, and it was hard to forget it. A few tall youths walked towards Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu didn't bother to gab with this group of people, reached out and grabbed one of Lu Wei's men and threw it towards the group of people walking towards him. Bang! The power of the human stone is not great, but it is absolutely shocking and gives the impression that you are not afraid of getting someone killed at all. Lu Wei was once again vain. He values his life. Then he felt that Lin Xiaoshu didn't seem to care about life and death. A person who is afraid of death, and a person who is not afraid of death collide together, the result can be imagined. Lu Wei's face changed drastically. Stop him, does your hotel not want to open? If I get hurt in your hotel, your hotel will be completely finished. But the people at the Changga Kaiwei Hotel did not respond to his words. The people in the other hotel were holding their breath, thinking that Lin Xiaoshu had fought well, so how could they help Lu Wei? As for the group of people under Lu Wei, they were blindsided by Lin Xiaoshu last time, and this time, when they just came up, they were hit by Lin Xiaoshu, so they were even more scared at this moment. Lin Xiaoshu didn't say much, stop them. This was directed at the people in the Changga Kaiwei Hotel. Somehow, Lin Xiaoshu's words gave the people in the hotel great encouragement. How dare you? Lu Wei's men said. But as soon as the words left their mouths, they were surrounded by people. Lin Xiaoshu didn't rush to teach Lu Wei a lesson, instead, he squatted down, held Du Yue's shoulders, and pulled Du Yue up from the ground. Sister Yue, are you okay? Me? Am fine. Du Yue said. Lin Xiaoshu nodded his head before he dropped his gaze on Lu Wei and frowned. I beat you up last time, but you don't seem to have learned your lesson. Xiaoshu, don't mess around, Lu Wei is the only son of Lu Guangyao, the giant of Fenglin. Our hotel, we can't afford to mess with Lu Guangyao at all. Du Yue pulled Lin Xiaoshu back. Hear that, rabbit cub, now you know what I am? Lu Wei saw that Du Yue was so scornful of himself, the bottom of his heart also gradually raised up. Lu Guangyao? Lin Xiaoshu shook his head indifferently, don't recognize, never heard of it. You hillbilly? Ah, what are you doing? Knowing that it is not good to beat up people in the Du Yue Hotel, Lin Xiaoshu raised Lu Wei from the box and kept mentioning it outside the door of the Changga Kaiwei Hotel. Lu Wei eyed Lin Xiaoshu, who really was not afraid of the sky and the earth, so he said, Brother Lin, I was wrong, if you let me go, I cannot pursue today's matter, and I can still be your brother. The words brought envy to the onlookers. Being Lu Wei's brother, that would definitely allow him to walk sideways in Fenglin City. No need. Lin Xiaoshu lifted Lu Wei to the wall, followed by someone's mournful screams. When Lin Xiaoshu, once again, appeared at the entrance of the Changga Kaiwei Hotel, he was already lightly clapping his hands. My name is Lin Xiaoshu, if you guys want to retaliate or something, you can totally come to me. After saying that, he smiled and waved his hand towards Lu Wei's men. Wait. Du Yue walked out. Noticing that Du Yue's face had red marks and was already showing signs of turning blue, Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly said, Sister Yue, I'm afraid your face needs to be healed, or else, it might leave scars. Du Yue smiled, I didn't expect that you would still be in the mood to care about me at. Little tree, just use moisturizer and that's it? Du Yue wondered. No problem, this moisturizer seems to be good, surprisingly, it also has the effect of removing spots and scars. While Lin Xiaoshu put the moisturizing cream on Du Yue's face, he used his dragon chi to catalyze the medicinal effect of the moisturizing cream as quickly as possible. However, because it was really too close, by Du Yue's body, tightly leaning against it, Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but feel a little itchy inside, as if a cat was scratching. Du Yue was no better. The dragon's chi traveled around her face, cool and crisp, and an unspeakable feeling arose in Du Yue's heart. Just as Du Yue was rambling, Lin Xiaoshu said, Alright. So soon? Even if he knew that Lin Xiaoshu was a divine doctor, but such a fast speed was unbelievable to Du Yue. Du Yue hurriedly went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Realizing that on her face, there really wasn't a single scar left, and her skin was still as delicate as before, she was overjoyed and ecstatic. Stinkily caressing her face, Du Yue took another close look at the mirror. But suddenly, she noticed that in the mirror, Lin Xiaoshu's smiling face appeared. It seemed that Lin Xiaoshu had been watching her in the bathroom, stinking for a long time. Heart cannot help but bashful panic. Du Yue in a hurry, straightened up the pretty figure, softly said, Sister Beautiful? Chapter 26, Why are you so good to your sister? Lin Xiaoshu gave a dark cry of goblin. Du Yue turned around and softly uttered those words, it was simply 1,000 times more charming, the charm of a woman, it seemed to be played out in an instant. Only Du Yue was wearing her work uniform, with a white shirt on top and a hip-hugging skirt underneath, which could not yet cover her knees. A pair of crystal high heels on her feet set off her slender legs, which looked like two round and straight pencils, yet were white and flawless. Gollum! Lin Xiaoshu said in his heart, Du Yue's appearance and figure definitely fit a man's imagination of the perfect woman in his mind. If, in the future, there was a man with good luck who could marry a woman like Du Yue, that man, for sure, would die of happiness. Gee, I really don't know in the future, which is going to be cheaper. Realizing that Lin Xiaoshu didn't reply, Du Yue was not ready to let him off the hook and gave a reminding Lin Xiaoshu to answer his previous question. Lin Xiaoshu said, "Of course you're beautiful, if a man marries you, he's afraid he won't live for 10 years. For what?" Du Yue was a bit unconvinced and not too satisfied. Lin Xiaoshu glanced at Du Yue with a smile and didn't answer the question, because it was a question that really didn't need to be answered. Next. Du Yue reacted violently, clenched her small fist and gently hit Lin Xiaoshu's arm. "Xiaoshu, learning bad ah." Lin Xiaoshu snorted and didn't respond much, only saying, "Sister Yue, if there's nothing else, I'll leave." Wait. Du Yue called Lin Xiaoshu to her home for two purposes, one of which was to get Lin Xiaoshu to help heal herself, and the other purpose was to remind Lin Xiaoshu. "Little tree, you have offended Lu Wei and need to be careful of her retaliation," she said. "Lu Wei's revenge is definitely not ordinary." Got it. Lin Xiaoshu turned his back to Du Yue and waved his hand, not taking Du Yue's reminder to heart. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu like this, inside Du Yue, she couldn't help but give birth to a full of emotion. She felt that Lin Xiaoshu was really not afraid of offending the world for her sake. Little tree. Why are you so nice to sis? Is it because you like sis? If you really like sis maybe? When Du Yue said this, she had already started to silently undo a button on her collar. Jingle bells. Without waiting for Du Yue to finish what she wanted to say, Lin Xiaoshu's flowery cell phone, however, rang at an inopportune time. Hello? Lin Xiaoshu pulled out his cell phone to answer the call and didn't notice Du Yue's movements. Du Yue hummed shyly and silently put her buttons back on. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" the other party asked. "That's right, my surname is Lin." Lin Xiaoshu frowned and added, "If it's a sales pitch, then there's no need to waste your effort because I'm so poor that I don't even have pants to wear." Puffing. Du Yue rolled her eyes and said that you shouted a poor ass, make a few tens of thousands of dollars a day, the whole Fenglin city, then you will make money, there are not many. No, I'm not doing a sales pitch. I did see the picture you posted online of the Teiyukai and wanted to ask, do you have any interest in meeting up to talk more about it? If you're in Fenglin city, then you can meet up. If you're somewhere else, it's too far and I can't make it there. Lin Xiaoshu said truthfully. I'm at Feng Lam's, let's make a date. Yes. Agreeing on a time and place, Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly said, Sister Yue, this time I really have something urgent to go, we'll talk next time. Lin Xiaoshu rushed out the door and directly hailed a cab to the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Because? He's got his motorcycle there. Riding on his own three-wheeled motorcycle, Lin Xiaoshu sent a text message to Du Yue in passing, trouble reimbursing the cab fare for 25 yuan, after all, you're the one who told me that I can't ride my own three-wheeled motorcycle. When Du Yue saw Lin Xiaoshu's text message, she was almost half pissed off at Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu, did sis misunderstand you, or do you have something else to hide? To say that Lin Xiaoshu liked her, but what the hell was Lin Xiaoshu asking her for cab fare? If she didn't like it, Lin Xiaoshu had helped her 3 times, even going so far as to offend such a big shot as Lu Wei, so what was it all about? Lin Xiaoshu, you've successfully attracted my attention. Du Yue realized that she was now filled with thoughts of Lin Xiaoshu, and felt a bit uncontrollable. Lin Xiaoshu returned to the village. Xiaoshu, don't you want to eat lunch? Shenruyu couldn't help but ask as she saw that Lin Xiaoshu. The other party nodded, my name is Zhang Lan. Then, her eyes were fully focused on the Taiyu. With these words, Lin Xiaoshu wanted to remind the other party that he could cure cancer. But when Zhang Lan heard that Lin Xiaoshu didn't have a license to practice medicine, coupled with the fact that Lin Xiaoshu himself was too young, he just smiled, thank you for your kind words, if I have a need in the future, I'll be sure to ask for your help. Aha! Lin Xiaoshu wasn't surprised by this outcome, yet he didn't want to shy away from healing people. As the saying goes, a doctor does not knock at the door, and the word is not lightly transmitted. There is no reason why a doctor should take the initiative to go to a patient's home and ask to cure him. After speaking for a while, Zhang Lan said, the money has already been transferred. For large transfers, it may take some time to arrive, so if you wait a little, it shouldn't be long before it arrives. Zhang Lan took the picture of the successful transfer and showed it to Lin Xiaoshu. Well, I wish your family a speedy recovery. Receiving Zhang Lan's transfer, Lin Xiaoshu turned to leave. Perhaps impressed by Lin Xiaoshu's sincerity, Zhang Lan couldn't help but ask as Lin Xiaoshu was about to leave, can you really use Tai Sui to treat cancer? What if it's an advanced cancer? It can be cured. Lin Xiaoshu nodded. Well, thank you for your answer, I understand. Zhang Lan still didn't trust Lin Xiaoshu very much, but at this moment, he had already taken Lin Xiaoshu as a hope. If she really couldn't, she still wanted to take a chance and ask Lin Xiaoshu to heal the person she longed for. After leaving Feng Lai Xian, Lin Xiaoshu rode a three-wheeled motorcycle back. Just then. Jingle bells. Ruyu, is something wrong? Lin Xiaoshu asked. Little tree, don't come back, the police just came and said they want to arrest you because you injured someone. I understand, but hiding isn't a thing, it's better to get things out in the open. But? Don't worry, it's not much. Lin Xiaoshu was not so much confident in the civilian police, but he was, rather, confident in himself. So he rode his three-wheeled motorcycle and swaggered back to Dalong village. Just after returning home, Lin Xiaoshu was handcuffed with 2 handcuffs. Fighting and assault, intentional injury charge, go back to the station and have a good talk. A pretty policewoman in uniform said. Could be. Xiaoshu. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu being taken away, Shen Ruyu remembered that her heart was in turmoil. Ruyu, don't worry about me, it's not a big deal. When he hit Lu Wei, he controlled the strength of his own hands, so this matter is at most a civil dispute. If you really want to pursue, shut down a 15 days out, not a big deal. If he were to let this matter start all over again, he would still choose to give Lu Wei a brutal beating. Also, Lin Xiaoshu is not a little cutie. So when he hit Lu Wei, he slightly left a little backhand. In case this guy Lu Wei made a dirty trick, Lin Xiaoshu's backhand could definitely achieve unexpected usefulness. And that, too, was why Lin Xiaoshu was so calm. But Shen Ruyu didn't know Lin Xiaoshu's calculations, and she was nervous as hell in her heart. This sister, my little tree is really a good boy, can you not take him, I beg you, he's usually really especially honest. Shen Ruyu begged the policewoman. Seeing this, the beautiful police officer shook her head and said, we handle cases according to the law, there's no way out of this matter, Lin Xiaoshu must come with us. Shen Ruyu wanted to say something else, suddenly. Zhou Shueida said, I'll be damned, just Lin Xiaoshu is still honest, he's the most dishonest of all. Last time he stole the eels from my fish pond, not to mention that he even beat me up. If it wasn't for the fact that his family is poor, I would have called the police. Zhou Shueida, you're spitting blood, we caught the eels in a small river ditch. Shen Ruyu said sharply. Oh, and lie. Okay. The beautiful police officer thought for a moment and said, I'll try this matter by the way. Thank you, sister. Zhou Shueida smiled fawningly, and in passing, he gave Shen Ruyu a smug look. Seeing that Zhou Shueida was so rampant, Lin Xiaoshu said, Zhou Shueida, when I come out, I'll beat you back. The policewoman looked at Lin Xiaoshu with wide eyes, be honest with me. Lin Xiaoshu blithely didn't take this to heart and simply said, Ruyu, in less than a week, I'll be back in a heartbeat. You are confident. The policewoman frowned even more, take them away. Worldwide Lodge, Fonglin City. This is a villa estate with excellent scenery and extremely fresh air, nestled between the mountains and water, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Zhang Lan rushed back inside the mountain villa with the Taiyu. It's not good, Sister Erisher, Missy is afraid she won't make it. Has Dr. Zhou seen it yet? Zhang Lan asked nervously. Already looking at it, it doesn't seem to be going well. Alright, I'll go over and take a look right away. Zhang Lan hoofed it, rushing to the eldest Miss Su Qingyi's room. Miss, how are you doing? Zhang Lan asked as she entered. Inside the extremely elegantly decorated room, a woman with a clear and stunningly beautiful look, pale and holding a bloodied handkerchief in her hand, smiled weakly and said, let's just listen to heaven. Dr. Zhou, what's going on? Zhang Lan looked at Su Qingyi's behavior and became even more terrified inside. The female expert at the side, who was about 50 years old, shook her head and said, there's only a month's time. Within a month, take good care of Miss Su and make her as happy as possible during this time. Boom! Zhang Lan felt like he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, and his mind had turned into a blank. A few seconds later, she suddenly said, no, there must be hope. There must be hope. She, remembering the youth who had sold her the taiyaki. Chapter 28, A Secret Formula for You. Dr. Zhou shook his head in silence when he heard Zhang Lan's words. She had seen too many patients' family members and friends like Zhang Lan and was no longer surprised. But, in the face of facts, anyone must bow down. Even the person in question, Su Qingyi, said, Sister Lan, do your best and listen to God's will, you don't have to be so sad for me. This illness of mine, even the famous doctors in the capital, have no way to cure it, it can only be a quiet recuperation in the suburbs. Su Qingyi smiled faintly, didn't I already know that this day would come? Even I myself was prepared for it. Sister Lan, you really don't need to be too obsessed with this. No. Zhang Lan shook his head. Today, someone said that one could use Tai Sui as an auxiliary herb to treat cancer, and he was very confident in his words. If I wasn't too young, I would have brought him back to show you, miss, right then and there. Zhang Lan was eager to let Su Qingyi know that there was still a last ray of hope for this disease. Su Qingyi said, Sister Lan, I want to go out for a walk, accompany me. I have things to do, so wait a moment. Knowing that Su Qingyi was trying to digress, but Zhang Lan felt that he had to give it a try this time, no matter what, so he dialed Lin Xiaoshu's number. My phone, can I answer it? Lin Xiaoshu asked. Take it. The policewoman handed Lin Xiaoshu her cell phone. After looking at the caller ID and realizing that the caller was Zhang Lan, Lin Xiaoshu then connected and said, Sister Zhang, I'm sorry, I've been arrested for brawling and fighting, so there's no way for me to help you with what you want me to help you with. Fighting and brawling? Zhang Lan felt that this matter was too inexplicable, but then again, she felt that it was a trivial matter, so she asked, which bureau? I'll go talk about it. Ha? Lin Xiaoshu was clearly shaken by Zhang Lan's domineering aura. I'll talk about it? This was obviously a character with a large human connection that could possibly say such a thing. Slightly surprised for a split second, Lin Xiaoshu said, the bureau on this side of Clearwater Town. Just a moment. Zhang Lan directly hung up the phone and seemed to be really trying to get him out of the bureau. Lin Qin didn't say much. Okay, since you confessed everything, sign this book. Lin Xiaoshu took the interrogation record. Only just picking up his pen, he saw someone walk into the interrogation room and said, Lu Wei withdrew his report, saying that this matter was a misunderstanding, and also said that he would not pursue Lin Xiaoshu for responsibility. Whether it was Lin Xiaoshu herself, Lin Qin, or anyone else, they were all shocked and dumbfounded. Lin Qin was stunned. Lin Xiaoshu, what kind of person are you that you were able to make Lu Wei withdraw his report? Lin Xiaoshu innocently said, I swear, the biggest official I know so far is really you. Lin Qin then revealed an unbelievable expression, who made that call before? A customer, she bought the taiyaki I dug out of the mountains. Called earlier, also wanted me to step in and heal her loved ones, I think. You're a doctor? Lin Qin asked, again surprised. Yeah, it should still be considered a relatively high-level doctor. Lin Xiaoshu rubbed his nose. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's reply, Lin Qin immediately regretted it. This was more than just a still smart doctor, this was definitely a very smart doctor. Otherwise, how could a big shot who could make Lu Wei soften invite Lin Xiaoshu to help? As soon as she thought of this, Lin Qin especially regretted that she had refused the formula Lin Xiaoshu had given her earlier. Lin Xiaoshu held out his hand, signaling to unlock the handcuffs. Lin Qin took out the key. Click. Handcuffs open. Lin Qin blushed slightly and said, So what, you said earlier that you gave me the formula? What house? Girl, I haven't known you long, why would I give you a house? You're overthinking it. Lin Xiaoshu said. Pust. Lin Qin wanted to spike blood when she heard it. What a house? I'm talking about the square. Who asked you to deliver the house? However, Lin Qin was not in a good position to continue talking, and turned around to take Lin Xiaoshu and leave the interrogation room. Congratulations, you're free. Lin Qin said. Lin Xiaoshu then took back his cell phone and other personal items. Walked down the hall. Inside the hall, Lin Xiaoshu saw a very pretty-looking woman with an elegant temperament, wearing a long light blue dress and a beautiful figure. This woman, without a doubt, was Zhang Lan. When Zhang Lan saw Lin Xiaoshu, she immediately revealed a bright smile, got up and quickly stepped forward, extended her jade-like hand and said very respectfully, Mr. Lin, we meet again. Pulling Zhang Lan's hand, Lin Xiaoshu felt that it was really a bit soft and slippery. However, Lin Xiaoshu then shook his hand slightly and then let go. It was you who made Lu Wei withdraw the report? It's a small matter, Mr. Lin doesn't need to take it to heart. I came here this time because I wish to ask Mr. Lin to come out and save my lady's life. Chapter 29, The World's Most Powerful City. No problem, if you help me, then I'll naturally help you. Even though Lin Xiaoshu didn't actually need Zhang Lan's help in this matter, since Zhang Lan had helped, he also took the favor. By the way, ask something. Lin Xiaoshu thought about it and said with a few moments of curiosity, Is your family's young lady pretty? Zhang Lan was speechless with surprise. After a long time, she reacted and said, My young lady, she has a beautiful face, not to say that she looks unrivaled in the world, but she is also absolutely beautiful. Those beautiful stars you see on TV are not worth mentioning in front of my young lady. Bragging. Lin Xiaoshu said, I just don't believe it's prettier than my Ruyu. You Ruyu? Zhang Lan smiled and said, I don't know what you Ruyu looks like, but take myself for example. The way I look, compared to my lady, is like the difference between the stars and the sun. Lin Xiaoshu sniffed and revealed an expression of disbelief. Zhang Lan, however, was curious. Mr. Lin, I don't think you're that kind of man. Why are you so concerned about my lady's beauty? Lin Xiaoshu glanced at Lin Qin behind her, then whispered, from what I've observed, pretty girls aren't too good to deal with. Cluck cluck chock-a-block. Zhang Lan nodded. Being pretty is a kind of capital for a woman, so it's true that it's usual for a pretty woman to be more proud. However, don't worry, although my young lady is pretty, her temper is definitely not eccentric, and she's very nice to be around. I hope so. Lin Xiaoshu said, and followed Zhang Lan to a luxury car outside the courtyard. As for Lin Qin, she was helplessly hearing some of Lin Xiaoshu and Zhang Lan's conversations, and was furious, but had nowhere to vent her anger. I have a bad temper. Lin Qin frowned. Where is it bad? Lin Xiaoshu saw Zhang Lan's car, which took on a jewel-like bright red color, glittering eye-catchingly in the setting sun. It was also the first time he had seen such a good-looking car, so when he saw it, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. TSK, this car looks expensive. When I have money in the future, I'm going to let Ruyu ride in a car like this as well. Zhang Lan personally opened the car door for Lin Xiaoshu. This car is over 2 million, not expensive. As long as Mr. Lin cures my lady's illness, I will definitely send a brand new car to Mr. Lin. Over $2 million? Not expensive. Lin Xiaoshu could only say that the world of the rich could really do whatever they wanted. However, Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand. I have an ancestral tradition here, not to profiteer by curing diseases. So, I appreciate your kindness, let's go. When Zhang Lan saw Lin Xiaoshu, who was not moved by benefits and adhered to his ancestral teachings, he could not help but be greatly shaken inwardly. There are too few people like Lin Xiaoshu nowadays. Upon thinking about this, Zhang Lan's evaluation of Lin Xiaoshu could not help but rise several segments. Finally, the red top-of-the-line BMW drove to the worldwide villa. Zhang Lan got off and opened the door for Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu's eyes were filled with shock. This world outside the mountain village is simply a dreamy peach blossom, is the location of the world, inside both the European medieval manner of the vast, but also the ancient Chinese traditional architectural style, and the combination of Chinese and Western, natural. Just the cultural heritage displayed inside such a lodge is breathtaking. Lin Xiaoshu said, this is the first time I've been in Fonlin and seen such a beautiful place. Of course, this manor, spent a whole $3 billion to build, is our family president, personally customized for the lady, and shows the site in the Fonlin this kind of beautiful mountains and fresh air is located. 3 billion? Lin Xiaoshu could only say that this young lady's family background was really too strong. Seeing the marvel in Lin Xiaoshu's eyes, Zhang Lan, however, sighed and said, what's the use of having a luxurious home if you don't have the life to enjoy it? Miss grew up weak and sickly, and was checked for cancer at the age of 18. If it weren't for the fact that Mrs. family is financially strong and spent a large sum of money to preserve her life, otherwise, Miss would have perished by now. The disappointment and helplessness within Zhang Lan was already deeply imprinted on his face. Lin Xiaoshu nodded and said, so that's how it is. However, with me here, you can rest assured that as long as the person is still alive, I can cure her. Seriously? Zhang Lan was especially happy, regardless of whether Lin Xiaoshu's words were a lie or if he could indeed do it. Seriously. The only person who truly knew the magic of the Dragon King canon was Lin Xiaoshu himself. If the Dragon King code is practiced to the highest level, not to mention that a person is still alive, even if a person is already dead, he or she can be born dead and come back to life. Zhang Lan hurriedly and excitedly pulled Lin Xiaoshu, not caring about the defense of men and women. Being held by the hand of a great beauty like Zhang Lan, Lin Xiaoshu's face floated with a touch of blush, but he also had a few more thoughts of curing Su Qingyi's illness. Finally, arrived at Su Qingyi's room. Miss, that divine doctor, I've brought him. Zhang Lan pulled Lin Xiaoshu and entered Su Qingyi's boudoir. Only Su Qingyi's boudoir was filled with a faint fragrance. The color tone of the room, dominated by light yellow, reveals a small fresh taste. And Su Qingyi, who was sitting in front of the bed, was wearing a goose-yellow Chinese dress, combing her long, black and straight hair, turning her side to Lin Xiaoshu, while her side face was even more dreamlike. Su Qingyi's figure, because of her long-term illness, looked very thin, and her perfect curves as a woman were not as exaggerated as Zhang Lan's and Du Yue's. But the world's face, when the country is really pouring, just like a dream, as from the world that came. The moment Su Qingyi turned her head, Lin Xiaoshu's heart almost pierced through. Absolutely beautiful. Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but stare at Su Qingyi for a long time. On the left side of the room, cancer specialist Zhou Qiong coughed. Zhanlan, is this the person you brought here? Seeing Lin Xiaoshu, who was only about 20, his age was too young, Zhou Qiong immediately frowned and said, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Zhanlan, you don't really think that this person can cure Ms. Su's cancer, do you? Zhou Qiong was not convinced. Zhanlan was startled when he heard Zhou Qiong suddenly speak. Dr. Zhou, don't look at him as young, I have a feeling, he's really capable. Zhanlan laughed. Moreover, since Dr. Zhou doesn't have the means to treat our young lady, what's the harm in asking Mr. Lin to try? Zhou Qiong grunted angrily, forget it, I can't do anything if you want to try. However, let me put it here, if he can cure Miss Su, I will, from now on, stop asking for medical advice and focus on drilling more profound medical skills. She was actually upset that Zhang Lan had brought in a countryside barefoot doctor with no semblance of fame. This was simply a clear-cut humiliation of her Zhou Qiong's medical skills. Lin Xiaoshu came back to his senses, but he didn't pay attention to Zhou Qiong. Instead, he rushed at Su Qingyi and said, sure enough, you're just like what Sister Lan said, you're as good-looking as you are, I thought she was lying to me. Lightweight. Zhou Qiong was even more upset. Su Qingyi was also seriously sizing up Lin Xiaoshu, and was quite puzzled for a moment as she realized that Xiaoshu might just be a. Controlling the distracting thoughts in his mind, Lin Xiaoshu concentrated on feeling the changes in Su Qingyi's pulse. About a minute later, when Zhou Qiong was in a hurry, Lin Xiaoshu suddenly spoke, Miss Su, this disease of yours should be pancreatic cancer, right? And it looks like Miss Su's pancreatic cancer has been around for more than 3 years. Su Qingyi's two big, watery eyes grew. Anyway, Zhou Qiong could no longer heal Su Qingyi, so what difference did it make whether she was there or not? Seeing the seriousness on Zhanlan's face, and she was a sensible person, Zhou Qiong held back a breath and sighed, that's fine, let it be as you guys want, I'll just watch quietly. Only then did Lin Xiaoshu turn around, I hope you remember your promise. Afterward, he turned towards Zhanlan and said, what about the taiyu that I gave you earlier? Get out roughly 250 grams of tai sui, mash it up, and soak it in water. When you're done, have your young lady drink it. Okay, I'll get right on it. Zhanlan personally took on the task of cutting down 250 grams of tai sui, then mashed it up, soaked it in a bowl, and, following Lin Xiaoshu's instructions, gave it to Su Qingyi. Zhou Qiong on one side, long ago was already dissatisfaction, hanging on the face, but this time kept the promise, did not say a word, just a look of a joke mentality. When Zhang Lan was done with that, Lin Xiaoshu said, Miss Su, please take off your outside clothes, I need to do some rubbing and pressing on your abdomen, it might be a bit painful. This? To be honest, Su Qingyi had no small amount of concerns. In the past, her doctors, as far as possible, were arranged to be female, and now suddenly she had to undress herself in front of a male doctor, and she really felt particularly embarrassed. Zhang Lan encouraged Su Qingyi, Miss, this is your only chance, just trust Dr. Lin. I believe in Dr. Lin's character. Along the way, Zhang Lan had some understanding of Lin Xiaoshu's affairs, really, and she also specifically had someone investigate Lin Xiaoshu and found that Lin Xiaoshu's character, in general, was really good. Therefore, Zhang Lan chose to trust. Yes. There was no hesitation this time, and for the first time, Su Qingyi unclothed herself like this in front of a man. For some reason, obviously Su Qingyi was so beautiful, obviously this absolute beauty with such white skin, but, in Lin Xiaoshu's heart, he broke into an unexpected calmness, without that kind of thoughts between men and women. Instead, a sense of protectiveness grew in him. That's right, in the face of this world, unique, perhaps even the entire world, the most delicate flower, Lin Xiaoshu chose to protect it. There were too few beautiful things in the world, and all Lin Xiaoshu could do was to protect the one in front of him. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoshu placed his hand on Su Qingyi's navel and then performed a gentle rubbing. Immediately afterward, wisps of dragon chi poured into Su Qingyi's body from her navel. At first, Su Qingyi felt a bit of pain, but the later it got, the more comfortable she felt. Comfort like never before. But Zhou Qiong, looking at Lin Xiaoshu doing this meaningless action, the dissatisfaction on her face was getting more and. Su Qingyi instantly turned red, but she only hesitated for a second and shook her head, it's okay, I believe in divine Dr. Lin. Clearly saintly and peerless, she laid down her pretty body and said, sickness isn't something to be avoided, this is a truth I've known for a long time. So, divine Dr. Lin, just do what you want. Lin Xiaoshu's face brushed red. But, Su Qingyi was right, the disease is not avoided. Lin Xiaoshu thought of this and cleared his mind, continuing to press Su Qingyi while the dragon's chi leaped up at that moment. Chapter 31, You're a Medical Master. The rich dragon chi that scurried into Su Qingyi's body, mixing with the Taiyu medicinal water that Su Qingyi had just drunk, and in an instant, the anti-cancer element that the Taiyu itself possessed was directly energized with a powerful medicinal effect. Su Qingyi felt the warm air flow in her body, dense. The fact that Lin Xiaoshu helped Su Qingyi dredge her meridians, even more so, allowed the medicinal effects to reach the entire body in a smooth and direct manner. Although, sometimes Su Qingyi felt embarrassed, but in the face of the hope of being able to live, these trivial matters were really not worth mentioning at all. There. Lin Xiaoshu got up and couldn't help but glance at Su Qingyi, then quickly turned his head and said in a serious manner, although pancreatic cancer is good to treat, after all, it's a late-stage cancer, so one time isn't a cure. I estimate that another course of treatment will be needed, and in about a month's time, Miss Su will be able to heal and live a normal life. And as soon as Lin Xiaoshu's words fell, Zhang Lan was directly overjoyed. Thank you, Dr. Lin. I, Zhang Lan, seldom admire others, but Dr. Lin, you are someone I admire and respect greatly. After thinking about it, she felt that such words were not enough to express her sincerity, so she said, Dr. Lin, from now on, whenever you need me, I, Zhang Lan, will be at your disposal. There's no need to be so polite. Treating the sick and saving people is originally a doctor's responsibility. Lin Xiaoshu said this, but when he saw Zhang Lan's beautiful body and her rhyming face, he was actually a little shaken for a moment. Good on. It was just a momentary shake in Lin Xiaoshu's mind. Although Zhang Lan is beautiful, but Xin Ruyu does not lose to Zhang Lan, and there is no need for him to crave for others. Lin Xiaoshu looked at the sky. It was already nightfall. He said, it's already late, so I need to hurry back. Since Miss Su's condition has improved, I won't stay here much longer. Wait. Su Qingyi had already straightened her clothes, and at this time, her complexion was really too much better than before. The skin on her face was white and red, and she didn't even look like a terminally ill cancer patient. And at this time, Su Qingyi's beauty was even more breathtaking. She got up and said, Divine Dr. Lin, if it wasn't for you, perhaps I would have been dead in my mind right now and would not have any hope for life. Now that you were able to cure me and make my condition better, then I must thank you properly. Divin. Dr. Lin, stay for dinner. If possible, I would also like to have a small stay at my worldly villa tonight. For Lin Xiaoshu, she was simply grateful. Even as a child, she had never been so happy, so excited. Zhou Qiong, who was on one side, was in an extremely awkward situation, as the people present, all directly ignored her, as if there was no such person as her present in. Zhou Qiong bowed slightly before turning to leave. And Lin Xiaoshu's every move fell into the eyes of the two absolutely beautiful women, Zhang Lan and Su Qingyi. Among them, Zhang Lan was already 36 years old this year, but when she saw Lin Xiaoshu's demeanor just now, a strong touch of heart surged within her. What's wrong with me? Zhang Lan couldn't help but blush. Do I still want an old cow to eat young grass? At that thought, Zhang Lan didn't even dare to look into Lin Xiaoshu's eyes. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, walked up and came to Lin Xiaoshu's side and smiled lovingly. Divine Dr. Lin has an extraordinary temperament. It's really unexpected that a small place like Fenglin can also have a talent like you. With that, a maid walked in and said, Miss, it's time to eat. Divine Dr. Lin, let's eat together. Good. Lin Xiaoshu originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly something came to his mind and he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Divine Dr. Lin, follow me. Su Qingyi took Lin Xiaoshu and walked into the restaurant downstairs to eat. Seeing the wide array of food on the dining table, Lin Xiaoshu immediately said, Ms. Su? Divine Dr. Lin, you and I are about the same age, why don't you just call me Qingyi, and me, I'll call you Xiaoshu, what do you think? Good. Lin Xiaoshu also felt that the title, Miss Su, was oddly awkward. Afterward, he continued, Qingyi, it's true that I can't eat here because my Ruyu must be anxiously waiting for me to go back right now. Only if I go back can she rest assured. However, she's worried about my well-being, so I don't think she has the heart to cook dinner. So, can I pack some meals for my Ruyu? Ha! Su Qingyi and Zhang Lan were stunned. Packed meals? There's such a thing? After being confused for a while, Su Qingyi finally managed to react and said, but? Can. Since you're so worried about your family, little Shu, then I won't force you to stay. Su Qingyi had some regrets, but inwardly, she supported Lin Xiaoshu and felt that Lin Xiaoshu was sentimental and righteous, so she said, Sister Lan, help pack a bag for Xiaoshu. Good. Zhang Lan likewise felt that a man like Lin Xiaoshu could really be one of the few good men under the sky. An ordinary person who saw her and Su Qingyi would have long ago had their brains dominated by their lower bodies and wouldn't know how to think at all. But Lin Xiaoshu surprisingly chose not to eat with them, but to pack the meal back for Ruyu. Soon the meal was packed. It's too much, how can I finish this? Lin Xiaoshu said while carrying the rice. I'll walk you back. Zhang Lan would smile and personally drove, sending Lin Xiaoshu home. Dalong Village, Lin Xiaoshu's house. Shenruyu stood in front of her house, looking in the direction of the village entrance and gazing deeply. Suddenly, a car drove toward her front door. Chapter 32, Returning to the Village, teaching Zhou Shuai a lesson. Shenruyu stood up straight and hurriedly walked up, wondering if the other party was just passing by the house, or if they really wanted to come to their house. But then again, she thought it was unlikely. Lin Xiaoshu had only just been taken away, so he shouldn't be coming back now, and besides, he was being brought back by a minivan. Thus, Shenruyu, whose expectations had fallen through, squatted on the ground in a depressed mood. Dodo! Just then, she heard the sound of a minivan honking its horn. Shenruyu raised her head and saw that the car had really driven up to the front door of her house, so she hurriedly moved out of the way, leaving a parking spot for the minivan. Little tree? Shenruyu was a bit skeptical, but she didn't dare to call the name directly. Ew. The car door opened and Lin Xiaoshu stepped out of the car, rushing towards Shenruyu and said happily, Ruyu, I'm back. Aya, little tree, it's really you. Shenruyu was ecstatic, so happy that she directly pulled Lin Xiaoshu's hand, and then looked at Lin Xiaoshu's body, up and down carefully. Ruyu, what are you looking at? I'm really fine. Lin Xiaoshu also silently glanced at Ruyu, and found that Shenruyu, still wearing the skirt he bought for her, with a thin waist and a slight scent, under the faint light, the beauty was comparable to that of a goddess on TV. I was afraid you'd get beaten up in there and wanted to see if you were hurt. Shenruyu was worried. She's heard about a lot of people going in there and getting beat up, so she's very worried about that too. You're listening to those people talking nonsense. Lin Xiaoshu was a bit speechless. I wasn't beaten, Ruyu, just don't worry. Zhang Lan, who was in the car, saw with her own eyes the feelings of Lin Xiaoshu and Shenruyu, and while she was touched inwardly, a strange feeling arose in her heart that was a little sour. After waiting for about a minute or so, and seeing that Lin Xiaoshu and Shenruyu were almost done with their catching up, she got out of the car, took down the packaged meal, and handed it over to Lin Xiaoshu. She got out of the car and stepped on her high heels, and the dress, which had been hand-designed by the designer, wrapped around her body and played up her noble and elegant temperament perfectly. Where had Shenruyu seen such an elegant and noble-looking woman? She was a little confused for a while. Shu, is this your girlfriend? She said in dismay. Zhang Lan's pretty face blushed. No, I'm just Little Tree's ordinary friend. When she finished speaking, she, who was accustomed to seeing the world of people, said with a particularly sweet mouth, Ruyu, I've heard Xiaoshu mention you, saying that you're very pretty, and today, at first glance, it's true. Shenruyu was all reddened by Zhang Lan's compliments. Little Tree, it's getting late, so I'll head back. I'll come pick you up at the next treatment. Zhang Lan did not want to be a light bulb, so he found a reason to leave. Miss, why don't you sit at home? Shenruyu politely. Ruyu, thank you for your kindness. Zhang Lan smiled and shook his head. Lin Xiaoshu inwardly laughed at the politeness of the two people, while saying, rather, you don't have to come and pick me up, I have to go to the city every day to sell mushrooms, and after I sell the mushrooms, I'll ride the tricycle and just go to your place on the way. Fine, I'll follow you. Zhang Lan said, I'll leave then, Little Tree Divine Doctor, thank you for your help today. You're welcome. Hoo. Zhang Lan drove away from Dalong Village. Shenruyu again looked carefully on Lin Xiaoshu's body, really nothing? I'm fine. Lin Xiaoshu jumped up and down, indicating that she was healthy and had really come back unharmed. Ruyu, let's eat, I'll tell you slowly what happened in between. Lin Xiaoshu put the things he had brought back from the worldly mountain villa on the table, one box at a time. Smelling the fragrant smell of the meal, Shenruyu then remembered that she hadn't eaten dinner yet. I brought this back from Arashi's place, if you buy it outside, it might cost tens of thousands of dollars. So expensive. Shenruyu was scared to death, or had she seen tens of thousands of dollars for a table? Sister Lan's family, their family background is very unusual. Lin Xiaoshu revealed a solemn expression and said, I'm afraid that our Fonglin city's so-called big brother, Lu Wei's father, Lu Guangyao, is only worthy of kneeling and talking in front of Sister Lan's and their family. So, these dishes, which look and feel good to us, look sparse to them. Speaking of which, Lin Xiaoshu wanted to make more money so that Ruyu could have a better life. Lin Xiaoshu finished sighing, and then gave Shenruyu, explaining everything that happened during this period. Shinryu listened to her with fear and trepidation, and then said one after another that Zhang Lan was a good person, so that Lin Xiaoshu must cure Zhang Lan's loved one's diseases. Eat the food. Lin Xiaoshu took a seafood lobster and pinched it into Shinryu's bowl. Shinryu saw that there were only 2 large lobsters and resolutely refused to eat them, leaving them for Lin Xiaoshu to eat. Ryu, what about 2, 1 for each, no refusal? Lin Xiaoshu said very insistently. Both ate exceptionally well that night. Finish eating. Lin Xiaoshu took a bath and went to bed. About 10 o'clock at night, there was a knock on the door outside. Who is it? Shinryu got up and went to open the door. Joe Shueida, I've come to tell you about Lin Xiaoshu. Joe Shueida lowered his voice as if he was afraid that a third person would hear him. Lin Xiaoshu lay on the bamboo bed and opened his eyes, thinking that this lack of morality, it could not be up to something bad, right? He didn't directly get up and break it down, but waited to see what tricks this Joe Shueida was playing. Shinryu opened the door. Joe Shueida grabbed the door and quickly closed it behind him. Joe Shueida, what are you doing? Shinryu was a bit nervous, but when she thought that Lin Xiaoshu was in the room, her nervousness immediately settled down a lot. Joe Shueida's gaze looked all over Shinryu's body before he said, "Of course I came here to help you. Let me tell you, I've already inquired, the one Lin Xiaoshu offended was Lu Wei. And Lu Wei is the son of Feng Lin bigwig Lu Guanyao. You know Lu Guanyao, right? The big shot that my nephew, Zhou Wuhao, would tremble in fear if he saw him. So, if Lin Xiaoshu injured Lu Wei, that's a slap in the face of Lu Guanyao, there's no way this will ever end well." Zhou Shueida spoke in a very exaggerated tone, rendering a kind of Lin Xiaoshu, there is death without life in the state of desperation, and then immediately after that, he turned his words. However, I have friends who can talk to Lu Guanyao. I believe that as long as he opens his mouth, Lu Guanyao will definitely not do anything for Lin Xiaoshu. Just? Zhou Shueida smiled faintly. Shinryu, this favor is not in vain. Shinryu sniffed and nodded her head in a dignified manner, then asked, then what do you want? She also wanted to see what exactly Zhou Shueida wanted to do. Well, it's very simple, as long as you and I have a good time tonight, I'll help you get Lin Xiaoshu out of it. After saying that, Zhou Shueida was going to pull Shinryu's hand. Ahem. Seeing Zhou Shueida about to forcefully pull Shinryu, at this time, Shinryu room suddenly burst out a man's cough. Who? Zhou Shueida's soul was about to fly away in fear. Chapter 33 Zhou Shueida is in misery. Me, who else could it be? Lin Xiaoshu walked out of the room with a very playful tone. Lin Xiaoshu, how come it's you? Seeing Lin Xiaoshu come out of his room, Zhou Shueida was like seeing a ghost, but thinking back, only Lin Xiaoshu was able to stay in Shinryu's room so late. Shouldn't you still be locked up inside? How could you be released? That Lu Wei should not be the kind of person who can easily let go of beating him, right? Zhou Shueida's head was full of fog. Lin Xiaoshu said, it's just luck, and it's not something you should be concerned about right now. What is it? Zhou Shueida's wife opened the door and saw Lin Xiaoshu carrying Zhou Shueida, and immediately opened her eyes angrily. Auntie, don't be angry, listen to this first. Lin Xiaoshu took out his cell phone and opened a recording. It was exactly what Zhou Shueida had said to Shinryu earlier. Zhou Shueida's face was pale. Zhou Shueida's wife heard the recording and was murderous. Twisting Zhou Shueida's ear, Zhou Shueida's wife directly dragged Zhou Shueida through the door, into the bedroom. Aha! Pig-killing screams spread throughout the village. Lin Xiaoshu heard Zhou Shueida's screams and also recorded a sound on it as a souvenir. Go home. Shinryu saw Lin Xiaoshu enter, so she immediately asked, how do you handle Zhou Shueida? Didn't break him, did you? I didn't do anything, I just carried him home. Lin Xiaoshu said, and then the one who did it was Zhou Shueida's wife. Zhou Shueida's wife, as we all know, is known to have a hot temper. Shinryu didn't even need to think about it and knew that Zhou Shueida would definitely end up incomparably miserable. In addition, Zhou Shueida has been raising fish all these years, living over the fish pond every night, making his wife keep the empty room every night, already making his wife quite dissatisfied. Now that this has happened, Zhou Shueida is afraid that if he doesn't die, he will have to shed his skin. Thinking of this, Shinryu hurriedly praised Lin Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, your idea is good. Your brain is much more flexible than Ryu's me. But why does Zhou Shueida's wife trust you? Shinryu asked again. With this. Lin Xiaoshu played the recording. Recording? Shinryu played with her cell phone for a few days and froze, not finding where the recording function was, so she said, Xiaoshu, how do you get this recording? You don't know? Lin Xiaoshu came closer to Shinryu and said, let me teach you. Lin Xiaoshu was in front of Shinryu and gave her a slight demonstration. So it's like this. Shinryu took out her cell phone herself and operated it once accordingly, but the result was that she didn't get it right. Lin Xiaoshu, on the other hand, grabbed Shinryu's hand and taught her how to do it by hand. Xiaoshu, I will. Shinryu turned around excitedly, and as a result, she was already close to Lin Xiaoshu, but now she was even closer. The two were face to face, looking at each other, even their mouths were close together. Lin Xiaoshu's small heart tightened, his head tilted back slightly, but looking at Shinryu's absolutely beautiful face, he couldn't help but put his head, again, slightly forward. Nasty. Shinryu turned around with a red face and said, it's late, go to bed, you should be exhausted today. Not tired. With Shinryu, he didn't feel tired at all. Nonsense, it's just cows, they should all be tired after such a busy day. Shinryu scolded, urging Lin Xiaoshu to go to bed. So is it okay if I'm an energetic cow? Poor mouth. Her hand gently pushed Lin Xiaoshu's shoulder as she said, be good, go to sleep. One night passed. Lin Xiaoshu did spend a relatively large amount of energy treating Su Qingyi yesterday, and as a result of sleeping so much, he slept until 9 o'clock in the morning. I haven't picked any mushrooms today, I'm going to pick mushrooms. Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly got up. At this time, Li Xiuxiu's mom, Zhao Chunlan, ran over to see Shinryu. Ryu, I heard that little tree came back last night? And I also heard that last night, little tree sent Zhou Shuide straight home, and as a result, Zhou Shuide got half of his legs broken by his wife. Zhao Chunlan said it with gusto and could be energized. Lin Xiaoshu happened to come out of his room and bumped into Zhao Chunlan, just as Zhao Chunlan was asking about him, so he said, Aunt Chunlan, I came back last night. Also, I kept forgetting to give it to you before. From his pocket, Lin Xiaoshu took out $280, this is for you to sell the mushrooms before and sell them for so much money, you keep it. What? Zhao Chunlan was stunned, and the scale in front of her also trembled fiercely, saying, Xiaoshu, just those 2 pounds of mushrooms can be sold for $280? She thought that it would be great to sell it for $50, and it turned out to be unbelievable that it sold for $280. Wild mushrooms are in high demand and in small quantities, that's why they fetch such a high price. Also, wild mushrooms are not available all year round. Also, seeing that just a few mushrooms could be sold for so much money, the original fear of Li Xiuxiu being bitten by a poisonous snake dissolved quite a bit, and Zhao Chunlan's heart was on fire for a while. Xiaoshu, Auntie still wants to go pick mushrooms, but Auntie is afraid of snakes, do you have any good ideas? Zhao Chunlan was struck by an idea and remembered Lin Xiaoshu. If you're afraid of snakes, bring some xianghuang and put it on your body. Lin Xiaoshu thought about it, after all, Zhao Chunlan's family is also difficult, so he added, when I finish selling the mushrooms, I'll turn around and make you a scented bag that repels insects and avoids snakes, ordinary insects and snakes will definitely not dare to come near. Then thank you so much, Xiaoshu. Zhao Chunlan suddenly said mysteriously, Xiaoshu, don't worry, Auntie is on your side when it comes to you and Xiuxiu. Chapter 34, I'm a woman, not a girl. Lin Xiaoshu lowered his head awkwardly, not responding to Zhao Chunlan's remark. Zhao Chunlan waved her hand, then I'll go back first. Good. When Zhao Chunlan left, Lin Xiaoshu washed and rinsed, then quickly went to the village to call up people, rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle, and headed for the mountains. To the mountains. Lin Xiaoshu easily managed a few baskets of large mushrooms and carried them outside the mountain. The villagers outside the mountain rushed to get these mushrooms on Lin Xiaoshu's 3-wheeled motorcycle. Lin Xiaoshu said, wait for me at my 3-wheeled motorcycle after you guys finish moving, I have some things to do. Okay. The wages Lin Xiaoshu gave them were enough to pay them for a full day's work, so waiting on the side of the road for a while was nothing. In order to make incense bags for Aunt Chunlan and Xiuxiu to repel insects and avoid snakes, we must find these herbs. Lin Xiaoshu searched the mountain. Luckily, these few herbs were not hard to find, and were considered the more common kind, so it didn't take long for him to get all the herbs. Just as he was about to leave, an idea suddenly ran into the middle of his mind. By the way, I can make scented sachets to repel insects and avoid snakes, and of course other scented sachets as well. A lot of people in the city nowadays don't sleep well and need to rely on things like sleeping pills which are very harmful to the body. If I make scented sachets that help me sleep, won't I be able to sell them too? With that in mind, he went along and also got some herbs that would help him sleep and put them in his snakeskin bag. Subsequently, He went down the hill, paid a few workers for their work, and left on his three-wheeled motorcycle. This is good money. A few villagers were so happy they couldn't stop talking. Lin Xiaoshu rode his bike to the Changge Kaiwei Hotel. Why are you so late today? Luckily we still have a bit of stock, otherwise, we'd probably have to temporarily suspend our wild mushroom set meal today. Chef Li said. Sorry for sleeping over. Look, I've got 200 pounds of mushrooms for you today. Good. Chef Li smiled again. Actually, you don't need to ration 200 pounds per day, you can send a little bit more, usually 200 or 300 pounds of mushrooms, our hotel can quickly digest it. So, okay, I'll send more next time. Lin Xiaoshu nodded his head at the same time, also wondering, are there really that many rich people who are willing to spend hundreds of dollars every day to eat this wild mushroom? However, this seems to be impossible to say. After all, Fenglin City is also considered to be a relatively large city. Rich people do not have 100,000, that is definitely more than the number of 10,000. Besides, a few $100s of wild mushrooms, if they are really tasty, can be consumed by middle-class white-collar people. Chef Li had weighed the mushrooms by this time, 212 pounds. Lin Xiaoshu then received more than $40,000. Mr. Lin, our manager said that if you come to our hotel, he'll let you go to the general manager's office. The beautiful woman in charge of finance said. To Sister Yue's office? Lin Xiaoshu said, got it. Knock knock. Lin Xiaoshu knocked on the door. There was a sudden rush of voices from inside. Because he was on good terms with Du Yue, Lin Xiaoshu opened the door directly after knocking on the door. Little tree. Du Yue stopped her handwork, raised her head and looked at Lin Xiaoshu with a smile. Sit. Just after the words were said, the computer on the desk in front of her suddenly erupted with a coquettish voice. Come on, get happy. Swish. Du Yue was so scared that she rushed to get the mouse, but because she was so embarrassed, she accidentally knocked over the water cup next to her. Nevertheless, Du Yue still didn't care about the spilled water cup and hurriedly gave the top right corner of the web page a click. Lin Xiaoshu hurried forward and helped Du Yue clean up the table. Du Yue reddened her pretty face, shyly and shamefully explaining, it's really bad to surf the internet nowadays, there's this kind of messy web page popping up without moving, it's exasperating. AI, fortunately it's you, little tree, if it were someone else, Sis's worldly reputation would have been lost on the web page. Lin Xiaoshu didn't move and took advantage of Du Yue's inattention to steal a glance at the web page. It turns out that Du Yue is playing the harem-raising game that has been advertised very fiercely recently during her work hours. Sister Yue, why are you playing games? Lin Xiaoshu asked curiously. Ha? Du Yue flustered again and clicked the game page out, then clicked a fork, red-faced, and snapped, Xiaoshu, why do you have such good eyesight, this was all discovered by you. With a soft sigh, she revealed a deeply powerless expression, because I offended Lu Wei, my boss is now very dissatisfied with me. If it wasn't for the fact that the results I've made lately are not bad, otherwise, I would have already had to roll up my sleeves and leave by now. Right now, Sis is under a lot of pressure and has to play games to relieve the stress. Du Yue propped her head up with both hands, revealing a very haggard and pitiful expression. I thought you were the owner of this hotel? Lin Xiaoshu said. Sort of, I have 10% of the hotel, but there are two other partners. They have more shares in the hotel and are the real big bosses behind it. Lin Xiaoshu was not in a good position to comment on the internal affairs of Du Yue's hotel and just said, Sister Yue, aren't you still in the hotel? As long as you perform well, the big boss can't kick you out. Also, Sister Yue, I see that you look haggard, in the past 2 nights, you must not have slept well, right? It's still you who understands, sister. Du Yue lifted her head and her eyes lit up, Great Divine Doctor, you definitely have a solution, right? It just so happens that I brought some herbs over, and I can get you a scented bag on the spot. However, without tanning, the effect may be a bit discounted. It's fine, as long as it solves my insomnia problem. Du Yue reached out and pressed the back of Lin Xiaoshu's hand. Lin Xiaoshu instinctively shrank his hand. This action made Du Yue laugh. Lin Xiaoshu, you're afraid that Sis will eat you. No, I'm not used to being grabbed by a girl's hand. Lin Xiaoshu's face also turned red. It's okay, Sis is a woman, you just have to get used to being grabbed by a woman's hand. Du Yue threw a wink towards Lin Xiaoshu. Sister Yue, I'll make you a scented bag. In his heart, he secretly said that Du Yue was really beautiful like a siren, only in this office, he was afraid that like last time, he would almost be captured alive again. He quickly changed the topic. Well, you get it, and Sis will see if it works well. Then if it's good, can I make scented bags and sell them at your hotel? Lin Xiaoshu saw that Du Yue's hotel, which had a large number of customers, and his fragrant bag, which did not have half a reputation, wanted to promote it. It would take a lot of effort. However, if you let the Changga Kaiwei Hotel to launch their own scented bags, then the problem of the source of customers can be solved directly. Du Yue was also shocked at the words, as if her mind was opened all of a sudden. Chapter 35, Negotiating Cooperation, Going to the Mountain to Find Medicinal Herbs. That might work, but are you sure that your scented packet will have a good effect? I mean, an immediate effect. Du Yue sat up straight, her already slender body suddenly became even more craggy and voluptuous, and her high neck seemed like a beautiful white swan. She straightened her shirt and instantly her curves became more fluid and dynamic. Of course, it's not as effective as sleeping pills, but you can basically fall asleep very quickly by placing the scented packet on your pillow and then trying to sleep yourself. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's answer, Du Yue thought of another question. According to you, the effect of this incense packet is also very powerful, so will there be any side effects? There are no side effects at all, so don't worry about that. That's fine. If there is a relatively large side effects, Du Yue certainly do not dare to sell, otherwise, this kind of thing, once the responsibility is pursued, not to mention Du Yue cannot afford, is the entire hotel, cannot afford such a price. I granted it. Du Yue said, but there is one thing, the packaging looks better, we are a 5-star grand hotel after all, don't make people feel that our hotel is stumbling. Having said that, she seemed to have foreseen the prospect of this. For example, Lin Xiaoshu scented sachets, because of the significant effect in sold, and customers in the Changga Kaiwei Hotel, by Lin Xiaoshu's scented sachets, that the hotel itself, will also be more trustworthy, and even will be passed on by word of mouth. At that time, the 3 major 5-star hotels in Fenglan may be able to decide the winner. Also, since it's being sold in our hotel, it shouldn't be a problem for us to charge a little profit, right? Du Yue said, I want 20% profit. Lin Xiaoshu shook his head, at most 5% referral fee. This matter is also very beneficial to your hotel, even if you don't pay, your hotel is still very profitable. You want a 20% profit, do you really think that I can't sell my scented bags? Oof. Du Yue clasped her hands on her chest to show her dissatisfaction. Lin Xiaoshu noticed Du Yue's movements and almost her eyes didn't pop out. This chick, the capital is just a little too strong. What are you looking at? If you don't give even 20% profit, sis won't show you. Du Yue turned around, her side face was also very beautiful, with beautiful curves. I won't be making the scented bag then, Sister Yue, see you later. Come back. Du Yue saw that she couldn't argue with Lin Xiaoshu, instantly her face was like a flower, and she snapped, 5% is 5%. Sister is a businessman, what she wants is profit, just take it as sister's nature is hard to change, don't be angry. She hooked her hand towards Lin Xiaoshu. You come here. Do what? Come over when I tell you to come over, sis can still use a concealed weapon to assassinate you? Du Yue rolled her eyes. Lin Xiaoshu walked over suspiciously. Come a little closer. Du Yue said. Waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to come closer, Du Yue kissed towards Lin Xiaoshu's face, compensate you, if you still think it's not enough, can sis compensate herself to you? Lin Xiaoshu looked hard on Du Yue. This woman is indeed beautiful and has a great body. But after all, it was in the office, Lin Xiaoshu pretended to be uninterested and said, that's not necessary, just say it's 5%. When he finished, he turned around and went to work on the scented bag. Cutting the herbs with a small knife, distributing them in a certain proportion, then using the dragon's qi, catalyzing the flavors of these herbs, and then casually finding a piece of cloth, wrapping these herbs up, Lin Xiaoshu even finished making the scented sachet. It's a bit rudimentary, no special crafting was done, and the shelf life is only a week at best. When the time is up, you'd better throw the stuff away or it'll get moldy and spoil. Lin Xiaoshu handed the scented bag to Du Yue. Good. After I feel the effects, our cooperation will be formalized. Du Yue shook Lin Xiaoshu's hand, happy cooperation. When it was time to go home, Lin Xiaoshu was rushing home. This woman, Du Yue, was too deadly for a young man like Lin Xiaoshu, who hadn't yet experienced the affairs of men and women. Bastard, if it wasn't in the office, I would have taken you in. Lin Xiaoshu muttered. Well, and Du Yue's cooperation reached, then the next step is to mobilize the villagers, go up the mountain to pick some fresh Chinese herbs, and then by himself, personally on the herbs for special tanning can be. Just right. In the afternoon, Zhao Chunlan brought Li Xiuxiu to Lin Xiaoshu's house. Among them, Li Xiuxiu wore a new dress, all in white, and it just looked fairy-like. What's worse, she actually sprayed perfume on her body. Aunt Chulan, Xiao, I have a task for you. Lin Xiaoshu didn't seem to notice that Li Xiao was dressed up in this elaborate outfit, but rather, just after meeting, he directly opened the door. This was a bit of a surprise to both Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiao, of which Li Xiao was still a little disappointed. Soon, though, the two thought of something and were a little happier inside. It had spread in the village a long time ago that as long as one helped Lin Xiaoshu, one could basically make a small fortune. For example, helping Lin Xiaoshu in the morning, carrying the mushrooms down from the mountain, back and forth, would take an hour or two, but then each person would get $100. This deal, for the villagers, was too cost-effective. Xiaoshu, tell me, what do you want Auntie and Xiao to help you with? It's simple, just help me recognize the herbs and tell the villagers. Next, I'm going to collect fresh herbs in the village, and I definitely won't be ambiguous when it comes to the price. Lin Xiaoshu laughed, of course, I won't let you guys help for nothing, after it's done, I'll give you $3,000. $3,000. Zhao Chunlan felt that this price, simply scared to death, just do so little, or need $3,000. Too much, give a couple hundred, just mean it. Zhao Chunlan wondered if Lin Xiaoshu was trying to curry favor with her future mother-in-law in disguise. Li Xiao also reddened, thinking that Lin Xiaoshu was so pleasing to his own mom, he couldn't really like himself, could he? Li Xiao actually quite like Lin Xiaoshu, competent, medical skills, people also look very clean, although the education is a little low, but people have the ability At the thought of this, Li Xiao's heart flooded with shyness even more. Seeing Zhao Chunlan's misunderstanding, Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly said, this matter is not simple, not only do you have to tell the villagers how to tell the difference, but then you also have to lead them to find it. Moreover, there must be quite a few people who want to earn money by picking herbs, and among them, those who are not very flexible in their brains are definitely there as well, and at this time, you need to have enough patience to teach them, do you understand? Once she heard that this was indeed troublesome, and that she might travel a lot and would be very tired, Zhao Chunlan didn't be polite with Lin Xiaoshu anymore. I'll take you up the hill. Lin Xiaoshu led Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiao towards the nearby barren mountains. Chapter 36, Torn Skirt. There were a lot of barren mountains around Dalong village, and going inward past these barren mountains was the Donko Mountain, which was known throughout the city and was also the forbidden land of Fonlin City. Donko Mountain was incredibly dangerous, but the nearby barren mountains were not much different from normal mountains and were not considered dangerous. At most there were some wild boars, poisonous snakes, and other fierce beasts and poisonous insects. Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiao followed Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu, in passing, handed Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiao the fragrant packets he had made to repel insects and avoid snakes using his lunch break. Bring this with you, and you won't have to be afraid of bugs and poisonous snakes. He said, however, because this incense packet was made in a bit of a hurry without special treatment, it can only be managed for 7 days. Afraid that Zhao Chunlan, mother and daughter, were worried, he added, I will make another complete incense packet for you in the future, with a shelf life of at least a few months. Good. Zhao Chunlan hurriedly took the fragrant packets, but she grew a heart and took one, while for the other, she told Lin Xiaoshu to give it to Li Xiao herself. Lin Xiaoshu didn't think so much about it, seeing that Zhao Chunlan didn't catch both of the scented packets, so he took the other scented packet in his hand and gave it to Li Xiao. Thank you, brother Xiaoshu. Li Xiao smiled like she was eating honey. Can you feel at ease this time? Lin Xiaoshu said, turning around and continuing to walk up the mountain. Ah. Li Xiao took the incense bag and also wanted to go to the mountain, but a foot stepped on the hem of his skirt, and then the whole person fell down in front of him. Look out! Lin Xiaoshu reacted quickly and arrow stepped to hold the fallen Li Xiao. Is everything alright? Forgot you were wearing a skirt, or I wouldn't have let you go up the mountain. On his mouth, he felt in his heart, Li Xiao sprayed perfume is really fragrant, the body is also very soft, he all hate cannot put Li Xiao rub into his body. However, with Zhao Chunlan beside him, Lin Xiaoshu could only maintain the appearance of a decent man and help Li Xiao up. Li Xiao was afraid that Lin Xiaoshu wouldn't let her go up the mountain and hurriedly said, I'm fine, don't make me go down the mountain, from now on, I'll be very careful to follow behind. Never mind, just follow along then. Be careful with the new dress, it's not good to get scratched. Seeing that Lin Xiaoshu had already seen that she was wearing a new dress today, she immediately felt a small burst of joy inside. Lin Xiaoshu continued to go up the mountain, but to take care of Li Xiao's skirt, he didn't go into the woods, just followed the path all the way forward. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. What is it, Twiggy? This is one of the herbs you were asked to find, Farthing. Lin Xiaoshu pointed at a plant that looked like grass with black fruits on it, and there was a light layer of fluff on top of the fruits, and said, "According to the Dragon King Codex, yuan-ji can emit a refreshing flavor as long as it is specially made, and if it is mixed with a specific few herbs, it will achieve an excellent sleep aid. You carefully identify this teleost and memorize the characteristic shape of the teleost. It is now the fruiting stage of the Farnesia and it is indeed very recognizable, but I want you to be able to recognize it at a glance even outside the flowering and fruiting stages. Can you do that?" "Yes." Zhao Chunlan heart said, "Jokes, not for anything else, just for that $3,000, she is desperate, but also to this Farji look, to firmly imprint it in the heart, and even into the ashes, but also to recognize it. Watch carefully, later on, you guys will each find out a yuan-ji plant and show it to me, so I can see if you've really memorized it." Lin Xiaoshu was also afraid that Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiuxiu would recognize the wrong herbs. Yuan-ji was an important flavor in Lin Xiaoshu's prescription. If it was mistaken and turned into something else, the effect would be greatly reduced. Therefore, even though Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiuxiu were both trustworthy, Lin Xiaoshu was still strict. Zhao Chunlan, mother and daughter, spent 5 minutes, finally sure that they completely remembered the appearance of Farji. "Then start looking." Lin Xiaoshu didn't remind him, so he let the two of them, Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiuxiu, look for themselves. Soon, Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiuxiu, both showing their intelligence, respectively, found out the yuan-ji, and found more than one place. Subsequently, Lin Xiaoshu identified the remaining few medicines, one by one, among the mountains and forests, and taught Zhao Chunlan and Li Xiuxiu to identify them. At this point, without realizing it, the sun was about to set. "Go back. Brother Little Tree, I want to go to the bathroom, I can't hold it?" Li Xiuxiu had been holding it in for a long time and hadn't been able to say it, but this time she really couldn't hold it in, so she had to awkwardly say, "Go on then, we'll wait here." "Aha!" Li Xiuxiu hurriedly found a place where Lin Xiaoshu couldn't see and squatted down. Suddenly, Li Xiuxiu heard not far away, there was something that sounded like a pig squeal. Wild boar? After going to the restroom, Li Xiuxiu got up and ran towards Lin Xiaoshu with some excitement, lowering her voice and calling out, "Brother Xiaoshu, I found a wild boar." "Wild boar?" Lin Xiaoshu walked up with a bit of curiosity. "Where?" Following the direction Li Xiuxiu pointed, Lin Xiaoshu really found that there were actually a male and a female wild boar in the forest, grubbing for food under a tree. It doesn't matter yet. What was more damaging was that when Lin Xiaoshu was about to leave, the male boar, in front of everyone, climbed on top of the female boar. "Ah, these two boars?" Li Xiuxiu turned her head away with a red face, and by the way, she also gave Lin Xiaoshu a glance and said, "Brother Xiaoshu, what's there to see? Let's go, we're going back." Zhao Chunlan had never seen a wild boar, plus she was also a passerby who even had a child. Of course she looked at it and felt that it didn't matter much. Instead she laughed and said, TSK, this pig will also pick the time." "Mom!" Li Xiuxiu's face turned red with shame and she turned her own head and ran down the hill. Barely. One did not pay attention. Li Xiuxiu's skirt, by the branches of the tree, gave a big cut. "Ah!" Li Xiuxiu called out, which resulted in attracting the attention of those two boars. Wild boars are the most irritable at times like these when they can't see anyone else interrupting them, and they are also the most irritable at the same time. Therefore, Li Xiuxiu's cry didn't just attract their attention, it also triggered their anger. And once a boar starts a fire, it simply doesn't want to die. Not good. Zhao Chunlan felt something was wrong and turned around in a hurry. "Xiaoshu, run. This pig is going to bite us." After running 2 steps, she suddenly realized that Lin Xiaoshu hadn't moved from his spot. "What are you waiting for, little tree? Already here." Zhao Chunlan was scared out of her wits and couldn't care less about Lin Xiaoshu. She turned around and ran away, while still shouting, "Don't chase me, don't chase me. Brother Xiaoshu." Li Xiuxiu shouted nervously when she saw the wild boar crashing towards Lin Xiaoshu. Chapter 37, Acquiring Herbs. Just when Li Xiuxiu felt a bit like it was going to be over, Lin Xiaoshu finally made a move. Only to see Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand and said towards the wild boar, "Do what you need to do. Weren't you two pigs happy sticking together just now?" Pust. There was a moment of wanting to laugh that welled up in Li Xiuxiu's heart, but the critical situation made it impossible for her to laugh at all, and she said somewhat breathlessly, "Brother Little Tree, you're talking to the pig, can the pig understand?" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the two boars settled down. Lin Xiaoshu revolved the Dragon King cannon, and a trace of dragon chi escaped from his body. Perhaps ordinary people couldn't feel this dragon chi, but the boar could smell a very dangerous, as well as noble, aura. Therefore, when Lin Xiaoshu opened his mouth, those two boars, they didn't dare to be reckless at all. Instead, they turned their heads in fear and ran away. "Hey! Still got the words? Both Li Xiaoxiu and Zhao Chunlan looked at Lin Xiaoshu with jaws agape, and even felt in their hearts that Lin Xiaoshu didn't have some kind of supernatural ability. It's probably because I'm a bit more imposing looking and scared them away. Lin Xiaoshu explained with a snicker. Zhao Chunlan didn't believe it, but instead of dwelling on it, she said apprehensively, Xiaoshu, let's hurry up and leave, in case this wild boar runs back again, we'll still suffer. Mom, my skirt has a big rip, how can I go down the mountain? Li Xiaoxiu cried without tears, pointing to the place where her skirt split open. Where is it broken? Zhao Chunlan went up to look, then her face wasn't very pretty. Hey, how come it's broken here? Zhao Chunlan was also in trouble because the place where the skirt broke was on the thigh. Lin Xiaoshu witnessed Li Xiaoxiu's white legs, gurgled, swallowed his saliva, then directly took off his own top. Use my shirt, tie it around your waist, that way you'll be fine. Brother Xiaoshu, what about you? Looking at Lin Xiaoshu's bare bladder and well-proportioned body lines, Li Xiaoxiu didn't even feel like looking at it. Isn't it normal for men to be naked? Just your dad, I still see him sitting outside his house naked all the time. Puffing. Zhao Chunlan said, don't mention him, he's just a rough man, how can he compare to you? Li Xiaoxiu's father, not even middle school culture, but Lin Xiaoshu, but went to high school, so that Li is a rough man in front of Lin Xiaoshu, half a problem. Take it. Lin Xiaoshu handed the clothes to Li Xiaoxiu. Seeing that Li Xiaoxiu was still squirming, Lin Xiaoshu simply took the clothes himself and tied them around her waist. Geez, brother little tree, what are you doing? When she saw Lin Xiaoshu's movements, a flash of warmth flashed through Li Xiaoxiu's heart. Brother Xiaoshu, thank you. Downhill. Lin Xiaoshu was a little hot-faced himself as he dangled his bare bladder in front of the two women. Aunt Chunlan, after you go down the mountain, you can tell the village that I'm accepting these kinds of herbs, fresh, at a favorable price. He spoke of serious matters and said. Well, I'll be sure to say so. Zhao Chunlan wanted to take Lin Xiaoshu's $3,000, so she naturally did her best. Back home. Because when she passed by Zhao Chunlan's door, Li Xiaoxiu returned the shirt to Lin Xiaoshu, so now Lin Xiaoshu, on the contrary, was wearing the clothes to go home. Feeling that on the clothes, there was still Li Xiaoxiu's body, a faint fragrance, Lin Xiaoshu always had some itchy feelings in his heart. At home, Shen Ruyu had already started preparing to cook. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu come back, she had a thick skin and was ready to discuss something with Lin Xiaoshu. She wiped her hands on her clothes, sat down next to Lin Xiaoshu, and blushed slightly. Xiaoshu, just now I heard you say that you offered $3,000 for Aunt Chunlan to teach the villagers to recognize herbs? Right. Little tree, then can you arrange something for Ruyu to do? Ruyu also wants to help out. Farming work in the countryside cannot earn a few dollars, so Shen Ruyu also very much want to help Lin Xiaoshu do something, lest they can only rely on Lin Xiaoshu to feed. Ruyu, are you jealous? Are you thinking that I'm arranging jobs for all of Aunt Chunlan but not you? Lin Xiaoshu hemmed and hawed. Not at all. Shen Ruyu turned around, her slender body, paired with her shy expression, had a bit of a birdie look. Ruyu, I've already arranged your work for you. Lin Xiaoshu laughed. Really? What kind of work? Shen Ruyu happily looked at Lin Xiaoshu's eyes, expecting Lin Xiaoshu's answer. Lin Xiaoshu said, I'll have Aunt Chunlan and the girls teach the villagers to recognize the herbs, and then I'll collect them. Ruyu, think about it, I have to go to the city every day, so who collects the herbs when the villagers send them over? Shen Ruyu was a little happy, pointing at herself, I'll take it? Exactly. When he said this, he saw Shen Ruyu pointing at his heart area, which made Lin Xiaoshu's eyes almost a little unable to move. But Ruyu doesn't recognize those herbs. I brought the stuff back, just take a look. From the snakeskin bag, Lin Xiaoshu placed a few needed herbs in front of Shen Ruyu. Look, this one is farro, root only, and can be charged $40 a pound. This wild poria, charge $50 a pound. Yellow essence, collect $40 a pound. All of these just need to be wild and fresh herbs that have just been picked. If they were grown, they wouldn't command this price. The price of planted herbs and wild ones are generally very different, such as planted ginseng and wild ginseng, in the market is extremely different. But Ruyu doesn't know which is wild and which is grown in the ground. Lin Xiaoshu smiled, you don't have to care about this, as long as it's fresh, it's usually wild, and the villagers shouldn't be able to find any planted ones to cheat people. This side of Dalong village is poor and there aren't many villages nearby that make a living growing medicinal herbs. So it's a little difficult for villagers to come up with freshly grown herbs to pass off as their own. Good. Ruyu will help you collect herbs. Being able to help Lin Xiaoshu, Shinryu was happier than anyone else. Village. It wasn't long before the news of Lin Xiaoshu's collection of herbs spread through the village. I hear the purchase price is not bad. Can you really make money off of this? Tomorrow I'll go digging in the mountains to see if there are any of these herbs. The villagers were thrilled. Everyone is usually very poor, even if someone works outside. $3,000 a month is considered very high. More people are at home farming every year to eat by the sky if the harvest is not good, but also to lose money. How can anyone not be thrilled to have more income coming in now? It's still Little Tree who's good. I'd say that after Little Tree got rich, he still thinks about the village people. Look at village head Zhou Yud, his own family is rich, but he doesn't help everyone. Don't say it, don't let the Chow family hear you. What are you afraid of? Zhou Yud went to the hospital for so long and hasn't come back yet. Who can still find us to settle the score? Everyone is not afraid of Zhou Yud. Are you not afraid of his son Zhou Wuhao? When it comes to Zhou Wuhao, everyone is silent. This one in the village, that's a real tough guy. Let's not talk about it, tomorrow we'll pick herbs. Chapter 38. The villagers get excited. The next day, the villagers all wind up on the mountain. Among them, quite a few of them didn't recognize the herbs Lin Xiaoshu wanted, so they went to knock on Zhao Chunlan's door early. Chunlan, open the door, we want you to take us up the mountain to recognize the herbs. What's the hurry, only this few people, wait a little longer, when there are more people, I'll take you all to the mountains together, and recognize all the herbs. Zhao Chunlan came out from the kitchen and said in a bad mood. It wasn't that she was short-tempered, but it was only 7 o'clock, and the meal wasn't even ready yet, and she was surrounded by villagers. How long is this going to take, really, when all those herbs are being gotten by everyone they know? Everyone was eager to make money. After all, it had been rumored that Lin Xiaoshu's price for acquiring medicinal herbs was very heartwarming. If you get 10 pounds of herbs here, you'll make at least 400 or 500. And what can you do in the village to earn so much money at once? Okay, I'll take you guys later after dinner. Can't argue with this group of villagers who can't wait and want to make money. Zhao Chunlan can only compromise. Then eat quickly. Everyone continued to urge. After a long time, when Zhao Chunlan finished her meal, everyone was suddenly surprised to find that there were at least 30 people who came to Zhao Chunlan's house. How much competition is this really? Nonetheless, there was still no flinching. The village of Dalong was surrounded by mountains on almost all sides, with some places in between that might be crop fields and lakes, but overall, the area occupied by the mountains was, well, immense. In that case, those 36 contenders don't seem like much. Zhao Chunlan said, let's go, I'll take you there. By the way, she instructed Li Xiao, wait at home for a while, if there are still people coming to ask for your help in teaching them to recognize her, wait for more people and uniformly take them too. Honey, I made $300 selling medicine. I made that much in one morning. The expression on old Uncle Zhong's face was quite smug. Lin Xiaoshu also sold mushrooms and came back from the hotel. Little Tree, Ruyu has received so many herbs for you. However, there aren't many people sending herbs yet, so I should be able to receive more in the afternoon. Well done. Lin Xiaoshu took a look and realized that all of them were fresh herbs that had just been dug up, all wild, no fakes, and nodded. Little Tree, where do you think we should put these herbs next? Shun Ruyu asked. There's no need to rush, I'll take these herbs and make them into medicine tonight. Lin Xiaoshu said, and started to get busy. He first took the several hundred pounds of herbs, all of them to the river, washed them clean, and then used a 3-wheeled motorcycle to pull them back. Following the method recorded in the Dragon King Codex, he began to secretly prepare these herbs. When the secret is made, these herbs, all of them, will emit a light and tranquilizing fragrance, which is definitely considered a boon for people with insomnia. Done, now put them all on the altar for safekeeping. It was busy until 12 o'clock at night before Lin Xiaoshu laid down to sleep. Little Tree, it's been a hard day. Shinryu knew that Lin Xiaoshu was working so hard for the sake of this family. It's not hard work, Ruyu, I'm young, this is not tiring at all. Liar. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu carrying dozens of pounds of things, busy up and down, if it were an ordinary person, they might have long been too tired to want to stand up. Little Tree, come over here, Ruyu will give you a whack on the leg. Yes. Lin Xiaoshu quickly jumped up from the bamboo bed and cheerfully came to Shinryu's couch. Shinryu really can't say anything about Lin Xiaoshu, saying that this guy of yours, you can't even be polite and courteous, and also run so fast, are you just waiting for Ruyu to give you a leg massage? Smiling, Shinryu began to press Lin Xiaoshu's legs with a very graceful technique. Such a maneuver, to put it mildly, was cultivated by Lin Xiaoshu. Because he had a weak constitution and a massage, which helped to help boost his constitution, when Lin Xiaoshu was sick, Shenruyu would usually give him a massage. Once raw, twice familiar, now Shenruyu's techniques were almost catching up with the professionals. Comfortable? Shenruyu asked after pressing for about 10 minutes. Comfortable. Lin Xiaoshu nodded. When you are comfortable, Ryu won't press anymore, you go to bed early. Can I just sleep here? Lin Xiaoshu was brazen and lay down right next. Wait for some days. Lin Xiaoshu thought about it. When the time comes to hire a worker and a car, specifically for the worker to drive the mushrooms to the city. At this time, but it was still Lin Xiaoshu who went by herself. Arrived at the hotel, weighed, mushrooms have 300 pounds, Lin Xiaoshu immediately income of 60,000 yuan. These days, Lin Xiaoshu's savings can be $600,000 or $700,000. After delivering the mushrooms, Lin Xiaoshu rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle and made a trip to the Su family's worldly mountain resort. Worldly Hills. Previously, Lin Xiaoshu had been riding in Zhanglan's car, going in and out of the worldwide villa. This time, Lin Xiaoshu came to the worldwide villa on his own, and as a result, the security guards at the villa directly didn't recognize Lin Xiaoshu. Stop! Seeing Lin Xiaoshu riding a 3-wheeled motorcycle, also dared to stay at the entrance of the worldwide villa, the security guard was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. What kind of country bumpkin, unseen thing, this worldwide villa, is it something you can just look around? What for? It's not allowed to enter here. The security guard stopped Lin Xiaoshu. The last time I came, you guys even saluted towards me. Lin Xiaoshu was speechless. The last time he came, wasn't he riding in Zhanglan's car? At that time, the security guards didn't even ask questions and directly let the car pass. By the way, when the passed, they even stood in a straight military stance and saluted towards the people inside. Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to dilly-dally and directly identified himself. My name is Lin Xiaoshu, I'm the owner of the mountain villa, who invited me over. Lin Xiaoshu? You're Lin Xiaoshu? How the security guard looked at it, how it didn't feel like it. It's a lie. Yes. The security guard stood at attention and took orders in unison. Mentally, they had a burst. Who would steal your motorcycle? What's not worth more than your motorcycle in this worldly villa? But they don't dare to say it. Let's go see Qingyi. After Lin Xiaoshu finished explaining his business, he walked inside the worldly mountain villa. Su Qingyi was drinking bird's nest porridge in the villa. When she saw Lin Xiaoshu, she hurriedly got up. Divine Dr. Xiaoshu, you've come over, please sit down. No, let's just get started. I have a lot of things to do today, so I won't stay here much longer. As for where to buy scented sachets, Lin Xiaoshu did find out on the online shopping platform that in Fenglin's local area, there was a store that specialized in making empty scented sachet bags. He was ready to take a field trip. Chapter 40 The Scented Bread Factory. The name of this manufacturer of scented bags is Xianglanfeng. Lin Xiaoshu rode his 3-wheeled motorcycle, turned east and west, and finally found the location of Xianlanfeng. Fragrance Orchid Place is located in the suburbs. The size of the factory is average, in which not only make fragrant bags, but also OEM production of clothes. Lin Xiaoshu walked in and directly asked if the manager of the factory was there. In the office. The people in the factory, seeing Lin Xiaoshu come to talk business, led him directly to the manager's office. The manager of Shannon's place, a mature woman in her 30s, wearing a competent short-sleeved shirt and long pants, with a butt head, fine skin, a good figure, and looking quite fresh and pretty. Mr. Li, this customer says he wants to talk business with you. The worker spoke towards Li Shanglan and introduced Lin Xiaoshu. This is our Mr. Li. When Li Shanglan heard that Lin Xiaoshu wanted to talk business, she hurriedly walked over with a professional smile and held out her hand to shake. Hello, what's your name? Lin Xiaoshu. Boss Lin, what kind of business do you want to talk to us about? Do you want to order clothes or some other things? If the quantity is large, we can still give you some price discounts on our side. It will even be cheaper than if you buy it online. Li Shanglan's business hasn't been so good lately, and she can't afford to let this business get away in the face of a door-to-door deal. Lin Xiaoshu said, take me to see the empty scented sachets you make. I'm going to make some herbal incense sachets and take them out to sell, but I don't trust the quality of the online incense sachets, so I came to take a look since I saw that your factory is local. So that's how it is, okay, I'll take you there. Li Shanglan was still quite confident in the quality of her product. Lin Xiaoshu then followed Li Shanglan and went to the workshop room where the scented bags were made. Li Shanglan entered the door, first nodding towards the employee who greeted her, and then stepped forward, taking out a piece of the finished incense packet that had been made and handing it to Lin Xiaoshu. This is the $2.80 incense sachet we sell online. The price is cheap, not to say, the quality is still good. And on the scented bag, there are all kinds of patterns. It looks very beautiful. Do you need me to take these styles and show you all of them? Li Shanglan was afraid that Lin Xiaoshu would not be able to see it, and thought of showing all the scented bag products, so that there would always be one that Lin Xiaoshu would be able to see. But Lin Xiaoshu shook his head then as soon as he touched it with his upper hand. $2.08 is too cheap. I won't say anything about the quality of the fabric, and I don't expect anything at that price. The scented sachets I'm going to make are on the high-end route, so do you have any more expensive ones here? It doesn't matter how expensive, as long as the product matches the price. Lin Xiaoshu's incense bag to help with sleep must have cost 100 upwards. If it just looked like an inferior product, it would simply dishonor the quality of the herbs he made. Yes. Instead of being bereft, Li Shanglan's heart was overjoyed. After all, $2.08 incense bags, profits are too low, purely to go a volume, and high-grade incense bags, profit margins to be much larger. Lin boss, you look at this incense bag, pure satin production, feels silky smooth, not to mention its pattern style. Are we please special artisan for design, beautiful and generous, out to absolutely decent atmosphere. She pulled out another scented bag embroidered with violet flowers. This scented bag is, for a single head, quite a bit larger than the $2.08. The fabric was fine silk, extremely delicate to the touch, and with the mood of the violet pattern, it did look like it was enough to make people's eyes light up. Not bad, this will do. What's the price? Lin Xiaoshu took the fragrant bag and fell a little in love with it. Our online price, it's $32 for an empty scented sachet, but seeing as boss Lin is doing big business, I can give you a discount here to $28. I can accept $28, but I would like to send a better looking box. Paper will do. For example, the box you designed specifically for mid-autumn looks. Boss Lin, we can definitely deliver quickly on our side. It's just that according to our rules here, if you place an order, you have to pay a 30% deposit. Li Shannon wasn't smiling politely. After all, talking about money hurt feelings, but not. But I didn't expect it. Over the past 3 years, but Wang Shernan thought otherwise. He coldly said, although I earn the same amount of money, but getting rid of you makes me feel good. Moreover, the loss you bear is much greater than mine. The most I can do is to earn less. It's nothing, but you will have to lose money. I'll leave it here. If you don't move the factory within 3 days, I'll bring people to your factory every day to cause trouble. If you still want to do business here, you have to pay the annual rent, at least $400,000. Wang Xinian was smug, obviously determined that Li Shanglan would not dare to really turn the tables with him. Li Shanglan's face was particularly tangled. Moreover, Wang Shinian's character was clear to her, and he was a scoundrel. If she doesn't move the factory away, Wang Xinian is afraid that he will really bring people to cause trouble. What to do? If Shannon Li pays $400,000 in annual rent, she'll be doing almost all of this year for nothing. Seeing that the situation was very unfavorable to Li Shanglan, at this time, a person suddenly stood out. Lin Xiaoshu said, let's at least finish this year before we ask people to move the factory? Who are you? I'm talking to Li Shanglan, why are you interrupting? Wang Shinian narrowed his eyes. Could it be, you are the man Li Xianglan keeps outside? Seeing that Lin Xiaoshu was clean-looking and white, Wang Xinian felt very unhappy. Because he's bald. And it's not good-looking. Don't you talk nonsense. Li Shanglan reddened, partly from embarrassment and partly from shame. Good, it's better if it's not your man. Wang Xinian rushed at Lin Xiaoshu, you can get lost, there's nothing for you here. I'm Mr. Li's customer, if Mr. Li moves the factory, my goods will be delayed. Lin Xiaoshu explained lightly. You can find someone else, I don't believe that she's the only one who can do your business in the entire Fonglin city. Wang Xinian sneered, with a look of being in need of a beating. That would be too troublesome. Lin Xiaoshu said, as long as you finish the contract with Mr. Li, won't I not have to run for nothing? Nice try, who do you think you are? Wang Xinian thought Lin Xiaoshu was sick in the head. Li Shanglan was also embarrassed and said, Boss Lin, thank you for speaking up for me, but this is between me and Boss Wang. Boss Lin really doesn't need to get into this mess. Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand, it's not a big problem, it's trivial. This matter, I can settle it in 3 minutes. Oh? Wang Xinian laughed even more indulgently, come on, 3 minutes, I'll see how you can set me straight. I'm telling you, if you mess up, I'll call the police. Wang Xinian gave a small goad. The liquidated damages are as high as $1 million, so Wang Shining naturally does not dare to change his mind easily. Could be. In addition, although I have the formula, the effect is not very fast. It is necessary to adhere to it for a long time before you can be completely cured. Also, no touching women during the treatment. Lin Xiaoshu said. Wang Xinian was tortured by this unspeakable disease, not to mention the slow results, or a year to be completely cured, he can accept. The other conditions, not to mention the other conditions, he absolutely complied with. These are no problem, I'll sign a breach of contract right away. After signing, you give me the formula. Wang Shinian couldn't wait and signed the contract. Lin Xiaoshu saw that Wang Xinian didn't play any tricks, which led him to tell a formula with very slow results. This formula is useful, certainly useful, but Wang Shining can have to eat a lot of suffering, especially to a year cannot touch a woman. It is estimated that the Wang Shining to suffocate. Wang Shinian said, if this formula really works, then you are my Wang Shinian's benefactor. Not necessary if you're a benefactor, just keep your promise. Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand, problem solved, I'm going back, bye. Boss Lin, wait. Li Shanglan didn't even know how to express her gratitude to Lin Xiaoshu. Today, if Lin Xiaoshu hadn't been here, she might have really had to take a huge loss and move the factory. Mr. Li has something else? Lin Xiaoshu asked in surprise. It's okay, I just wanted to thank you. I can still give you a cheaper price for that business of yours. Li Shanglan said. Cheap is not good, if you really want to thank me, then bring the quality up a notch, it's better than nothing. Lin Xiaoshu actually thought it through. For example, if the price drops, in case Li Shanglan doesn't grasp the situation and has to suffer a loss, will she cut corners? Even if you don't cut corners, then surely the quality is of the usual quality. However, Lin Xiaoshu still followed the original agreement, then Li Shanglan, but with a little bit of gratitude, would more strictly control the quality of the products he ordered. In this way, Lin Xiaoshu did not lose out at all. As for whether Li Shanglan had any gratitude, Lin Xiaoshu thought to himself that he had not misjudged anyone. And looking at Lin Xiaoshu's departing figure, Li Shanglan was slightly lost in thought. This boss Lin, he's not simple, I'm afraid he has a great future ahead of him. She had been deeply impressed by Lin Xiaoshu's charisma, by his personality. Chapter 42 Received Fake Herbs. Lin Xiaoshu returned to Dalong village. Shenruyu was sitting in front of her house, waiting for the villagers to bring herbs. Probably because of the word-of-mouth effect, more and more villagers to join the ranks of the mountain to pick medicine. It couldn't be helped, the price Lin Xiaoshu gave was too high. The villagers work hard, planting fields and cotton to get the income, may go to the mountains to dig a few dozens of pounds of herbs, can give to earn back such money, who do not want to earn. Lin Xiaoshu stopped the car and saw that Shenruyu was seriously organizing the medicinal herbs, and also made her body all muddy and dirty, and then she wanted to laugh a little and was heartbroken. Xiaoshu, I collected so many herbs today, I don't even know if I want to keep collecting them. Shenruyu felt that Lin Xiaoshu might not be able to use so many medicinal herbs, so all day today, she was on tenterhooks, afraid of wasting money by collecting more. It's okay, Ruyu, you can collect this stuff as much as you want, you don't have to be afraid of rotting in your hands. He is going to use these herbs to make incense packs to help sleep, and this thing is so effective that the sales don't have to worry at all. In addition, the herbs in the mountains were, after all, limited, and sooner or later, it would be difficult for the villagers to find herbs in the nearby mountains. Therefore, this was the reason why Lin Xiaoshu did not acquire herbs in limited quantities. Little tree, what do you think of the quality of these herbs? Because she had received very good quality herbs, Shenruyu had happily, in a small way, flaunted them. Look at this poria, big and fat, I don't know how many years it has been born in the ground. Oh. She picked up a whole poria and smiled as she waited for Lin Xiaoshu's compliments. But when Lin Xiaoshu saw this poria, his face directly changed. Ruyu, do you remember who brought this poria? Lin Xiaoshu asked. Sanhaya, he took more than 20 pounds of herbs and made more than 1,000. Shenruyu was envious that Zhou Sanhai had, all at once, dug up so many herbs. Lin Xiaoshu's face was slightly cold. Zhou Sanhai, this person, and the village head Zhou Close, and Zhou son Zhou Wao, is even a die-hard party. What's the matter, Twiggy, you look like you're upset. Shenruyu clearly felt that after she took out the poria, Lin Xiaoshu's expression became a little hard to read and looked even unhappy. Ruyu, you've been tricked. Lin Xiaoshu took the poria in Shenruyu's hand and shook his head. Normally wild poria, it is impossible to grow so big and so fat. Moreover, this piece of Porias is too tender, the medicinal flavor is too light, and it can be completely identified as artificially cultivated. What? Shen Ruyu had originally thought that she would be able to receive a compliment from Lin Xiaoshu, but she did not expect to be greeted by a bolt from the blue. She remembered very clearly that Lin Xiaoshu had said that artificially cultivated Poria was so low in price that it was not worth anything. And Zhou Sanhai made more than $800 just from selling Poria. If these Poria were all planted manually, it would be equivalent to her losing $800 to Lin Xiaoshu. Ruyu? Ruyu? Shen Ruyu's face was red and she was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. Ruyu will go to Zhou Sanhai now and ask him to refund the money. She was so angry she turned and stormed out the front door. Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly pulled Shen Ruyu, showing a hint of a comforting smile, and said, Ruyu, if you go to others, Zhou Sanhai won't. However, as Ruyu, she was called a fool by her brother-in-law. She felt disgrace saying, Xiaoshu, how can you call me a fool? And call you what, stupid? Bastard, you're still scolding Ruyu. Shen Ruyu glanced at Lin Xiaoshu angrily and turned away to show that she was ignoring him. No cursing, no cursing. Lin Xiaoshu smiled, and then began to think about who he would find to go to Du Yue's hotel tomorrow. This man, he must be trusted. Most of the people in the village are generally related to me. Xiaoshu's family used to be so poor that there were very few people who could interact with. What can I do for you? He put down the work he was doing, wiped his hands casually on his shirt, and stood up. Chapter 43, Former Classmates. Lin Xiaoshu smiled and walked over, and in his mind, for a split second, flashed back to the elementary and junior school days of that year, and said dryly, there's a job, I don't know if you're. Being naive, he didn't want to take such a big advantage of Lin Xiaoshu and hurriedly said, $5,000 salary is too high, I only need $3,000 salary. Say 5,000, don't push it. Lin Xiaoshu saw that Lu Dazhu was still such a simple person, and then explained again, the goods on the car are more urgent, you not only have to pull it to the hotel, but also have to protect this batch of goods, so $5,000 should be. Then? Stuttering, Lu Dazhu giggled, then I won't be polite to you. It wouldn't have been necessary to be polite. Lin Xiaoshu casually sat under the willow tree, smoothly helping Lu Dazhu pick snail meat, and said, we'll start working tomorrow, about 7:30 tomorrow morning, you come to my house and I'll take you up the mountain. Okay. Lu Dazhu nodded his head, then he recalled the youthful years he once had, and then he talked to Lin Xiaoshu, heartily, about some of these years, when he lived outside. As he spoke, he was a big man, but he was actually shedding tears. Dazhu, all of this is in the past. During his conversation with Lu Dazhu, Lin Xiaoshu realized that Lu Dazhu's mother was not in good health, so he said, I'll cure your mother's illness, it's not difficult. This way, you can also work for me without worry. Little tree, you know medicine? Lu Dazhu felt like he didn't quite recognize the current Lin Xiaoshu. It's awesome. Once threw sandbags together teenagers, now the situation and ability, part-time heaven and earth, Lu Dazhu feel that now he is only worthy of looking up to Lin Xiaoshu. Will do, take me to see auntie. Lin Xiaoshu followed Lu Dazhu into the house, and then to Lu Dazhu's old mother, looked at the disease, found that the old stomach disease, and then there is a little neurasthenia. He wrote a prescription, and then used the dragon qi, to help Lu Dazhu's old mother body conditioning. Lu Dazhu's mom was immediately surprised, it really works. Dazhu, this classmate of yours is really great. Only after the prescription was made was Lin Xiaoshu ready to leave. Go back after dinner. Lu Dazhu said. No need, my Ruyu is still waiting for me to return. Then I'll get you some snails. Lu Dazhu gave Lin Xiaoshu all the snail meat he had just picked. Lin Xiaoshu was going to say that he didn't need it, but Lu Dazhu was very enthusiastic, so he couldn't afford to brush people off, so he nodded his head. The next day, Lu Dazhu came to see Lin Xiaoshu in the morning. Lin Xiaoshu just happened to finish eating. Let's go to Swinging Mountain. When the time comes, I'll go into the mountain, and you and the others will wait outside. Then, we'll take the mushrooms together and get them on the tricycle. At that time, you just need to ride my tricycle and go to the Changga Kaiwei Hotel. Is it really okay to go into the mountains? Lu Dazhu, who was from Dalong village and had been warned since he was a child that Danko Mountain should never be entered, said with some concern. Not afraid, in fact, the most dangerous thing in the mountains is the miasma, then the poisonous insects and beasts. Lin Xiaoshu said confidently, none of these are a matter to me. However, without a specialized way to deal with miasma and poisonous insects, it's still quite dangerous to go in. He added another sentence. Though, this addition may not really be necessary. Because the village chief, Zhou Yud, is still lying in the hospital and is said to be in a very serious condition. The villagers saw Zhou Yud just went up the mountain for a short while, and then suffered this disaster. Now except Lin Xiaoshu, there is no one else dare to really enter the mountain step. I understand, otherwise how could you possibly make a lot of money, little tree? Lu Dazhu envied Lin Xiaoshu in his heart, but he didn't bother to ask how to avoid the miasma and poisonous insects. After all, this was Lin Xiaoshu's way of making money. Soon, Lin Xiaoshu went into the mountain and picked a lot of mushrooms, then with Lu Dazhu and the other villagers, carried the mushrooms down the mountain and put them into the three-wheeled motorcycle. Go! Lin Xiaoshu followed Lu Dazhu out of the village, then got off the car and said, I'll stop here, you can just go to Changde Kaiwei Hotel alone. The location of the hotel, you know it, right? No. Changde Kaiwei Hotel is a famous hotel in Fenglin City. Basically very few locals do not know where this hotel is located. Well then, have a safe trip. Looking at Lu Dazhu's figure as he rode away on his three-wheeled motorcycle, Lin Xiaoshu called Du Yue to explain the situation, then turned around and quietly went back to the village. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when Zhou Sanhai rode his motorcycle and came back from his friend's medicine mountain. In fact, he left at 6 a.m. and it was going to be over 60 kilometers if he biked back and forth. But it was all worth it. Looking at the back, spent $500, bought 50 pounds of planted poria. He was a little nervous and very excited. $500 to buy 50 pounds of planted poria, turn around and sell it to Shunryu at the price of wild poria, harvesting $2,500. It can be said that just running back and forth, a net gain of $2,000 a day, worth a month's salary of a supermarket cashier. Go kill the wrong person. When he thought of the way Shunryu was deceived by him and praised him for the good quality of the poria he brought, he didn't know how good he felt in his heart. Finally, he brought the 50 pounds of poria that he had planted to Shunryu's house, and said with fake excitement, Ryu's sister, I harvested quite a lot yesterday, look at these poria, how many pounds can I have? Chapter 44 Shunryu's Jealousy. Shunryu's face darkened a bit when she saw Zhou Sanhai enter. However, Zhou Sanhai, who only had money on his mind, didn't seem to realize this. Shunryu took the 2 snakeskin bags handed over by Zhou Sanhai, all of which were poria that had just been dug out not long ago. What made her even more angry was that this poria was really still the same as before, big and fat, and anyone with a little bit of knowledge of the market would be able to immediately react that it was not wild at all. Just bullying me for not being able to see it? Shunryu was so angry that she clenched her teeth secretly. On the bright side, Shunryu said, is this one of yours wild? Last night, Xiaoshu said that this one of yours doesn't quite look wild. No way, this is what I dug up in. Lin Xiaoshu reached out to open the snakeskin bag and take a look at the poria inside. Zhou Sanhai Dao, no need to look, have you been waiting for me here? Looks like you're not stupid. Lin Xiaoshu immediately became serious, his face icy, using planted poria, pretending to be wild poria, you've got some guts. Now, with all the evidence, Zhou Sanhai, what else do you have to say? Lin Xiaoshu lifted the 2 bags of poria and threw them towards the outside like rags. Lin Xiaoshu, you sell mushrooms and make tens of thousands of dollars a day, didn't I just cheat you out of a few $100s? It's not easy for everyone, so why don't you let me off the hook for once? Zhou Sanhai admitted that he, indeed, used cultivated poria to disguise the wild ones to sell. However, he was imposing and justified, as if it made sense to do so and wasn't even a problem. What if I don't let go? Lin Xiaoshu asked. If you don't let go, Lin Xiaoshu, then don't blame me for not being polite. Zhou Sanhai proudly said, I'm telling you, brother Hao already has his eyes on you, it's just that the village chief's illness hasn't been healed, which is why he doesn't have the time to pay attention to you. If the village chief's illness is cured and Hao frees up his time, he'll definitely make you suffer. Lin Xiaoshu, I advise you to turn a blind eye and let me go. That way, I can still put in a few more good words for you in front of brother Hao. Otherwise, brother Hao won't be able to spare you. Hao, naturally, was referring to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is in the city, mixing well, powerful, hands are said to have dozens of brothers. Normally in the village, he was also in existence that no one dared to mess with. Zhou Sanhai continued, Lin Xiaoshu, have you thought about it? Give me the $2,500 for this poria, and on brother Hao's side, I'll put in a good word for you. Get out! Lin Xiaoshu turned around and did a sidekick, sending Zhou Sanhai flying through the door. Zhou Sanhai fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. Lin Xiaoshu coldly said, if you want to put words in your mouth, let Zhou Hao do it himself. Zhou Sanhai, in the future, I won't accept any medicinal herbs that you bring. If you dare to retaliate, then I'll throw you to Danko Mountain for a night of sightseeing. Throw it to Dango Mountain? Joe Sanhai shivered all over. It would be quite a death sentence if we did get thrown there. Seeing that he didn't have anyone with him either, and with Lin Xiaoshu being so strong, he turned away in a sorry state. Shun Ruyu took a long breath. This matter was sort of over, and the only thing that was worrying was Zhou Wuhao. Ruyu, you're worried about Zhou Wuhao? Lin Xiaoshu saw through Shun Ruyu's mind at a glance. Yeah, Zhou Wuhao has a lot of people. What if he really wants to mess up? We'll just hire a bodyguard. Lin Xiaoshu felt that it was really necessary to hire a bodyguard for Shun Ruyu in the village. These days, the moment he wasn't at home, Shun Ruyu was being targeted. And it was impossible for him to, at all times, be by Shun Ruyu's side. So, taking advantage of the fact that he had earned so much money these days, he began to consider hiring a more powerful female bodyguard to take care of Shun Ruyu's safety. Hiring a bodyguard is expensive, isn't it? It's better not to use it. Shun Ruyu hurriedly waved her hand, afraid of wasting money. That? As he was talking, Zhou Wuhao's wife, Wang Shuizhu, came over with a small bag of freshly dug herbs. What are you discussing? Wang Shuizhu said, I've come to sell herbs. I heard that the price is good, so I want to earn some pocket money. Shun Ruyu was surprised, and when she thought of Wang Shuizhu's identity, she couldn't help but wrinkle her eyebrows again. It was just that, last time, Wang Shuizhu had helped Lin Xiaoshu speak again, and she wasn't sure, for a moment, which side Wang Shuizhu was on. So she smiled politely and said, You're the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, so you shouldn't be short of money, right? You're overthinking it. Zhou Wuhao can't even go home a few times a year, and he doesn't give me any money. The money in the house is all managed by Zhou Wuhao's father, so if I want to use the money, I have to ask him for it. Wang Shuizhu's gaze fell on Shun Ruyu with an envious face. It's you, Ruyu, who is truly coveted now. Someone is passing off a fake as a fake? Wang Shuizhu felt unbelievable, because the people in the village, who had always been more honest, usually would not be so bold as to dare to do so directly in the village. But, in retrospect, she was able to figure it out quickly. The villagers of Dalong village in general are indeed more honest and timid, as well as more afraid of things. But there is still a very small wave of people who often cause trouble, and the villagers are not afraid to speak out. This group of people is her husband, Zhou Wuhao, and a group of people under Zhou Wuhao's hand. Wang Shuizhu said, I know, it must be Wuhao's group of brothers, right? That group of foxes and dogs, none of them are good. Little Tree was trying to get some extra money for everyone, and he ended up, wait, you guys take this and drink tea. Lin Xiaoshu gave the driver a red packet of $300. The money is small, but it's a peace of mind. He's not that far off, but giving it to the driver will make him do his job more diligently. Thanks. The driver happily took the money and left. After getting the empty incense bag in the box, Lin Xiaoshu was ready to put the herbs inside the incense bag. Moreover, in order to be able to make the incense packet have a better effect, the portion of herbs, naturally, should be distributed in proportion. In that case, Lin Xiaoshu, alone, was definitely too busy. So, while there were still quite a few people watching outside his house, he called out, I need 10 people to help with the herbs, is anyone willing to come? I'll pay $150 per person. Me. These women in the village, they raised their hands. Lin Xiaoshu arranged for some people to specialize in weighing the portions of the herbs, and then arranged for another group of people to specialize in putting the herbs into the incense packets. The first batch, Lin Xiaoshu was ready to try the water first, only do 1,000, want to put on the market to see the effect. Since there are more than a dozen people, they make 1,000 scented packets, so soon 1,000 scented packets are made. Everyone worked hard. Lin Xiaoshu gave the people $150 each for their work. The crowd left with smiles on their faces, praising Lin Xiaoshu in the process. Right now, through the matter of medicinal herbs, Lin Xiaoshu's prestige in the village, all of a sudden, was much bigger, and his reputation was getting better and better. In contrast, the village had Zhou Yud's reputation, but more and more poor. Everyone wants Zhou Yud. Hurry from the position of the village head to get out. After making the scented bag, Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly called Du Yue. Xiaoshu, you're finally willing to call sis. How's the production of your fragrant bag going? Du Yue gushed, I used your scented sachet, and now I sleep especially peacefully every day. I have a feeling that your scented sachet will definitely be a big seller. I was about to say this matter. Lin Xiaoshu was not surprised by Du Yue's words, he was just a little surprised that she took the initiative to say this matter. It's simply too taciturn. He said, I've already finished making 1,000 scented bags, so I can send them to your hotel tomorrow to sell. It's just that, for pricing, I want Sister Yue, you to give a reference. Du Yue was happy. Being able to be asked for her opinion by Lin Xiaoshu on her own initiative, she hastened to say without mincing her words, your scented bag is very effective, and our hotel, originally, is on the high-end route, so the price can't be too cheap. But if it's too expensive, it will definitely hurt sales. Considering all the above factors, I think the price of a scented bag, set at the position of 188 is more appropriate, and it's also auspicious. What do you think? Lin Xiaoshu was secretly shocked that Du Yue's thoughts coincided with his. In addition, according to the pricing of 188, he can make a profit of roughly $140 for every scented bag he sells, and if 1,000 scented bags, all of them, were sold, the profit would be able to reach $140,000. If he can sell 10,000 scented bags, he can get 1.4 million net profit. And with this amount of money, he could totally build a luxury villa in the village. Thinking about it, he was particularly excited about tomorrow's sale of scented bags. Chapter 46, The Official Sale of Scented Bags. Because the thought of building a house in the village made Lin Xiaoshu slightly excited. When he went to bed, looking at Shin Ruyu, single-mindedly playing with her cell phone by the bedside, he couldn't help but say, Ruyu, what kind of house do you want to live in? Do you have a favorite style? Shin Ruyu put down her cell phone. For that matter, she wasn't quite sure. And, where is she qualified to say that? If all the money on hand was used to build a house, it would be possible to build an okay house, but then there would be no money left on hand. Therefore, Shin Ruyu felt that now was not the time to consider this issue. Shin Ruyu sleep out into a shrimp and rolled away many of his covers. I fell asleep last night? And all this night, it's been lying with Ruyu? Lin Xiaoshu's heart burst, but getting dressed and getting up now? Sorry, suddenly didn't feel like getting up, wanted to stay in bed. Lin Xiaoshu pulled the quilt over his body. Bang bang bang. Xiaoshu, aren't you up yet? Outside, Lu Daju was knocking on the door in a hurry. Shin Ruyu was awakened and opened her eyes. Finding Lin Xiaoshu beside her, she was startled, then she reacted that it was last night when Lin Xiaoshu lay down beside her and fell asleep. Then looking at Lin Xiaoshu's sleeping appearance, she didn't have the heart to disturb, so she made a mistake. Little Shu, get up. Shin Ruyu pushed Lin Xiaoshu, who was sleeping next to her. Lin Xiaoshu hated Lu Daju. Why come over so early? But it can't be helped, Shin Ruyu was awake, so he had to get up quickly and snorted, it's still Ryu's bed that's more comfortable, my bamboo bed is too chalky, it's not comfortable to sleep at all. Then you'll buy another air conditioner, and you'll sleep in your own room from now on. Shin Ruyu replied with a smile. That won't work, the electricity in our house, as you know, can't withstand 2 air conditioners running at the same time. Lin Xiaoshu said in his heart, even if it could withstand it, he wouldn't buy it. Otherwise, there would be no reason to be honorable and sleep in Ryu's room. That's true. Shin Ruyu foolishly believed Lin Xiaoshu's explanation. Lin Xiaoshu got dressed and went to open the door. Daju, why are you so early today? Lin Xiaoshu asked, not too happy. It's not early, don't you usually come over at 7:30? Lu Daju felt innocent. So it's already 7:30, it seems I overslept. Wait for a while, I'll go pick mushrooms on the mountain right away. Lin Xiaoshu's old face blushed and hurriedly ran to wash up, then took Lu Daju up the mountain. While waiting for Lu Daju to send the mushrooms to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, Lin Xiaoshu went home and waited for the truck with the incense packets to come over and transport the packets to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Buzz. It wasn't long before the van drove up to Lin Xiaoshu's door. Lin Xiaoshu and Shin Ruyu, together with the others, put the fragrant packets, as well as the packing boxes, onto the van. After all the stuff was loaded, Lin Xiaoshu followed the van driver and headed to the hotel together. Come on, move over. When we got to the hotel, it was another unloading session to finally get everything, well, on track. Diyue hadn't seen Lin Xiaoshu for a few days, and she oddly missed Lin Xiaoshu. Little tree, today at noon, you stay at the hotel and check on the sales of the scented bags, and by the way, also have a meal at the hotel, my treat. Then I'm welcome. He did have to be in the hotel, watching Diyue's side, the sales of the scented bags. And it was 10:30. The hotel side of the business has, in fact, already begun. Diyue arranged for the hotel, the 2 most beautiful waitresses, to receive at the front desk. Probably because the waitress was too pretty, plus Lin Xiaoshu's scented bag, which was really exquisitely made, so there were quite a few customers who came up to inquire about it. This scented bag from your hotel, can it really help you sleep? A company owner, seeing the promotional sign behind the waitress, had a heartbeat. Of course you can. This incense packet was made by a very powerful divine doctor. If you put this incense packet on your pillow at night, then even people who often take sleeping pills to sleep can stop taking them. Is it that great? This boss every night are taking sleeping pills to promote sleep, although the amount used is not much, but he himself is clear, so long term is not a thing. More interested, he asked again, so does this have any side effects? Could there be a slight toxin? The waiter has long understood this knowledge. The scene replied, absolutely not, this is pure Chinese medicine incense packet, there is no half of the toxic side effects, and because it does not need to be taken orally, only need to be placed on the pillow, those oral risks of Chinese medicine, here is also completely non-existent. Look at it this way, I'm interested, but you're talking out of your ass, and I'm feeling? The words didn't need to come out, so he didn't continue on. At this point, Lin Xiaoshu stepped out. Hundreds of hearings are better than one sight, and then how to inquire, are not as good as a personal try, buy one back to try, do not know? If it doesn't work, we'll give you a refund on our side. Besides, the hotel is right here, if there's a problem, the hotel can't run away, don't you think so? Lin Xiaoshu laughed. Seeing that Lin Xiaoshu was so confident, this boss immediately nodded his head, that's right, then I'll buy one and go back to try it out, if it works well, I'll definitely order it in large quantities. He is the owner of a technology company and has a number of technicians on his hands, all of whom have some sleep problems at one time or another. If it really works, he'll consider buying some for his staff below him. When he finished, he picked a scented bag of his favorite color, paid for it, and left. Boss Lin, do you think he'll come back again? The two pretty waitresses asked Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu said with confidence, tomorrow, he will definitely come back again. Chapter 47, Partners Withdrawing? Lin Xiaoshu's words also drew the attention of some passers-by at the scene. So confident? Then I'd like to try it too. How much is this scented bag? It looks quite exquisite. $188. Lin Xiaoshu said. That expensive? A meal for a few months of sleeping peacefully, it's up to the individual. If you think it's expensive, it's expensive. If you think it's not expensive, it really isn't. Lin Xiaoshu gave them the right to choose to themselves. Confident of his own incense bag, really good, so he was not in a hurry to sell, but instead, with the kind of want to buy on the buy, do not want to buy also cannot be forced to come to the mentality. You're right, if it's true that $188 for a couple months of restful sleep really isn't that expensive, then I'll give it a try. So, several more scented bags were sold out. At this time, the pretty waitress said, Boss Lin, you're really good. Sister Yue, I see that you don't look too good, what's wrong? Logically speaking, you should be rosy in color after using my scented sachet. Being seen through by Lin Xiaoshu with a glance, Du Yue didn't hide it. She said with some helplessness and aggression, after Lu Wei was taught a lesson at our hotel last time, he put a lot of pressure on our hotel. My partners, who are also considered my two bosses, now want to pull out of the hotel's operation. Of course, it's not really a withdrawal, it's just wanting to put pressure on me, wanting me to apologize to Lu Wei for being soft. Being in this position, Du Yue sees through a lot of things, and she knows exactly what her partners want to do. None other than, they were trying to force her into Lu Wei's bed. But, Du Yue was unacceptable. Divestment? Lin Xiaoshu's mind spun, and suddenly a wry grin appeared at the corner of his mouth, then let them divest. That's not good. Du Yue hurriedly waved her hand, feeling that Lin Xiaoshu's suggestion was simply nonsense, and even the words contained an air of childishness. I'll take up 10% of the hotel's shares, they together occupy 90% of the hotel's shares, if they withdraw their capital, this hotel will directly close, so they can't withdraw. Withdrawn. Lin Xiaoshu said this very firmly. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu's face, with a confident smile, Du Yue reluctantly thought that he wasn't fooling around, so she asked one more question, Xiaoshu, do you have any ideas? Aha! Lin Xiaoshu nodded. He thinks that Du Yue's Chengde Kaiwei Hotel seems to have a bright future. So, it would not be a bad idea for him to take up the majority of the hotel's shares himself and then vigorously develop the hotel. It was worth mentioning that Lin Xiaoshu's wild mushrooms, incense buns, and other resources were exclusive and special resources, and selling them to the Chengde Kaiwei Hotel was basically helping this hotel retain its customers. In other words, Lin Xiaoshu didn't take much advantage of the situation. Instead, it was the Chengde Kaiwei Hotel, which got a lot of benefits as a result. Now, this hotel owner is trying to get out on his own, and it's a great opportunity for nothing. So, Lin Xiaoshu said, if they withdraw their funding, then this funding, I can help make up for it. You? Du Yue felt like she had heard a very funny joke. Don't believe? Lin Xiaoshu was also clear that it was difficult to convince Du Yue with this statement. Of course I don't believe it. Little tree, what were you like when you first came here, isn't sis still clear? It's only been how long? If you can get the money to buy the hotel, sis can crawl out of the hotel, backwards, from here. Du Yue laughed and shook her head. Not necessarily, although I don't have money, I can borrow. Right now, this situation is an opportunity that can't be missed. As long as I can buy the hotel, the money I borrowed, I can pay it back very quickly. Who would lend you that much? Du Yue rolled her eyes. This hotel, a few million can't be disked down, at least 60 million or more can be done. Our hotel is a rented property, pay rent once a year, once 10 million. Right now there are only 4 months left until the next rent payment. Because she felt that the risk was too great, coupled with the fact that in recent years, the hotel industry has become more and more competitive and business has become more and more sluggish, Du Yue wanted to dissuade Lin Xiaoshu. Sister Yue, this is because she doesn't believe me? Lin Xiaoshu said, Sister Yue, if your two partners threaten you with withdrawing their capital again, just let them withdraw. At that time, my capital will come in, and then I'll bring my resources and come over with all of them as well. Think about it, my exclusive scented bags, my exclusive mushrooms, and I even have a lot of things I haven't taken out yet. These things are enough to establish our hotel's own specialty. And a hotel that has its own main specialty is never short of business. Buzz. Du Yue was really starting to get a bit stirred up. Especially since Lin Xiaoshu mentioned that he still has a lot of stuff left to take out. With a slight hesitation, she cautiously asked, Little tree, are you really sure you want to take over this hotel? Sure, as long as they're reasonably priced, I'll take it. Could be. I'll try and see if I can get them to fake it. Du Yue thought, didn't they want to threaten her with a fake divestment? Then she would make the fake one real and see how the two partners would react then. Chapter 48 Scented bag accidentally brought to fire by female anchor. Things had already reached a preliminary intention. Lin Xiaoshu felt a little hungry and stopped by to try the meals at the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Du Yue also wanted to know what Lin Xiaoshu had to say about her hotel meals. Perhaps because her 5 senses were more sensitive than others, Lin Xiaoshu felt that this hotel's meals could only be considered moderate, not excellent. But wild mushrooms, this dish is quite doable, the texture is smooth, the aroma comes out of the nose, the mouth has a light fragrance, after eating, refreshing. How about it? Du Yue was looking forward to Lin Xiaoshu's opinion. It wasn't bad, the wild mushrooms were the best done, the other dishes, in fact, had room for improvement. For example, although the fish was tender and looked nice and upscale, it just didn't taste good enough. Du Yue sniffed and deeply agreed, but at the moment, there was nothing that could be done about the hotel chef's craftsmanship being what it was. Little tree, try this abalone, this should be delicious. Du Yue personally gave Lin Xiaoshu a piece of abalone. Thanks, I'll help myself. Lin Xiaoshu felt something wasn't quite right, but couldn't tell what was wrong, so she didn't dwell on that and just ate. To Lin Xiaoshu's surprise, this abalone was made quite delicious, with a fresh and fragrant texture, and the flavor of the soup was even stronger, definitely counting as the second best dish under the wild mushrooms. Because it was very tasty, Lin Xiaoshu blurted out. Sister Yue, your abalone is so delicious. Du Yue's hand holding the chopsticks suddenly trembled a little, and then her pretty face, without realizing it, gained a few more points of faint redness. Sister Yue, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiaoshu was uncertain. It's nothing, Xiaoshu, if you really like it, sister can let you eat it every day from now on. Du Yue's face turned even redder, so red that it could drip blood. When Lin Xiaoshu heard this and combined it with Du Yue's expression, he finally reacted. Sister Yue, I didn't mean that. Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand awkwardly. Which means? Du Yue asked with a smile. Me? Alright, either meaning is fine. Du Yue didn't mind if what Lin Xiaoshu said had those connotations or not. Finish eating. Lin Xiaoshu went to check on the sales of scented bags. This morning, 100 or so scented sachets were sold, not too many and not too few. Xiaoshu, what do you think? Du Yue looked at Lin Xiaoshu. That's a good amount, let's wait for word of mouth to fester tomorrow, tomorrow's when the sales really start. Aha! Du Yue nodded non-committally. The other side. One of the customers who bought a scented bag before was a food anchor who specialized in food broadcasting, and her screen name was Aroma Orange. She has more than 100,000 followers on an anchor platform. She came to the Changga Kaiwei Hotel for dinner because she had heard that the wild here tasted a lot better than other places, so she came here with curiosity to taste them. After tasting it, she realized that it was still true. She had eaten a lot of wild mushrooms in the past, but there was never any place where the wild mushrooms could make the flavor as mellow and fragrant as Changga Kaiwei Hotel. The flavor, in the mouth, is simply heavenly. So, she highly recommended the hotel's wild mushrooms, but she was not a big fan of the hotel's other dishes, which were not enough to stand out among the many hotel dishes. When she had finished eating over, Shannon Orange walked down to the hotel and prepared to exit the hotel door. But here in the hall, she noticed a lot of nice-looking scented bags laid out next to her, and next to the scented bags, there was a special attendant to recommend them. Out of love for the face value of the bag, she went up and asked, "This is quite a nice scented bag you guys have, and from what you've told us, it promotes sleep." Aroma Orange asked. "Yes, it's very effective. As long as you put this scented packet on your pillow and you're more inclined to sleep, it can basically put you to sleep in 5 minutes. So awesome." Aroma Orange was slightly shocked, then bought one with alacrity. "Anchor, why did you buy this? It must be a scam. The anchor is going to get slaughtered." "Anchor, I thought you were a smart girl, but it turns out you pay IQ tax too." "Impossible, to have such a good scented bag, it would have been famous in the whole country, how could it be put in a place like a hotel to market it?" The netizens who watched Shannon Orange's live broadcast felt that Shannon Orange bought this scented bag, which was very worthless. Aroma Orange said, "I like the style, as for promoting sleep, in fact, I have always slept quite well, there is no insomnia problem." "Then you're still buying?" "It's a waste of money, you can buy a bunch of scented packets like this out there for $50. "No, $40, no more." Aroma Orange giggled, "It's fine, I'll just make a decoration out of this scented bag, even if I pay the IQ tax, it's only a couple hundred, cheaper than buying a dress." Netizens have said, rich woman begging to be adopted. Shannon Orange came home and turned off the live feed. A wave of tiredness quickly set in because of the midday live broadcast and the recent hot weather. Hoo-hoo. Without realizing it, Shannon fell asleep. It was 2 hours later when I woke up. "How come? I usually just lie down at noon, I can't sleep, why did I fall asleep today? And sleep so much? Is it?" Looking at the scented packet on her pillow, Shannon Orange wore an incredulous expression. Could it really be that this played a role? Feeling like he had discovered a new continent, Xiang Orange quickly opened the live stream to share this with the audience. "Is the effect really that good? Anchor, you're not charging money to advertise, are you?" "I don't think so, the anchor is also buying on the fly at noon, and is still being disliked by everyone for paying IQ tax." Fragrant Orange said, "I swear, I really didn't charge any money. This fragrant bag smells like a light fragrance, promotes the effect of sleep, is also really especially good. I'm a person who has always napped lying down and won't fall asleep, but today I slept especially dead." "Which scented bag?" "I'd like to buy it. I have trouble sleeping." "I'd like to buy it too, if it really works." Fragrant Orange said, "It's at the Changga Kaiwei Hotel. It's in Fonglin City, so those who are close can come over and buy it, but if they're far away, then there's nothing I can do." "Ask for a substitute." No, I'm not subbing, lest you say I'm advertising." Shannon waved her hand. And right after this whole orange thing happened. Evening. Lin Xiaoshu's scented sachets then began to sell out. "Do you a personally called Lin Xiaoshu, Xiaoshu, your scented bags are selling especially hot, you should hurry to replenish them tomorrow." "That fast?" According to Lin Xiaoshu's anticipation, the sales explosion, it should not be until tomorrow, how come it exploded at night? But, whatever the reason, grabbing the scented bag is the way to go. Lin Xiaoshu turned to Shun Ruyu and said, "Ruyu, work harder at night, let's make more fragrant buns." "Yes." Anyway, nothing, Shun Ruyu and Lin Xiaoshu has been busy until 12 o'clock at night, finally has completed a batch of incense bag making. "Wash up and go to sleep." Shun Ruyu said, "Tonight, you don't need to sleep on the bamboo bed, just sleep on my bed." "Didn't you say that sleeping on a bamboo bed is uncomfortable?" "Huh?" Lin Xiaoshu's mind moved slightly. "What are you thinking? There are 2 quilts on Ruyu's bed, you cover one set, I cover one set, don't mess around, or else, Ruyu kicks you out of bed." "No problem." Lin Xiaoshu revealed an honest and generous smile. Chapter 49 Wing Chun Woman. After Lin Xiaoshu took a shower, he got under that comforter of his with a sense of stolen joy. Looking at Shin Ruyu sleeping next to him, he greedily inhaled. "It's so fragrant. With this sweet aroma, he quickly fell into sleep. And in the dream, he did quite a few things that, in reality, he wouldn't dare to do. What surprised Lin Xiaoshu was that when he opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that Shinryu had climbed under his comforter. The heartbeat is rapidly accelerating. In his heart, he was thinking about how to explain to Shinryu, but suddenly, he realized that what he was covering was his own quilt, and instead, it was Shinryu who had burrowed into his quilt. It's a good thing I kept the evidence or I wouldn't have been able to justify it. While Shinryu was still sleeping, Lin Xiaoshu secretly climbed up, organized his clothes, and walked out of the room. Still sleeping at 7:30, Ryu is sleeping soundly. Lin Xiaoshu opened the gate and ran into Lu Dazhu, who came to the door. Shoo! Lin Xiaoshu told Lu Dazhu not to make a sound. He then took Lu Dazhu up the mountain again to pick mushrooms. Suddenly, Lu Dazhu pointed to a blurry shadow in front of him and said, "Xiaoshu, it looks like someone is going up the mountain." Lin Xiaoshu has seen it. He already had sharp vision, so naturally he spotted the man long before Lu Dazhu did. However, Lin Xiaoshu didn't react in any particular way. "Xiaoshu, that person is going up the mountain, don't you care?" Lu Dazhu was in a hurry, as if he felt that if he didn't stop the other party, he would be terrified inside. "What do you care?" Lin Xiaoshu said. "The fame of Danko Mountain, within the city of Fenglin, no one knows about it, it's the entire Jiangnan province that has a considerable amount of fame. Under these circumstances, that person still dares to go up the mountain, which means he has already made preparations. If we go up and persuade him now, maybe they'll think you're unsettled." "No way? You can try." Lin Xiaoshu shrugged his shoulders, seemingly encouraging Lu Dazhu to try and stop the other party. "Just try it, it's a human life, he can't be left to self-sabotage." With that, Lu Dazhu stepped away and quickly rushed towards the figure. Lin Xiaoshu quickened his pace and followed behind. Panting, Lu Dazhu finally caught up with the figure in front of him. It turned out that this person, but also a woman, looks angular, between the eyebrows, through an inchi, and the body is straight as a javelin, outstanding temperament, the face looks a little cold. Seeing this woman, Lu Dazhu was a bit startled. The woman's eyes, in particular, were very stern. Lu Dazhu's heart was shocked for a moment, but he still said, "Beauty, this is Danko Mountain, don't go any further. If you go any further, you'll easily get sick and even die in there." The woman's voice was clear and cold, and she said with great determination, "I'm going up Swinging Mountain." "Eh?" Lu Dazhu watched the woman enter the mountain, and immediately shook his head. "How can you be so stupid, isn't this looking for death?" Lin Xiaoshu said from behind, "I've told you, there's no way people will listen to you. Forget it, count me as nosy." Lu Dazhu suddenly looked at Lin Xiaoshu and his spirit lifted. "Xiaoshu, when you go in to pick mushrooms, take care of her by the way, after all, it's also a human life." Lin Xiaoshu nodded helplessly. "As long as she doesn't seek death, I can save her. I'm afraid that if she has to seek death, then I can't do anything about it." Just try your best, just try your best." Lu Dazhu could only say so. "Wait outside, I'll go in and pick mushrooms." Taking the basket, Lin Xiaoshu entered the mountain. The woman from before advanced slowly, so Lin Xiaoshu quickly arrived behind her. "Don't seek death, you're not half prepared, going in is a death," Lin Xiaoshu kindly reminded. "You're the one who can freely enter and exit the Danko Mountain without dying or getting sick." Seeing how fast Lin Xiaoshu was, she immediately had a guess. "Exactly. Then if you can get in, so can I." There was a defiant energy in the woman's face. Lin Xiaoshu shook his head slightly and walked quickly towards the front by himself. The woman shouted, "My name is Liang Qiujing. If I'm unfortunate enough to die inside, I hope you'll notify my brother. My cell phone is in my pocket, it has his phone number in it." Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand, "There are still ties, so go back." "No." Liang Qiujing said, "I'll die before I go into the mountains to take a look." She secretly thought in her heart, her brother's surgical expenses has not been put together, want to get hundreds of thousands of dollars as soon as possible, to give her brother surgery, then you must soldier on. As she thought about this, her steps into the mountains, too, quickened considerably. Lin Xiaoshu started picking mushrooms. Liang Qiujing then overtook Lin Xiaoshu and continued to walk towards the mountains. "No? No one should have come here for a long time, surprisingly not a single ginseng was seen?" Liang Qiujing was disappointed and lost. Although, she saw quite a few reishi, they were really too little for the medical bills. Unless she was able to pick several marijuana bags of reishi that were of good quality and saleable. "There's really nothing you can do?" There was really no choice. She thought about it, and finally set her sights on Ganoderma lucidum, so that she could at least get a few tens of thousands of dollars. However, after picking, Liang Qiujing felt that her body was not very comfortable. His head was spinning and his chest was frenching up. She was shocked, dismayed, lost. I've been hit? Maybe this is fate. Liang Qiujing struggled towards the bottom of the mountain with the 7 or 8 pounds of Ganoderma lucidum she had picked. But she didn't get very far before she couldn't walk at all. After Lin Xiaoshu finished picking mushrooms, he let Lu Daju lead the villagers and get the mushrooms down the mountain, and he turned around and said, "I'll go save that woman." "Xiaoshu, I knew you wouldn't not care." Lu Daju sighed in relief and led the villagers down the mountain. The villager said, "This kind of person." Liang Qiujing didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoshu continued, "Do you and your brother both know martial arts?" "My brother and I are both Wing Chun practitioners, of course we know martial arts," Liang Qiujing said proudly. Lin Xiaoshu thought for a moment, "Then you stay in our Dalong village and help me, then I'll not only save you, but also your brother, what do you think?" Chapter 50, I'm a Miracle Healer. Liang Qiujing was being held by Lin Xiaoshu, and then Lin Xiaoshu wanted her to do things for him, which made Liang Qiujing's heart have a few wary thoughts. Only in the next second, she gave up on being wary. Nowadays, people were the chopping board and I was the fish. She was nothing more than a dish on the chopping board here in Lin Xiaoshu. It was meaningless even if she was more vigilant. Therefore, so she was willing to believe Lin Xiaoshu for once and said, "As long as you can do what you say, then I'll follow you from now on." Cool. Don't worry about it, the miasma on your body has been pretty much cleared by me, there's no problem, as Lin Xiaoshu smiled faintly. Carrying Liang Qiujing down the mountain. Liang Qiujing was very anxious, wanting Lin Xiaoshu to hurry up and save her brother, so she said, "Can you go to my brother's place first?" "No problem, it's just that I don't have a car anymore, my car was taken. I've got a little motorcycle, do you think it's okay?" Just in time. Lin Xiaoshu drives a 3-wheeled motorcycle, Liang Qiujing drives a small motorcycle, and neither of them laughs at the other. Following the direction Liang Qiujing pointed out, Lin Xiaoshu found the small motorcycle parked at the bottom of the hill. He then drove Liang Qiujing to the city's people's hospital. This is it. Liang Qiujing had recovered almost enough to walk on the ground by herself and was showing Lin Xiaoshu the way. Lin Xiaoshu saw Liang Qiujing's brother in the hospital room, hanging an oxygen tank, lying on the hospital bed, his body difficult to move. The one who takes care of Liang Qiujing's brother is Liang Qiujing's old mother. "Mom, how is brother doing?" Liang Qiujing asked worriedly. "What else can you do? There's no money, so you have to treat it conservatively. The doctor said it might not last more than half a month?" A chill ran through Liang Qiujing's heart. However, because there was still hope, she turned her head to Lin Xiaoshu, "Divine Dr. Lin, I'll trouble you to take a look at my brother." "No problem." Lin Xiaoshu went up to Liang Qiujing's brother, Liang Qiwu, to take his pulse and check the wound in passing. "How is it, Divine Dr. Lin?" Liang Qiujing was nervous. "Not a big deal, your brother's life, I saved it." Lin Xiaoshu began to give Liang Qiawu, inputting Dragon Qi, and then pressed a few meridians at the same time to stop Liang Qiawu's situation from continuing to deteriorate, while saying, "Do the discharge formalities, the hospital side of the measures, is to simply save his life, and this is something that I can casually do." "Yes." Liang Qiujing agreed, but her mom was a bit hesitant. "Mom, this is a divine doctor. It's definitely able to cure brother's injuries." Hearing Liang Qiujing's words, her mom also chose to believe it. After all, being in the hospital was actually waiting to die. "Are you guys really sure you want to be discharged?" "The patient's condition, it's very not optimistic," the doctor asked. "There's no more money, and continuing in the hospital is just waiting to die, so we're not treating it in the hospital," Liang Qiujing explained. "Okay." The doctor sighed and gave Liang Qiujing a discharge slip. However, he paused slightly when his gaze landed on Lin Xiaoshu. For some reason, the Dr. Pingbai felt that the young man standing beside Liang Qiujing looked very powerful. After getting the note, Liang Qiujing said, "Divine Dr. Lin, let's go." "Wait, are you guys going to discharge the patient and leave him with this young man?" The doctor could sort of hear it. "Well, Divine Dr. Lin has a way to cure my brother's injuries," Liang Qiujing said. The doctor frowned, then didn't continue speaking. In his heart, he actually felt that Lin Xiaoshu was a liar, but Liang Qiujing and the others didn't have the money to treat their illnesses, and it was useless to stay in the hospital, which prevented him from continuing to speak. Discharge. Lin Xiaoshu followed Liang Qiujing to the Liang family. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoshu began to treat Liang Qiwu professionally. A series of treatments were carried out for about an hour or so before Lin Xiaoshu stopped moving. This is almost good. Next, as long as you take the medicine on time and then slowly recuperate from your injuries, there won't be much of a problem. Liang Xiujing, in 3 days, you can look for me in Dalong village. I think after 3 days, your brother will be able to get much better and be able to eat on his own without you worrying. Thank you, Divine Dr. Lin, I'll definitely be there in 3 days. Liang Xiujing was incredibly excited. At this point, Du Yuwei called. Little Tree, 90% of the shares of the hotel, my 2 partners, have agreed to let it out, so make your preparations as soon as possible, there's only a week left. If a week goes by and your funds aren't there, then the program will have to be scrapped. She reconfirmed, saying, are you really sure that you can get that much money? Their initial intention was 65 million, but I've already pushed the price down to a minimum of 60 million. Any lower, it's simply impossible, and they're going to lose money. Du Yuwei explained. For that price, yes. Lin Xiaoshu was certain that he would be able to make this money back soon, so he immediately accepted the price that was in line with his mental expectations. I'll go talk to them then. Du Yuwei actually didn't really believe that Lin Xiaoshu could get 60 million in a short time. But she had nothing to lose by trying, at most she would lose face and then bow down to the 2 big bosses. Hang up the phone. Lin Xiaoshu turned to Liang Xiujing and said, I'm going somewhere else, so I won't stay. I'll give you a ride then. No, the place is a bit far, I'll just take a cab. Lin Xiaoshu declined Liang Xiujing's kindness and headed to the worldwide villa on his own. The cab stopped in front of the worldwide hills. The guard's brow furrowed. A cab like this is the cheapest of cabs, and the people in it are obviously people of no consequence. How can such a person with no status stay in such an honorable place as the worldwide villa? The security guard rushed up to stop the people in the car. But Lin Xiaoshu opened the car door. The guard immediately froze. Immediately afterward, they trotted forward and helped Lin Xiaoshu pull the car door completely open, bowing down and waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to get out of the car. Good day, Divine Dr. Lin. The security guard said, I've already notified Sister Lan, and Sister Lan will be here soon. Yes. Lin Xiaoshu walked into the worldwide villa by himself, and not long after, he met Zhang Lan head-on. Divine Dr. Xiaoshu, please. Zhang Lan's face was filled with smiles when he saw Lin Xiaoshu. Chapter 51 Cooperation. Worlds away from the mountains. Su. He wanted to buy the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, but he didn't have the startup capital on hand, and Su Qingyi's words directly made it so that he didn't have to take the initiative to beg. Lin Xiaoshu went with the flow and said, I want to buy a hotel, but I don't have the funds, I want to borrow $60 million from you, and return all the principal and interest after 2 years. Buy a hotel? Su Qingyi had lived in the worldwide villa and cultivated her body over the years, but she had also read a lot of books on business. At one time, she had also tested the waters of some industries, but because of the lack of energy, and ultimately the company that was doing quite a bit of good, to give out and sell. Today, she is in much better health and has the energy to do what she wants to do. Therefore, when she heard that Lin Xiaoshu wanted to buy the hotel to do business, she immediately added a layer of her own calculations in her heart. A subdued smile appeared on her pretty face as she took the initiative to say, Divine Dr. Little Tree, you want to borrow money to open a hotel, why don't you cooperate with me to open a hotel? This way, you'll have long-term financial support without having to risk your business. Nowadays, in the hotel industry, the competition is fierce, even the most talented people don't dare to say that they won't fail 100% of the time. So, Divine Dr. Little Tree, let's cooperate. This matter was greatly unexpected by Lin Xiaoshu. Who would have thought that Su Qingyi would want to get involved in the hotel industry and that she would want to cooperate with him? But it's possible, but how to cooperate? Lin Xiaoshu wanted to hear Su Qingyi's opinion first. Little Tree Divine Doctor, if you dare to borrow $60 million to open a hotel, you must have something in your hand that others don't have, and it's the kind of thing that will allow you to make a name for yourself in the hotel industry, isn't it? Su Qingyi analyzed Lin Xiaoshu little by little and then said, Tell you what, I'll put up the capital, you put up the technology or resources, and we'll split the credit. It's just that, exactly how it's going to be distributed, I'd like to know what you've got on your hands as a killer. Lin Xiaoshu looked at Su Qingyi in surprise, feeling that he had underestimated this girl. Looking at Su Qingyi's clear, intelligent eyes, he said, It's wild mushrooms, this kind of mushrooms in the mountains, the flavor is at least 10 times fresher than the ones in the market, but this kind of thing, at the moment, is something that only I can provide. This is still just one. On the other hand, my medical skills, you know better than that. I can be in the hotel, exclusive sales of some healthcare drugs, and even the production of medicinal meals, so that directly constitute the hotel, differentiated from other hotels' core advantage. Finally, with my medical skills, I can link people. My own competitiveness as a hotel, I think it's definitely not bad. Su Qingyi was silent. She was savoring Lin Xiaoshu's words. After some contemplation, she realized that what Lin Xiaoshu had said could indeed constitute the core competitiveness of the hotel, and could give the hotel a very great advantage. Thinking about it, she had already decided inwardly how she was going to distribute her share of the hotel. Divine Dr. Little Tree, let's do it this way. I'll put up $60 million in capital and occupy 40% of the hotel's shares. How about you take 60% of the shares of the hotel, 40% of which are technology shares, and the other 20%, with wild mushrooms as the price of the shares? Lin Xiaoshu then reminded, the hotel only has 90% of the shares because the other 10% is in the hands of a friend. So, this share distribution of yours is unrealistic. Oh, so you have a partner? Su Qingyi felt a slight bit of regret in her heart. In reality, she only wanted to work with Lin Xiaoshu alone. First of all, Lin Xiaoshu is trustworthy. Secondly, she wanted to bring her relationship with Lin Xiaoshu closer. Not so much a relationship between a man and a woman, but rather, she wanted Lin Xiaoshu to be on the Su family's side. However, when she thought of that mysterious partner, who only occupied 10% of the hotel, the stigma in Su Qingyi's heart was alleviated. Eventually, she offered a compromise saying, then it's a 40-50 split, with the remaining 10% being your friends. However, you only need to provide, free of charge, roughly 10% of the hotel's share worth of wild mushrooms. As for how much 10% really is, I think it's priced at 6 million based on 60 million. Su Qingyi laughed, Little Tree Divine Doctor, such an allocation, I think it's quite reasonable. You're not going to still lower my share, are you? Su Qingyi acted like she was aggrieved, which was indeed endearing. No problem. Su Qingyi gave 60 million, if 40% of the shares are not, it is indeed a bit unreasonable. And he, with 50% of the shares, that's the controlling power and voice of the entire hotel, and it's not a loss. Coupled with Su Qingyi's gesture being so low and her sincerity so full, he was even more unable to refuse. So Lin Xiaoshu agreed. Happy cooperation then. Because she was a bit excited, Su Qingyi turned around and was ready to have a high five as a date with Lin Xiaoshu. But Lin Xiaoshu was giving her a treatment, and on Su Qingyi's body, it was especially cool. Lin Xiaoshu was turned around so suddenly by Su Qingyi that for a moment, he didn't know where to put his eyes. Su Qingyi also instantly realized that something was wrong, turning her body back with a red face and saying, Little Tree Divine Doctor, you didn't see anything, did you? Right. It had to be said, Su Qingyi, this girl, IQ are very high, a simple sentence, the two people's embarrassment, instantly dissolved. But be that as it may, the fact is that it has happened. Su Qingyi's face was red with shame. In Lin Xiaoshu's mind, a number of disorganized thoughts also appeared. Chapter 52, Sleeping at Night. Dragon King Canon. Lin Xiaoshu pushed his dragon chi, luck to a higher level, which suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind. So, it didn't take long for him to finish treating Su Qingyi for the day. That's enough therapy for today. Lin Xiaoshu stood up, her eyebrows flying, congratulations, it should take a few more treatments for you to be able to be completely cured. According to Lin Xiaoshu's original prediction, Su Qingyi should need a month or two to heal. And now, Lin Xiaoshu took that time and advanced it greatly. Of course, Lin Xiaoshu didn't feel very surprised. In reality, he just hadn't considered that his own feats would deepen while Su Qingyi herself possessed a large amount of, well, resources that could aid in recovery. Su Qingyi didn't know why, obviously she wanted to recover faster, but when she heard Lin Xiaoshu's words, she even vaguely wanted to postpone her recovery schedule a bit. How could I think that? Su Qingyi put such thoughts behind her. Because her dream since she was a child was not to have a perfect love, but to be in business, to achieve great success, and to prove to herself that she could succeed on her own without relying on the Su family. Su Qingyi over the years, only from the family, to get 1 billion startup funds, the rest, even if his father to her, she is determined not to accept. Therefore, Su Qingyi, who possessed such lofty ideals, was actually not even considering the matter of male and female feelings at the moment. She just wants to become successful, as well as more successful. Transforming her emotions, Su Qingyi said, thank you, little tree, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid this would have only appeared in my dreams, right? You're welcome, just don't come after me to settle the score when you recover. For the young lady of a big family, Lin kept more eyes and was a little. Su Qingyi was even a little angry, although she felt that Lin Xiaoshu might just be playing a joke while giving her a little reminder. That's good. Lin Xiaoshu revealed a relaxed smile. Because of the agreed cooperation, Lin Xiaoshu called Du Yuwei and said that the money side of the problem has been solved. The next thing is to appoint a time to sign the contract. So fast. Du Yuwei was stunned. Thinking about this matter, which was also of great benefit to her, she quickly said in a pleasant and soothing mood, then agree to meet and negotiate formally tomorrow night, within our own hotel. Could be. In addition. Du Yuwei's words changed. Xiaoshu, you can hurry up with the delivery of your scented bag. The last time you sent it, it's already going out of stock. Lin Xiaoshu was delighted in his heart. It looks like word of mouth about the scented bag has begun to fester. Okay, I understand. I'll send another shipment to the hotel tomorrow. Well, it's a deal. Du Yuwei hurriedly hung up the phone, while her mood was very agitated. Mind you, her two partners, who were now pushing her hard, were even already waiting to see what she was going to do. But a phone call from Lin Xiaoshu made those two partners' schemes go bankrupt. Just wait, tomorrow you will see unexpected results. Du Yuwei secretly said. Back to the village. Given his own three-wheeled motorcycle, which had been given to Lu Dazhu to drive, Lin Xiaoshu had to buy another three-wheeled motorcycle on his own. But this one cost over $10,000 and is much better quality than the previous motorcycle. Driving a brand new three-wheeled motorcycle, Lin Xiaoshu returned home. And the first thing he did when he got home was to call Li Shanglan, the owner of Shanglan's place. Seeing that it was Lin Xiaoshu's call, Li Shanglan hurriedly said, Boss Lin, you're calling, is something wrong? I'd like to know how far along I am with that shipment, and how much you can come up with if tomorrow. Lin Xiaoshu thinks this is quite urgent. Because of the word-of-mouth fermentation of scented sachets, that next demand for scented sachets will increase rapidly. How much less money is he going to make if his goods are... And... Ruyu, have you decided what kind of house you want to make? We're going to be millionaires soon, so we'll spend money in a big way, and we'll have to choose a house that looks good and is as good as we want it to be. Millionaire? Shen Ruyu's little heart, that pumped hard. It's only been a few days of this. A while ago the two were as poor as dogs. In the blink of an eye, they were already millionaires, the richest family besides the Zhou family. Shen Ruyu smiled a restrained smile, even with a bit of cuteness and arrogance, and said, the house will be said later. Ruyu will go to look for someone now, and make you a scented bag to go. Ruyu, what time is it later? Seeing Shen Ruyu running fast, Lin Xiaoshu was not sparing her. Shen Ruyu snapped, when we sleep at night, we'll talk slowly. Chapter 53 Discussing building a new house with Ruyu. At night in bed? Lin Xiaoshu suddenly felt that Ruyu had become dishonest as well. To say such ambiguous words, it really made people can't help but think in crooked places. Shen Ruyu gave Lin Xiaoshu a thought, but he himself went to a few families' homes in the village to say that he would make fragrant bags tomorrow. Good thing, definitely go. $200 a day, and based on last time's experience, it doesn't even take a day to make a scented bag. But Lin Xiaoshu, last time it was only half a day and he settled the bill by one day. I think this time will not be an exception. A few village women were so happy that they felt like they were just picking up money for nothing. Ruyu, do you think Auntie can come and help? I don't want money. Li Xiaoxiu's old mom, Zhao Chunlan, unexpectedly found her way up and said with a smile. Auntie Chunlan, didn't Xiaoshu ask you to guide the villagers in picking herbs? Now the people in the village who want to pick herbs have started to go up the mountain, and the rest of them don't have the heart to do so, or they have the heart to do it. So I have nothing to do now. So that's how it is. Shen Ruyu understood the situation, but felt that it wasn't appropriate to do so, so she said, since there's no one there, it's good for Auntie to rest at home. How can this be? Little Tree paid me $3,000 for my work, but I didn't do much. I feel uneasy about taking so much money. Listening to Zhao Chunlan's words, before Shen Ruyu could say anything, one of the fat ants around her couldn't help but laugh. Chunlan, don't play with these falsehoods. I think you just want to marry your daughter to Xiaoshu. Zhao Chunlan immediately turned red. Nonsense. Which is not true. Seeing that the topic was about to develop in an awkward direction, Shen Ruyu said, how about this, Auntie Chunlan, you come to work for me here, but the salary is still open to you, so what? This? That's it, don't push it. Shen Ruyu simply finished this matter. The surrounding villagers, looking at Shen Ruyu's gaze, were all vaguely admiring. They felt that Shen Ruyu was not only beautiful, but also had a particularly good heart, and appeared to be someone who could do great things. All said well before Shenryu hurriedly returned home. Lin Xiaoshu has already prepared the meal. Xiaoshu, why are you cooking? Shenryu wasn't even too happy about it, but she still sat down and savored Lin Xiaoshu's handiwork. Shenryu tasted a mouthful of mushrooms and was instantly surprised. Xiaoshu, your craftsmanship has risen greatly, like you's cooking is even better. It's not a compliment. Lin Xiaoshu's standard of cooking, compared to before, had definitely risen in a straight line since he had learned the Dragon King's canon and his 5 senses had been elevated. Eat quickly, Ryu, I'm still waiting for you to tell me about the house. Got it. Shenryu ate the meal made Lin Xiaoshu, a kind of beautiful flavor that filled. Although the two people, covered with 2 quilts, were ultimately too close to each other, Shenryu said, not this swimming pool, if it's too expensive. B. What's not to want? Cluck 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 cluck. The rooster, crowing. The village women had finished their breakfast and gathered at Lin Xiaoshu's house early in the morning, waiting for work to begin. Chapter 54 Big Brother Meeting. Why is everyone here so early? On the contrary, it's you, Xiaoshu, I think, you and Xiaoxiu have a chance. Lu Dazhu came close to Lin Xiaoshu and whispered. Don't talk nonsense, talk about it, I'm not in a hurry. Thinking about Li Xiaoxiu's appearance, Lin Xiaoshu did think that it looked very good, but to say that he would get married, he felt that it was far from that. What's more, his goal now was to give Shenryu a happy home. And for that goal, he had to make lots and lots of money. Lu Dazhu said, Xiaoshu, now that you've developed to this point, the matter of marrying a daughter-in-law can indeed be left in no hurry. When he finished, he still couldn't hide his envy. After picking mushrooms and having Lu Dazhu send them to the hotel, Lin Xiaoshu goes home, just in time to run into the van from Xianglanfang. Hard work. He didn't have anything else with him, so Lin Xiaoshu had to give the driver a packet of World Premium. Lin Xiaoshu didn't smoke himself, but coping with the human condition, he now had this on him every day. These are good cigarettes, over 300 a pack, right? The driver looked at the box and couldn't even be bothered to smoke it. After sending off the driver, Lin Xiaoshu saw that those village women at home had begun to officially start work. Lin Xiaoshu had nothing to do, so he did it with everyone else. Zhao Chunlan and Xiaoxiu, too, helped in the house. Brother Xiaoshu, this incense bag of yours is really good looking, it must be sold at a high price outside, right? Li Xiaoxiu had more insight than the villagers, and at a glance she could tell that the material of this incense bag was not simple. Sells for over 100. Phew. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's answer, the village women were all shocked and even a little choked. This thing, it's going for over 100? Selling it for so much money, does anyone really buy it? However, thinking that Lin Xiaoshu had bought so many goods, everyone also estimated that Lin Xiaoshu must have channels to be able to sell them. Little tree, how much profit can you make from this one scented bag? A good person asked curiously. Li Xiaoxiu shook her head, this business secret can't be set out for everyone to hear, you guys still don't make things difficult for brother Xiaoshu. There's nothing I can't say, because the price is higher, so the profit is also high, a scented bag maid can earn more than 100. Profit 100 or more. The village women couldn't help but redden their eyes. This is a money grab. Xiaoshu, how many scented buns are we going to make today? Zhao Chunlan looked at so many people in the room and thought that the amount to be made today should be very large. 8,000 in all, with one person making a couple hundred scented packets, that's about right. 8,000? Zhao Chunlan silently calculated in her heart, these 8,000 incense bags, if all sold out, Lin Xiaoshu can only earn less than 800,000 or more, or even likely to earn more than 1,000,000. For the first time, Zhao Chunlan had the idea that Li Xiaoxiu might not be worthy of Lin Xiaoshu. LOL. Zhao Chunlan felt a little uneasy in her heart, thinking that Lin Xiaoshu was really developed now, and Li Xiaoxiu was afraid that she couldn't reach him. Li Xiaoxiu's thoughts, on the other hand, were very simple. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu being so powerful, she had already begun to worship Lin Xiaoshu a little. Until noon, after a dozen people, 3 or 4 hours of uninterrupted work, 8,000 incense bags completed. Lin Xiaoshu handed out money to everyone. We've only been doing this for half a day and we're charging for a day? People are embarrassed. It's fine, not by the day, as long as these jobs are done. Lin Xiaoshu said. Thank you, little tree. Everyone couldn't help but feel a tinge of gratitude rise within them. When the fragrant package was ready, Lin Xiaoshu called for a special car and sent all the things to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel urgently. Lin Xiaoshu, himself, rode a tricycle and headed to Worldwide Villa to meet up with Su Qingyi. Tonight. he and Su Qingyi would officially attend together the negotiation event with the two owners of Changga Kaiwei Hotel. Changga Kaiwei Hotel. The time at this point is 6 o'clock in the evening. The two controlling bosses of the hotel, Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng, who were perennially unseen by the gods and dragons, arrived at the hotel under the stunned gaze of the hotel staff. Mr. Xia, Mr. Chen. Du Yue went forward to greet her. The reserved box is over here. Yue, are you playing for real? Xia Changjun was beginning to wonder if Du Yue had really found a backer behind the scenes. He was a little confused. In the past 2 years, the Changga Kaiwei Hotel's earnings have not been high, coupled with the fact that this year's hotel industry is particularly depressed. Why is it that some people are still willing to enter the market at this time? Most importantly, the time was too short. In a short period of time, how did Du Yue find a reliable backer? In fact, the connections that Du Yue knew, especially the very significant ones, basically Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng also knew each other. They had made private inquiries, and none of these people had any desire to take over the hotel at a high price. False pretenses. Xia Changjun said directly and nonchalantly. Chen Jiangsheng shook his head and said, Yue, you should stop struggling, this will only make you more embarrassed. You'd better bow down to Lu Xiao, so that everyone in Fenglin will have a better life in the future. Du Yue smiled blandly, without going to the end. What the situation is like in the end, it's not even certain yet, Mr. Xie and Mr. Chen, it's better not to jump to conclusions so early. Oh? Xia Changjun asked, then when will your backer come? There's not much time left until the appointed time. Chapter 55, Lu Xiao, climb for me. Coming? Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng, their gazes looked towards the box door. Only to see two young people who are not too old, introduced into the eyes. One of the women looks like a country, is an unearthly beauty, but the man next to? Xia Changjun had an odd look on his face. Because next to Chen Xiaoshu, he was wearing very simple ground clothes, looking earthy, seemingly less like a big boss and more like a farmer. In addition, in Xia Changjun's opinion, the fact that the man and the woman, who had fallen in love with the country, entered side by side showed that the two people were of similar status. They are? Chen Jiangsheng asked as he looked at Du Yue. Du Yue smiled at Lin Xiaoshu, but when she saw Su Qingyi next to Lin Xiaoshu, her gaze held a few hints of curiosity and jealousy. Only then did she speak. This is our hotel's mushroom supplier, Lin Xiaoshu, Mr. Lin. This one? Du Yue became even more curious. Xiaoshu, come introduce this boss beside you. Lin Xiaoshu nodded and said, this one beside me, Su Qingyi, the Su family's eldest miss. The Su family? In his mind, Chen Jiangsheng recalled carefully, but he could not remember any more powerful family surnamed Su in Fenglin City. Hello guys. Su Qingyi greeted graciously, with an outstanding temperament, her own style of a superior person, and in the face of such a scene, she did not show the slightest bit of timidity. Xia Changjun was slightly surprised. Hello, I'm Xia Changjun, the current owner of Changga Kaiwei Hotel, and the one next to me is Chen Jiangsheng, Boss Chen. Xia Changjun introduced. Du Yue said, my name is Du Yue, Little Tree's friend. I've heard of you. Su Qingyi nodded. With that said, we all sat down with each other. After sitting down, Xia Changjun opened the door. I heard that you guys want to buy our Changga Kaiwei Hotel. Are you guys really serious? He was very unconvinced. Two of you, this is not child's play. Buying a hotel, especially one like ours, is at least tens of millions of dollars. Du Yue was also curious and waited for Lin Xiaoshu's answer. However, she had quite a bit of confidence in Lin Xiaoshu, and felt that Lin Xiaoshu shouldn't lie. Sure enough, Lin Xiaoshu was the first to speak. Of course it's serious, otherwise, wouldn't I be asking for trouble by doing so? Good. Then we'll talk about the hotel sale. Xia Changjun had just said this when suddenly, a sharp stopping sound came from outside the box. Mr. Xia, Mr. Chen, you shouldn't be fooled by them. Lu Wei into the box and glanced proudly at Lin Xiaoshu. Other than that, just this Lin Xiaoshu, Xia Changjun's gaze was particularly gloomy. He was considered to have walked the mall for so many years, and no one had really dared to tease him like a monkey. Xia Changjun asked Lin Xiaoshu, Mr. Lin, is what Lu Xiao said true? Exactly. Lin Xiaoshu admitted it greatly. If we're talking about individual items, his family's three-wheeled motorcycle is, indeed, the most expensive. You see, Mr. Xia and Mr. Chen, why have I ever lied to you? Lu Wei smiled even more happily, rather overbearing and superior. Xia Changjun felt that his face had been ruthlessly dumped on the ground, so he directed all of his anger towards Du Yue. He said angrily, humph. Due, you really disappoint me too much, you even found someone like this to negotiate with me. Mr. Xia, let me explain. What else is there to explain? Xia Changjun quickly walked out of the box. Due's helpless eyes fell on Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu sat on the reclining chair, his tone calm. Mr. Xia, although I don't have any money, we have money. I thought that since Mr. Xia is in a high position, he shouldn't be used as a gun, but now it seems that I was the one who overestimated Mr. Xia. Xia Changjun's chest stuttered. Indeed, in his excitement, he had forgotten about the woman beside Lin Xiaoshu, who had an outstanding temperament and a stunningly beautiful appearance, to the side. Lu Wei scoffed, Jay, I basically know all the second generation of Fenglin's real mega rich, this one beside you, I haven't even seen, there's a load of money that can buy a hotel. And what if I have? Su Qingyi rose to her feet, her gaze relaxed, looking around the room, even with a few hints of teasing. If you do, I'll climb out of here. Lu Wei didn't even think about it, he just thought that the one who was with Lin Xiaoshu could be some kind of big shot, and was definitely a small character as well, so he didn't think much about it. Good, then you can climb now. Lin Xiaoshu laughed. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when something suddenly occurred to him. He a few days ago reported Lin Xiaoshu beating people, led Lin Xiaoshu was arrested into the bureau to drink tea, but inexplicably, his father Lu Guangyao personally stepped forward to let the police side to release people. Afterward, he was called into the room by his father and told to have a big picture and not to be catty over a little person. At the time, he was puzzled as to why his father, who had always been domineering, had suddenly changed his temperament. But now, looking at Lin Xiaoshu's emboldened expression, Lu Wei had a weak heart. Even, he thought thinly. Xia Changjun is no longer easily swayed by words. Just as Lin Xiaoshu had said, he was the owner of a 5-star hotel, but to be used as a gun by someone else, that was really disgraceful. Therefore, he decided to first check whether the Su Qingyi beside Lin Xiaoshu had that much money or not. Chen Jiangsheng and Xia Changjun shared the same mindset. Watching the show from the side, he finally spoke up, Mr. Lin, Mr. Su, if you have money, then show it to save us from guessing. If you don't have the money, we won't be much of a companion. No problem. Su Qingyi opened her cell phone and displayed the bank account page. Lin Xiaoshu pressed Su Qingyi's hand, stopping her, and instead said, Lu Wei, let me remind you, you must keep your promise and crawl your way out, or else you can't afford the consequences. Ha! Lu Wei remained unimpressed. Lin Xiaoshu signaled Su Qingyi that she could go on the evidence. Su Qingyi displayed her bank's electronic account, only to see a balance of over $80 million lying peacefully inside. Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng immediately made a 180-degree turn in their attitudes, and the expressions on their faces were also very respectful. Sorry, we just misunderstood you guys, please don't mind. Xia Changjun and the two of them said smilingly. Lu Wei was dumbfounded in disbelief. He held back his old red face and thought about it, but just wanted to turn around and leave. Lu Wei, climb. Lin Xiaoshu said. Chapter 56, A Man's Word is His Bond. When Lu Wei heard Lin Xiaoshu's words, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, he grunted fiercely as he continued to walk out. 3, snapped Lin Xiaoshu. Lu Wei felt puzzled and didn't think much about it, still leaving on his own. 2. Lin Xiaoshu added. Such an approach also attracted the attention of everyone at the scene, yet none of them knew what Lin Xiaoshu was up to. Even Su Qingyi didn't know what Lin Xiaoshu wanted to do. However, it was whimsical for Lu Wei to want to leave so easily. She had already thought of personally calling Lu Wei's father, Lu Guangyao, later on and asking him to discipline his son. 1, said Lin Xiaoshu for the last time. Staged. Lu Wei left without looking back. But just halfway there, he got a terrible headache, followed by groveling and rolling on the ground with his head in his hands. Lin Xiaoshu, what have you done to me? Lu Wei was sweating profusely, this intense pain made him want to pass out to avoid suffering from this intense pain. Yes, Mr. Lin, what's going on here? Young Lu is the son of Lu Dong, he can't have an accident in the hotel. Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng were both nervous. Lin Xiaoshu shrugged, why are they all looking at me, talking as if I did it? He clearly had an attack on his own, it's none of my business. When Lin Xiaoshu beat Lu Wei last time, he could tell that Lu Wei had a genetic disease. This disease, however, has never struck Lu Wei, so it's possible that Lu Wei himself doesn't even know it's there. The last time he beat Lu Wei, he also slightly stimulated the triggers of this disease, right as a price for Lu Wei's bullying of Du Yue. At the same time, before Lin Xiaoshu was in the bureau, he voluntarily admitted to hitting Lu Wei, also because he was confident that he could cure the disease. So at that time, even without Su Qingyi and Zhang Lan stepping in, he was still able to walk out of the bureau unharmed, and the Lu family was still asking for him. On set? Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangxing didn't quite understand. Su Qingyi knew that Lin Xiaoshu had excellent medical skills, so she was the only one at the scene who completely trusted what Lin Xiaoshu said. As for Du Yue, she was half believing it because she understood the feud between Lin Xiaoshu and Lu Wei, so she wasn't sure if it was a real onset or if it was engineered by Lin Xiaoshu. Not bad. Lin Xiaoshu came to Lu Wei, who was hunched over like a shrimp in pain, and said seriously, Lu Wei, your Lu family's ancestral encephalitis, I'm sure you should have heard of it. You are, right now, having an encephalitis attack because of a huge stimulus. He continued, this kind of encephalitis, even if your father, Lu Guangyao, has become one of the premier giants of Fenglin, he can't completely cure it. But that's someone else who can't be cured. If your father comes to me, then there's still a chance of a cure. Lin Xiaoshu's words came to this point and he didn't bother to continue. He resumed his seat and said towards Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng, Mr. Xia, Mr. Chen, are the dishes still not being served? Now. The two human elites, hearing the key in Lin Xiaoshu's words, immediately thought of nothing in their minds but how to please Lin Xiaoshu. Lu Wei was in excruciating pain while recalling the situation at home. He had, more than once, seen his own father, with a pain in his head, and then taking medicine for the pain. But this ailment, which had followed his father until now, showed no signs of healing, but instead grew worse. Thinking about this, what decision to make, Lu Wei has also been very clear. Gritting his teeth, he said, Lin Xiaoshu, if you really have a way to cure my encephalitis, then the previous grudges are written off. I, Lu Wei, will no longer be an enemy of you Lin Xiaoshu from now on. Can your word be trusted? Lin Xiaoshu snorted, just now you agreed to climb out, but then you went back on your word and didn't climb. Now you want me to believe you, on what grounds? On the basis of your big face or thick skin? Lu Wei looked like a fallen dog, his eyes helpless and agonized. In the end, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth, Lin Xiaoshu, I'll climb. You help me with the pain first, I'll definitely climb. That depends on how you behave. Lin Xiaoshu stepped forward and pointed a finger on the Tianchong point on top of Lu Wei's head. This finger of mine will keep you from having another attack of encephalitis for 24 hours, and you'll need to show something else as to whether you'll have another attack in the future. I see. Lu Wei was extremely reluctant inwardly, but the situation was stronger than others. Feeling the pain of his encephalitis, it did alleviate a lot. He had already believed Lin Xiaoshu in his heart by 7 or 8 points. Having said that, Lu Wei got down on the ground and started crawling on his hands and knees towards the hotel entrance. Mr. Lin, why don't we just forget about it? Xia Changjun wanted to plead for mercy. Lin Xiaoshu laughed, Young Lu, Mr. Xia said forget it, what do you think? The corners of Lu Wei's mouth twitched furiously as he tried to put on a smiling face and said very reluctantly, can't be counted. Be a man of your word and count. Hear that, Mr. Xia, Lu Xiao said that a man's word must count, then this is not me not sparing him, it's him who has to fulfill his promise. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's words, Du Yue and Su Qingyi, who were beside him, both forced themselves to hold back their smiles. Seeing this, Xia Changjun naturally did not have the position to continue pleading for mercy and stopped speaking. Instead, it was Chen Jiangxing next to him who was wary. That sentence, a man's word must count, Chen Jiangxing vaguely felt that it was said to them. Alright, let's talk about the hotel acquisition. I heard from Mr. Du that you want to sell your share of the hotel in your hands for $60 million? If that's the case, we'll pay for this amount. Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng, in the beginning, only wanted to force Du Yue, but in their hearts, they did not really want to sell the hotel. Of course, the fact that the hotel was not very profitable did give them pause. It's just that none of them are quite ready, yet, to make the decision to sell the hotel. However, who would have thought that Du Yue would really find a buyer for the hotel within a short period of time? Xia Changjun and Chen Jiangsheng looked at each other. At this moment, their minds echoed with Lin Xiaoshu's words about being a man of your word. After a few moments of thought, the two men looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Willing to gamble, Du Yue, you've won. Xia Changjun said, in the beginning, I didn't really want to sell the hotel, but now that I think about it, maybe selling it will make it easier for myself. Chen Jiangxing nodded his head as well, that's it, you guys put up 60 million, that 90% share of the hotel belongs to you. Cool. After Lu Wei made such a mess, Lin Xiaoshu had completely suppressed the two Xiechen, and the negotiations were successful, as they should be. Several people then had a dinner and, over the course of the meal, signed a contract. After the contract was signed, Xie Chongjun and Chen Jiangsheng both laughed. Du Yue said, "Xiao Shu, now I should call you Mr. Lin." She stretched out her delicate hand and said greatly, "Mr. Lin, please take care of me in the future." This is of course, but since I am already the owner of this hotel, the hotel must be reformed, and some of the means of operating the hotel in the past must now be improved. Chapter 57, I'll personally go to Dr. Lin's residence. Lin Xiaoshu's words shocked the smiling Du Yue, whose smile stiffened on her face. Reform the hotel? Du Yue was surprised. Next to Su Qingyi, agreeing with Lin Xiaoshu said, "Good, your hotel's performance, I've already had people check it, when it really doesn't work, no wonder Xie Chen, the two bosses, want to sell the shares in their hands. If it was me, I would have dumped it long ago." Du Yue? You all come to bully me. Lin Xiaoshu said, "Reform the hotel, start with the banquet dishes, or start directly with the chef." You guys are going to open Chef Li? Du Yue thought that working with Lin Xiaoshu would be very cordial and the atmosphere would be friendly, but it turned out that this was even more strict than Xie Chongjun and Chen Jiangsheng. With all due respect, Chef Li is already the top chef in Fonglin City, unless you can transfer someone from the provincial city. Within Fonglin City, Chef Li is the best choice. Du Yue said. Good suggestion. Su Qingyi said. Du Yue was like eating a fly, thinking, are you Xiao Shu's main court? Are you targeting me in every way? Facing the argument between Du Yue and Su Qingyi, Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand. There's no need to deal with this matter in too much of a hurry, allow me to think about it first, but the menu, it definitely needs to be improved. Your menu, I don't like it. At this meeting, he had tasted all the dishes set out on the table. If the dishes of the banquet are all of this level, then it is deserved that Changde Kaiwei Hotel, which has been in Fonglin City, cannot suppress other top hotels. Well, I'll talk to Chef Li about the menu. Lin Xiaoshu looked at the time. It's getting late. That's all for today, the direction of the hotel's development, I'll discuss it with Mr. Su and I'll give you an answer then. Okay. Du Yue nuzzled, who let the current Lin Xiaoshu be the controlling big boss of the hotel? Lin Xiaoshu smiled, don't be too pressurized, Sister Yue, isn't doing business all about seeking newness and change? If you don't even have the basic courage to seek new ideas and changes, how is the hotel going to gain a foothold in the cruel competition? Feeling Lin Xiaoshu's smile, which was full of goodwill, Du Yue sighed in relief, don't worry, I'll try my best to adjust my state and make the hotel better, I won't let you lose money. See you tomorrow then. Right now, he wanted to take the important information and tell it to his dad, Lu Guangyao. No. Just after he finished speaking, Lu Guangyao felt that it was very improper and shook his head. I should go personally, this is the only way to show my sincerity. Dad, you don't suspect Lin Xiaoshu of lying? Lu Wei suddenly asked weakly. I still have the most basic judgment, this Lin Xiaoshu was originally a counterpart, and if he dares to say so at this time, he definitely has his grounds. Moreover, he made your encephalitis pause with a single finger, such strength, other doctors don't have it. Listening to Lu Guanyao's words, Lu Wei finally understands that for the sake of his dad can reign supreme in Fonglin City. Worldly Hills. A brand new red BMW, parked inside the lodge. After Su Qingyi drove the car to the mountain village, she brought Lin Xiaoshu to the front of this BMW. Xiaoshu, you're the boss now, you can't drive a three-wheeled motorcycle every day, this car, count it as something I'm borrowing from you. Knowing that Lin Xiaoshu does not accept gifts, Su Qingyi lent her car to Lin Xiaoshu. No, I don't even have a driver's license, what am I going to drive, I might as well drive a three-wheeler. I can get you a driver's license. While it's hard to come by these days to basically help someone get a driver's license, there are still some awesome characters who can do it. Su Qingyi was, without a doubt, one of them. No need, I think the tricycle is fine. Lin Xiaoshu waved, see you next time, I'm going back. Lin Xiaoshu likes the feeling of buying his own car, there is no need to accept the gift of others, as for the driver's license, it is not a big deal, anyway, he cannot afford to buy a car for the... It was already after 9 o'clock in the evening when Lin Xiaoshu returned home. Shenruyu was still awake, waiting for him to come back. Above Shenruyu's head, the old-fashioned electric light bulb, emitting a dim light, shone on Shenruyu's absolutely beautiful face. Ruyue, are you waiting for me? Aha! Waiting for me to sleep together? Lin Xiaoshu pursued. Right, if you don't come back this late, Ryu can't sleep either. Shenruyu wanted to say something, but still said, Xiaoshu, you? Why are you back so late? She rubbed her fingers, nervous and apprehensive, afraid that from Lin Xiaoshu's mouth, she would hear something she didn't really want to hear. I'm going to the hotel, and as of today, that parent song, the Kaiwei Hotel, has a part of me. You go to a hotel? Thumping, Shinryu felt bad, but when she heard the second half, she felt better. You became the boss? You can't be? Where do you have the money to go into other people's hotels? Just pledge mushrooms. Mushrooms are an asset. Lin Xiaoshu didn't completely tell the truth, mainly because he was afraid that Shinryu would find it too absurd and think he was lying. That's fine. Shinryu flirtatiously said happily, Xiaoshu, then you're a big boss now too. Even if I'm the big boss, I'm still Kisaragi's little tree. You're the one with the sweet mouth, so don't wash up yet. By the way, have you eaten? Shinryu was slightly shy, smiling coyly and shyly, but vaguely, there was a sense of happiness. I've eaten, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly washed up, then lay down next to Shinryu. Occasionally, when his heart fluttered a little, he rolled over and admired Shinryu's side face through the dull moonlight. Shinryu suddenly said, I forgot to mention that Joyud is back. If Joyud comes back, he'll come back, I'm not afraid of him. The villagers said that tomorrow morning, his son, Zhou Wuhao, will most likely bring someone to trouble us. Shinryu was slightly nervous. Come on, be afraid. Thinking that he had to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms tomorrow, and also afraid that Zhou Wuhao would take advantage of his absence to pick a fight, Lin Xiaoshu got up and went to make a phone call. Okay, I'll be there early in the morning tomorrow. The one who spoke was Liang Qiujing, a Wing Chun fist heir. Bang, bang, bang. At 5:30 a.m., there was a knock at the door. Lin Xiaoshu came out in his shorts and opened the door to find that it was Liang Qiujing. Hey! Divine Dr. Lin, you? Liang Qiujing stared at Lin Xiaoshu's shorts underneath before revealing a big smile. You wait. Lin Xiaoshu quickly scurried back to his room and put on his long pants before saying, sorry about earlier. It's nothing, we who practice martial arts don't care about that. Liang Qiujing was dry and clean, not taking what just happened to heart at all. Why are you here so early? Lin Xiaoshu looked at her cell phone and realized that it showed 5:30 and that it was a slightly light day. Divine Dr. Lin, you're the one who told me to come earlier. Liang Qiujing was depressed. I didn't ask you to come so early. Lin Xiaoshu held his head and said helplessly, okay, my fault for not clarifying the exact time with you. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshu pulled Liang Qiujing into the door. Liang Qiujing looked carefully at Lin Xiaoshu's home and finally came to a conclusion. Divine Dr. Lin, are you cultivating your body and honing your mind? No wonder you're so strong, Divine Dr. Lin, it turns out that you polished your mind a long time ago and didn't get corrupted by the prosperity of the city. Liang Qiujing said with a look of admiration. Lin Xiaoshu rolled her eyes, my family is just so poor. If we had money, who would want to live here? Liang Qiujing was surprisingly speechless for a moment. Because he was too embarrassed to go back to his room to sleep again, Lin Xiaoshu talked to Liang Qiujing for a while longer. Liang Qiujing laughed, at this time, it's time for me to punch, do you want to watch me punch? You call me. Yes. Just see Liang Qiujing boxing tiger, every move, show very stable and accurate. Although Lin Xiaoshu had never practiced Wing Chun, her superb five senses allowed her to see some details and breaks as well, so he briefly mentioned it. Liang Qiujing listened to Lin Xiaoshu's instructions and was instantly awakened as if she had been enlightened. Divine Dr. Lin, I didn't realize that you were a master in martial arts as well. Liang Qiujing felt like she had reacquainted herself with Lin Xiaoshu. Can't talk about it, it's just that my eyes are sharper. At this point, Shinryu also gets up. This is Ryu, right? Liang Qiujing said, Ryu is good. Lin Xiaoshu coughed slightly, this is me, Ryu. Then I'm still called Ryu too. Liang Qiujing reacted extremely quickly, instantly catching such a reversal. You're Xiao Liang, right? Xiao Shu has talked about you. Shinryu also looked Liang Qiujing up and down, thinking that Liang Qiujing looked very valiant, the kind of woman she would love to be. Sister Qiujing, from now on, you stay here and protect me Ryu, don't let anyone bully her. No problem, if anyone bullies Ryu, I'll break his salty pig's legs. Shinryu didn't feel too good about it, so she said, I'll go make breakfast for you. Not much longer. Breakfast is ready. I was just about to eat when I saw a group of people coming to the door, aggressive and looking like they were coming from a bad place. One by one, the villagers also, seeing that it was Zhou Wuhao, and that behind Zhou Wuhao, he had brought more than 20 people with him, Lin Xiaoshu was just calm in response. Zhou Wuhao glanced at the surrounding onlookers, don't mind your own business today, this is a grudge between Lin Xiaoshu and I, whoever minds their own business, I, Zhou Wuhao, will make him look good. As the words fell, the surrounding villagers who were onlookers took a few steps back, not daring to lean too far forward. Liang Qiujing calmly said, "Capture the thief first. Do you want me to capture him alive first?" "You, take me alive?" Zhou Wuhao felt particularly amused, but also felt insulted, so he angrily said, "Where did the woman come from? Get out of here, don't think that just because you're a woman I won't dare to beat you." Liang Qiujing took a step forward and raised her eyebrows. "You come and try instead. Toast her, first arrest her and beat her up." Zhou Wuhao thought that Liang Qiujing was not bad looking and looked strong, and evil thoughts arose in his heart. But in public, he didn't dare to come openly, so he now wanted to let Liang Qiujing know what it meant to be afraid. If Liang Qiujing was scared first, then whatever he wanted to do after that would be as easy as a slap in the face. The two dog legs beside Zhou Wuhao hurriedly walked over towards Liang Qiujing. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshu also wanted to see Liang Qiujing's actual combat ability, so he didn't move and didn't make a move. Liang Qiujing then welcomed the two dog legs over. "Get out!" Bang bang! With two kicks, the two men under Zhou Wuhao's command, their bodies bowed into shrimps, covering their bottoms, paralyzed on the ground, pain and despair in their eyes. Liang Qiujing said, "A bunch of trash." Chapter 59. Lu Guangyou personally visits the door. Zhou Wuhao didn't even quite believe his eyes, the whole person froze in place, unable to believe it. Amazing, where did this girl come from? This girl child wouldn't be Little Tree's girlfriend, would she? There were many different opinions, basically all of them were shocked by Liang Qiujing's fighting prowess, and all of them were handsomely impressed by Liang Qiujing. Together. Zhou Wuhao didn't want to lose face, thinking that Liang Qiujing was alone anyway, so if he had a few more people, he would definitely be able to take down Liang Qiujing. But they forgot about Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu watched Zhou Wuhao's movements with good grace. When he saw that Zhou Wuhao was shameless and wanted a group of men to surround Liang Qiujing, he shouted, "Aren't the big guys going to step in?" Zhou Wuhao is too deceitful to have so many men bullying a woman. The villagers surrounding the onlookers had a bad taste in their mouths. Originally, Zhou Wuhao was the bully of the village, and this bully, in front of everyone, went to bully a woman, which was simply too much to resist the urge to fight back. Lin Xiaoshu continued, "Other girls dared to face Zhou Wuhao's group of people all by themselves, and there are so many people in the big guys, are they still not as good as a woman?" His words were more than enough to stimulate the adrenal hormones of the men in the scene, making some of those who resisted want to come forward. In the meantime, Lin Xiaoshu was also clear that these group of people were accustomed to going against the grain and could not easily resist Zhou Wuhao, so he took the lead himself and came to capture the thief first. Fast as the wind. Before people could see Lin Xiaoshu's movements, Lin Xiaoshu had already quickly rushed to Zhou Wuhao. "Zhou Wuhao, you can't afford to mess with me," Lin Xiaoshu said, strangling Zhou Wuhao's neck with one hand while saying, "What are you guys waiting for, do him." The onlooker villagers, seeing that Lin Xiaoshu had subdued even Zhou Wuhao, their courage increased greatly, and their blood even boiled. "Can we watch them bully Little Tree? Dalong village is going to change, it's not the Zhou family's world alone now." "That's right, Zhou Wuhao is inferior to Little Tree, let's help Little Tree. We can't watch them bully a girl child like that." The villagers who had sticks took sticks, and those who didn't, went up with their bare hands to stop Zhou Wuhao and these people from messing around. Zhou Wuhao did not even think that it would be such a situation, his face changed greatly in fear and he wanted to turn around and flee. "Against the world, all of you," he cursed. Seeing the two sides battle it out, suddenly, two Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans, one after the other, came to the door of Lin Xiaoshu's house. Tick-tock. The loud horn of the Mercedes, honking hard, finally made a group of people stop fighting, their eyes looking at the two black, brand-new Mercedes. Such a luxury car could not be seen very often in Dalong village, and even Zhou Wuhao's ride was not at all comparable to this Mercedes in front of him. Zhou Wuhao looked at the two Mercedes-Benz so luxurious, his heart was very surprised. Immediately afterward, the people inside the car came out. In the front and back of the two cars, came out Lu Guangyou and Lu Wei respectively, as well as the bodyguards around them. Moreover, Lu Guangyou and the others, all of them were dressed in suits, very formal and looked imposing. Who are they? It can't be someone Zhou Wuhao called over, right? Oh my god, what's going to happen now? Zhou Wuhao sniffed, even more puzzled. He really did not call other people and can open two Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan, surrounded by a bunch of bodyguards of people, he can at best recognize, but cannot call each other. Just when everyone else except Lin Xiaoshu was in shock, Lu Guangyou walked up and said, "Divine Dr. Lin, I am Lu Guangyou." Lu Guangyou. Zhou Wuhao mixed outside, or has not heard of Lu Guanyao's fame, just the real person he has never seen it, but Lu Wei, he has seen a few times, just Lu Wei stood behind Lu Guanyao, he did not recognize it for a moment. Who is Lu Guanyao? Very powerful? Driving 2 Mercedes, can it not be awesome? And with bodyguards around. Driving a Mercedes-Benz may not be impressive, but one who can carry so many bodyguards around is definitely not a simple character. After Lu Guanyao finished speaking, he had someone offer the gift he had given Lin Xiaoshu. Divine Dr. Lin, please smile at these things. I only saw Lu Guanyao letting someone open the thing. 100-year ginseng. 3 gold bars of 1 kilogram. 1 Rolex Green Aqua Ghost Watch. A set of golden needles. $1 million in cash. These things were taken out and instantly made the surrounding villagers' eyes redden beyond measure. Other than that, the $1 million in cash alone is really too visually striking and shocking. Who the hell has ever seen so much money on the scene except for a very few people? What's Little Tree doing that he can have these things delivered? That's too much. If anyone gave me these things, I'd marry them right now. Xiao Tao, you're married and still thinking about this, are you ashamed? Can't you just let me dream a little? Probably because the stuff was too valuable, the eyes of the surrounding villagers were on fire, and basically no one could take their eyes off of it. Lu Guanyao pointed at Zhou Wuhao and the others again and said, Divine Dr. Lin, do you need me to take care of these people for you? Zhou Wuhao directly despaired. What kind of big shot was Lu Guanyao, but now he wanted to help Lin Xiaoshu to deal with a small character like him. Poof. Zhou Wuhao directly knelt down, pulling Lin Xiaoshu's pants leg and said, Xiaoshu, brother Xiaoshu, beg for mercy and let me live. At this time, he doesn't even want the most basic face. The villagers who saw this scene directly sucked in a breath of cool air. This Lu Guanyao, he really is so grand. Lin Xiaoshu hummed lightly and said, deal with it as you see fit, there's no need to do anything extra. Understood. Lu Guanyao narrowed his eyes and said towards Zhou Wuhao, follow my men, don't play tricks, or I, Lu Guanyao, will let you see what it means to be a real society. I understand. I understand. Lu Guanyao took the golden needle and offered it to Lin Xiaoshu alone. Chapter 60, Fish Farming. A gold needle? Lin Xiaoshu thought about it for a while and felt that this thing, after all, could be taken. After all, there was no need to really heal Lu Guanyao for free. Although Lin Xiaoshu didn't accept money that he shouldn't, he didn't take a penny either. Plus, if this golden needle is really helpful in practicing medicine, then saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, so there is no need to stick to the small details. Lin Xiaoshu touched it with his upper hand. It just feels like the gold needles are warm and cool through, and the workmanship throughout is top-notch. He tried to input a strand of dragon chi and realized that this golden needle, surprisingly, could facilitate the conduction of dragon chi, then nodded his head and said, this golden needle is indeed useful to me, so I'll take it. Lu Guanyao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoshu had accepted something from him in order to make him feel at ease, otherwise, carrying a favor, he, Lu Guanyao, was most afraid of this. Lin Xiaoshu said, keep your head down. What? Lu Guanyao wanted to slap himself, thinking that he was asking for nothing, just do as he was told, and hurriedly lowered his own head, waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to do whatever he wanted. Of course it's to cure your brain disease. Lin Xiaoshu said it, however, in order to completely cure your encephalitis, I need to administer 2 injections to you. And in between these 2 injections, there needs to be a 10-year gap. Within 10 years, your encephalitis will not strike again. 10 years from now, you come to me and I'll stitch you again. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's words, Lu Guanyao was actually considering if Lin Xiaoshu didn't trust him and that was why he was like this. However, he could only rely on Lin Xiaoshu right now, so even if Lin Xiaoshu had reservations about him, there was nothing he could do. Besides, 10 years without an attack of encephalitis was a great favor, and he had nothing else to say. Seeing Lu Guanyao bowing his head and not moving, Lin Xiaoshu took out a golden needle and stabbed towards Lu Guanyao one by one. About 2 minutes later. Lin Xiaoshu said, great job. Is that good enough? Do I need to take medicine? Lu Guanyao felt that it was slightly too easy, but his mind did become a lot more comfortable, his head was especially refreshing and relaxed. No need. Okay, got it, thanks Dr. Lin. Lu Wei stepped out at this time and said with some embarrassment, Brother Shu, what about me? Remember what you said, from today onwards, never make an enemy of me, Lin Xiaoshu. Otherwise? Lin Xiaoshu smiled gently. Understood. I understand. Lu Wei said in his heart that he is not a little cutie. At this time still doing right with such a divine doctor, that's not first suspecting that he hasn't lived long enough? Lin Xiaoshu applied the needle to Lu Wei as usual. It's enough for you to apply the needles once, as your encephalitis is only in the beginning stages. Lin Xiaoshu said. Thank you Brother Shu, in the future Brother Shu, if you need any help, just call me, I promise to be at your beck and call. Lin Xiaoshu said indifferently, Lu Wei, you have to promise that you will no longer oppress the good and the good, and that you will no longer force a woman, or else, if I run into you again, then if I can cure your encephalitis, I can make your encephalitis flare up again. Got it. Lu Wei also sort of remembered a lesson. Alright, there's nothing else, you guys can leave. Lin Xiaoshu said. Dr. Lin, you saved us? This set of golden needles, it's already too clear, there's no need to say more. Lin Xiaoshu, however, didn't want to continue breaking up with Lu Guanyu. With such an attitude, if it were someone else, Lu Guanyu would have exploded long ago. Unfortunately, he was facing Lin Xiaoshu, so he could only honestly endure it. Divine Dr. Lin, we'll be going back then, looking forward to seeing you next time. Lu Guanyu politely led the people away. Lu Dazhu rode over on his three-wheeled motorcycle and said, What happened? I saw 2 luxury cars. Nothing, go pick mushrooms. When Lin Xiaoshu was picking mushrooms to go down the mountain, Lin Xiaoshu found Zhou Shuide, awkwardly standing in front of his house. Zhou Shuide, what are you doing here? Little Shu, uncle is trying to discuss something with you. Zhou Shuide stammered, not daring to face Lin Xiaoshu head-on, even seeing Lin Xiaoshu made his heart weak. One of the reasons for this was the last time he was hung up by Lin Xiaoshu. The second is what just happened. It's amazing. The owner of the luxury car instantly took Zhou Wuhao down, and left Zhou Wuhao without the slightest thought of resistance. Zhou Shuide relies on the fact that he is Zhou Wuhao's own uncle, which makes him rude and unreasonable in the village. Right now, Zhou Wuhao has already turned himself in to the police, and he has completely lost his backing. Go ahead, what is it? If you want to hit on my Ryu, I suggest you get the hell out of here. Nothing. Zhou Shuide curtly said, Little tree, uncle knows that I've apologized to you in the past, and now I know that I'm wrong. This time, I came over to actually say something that is very good. After thinking about it for a little while, Lin Xiaoshu felt that this deal could be done. Although Lin Xiaoshu didn't know how to raise fish, there were people in the village who did, so it would be fine to give it to someone else to help when the time came. He, on the other hand, can work on the fish feed to help the fish grow fast and well. Yes, I don't want to raise it, so I just wanted to ask if you want to raise it. Zhou Shuide said. I raise, sign a contract for the transfer. Zhou Shuide sighed, good. The contract thing, it got done quickly. Although the two people in the transfer price, some disagreement, but after discussion, this point of difference was quickly harmonized, and finally reached a cooperation. As of today, that fish pond is yours. Good. Lin Xiaoshu said, even though you're not a great person, I'll definitely run your fish pond well. Zhou Shuide's fish ponds are huge, several hundred acres. Lin Xiaoshu thought that in the future, Changde Kaiwei Hotel can use the fish from the fish pond, so that it can also earn more profit. What's more, he believes that the fish he raises are definitely better than those raised by others. When Zhou Shuide left, Lin Xiaoshu said, after spending $300,000 and taking over several hundred acres of fish ponds, as well as the fish inside the ponds, I don't have much more money on hand. The next step is to wait for the money from the incense packet to be credited. And then, I need to find someone to manage the fish pond. Lin Xiaoshu thought, find who? Uncle Sandy in the village seems to know how to raise fish, I'll ask him. Lin Xiaoshu drove his three-wheeled motorcycle to Lin Sandy's house in the village. Hearing Lin Sandy's invitation, he was very interested and immediately agreed. Let's go see that lake of Zhou Shuitoku's. Lin Sandy hadn't raised fish for a few years and wanted to go see how Zhou Shuide's lake was raising fish. Go! Lin Xiaoshu came to the lake and got on a small boat left behind by Zhou Shuide. Coming to the center of the lake, Lin Sandy exclaimed, this is a good place, if you raise fish here carefully, you can definitely make money. Chapter 61 The little beauty fell into the water. Lin Xiaoshu sat on the boat and raised his eyes to look around, a feeling of the sky and water filling his heart. Sighing, he chested out, don't put words in my mouth, Zhou Shuide definitely won't let me have such a good place for no reason, so let's find out first, the reason why Zhou Shuide transferred this lake. Just in time. Zhou Shuide's daughter, Zhou Xiaoman, was swimming in a corner of the lake. When she saw someone rowing a boat in the middle of the lake, she quickly swam towards Lin Xiaoshu's side. Hey, who are you guys and why are you driving my family's boat? Unable to see anyone from a distance, she shouted. she thought Lin Xiaoshu and Lin Sander had come to their house to steal fish. Lin Xiaoshu saw from afar that in the lake, a pretty little head emerged, so he shouted, "I've contracted your family's fish pond. If you don't believe me, you can go home and ask your father." While saying that, he took the boat and drove it over to Zhou Xiaoman. "You contracted my family's fish pond?" Zhou Xiaoman is a few years younger than Lin Xiaoshu, and her relationship with Lin Xiaoshu is also very general, basically the kind of person who walks down the road and doesn't say hello. Plus, she also knew about Lin Xiaoshu's grudge against her father, Zhou Shuide, so she didn't really believe what Lin Xiaoshu said. "Right." Lin Xiaoshu said, "Your family's fish pond, there must have been some kind of situation, that's why your father transferred the fish pond to me." Zhou Xiaoman was very simple, and when she heard Lin Xiaoshu's words, she immediately recalled what had happened in the fish pond during this period of time. She seemed to have thought of something and immediately nodded her head. Speaking of which, it's still because it's been hot lately. Although it rained for a while last time, the temperature is getting higher these days, and the fish in the lake, too, have died quite a bit. Lin Sanda, who was next to him, then agreed, "A high temperature now, for fish pond farming, does have a great impact. Wasn't Zhou Shuide injured by her wife last time? I guess I forgot to turn on the oxygenator for the fish pond, so the loss was a bit heavy. So, that's okay." Lin Xiaoshu contracted Zhou Shuide's fish pond, and not because of the fish inside the water, but because of this lake. This lake is not only vast, covering a total of more than 400 acres, the lake is clean, surrounded by mountains and water, beautiful scenery, in the future a little bit, maybe even a farmhouse. In addition, Lin Xiaoshu was about to break through the dragon spirit realm, and could really travel in clouds and rain on a large scale, and the rain that fell was still spiritual rain, which was extremely helpful to the growth and quality of the fish. So even if there were no fish at all in Zhou Shuide's lake, Lin Xiaoshu would still be able to make back the cost. "So, you guys really contracted my family's fish pond, huh?" Zhou Xiaoman made one last confirmation. "Of course, why would I lie to you? Well, then, since this lake is already yours, I won't swim in it." She came over for a swim, but it was really just to get cool. She'd loved playing in the water since she was a little girl, and she'd snuck out on her own while her mom and dad hadn't had time for her the last couple of days. "It's fine, you swim, but be careful, the water in this lake is still quite deep, it can be dangerous." No, I'd rather not swim." Zhou Xiaoman silently turned around and swam to the shore. Lin Sandy saw Zhou Xiaoman leave and his eyes focused on the lake again. "There are only 2 oxygenators here, it's definitely not enough on such a hot day, we need to buy a few more oxygenators back. And, with the fish in the pond, I guess a piece of it has died, and I think we need to add some fry or minnows to the lake." "Well, fish-wise, Uncle Sandy, you should have contacts, I'll leave this one to you, and as for the oxygenator, I'll take care of this one." "Yes." Lin Sandy nodded. Was saying. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoman, as if her feet were caught in the water plants, cried out for help, "Help! Help!" Lin Xiaoshu quickly jumped into the water, his entire body seemed to be a swimming fish in the water, weaving in and out of the water, and soon swam to Zhou Xiaoman's side. After cultivating the Dragon King cannon, he was completely unhindered in the water. Lin Sanday also took the boat and drove it towards the place where Zhou Xiaoman had her accident. Lin Xiaoshu swam to Zhou Xiaoman's side and dug into the water with a thud, helping Zhou Xiaoman untangle the water plants she was tripping on and then quickly surfacing. Zhou Xiaoman was a bit disoriented from her previous struggles and was unable to swim back to the shore on her own, so she could only pull hard on Lin Xiaoshu's clothes. "Calm down." Lin Xiaoshu hooked Zhou Xiaoman's armpits and vigorously dragged Zhou Xiaoman toward the boat, and Lin Sander, who was on the boat, also helped pull Zhou Xiaoman. Zhou Xiaoman was dizzy and was finally pulled onto the boat. Choking on 2 mouthfuls of water, she struggled to breathe. "Thanks." Then she tried to bring herself back up to speed. During the recovery process, the scene of Lin Xiaoshu, saving her just now, came to her mind. Zhou Xiaoman instantly blushed. She felt that she had been taken advantage of by Lin Xiaoshu. Just now Lin Xiaoshu had obviously eaten her tofu when he saved her. But saving people cannot possibly take into account so much. Zhou Xiaoman himself had gone into the water to save a little girl, then also a scratch. The mind only think of saving people, do not think too much. So, she silently kept this to herself, just her pretty face, still a little flushed. "Is it better now?" Lin Xiaoshu asked. "Much better, I didn't choke on much water, thank you brother little tree. Be careful in the future, don't play in the water alone, it's better to find a friend so that you can take care of each other as well." "I see, thanks for the reminder brother little tree. I'll take you ashore." Lin Xiaoshu drove the boat to the shore and helped Zhou Xiaoman down carefully and said, "These are your clothes, right? Hurry up and put them on." Aha! Zhou Xiaoman went into the water to swim, wearing a small undershirt and shorts, but not as revealing as a swimsuit, so she just smiled awkwardly and shyly. When Zhou Xiaoman got dressed and left, Lin Xiaoshu just checked the situation by the lake, and had already silently set the development plan for this side in his mind. Jingle bells! It was Su Qingyi who called. Su Qingyi opened the door and said, "Xiaoshu, I've enrolled you in a driving school and found a private." Su Qingyi blah 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 a whole lot, then said, "Little tree, do you understand?" Lin Xiaoshu nodded her head. "You're still really skillful, in such a short period of time, you found such a person. I promise, you give me the name of the driving school and the instructor's contact information." Lin Xiaoshu was slightly helpless, and said that this matter is really too convoluted. Why don't we just find Jiang Chenghai to negotiate directly? With his medical skills, coupled with Jiang Chenghai's old age, he definitely has a quest for longevity, so even if he directly seeks Jiang Chenghai, he has 5 points of certainty. Of course, if he wins Jiang Ziqian's favor first, then the negotiation grasp is 10 points. Chapter 62 Ferrari Lafa makes a strong appearance. Lin Xiaoshu chooses to be very sure, that is, to fix Jiang Ziqian. By the way, it's nice that he got his driver's license. Lin Xiaoshu and Lin Sander settled the matter of the fish pond, and then went ashore themselves. When Lu Dazhu passed by his house at noon, Lin Xiaoshu stopped him and said, "Dazhu, are you okay this afternoon? If you're not, go and learn how to get a driver's license with me." Driver's license? Lu Dazhu said to himself that he could not afford to drive a car. Learn what a driver's license? Well, I'll pay for learning the driver's license. Lin Xiaoshu said, "The tricycle isn't a thing after all, and there are a lot of places where you might need help in the future, so you have to learn your license." That works. Now that mushrooms are being delivered, Lu Dazhu usually only goes there in the morning, and then the rest of the day is available for play. To learn how to get a driver's license, he does have a lot of time to learn. "You go home and eat, and then we'll go together." Aha! Say yes, and eat separately. After a brief lunch break, Lu Dazhu came to Lin Xiaoshu. Go! Lin Xiaoshu rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle and went with Lu Dazhu to the Tiancheng driving school that Su Qingyi had mentioned. Lin Xiaoshu saw his coach, a woman in her 30s, wearing a sun hat on a hot day. Her skin was quite white, and surprisingly, she hadn't been tanned into black charcoal. The coach's name is Feng Qingqing. Since there are also some people who want to get her to practice at noon, she usually stays at the driving school at noon, too. "You're Lin Xiaoshu?" Feng Qingqing laughed. "Come with me, I'll teach you how to clock in." To get a driver's license, there is also usually a requirement for hours of study, and then the student is required to use a card that goes to accumulate the hours. "Coach, this is my friend, he's also here to learn how to drive." "Oh?" Feng Qingqing was happy. "Okay." Lin Xiaoshu helped Lu Dazhu pay the tuition fee, and then began his journey to learn the driver's license. "I'll teach you to put it in gear first." Feng Qingqing saw that Lin Xiaoshu had introduced her to a trainee and immediately taught him some simple practicing. Lin Xiaoshu will be able to do this at a glance, it's just that Lu Dazhu has dropped the ball a bit. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the other students under Feng Qingqing's hand also came to the driving school side one after another. Among them, a young girl, tall and thin, with long, straight, black hair that hung softly over her shoulders, looked very rich and goddess-like. She was similarly wearing a sun hat and a sunsuit, and her skin was very pale and soft, quite a bit lighter than the average girl. Lu Dazhu looked a bit dumbfounded. Lin Xiaoshu recognized this girl at once because he had seen Jiang Ziqian's picture, and that was the person he was looking for. "Ziqian, you're here. Hey, whose card is on this punch card? Hurry up and pull it out." A young man shouted towards the people around him. Because there was no one else clocking in at noon before, the punches on Feng Qingqing's 2 cards were inserted with Lin Xiaoshu and Lu Dazhu's cadet cards. Lin Xiaoshu stepped forward and said, "It takes 2 hours to punch a card at a time, and I've already done it for an hour. Why don't you let me finish my card this time?" That young man frowned. "If I tell you to pull the card, then pull the card. What's the point of wasting words? If you don't pull it yourself, then I'll pull it for you. Is clocking in mandatory to pull out, or the clocking in time will be voided? Kid, what's your name? Got the balls to say it?" Ha! Lin Xiaoshu didn't even want to give a damn about people like Yang Etienne. "My name is Lin Xiaoshu, if you want to retaliate, welcome." Jiang Ziqian, who was standing to the side, looked at Lin Xiaoshu in surprise. Over the past few days, basically those who were bullied by Yang Etienne didn't dare to fight back, and Lin Xiaoshu was the only one who not only fought back, but also had such a strong attitude. Yang Etian said angrily. Okay, kid, you wait. Alright. Yang Etian, if you keep messing around, I won't even bother with you in the future. Zhang Ziqian couldn't look away. Ziqian, stay out of this, it's between men. Hee, it's clearly a matter between man and dog. Lin Xiaoshu said, if a dog bites me, I won't hesitate to kick it away. What are you doing? Yang Etian was just about to speak when suddenly. Wow! A bright red Ferrari that drove into the driving school. The sound of the Ferrari roaring attracted the attention of countless trainees at the scene. The Ferrari drove to Lin Xiaoshu's side and suddenly stopped. Inside came out a stunningly beautiful woman, her 3,000 green silk flung out, and she directly overwhelmed the crowd. Even Jiang Ziqian was obviously defeated by her. Su Qingyi was dressed in a red dress and stepped on high heels, her complexion was glistening white like jade, her legs were long and slender, simply the best on earth. Xiaoshu, do you need me to take you to practice? Su Qingyi said. Why did you come over? Lin Xiaoshu didn't think that Su Qingyi would do such a boring action for no reason. What is this? Yang Etian, who had threatened to take revenge on Lin Xiaoshu, was too shocked to speak. Ferrari Lafa. A global limited edition, a car that costs tens of millions of dollars. Yang Etian looked at Su Qingyi all stunned. What kind of person are you? Anyway, although Yang Etian's family is very well off, he definitely can't afford to drive or buy this kind of global limited edition Lafa. Su Qingyi ignored Yang Etian and said, it's just to take you to practice, you still have to line up to practice here. Lin Xiaoshu carefully considered Su Qingyi's words and quickly understood her reason for doing so, shaking his head, no need, I can just practice here by myself. He had already figured out that Su Qingyi was actually driving over to set off his status and stature, so that Zhang Ziqian would understand that he was not a nobody. Now, Su Qingyi's purpose had been achieved. Well, in that case, I won't bother you practicing. Su Qingyi drove away in the Rafa. The Ferrari Soundwave, once again, left the trainees on the floor a little confused. Zhang Ziqian, who was on one side, looked at Lin Xiaoshu with even more curiosity, thinking, what the hell is he? Chapter 63 A First Sign of Affection. Lu Dazhu was watching from the side and was stunned. Brother Little Tree, that beauty just now, she's too pretty, isn't she? I've never seen such a pretty beauty before, is this Ruyu? Don't be ridiculous, just a partner in my business. Lin Xiaoshu said. Brother Little Tree, this is where you're wrong, such a beautiful beauty is right next to you, if you don't chase after her, she'll be chased away by someone else. Lu Dazhu felt that if such a great beauty was not given to Lin Xiaoshu as a wife, then this must be Lin Xiaoshu's loss and likewise a great regret. Lin Xiaoshu also thought about this and also felt quite sorry. But you can't just say you feel sorry for them and marry them, or are you going to marry every beautiful woman you come across in the future? You don't even have a wife yourself, why do you care so much? Lin Xiaoshu was speechless and could only roll his eyes, then said so. Zhang Ziqian, who was next to her, heard clearly, and she was surprised that the stunning beauty just now was not Lin Xiaoshu's girlfriend. It's hard to believe, that pretty girl is chasing Lin Xiaoshu? Zhang Ziqian felt that something was wrong with the world. A beautiful woman of that size and in a top-of-the-line sports car is chasing after a young guy who came to a driving school like this to get his license? It's a crazy world too. Unless Lin Xiaoshu had something truly exceptional. At this thought, Zhang Ziqian became more and more curious about Lin Xiaoshu. Yang Etian took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and left silently. Unfortunately, his movements still caught Lin Xiaoshu's attention. Lin Xiaoshu said towards him, Yang Etian, if you want to take revenge on me, I'm always waiting. Yang Etian was embarrassed. Seeing that the beautiful woman who drove a Lafayette and had a close relationship with Lin Xiaoshu, how could he dare to have any thoughts of retaliating against Lin Xiaoshu? And it's not even certain who gets back at who. Zhang Ziqian stood still and thought a lot in her head. In the end, she chose to come in front of Lin Xiaoshu and apologized. I'm sorry, this incident happened because of me, I'm really sorry. But don't worry, Yang Etian shouldn't mess around. Zhang Ziqian looked down and ruffled her hair as she spoke. Such a picture also made Lu Dazhu, who was next to him, have a bit of an interesting thought. He had once read some articles, and it was written that if a girl was in front of a boy and ruffled her hair frequently, it meant that the girl liked the boy. Although Zhang Ziqian is not ruffling her hair frequently at the moment, there seems to be a trend towards this. It's over, Brother Shu's charisma is too great, this pretty girl might have fallen for Brother Shu as well. Lu Dazhu envies Lin Xiaoshu, but is also worried that Lin Xiaoshu will be caught with 2 feet. Lin Xiaoshu responded flatly, no need to apologize, it's none of your business. And even if Yang Tian messes up, I'm not afraid in the slightest. Seeing that she and Lin Xiaoshu were already chatting, Zhang Ziqian asked in passing, wasn't the one who came just now your girlfriend? She's so pretty, and I'm afraid her status is not low, right? Not my girlfriend, and I don't have one. As for her identity, I didn't ask. Besides, I never ask about identity when I make friends with people. Lin Xiaoshu's short answer more and more made Zhang Ziqian feel that Lin Xiaoshu was particularly mysterious. The next thing you know, the two are just having a conversation. And around 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Ziqian said she wanted to. The larger the lake, the more oxygen it can hold, and many people who keep fish inside large lakes are not equipped with oxygenators. And then the number of fish in the water is also a problem. There is no need to have an oxygenator when the number of fish is low. Lin Xiaoshu was thinking about the future development of that lake, that's why he configured so many oxygen boosters for just in case. Okay, no problem. The female manager took Lin Xiaoshu to see the impeller-type oxygenator and introduced this 3.0 kW. There are two materials made of plastic and stainless steel. The plastic ones are $900 each, and the stainless steel ones are a bit more expensive, they cost $1,300. But I can give you a little discount if you buy more. Lin Xiaoshu didn't trust the plastic too much and ordered the stainless steel oxygenator straight away. Then I'll give you $1,200 each, no problem? The manageress smiled sweeter and sweeter, smiling, bowing slightly. The scenery of her neckline was quite moving. Lin Xiaoshu didn't care about this small amount of money now, and immediately placed an order and paid half of the deposit in advance. Thanks for taking care of our family's business. The manageress personally escorted Lin Xiaoshu out the door. Lin Xiaoshu drove his motorcycle home. Road. Seeing that Lu Dazhu was even foolishly walking the mountain road, he couldn't help but say, Dazhu, why are you walking back? I didn't drive my motorcycle over here, so I had to walk. Lin Xiaoshu sniffed, I had a black lines, but at the same time, he also quite understood Lu Dazhu's money-saving character, and laughed, come up here, it's me who didn't think it through. Did you catch up with that girl? Lu Dazhu asked. I went to buy an oxygenator, there is a fart girl, but there is a female manager, I don't dare to mess around. Lin Xiaoshu flirted. Only after sending Lu Dazhu home did Lin Xiaoshu return home. I must speed up the speed at which Zhang Ziqian trusts me. Lin Xiaoshu thought. Thinking so, he suddenly noticed that in the herb Shenruyu received today, there was an additional strange herb. Chapter 64, the best whitening cream in the world. Lin Xiaoshu went up and held the herb in his hands to look at it carefully. It was only that the herb had 4 leaves as a branch, and the leaves were covered with snowy hairs that looked like they were covered in a layer of fall frost. Taking a slight whiff of it, Lin Xiaoshu felt a refreshing burst of fragrance with a distinctive scent. Then he was shocked. This is Fairy Smile. You shouldn't be able to see this herb now, I didn't realize that in Dalong village, such a good thing actually existed. Fairy Smile, an herbaceous plant with awesome beauty and skin care properties, was recognized as extinct at a very early stage. Therefore, seeing this Fairy Smile in his hand, Lin Xiaoshu fell into deep thought. What are you doing, little tree? Looking at Lin Xiaoshu who seemed to be in a daze, Shenruyu brought her head over to take a closer look at the things in Lin Xiaoshu's hands, but she couldn't see anything at all. Lin Xiaoshu said, this is good stuff, Ruyu, if you see it in the future, could you keep an eye out for me? This one, huh? Shenruyu took it in her hands and after a little observation, she said with certainty, I've seen it before, it's not a rare thing. Really? Lin Xiaoshu was very excited. If this herb was there, then all the beauty and skin care products on the market nowadays were all garbage. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? If you want this herb, Ruyu will go and pick it for you tomorrow. Don't pick it. Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly stopped, just carefully transplant 2 plants over. I also don't know how many fairy smiles there are in Dalong village, if there are fewer, then picking 1 plant is too worthless. Good. Although Shenruyu did not understand why Lin Xiaoshu was so attached to this herb, she was willing to trust Lin Xiaoshu. After Lin Xiaoshu got some other herbs and paired them with this fairy smile to make a paste-like ointment that was dark green and looked very unpleasant. But don't look at its appearance, because it is definitely the world's current, strongest whitening sunscreen product. After it was done, Lin Xiaoshu was ready to be the first to give this good thing to Shenruyu to use. Ruyu, this is a whitening and nourishing clay paste. Tomorrow when you get up, after you wash your face, apply this on your face, it will make your face as white and smooth as egg white. That good? Shenruyu over the years, in order to do farm work, her skin had actually tanned less white, and her appearance was not as beautiful as it was at its peak. On her lips, she generally did not complain that her looks passed away so easily, but in her heart, she often felt very sorry because of it. Women, what woman doesn't love beauty? The reason why you don't care about your beauty is not because you are forced by life to do so. Now that she heard Lin Xiaoshu say that this ointment could make her skin as white and creamy as egg white, Shen Ruyu was so excited that she could hardly sleep. Ruyu, you'll know if you try it, I don't have to lie to you. Aha! Shen Ruyu nodded, feeling again that Lin Xiaoshu really was too good to her. Thinking that Lin Xiaoshu had once hugged her, she began to feel a flutter inside again. As the saying goes, people are not grass and trees, and after experiencing so many things with Lin Xiaoshu, she had already had her heart set on Lin Xiaoshu a long time ago. But trapped in the secular status, in the way of face, Shen Ruyu did not dare to show this idea. With a silent, shy and warm smile, Shen Ruyu slept until dawn with a good dream. When she woke up, Lin Xiaoshu was no longer by her side. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, Shen Ruyu's mood was really mixed. Sighing for a moment, she got up and brushed her teeth and washed her face. After washing, she tried applying the mud paste to her face for about 10 minutes, and it gradually soaked into her face and disappeared, replaced by a light refreshing sensation on her face. And looking in the mirror, it's obvious that the skin is really much fairer than usual. My God, it worked so well. Shen Ruyu looked at the mirror, her own beautiful face that was about to catch up with her peak, and her heart swam for a while. After taking care of the mushrooms, Lin Xiaoshu reported to the driving school early. Lu Dazhu had to deliver mushrooms, so he didn't join Lin Xiaoshu. Arriving at the driving school, Yang Etian, who was there yesterday, was again like a cow-eyed candy, relying on Jiang Ziqian's side. When Jiang Ziqian saw Lin Xiaoshu, she immediately gave Lin Xiaoshu a light smile. Lin Xiaoshu nodded slightly in greeting. Humph. The more Yang Etian looked at Lin Xiaoshu, the more displeased he felt. At this point, the sun seems to be a little more poisonous. Jiang Ziqian sighed, obviously, I've already done a good job of protecting myself, but it still feels a little bit darker than before. Ziqian, I bought you a set of cosmetics back from abroad, I'll bring it to you in the afternoon. Yang Etian hurriedly said. No, what makeup can't I get? It's just that none of it fits. Jiang Ziqian's grandfather, that was also a top chef who had participated in state banquets, and his family was also very wealthy. Not worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but at least tens of millions of dollars. What's more, Jiang Ziqian's father inherited Jiang Ziqian's grandfather's craft, is now working as a chef in the capital, annual salary of several million, not to mention the status of the chef community in the capital is still very high, and the network is even more through the sky. It's a gift from me. Yang Etian could only say so. Only his words only received a blank stare from Jiang Ziqian. Lin Xiaoshu saw that Jiang Ziqian was worried, so he said, but it's just sun protection and whitening, it's not a big deal. I have a kind of mud paste here that when applied to the skin, can quickly make the skin glow, it's called the best sunscreen whitening cream in the world. Yang Etian was furious at his words. Lin Xiaoshu, you have such a beautiful girlfriend, why are you still pestering Ziqian? Yang Etian said in his heart that he had never been the one to pry someone else's foot in the wall, he had never been tapped like this before. Lin Xiaoshu breezily said, don't understand what you're talking about. Also, which one of your eyes is watching me pester? His gaze shifted to Jiang Ziqian, if you want it, I can give you some. If you don't want it, forget I said it. Such a bland attitude simply drove Yang Etian crazy. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. He licked Jiang Ziqian so furiously, and all he got in return was a blank stare from Jiang Ziqian, while Lin Xiaoshu's attitude of being so cavalier was making Jiang Ziqian feel more and more curious. Isn't that insulting? Jiang Ziqian was really curious, the best whitening cream in the world, of course I want to try it, can I? Yang Etian was about to pass out from anger. Lin Xiaoshu then took out the ointment he had concocted and handed it to Jiang Ziqian. Jiang Ziqian opened the box containing the ointment and realized that it contained dark green and dark green contraptions, and the expression on her face was somewhat embarrassed. Ha 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 ha. Yang Etian felt that he had seized the opportunity and hurriedly scoffed, if you don't know, you'd think this is. Lin Xiaoshu was unimpressed. Jiang Ziqian, you can't just look at things on the surface, only by trying can you know if something is actually agreeable or not. You're right. Jiang Ziqian took a deep breath and dipped her fingers into a bit of the mud cream, applying it evenly on the back of her hand. Yang Etian felt a bit intolerant and said, doesn't it feel like taking and smearing it on your hands? Jiang Ziqian glared angrily at Yang Etian and turned her head without any good humor, barely adjusting her mind. She said to Lin Xiaoshu, I wonder how long it will take to see the effects? Since it's the best in the world, I think it should work faster, right? Jiang Ziqian was only half convinced at this point. 10 minutes. Lin Xiaoshu was always so concise in her replies. Jiang Ziqian then waited for 10 minutes. However, in less than 10 minutes, she rounded her eyes and said in surprise, "Oh my god, this is really great. Lin Xiaoshu, where did you get this mud paste from? Can you sell some to me?" Jiang Ziqian wanted to keep some more for spare. No way. Lin Xiaoshu very categorically shook his head. Chapter 65 Going to Jiang Ziqian's house to meet the national chef. Why? Jiang Ziqian just don't understand Lin Xiaoshu's attitude. Obviously already gave away a bottle, so is it so difficult to sell 2 more bottles? And, looking at the skin on her hands, which was noticeably whiter and at the same time several times more delicate, she was very eager to have a few more bottles of such mud cream. Lin Xiaoshu saw that Jiang Ziqian had put her doubts all over her face before she said, "It's not that I won't give it, but if you want to make this kind of clay ointment, the herbs are very hard to find. I've only found a few herbs so far, and split them into 2 bottles of clay ointment. 1 bottle was given to me, Ruyu, and the other, in your hands. So that's how it is." Jiang Ziqian nodded her head, her mind was clear and her heart was much more comfortable. What made her couldn't help but feel a bit smug was that there were only 2 bottles of this mud cream, and she, Jiang Ziqian, owned one of them. Yang Yitian, who was next to him, was frantic inwardly, and his face was as if he had eaten a fly, but he didn't have half a temper to flare up. Could it be that there really isn't any halfway method to punish this Lin Xiaoshu? Speaking of which, Yang Yitian was terrified of facing Lin Xiaoshu in person because he was afraid of Su Qingyi behind Lin Xiaoshu. But really letting Lin Xiaoshu be so reckless, laughing and joking with Jiang Ziqian, and even having sidelined him, he felt very unwilling again. Clenching his fists tightly, Yang Yitian could only think of one way. Borrowing someone else's hand to teach Lin Xiaoshu a lesson. The other side. Jiang Ziqian, because she was too happy and felt that she couldn't just flat out accept such a good gift from Lin Xiaoshu, so she thought for a moment and said, "Lin Xiaoshu, you gave me something that is unrivaled in the world, so I want to give you something that is unrivaled in the world as well. No, I don't need it in return," and the ointment was nothing more than a lift. Lin Xiaoshu's move is called a desperate attempt to catch him. Besides, having been in front of Jiang Ziqian, playing the mysterious persona of having no desires, he couldn't afford to reveal himself at the critical moment. Sure enough. When Jiang Ziqian heard Lin Xiaoshu's words, she hurriedly explained, "No, you have to accept it, or I'll give this whitening cream back to you." Yang Yitian, who was next to him, could see that Lin Xiaoshu was trying to escape, and when he saw that Jiang Ziqian was completely unaware of it, his heart instantly hated him. He couldn't stay at the driving school any longer and turned away. When he left, he even wanted to bang his head against the wall. It's too suffocating. Lin Xiaoshu did not take Yang Yitian to heart, so he just nodded his head slightly, "Alright. However, if it's too expensive, then forget it." "It's not expensive, it's a treat. Let me get this straight, I would like to invite you to my house, to taste my grandfather's handiwork. My grandfather is a very famous chef, and has even participated in the preparation of state banquets, so it's not boasting to say that his craftsmanship is unrivaled in the world, is it?" Jiang Ziqian looked slightly smug. Not exactly bragging. Lin Xiaoshu said in his heart that he was really lucky to have achieved his goal so easily. He continued, "I'm a person who loves nothing more than eating, especially delicious food. I can't refuse this reward you're giving. Then it's a deal. At noon, you go to my house for dinner." Jiang Ziqian smiled and giggled, went to the side to call her grandfather Jiang Chenghai, said at noon there is a friend to go to the house for dinner, I hope that grandpa will be able to personally cook and entertain. After returning from the phone call, Jiang Ziqian waited for the driving school to finish clocking out time. After clocking out, she immediately pulled Lin Xiaoshu and said, "Lin Xiaoshu, let's go, my grandpa has already started preparing a delicious meal." Jiang Ziqian took Lin Xiaoshu and headed to her grandfather's house. State House. This is the place where Jiang Ziqian's grandfather lives. It is said that the houses here are lived by some dignitaries, and usually not rich, can buy a. "Grandpa, let me help you." After Lin Xiaoshu's 5 senses became stronger, knife work and these things were a piece of cake for Lin Xiaoshu, which was why Lin Xiaoshu was confident and took the initiative to say that he could help. "It's too late." Jiang Chenghai shook his head. However, Lin Xiaoshu has already come to the kitchen, picked up the washed carrots and began to thump madly shredding, so fast that even Jiang Chenghai at his peak could not compare to it. "Grandpa, the shredded carrots are already cut." Lin Xiaoshu put down the knife. "What?" Jiang Chenghai turned his head to look at Lin Xiaoshu cut down the carrot threads, The roots are even, each as if calculated the size of the thickness, but also very slender. Good. Jiang Shanghai didn't say much, just hurriedly put the shredded carrots into the pot and began to stir fry. When this dish was finished frying, Jiang Shanghai marveled, "Young man, your knife work is top-notch. I think you should be a professional chef too, right?" Ah. Lin Xiaoshu was surprised that Jiang Shanghai took the initiative to talk to him, and froze before saying, "I'm not a chef, and I didn't specifically learn to cook." This time it was Jiang Shanghai's turn to be shocked. The heart says, how is this possible? Knife work that wonderful could not have been done to that extent without 10 years of practice. Really? Jiang Shanghai suppressed his inner turmoil and said, "Then young man, what do you do now?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "I contracted fish ponds in the village to raise fish and then picked mushrooms to sell to the hotel. Because my mushrooms are very good, I've taken shares in mushrooms and I'm also considered a hotel owner. But my main business is still picking wild mushrooms in the village and selling medicines and such." Picking wild mushrooms? Jiang Shanghai cried and laughed, thinking, what kind of occupation is this? Hearing the selling of medicines again, Jiang Shanghai said, "You still sell medicines? What kind of medicines?" "At the moment, it's just selling one medicine, which is the incense pack that promotes sleep," Lin Xiaoshu said. "Could it be the scented sachet sold by Chang'e Kaiwei Grand Hotel?" Speaking of incense packs to promote sleep, the hottest one in Fenglin City recently was the incense pack from Chang'e Kaiwei Grand Hotel. Right. Lin Xiaoshu nodded. Jiang Shanghai was even more confused, nodding his head towards Lin Xiaoshu in admiration. "Wizards. Wizards." He added, "Your name is Lin Xiaoshu, right? I wonder if you're willing to spare some time to learn cooking with me." Chapter 66, The 8 Great Dishes of the National Banquet. Jiang Shanghai's words. But at this time, how did it become him learning from Jiang Shanghai? Lean. In his heart, he was a bit speechless, but after thinking carefully, Lin Xiaoshu felt that this was not a bad thing. On the contrary, if he was able to achieve great success in cooking, it would be a very good thing for the hotel and for the family. Jiang Shanghai saw that Lin Xiaoshu didn't say anything, and his mood was even more nervous than that of a little daughter-in-law. In a lifetime, one could only come across such a young man with outstanding talent. To be honest, when talent reached a certain level, it was never about what master picks the disciple, but rather the disciple picks the master. He was afraid that Lin Xiaoshu would refuse. Seeing that Jiang Shanghai was full of expectation, in those two cloudy eyes, they were actually full of hope at the moment. At that moment, Lin Xiaoshu could not bear to reject Jiang Shanghai. So, he nodded and said, "If Grandpa is willing to teach, I'm willing to learn." Good, good, good. Jiang Shanghai was overjoyed, and his mood was similar to when he had just married his daughter-in-law as a groom. Jiang Ziqian said, "Grandpa, I've never seen you so happy. Little Shu, he's really talented in cooking? What if we compare Xiao Shu's cooking talent with Dad's?" Jiang Shanghai's old face darkened. "Your father is a stupid pig compared to little trees." Ha! Jiang Ziqian couldn't accept such a conclusion no matter what. On what grounds? Her father is now a famous chef in the capital, how come he's a stupid pig in Grandpa's eyes? Lin Xiaoshu was also embarrassed by Jiang Shanghai's comment and hurriedly said, "Grandpa overpraised." Still calling Grandpa? Jiang Shanghai's old face reddened, and he said rather brazenly, "Master? Or teacher?" "Call me teacher. If you call me master, Ziqian should not agree." Jiang Shanghai laughed out loud. Come to think of it, Lin Xiaoshu called Jiang Shanghai master, while Jiang Ziqian called Jiang Shanghai grandfather, so what should Jiang Ziqian call Lin Xiaoshu? Obviously, messing with the generations. Teacher. Lin Xiaoshu called out cheerfully and generously as well. Good, good, good. Jiang Shanghai's old mind was delighted, and he hurriedly said, "Eat your vegetables, and eat." Jiang Shanghai said with full pride, "These 8 dishes down, the entire Fenglin City, there will no longer be a hotel, is your Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel's rival." Lin Xiaoshu's heart trembled. Which? Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but curse. Just then, a group of people came from around the perimeter. But thinking that the person who asked him to teach Lin Xiaoshu a lesson was not an idle person, he hardened his heart and said, "If you don't prove it, then how do I know that you're not lying?" Good. Lin Xiaoshu nodded, "Then I'll prove it to you." Lin Xiaoshu took out his cell phone and called Lu Guanyao. Lu Guanyao was eating. When he saw someone disturbing at this time, he was in a bad mood and directly pressed the phone off. But after thinking about it, he didn't feel quite right, and looked anyway to see who had actually called. When I looked at the note, it was actually Lin Xiaoshu. Lin. Lu Guanyao was so anxious that he hurriedly dialed the phone back. When Li Kuan saw Lin Xiaoshu being hung up on, he sneered and hooked his hand, signaling that he could beat Lin Xiaoshu to death. But, jingle bells. The callback made Li Kuan stop his impulse and decide that it was better to listen to the call. Lin Xiaoshu was dissatisfied. What's the point of hanging up on me just now? I'm sorry, Divine Dr. Lin, I was eating and thought it was just some random person calling, so I hung up. I didn't realize that after hanging up, I saw that the call was from you. Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to hear this and only said, Lu Guangyao, I don't know if you recognize Li Kuan, can you ask him to give you face? Li Kuan's heart plummeted as he listened. Lu Guangyao felt a little stunned. Li Kuan? Of course I know him, a minor character, of course he's going to give me face. But, Divine Dr. Lin, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Xiaoshu smiled at Li Kuan and then said to Lu Guangyao, it's just that Li Kuan brought dozens of people to beat me up. What? Lu Guangyao was furious, saying that Li Kuan, such a small character, dared to move the earth on the head of the Taiyao. Divine Dr. Lin, please give the phone to Li Kuan, I'll talk to him. Aha! Lin Xiaoshu handed the phone over to Li Kuan, who was shivering and had an incomparably weak heart. Li Kuan swallowed and tried to keep his composure. I'm Li Kuan. Li Kuan, you mother, how dare you make a move against Divine Dr. Lin? I'm telling you, if Dr. Lin loses a single hair, I'll bring my men to flatten your house. On the phone, Lu Guangyao's roar of fury as he rushed to the sky rang out. He rarely got this angry, and this time, it was Li Kuan who made him so angry again after several years of separation. Boss Lu, I'm sorry, I didn't know? Hurry up and apologize to Divine Dr. Lin on your knees. Lu Guangyao said. Yes. Li Kuan made a plopping sound and knelt down for Lin Xiaoshu, then rushed to his gang of brothers. What are you still waiting for? Kneel down. Divine Dr. Lin is Boss Lu's guest. Those who don't want to die, all kneel down for me. Li Kuan similarly roared. Swish. These people, who had been aggressive and surrounded Lin Xiaoshu just a moment ago, suddenly knelt in a circle around Lin Xiaoshu. At this point, a passerby passed by this part of the driving school. Hey! Why are these people kneeling all over the place? Are they filming a movie? But how come there's no camera in sight? Strange. It was also the first time that the man had seen that there were so many people kneeling around a single person. And Lin Xiaoshu, who was surrounded by the crowd, was like a monarch in the darkness of the night, proudly independent. Lin Xiaoshu snorted, no need, I want to know right now who sent you guys over. Even though Li Kuan was an asshole, he couldn't have come to target him for no reason. Li Kuan hesitated, but when he thought that Lin Xiaoshu was backed by Lu Guangyao, he instantly managed to give an honest account. It's Yang Etienne. Yang Etienne? Lin Xiaoshu had understood everything when he heard that name. After 2 seconds of silence, he only said, you should know in your hearts what to do next, right? This? Understood. Weighing the situation in his heart, Li Kuan said, Yang Etienne's dog's eyes don't recognize him Natai, so let's let him know that Brother Shu isn't someone he can afford to mess with. Lin Xiaoshu nodded, alright, get up, Lu Guangyao sighed, I'll speak. Thanks. Thank you. Li Kuan took the cell phone and offered it back to Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu and Lu Guangyao spoke briefly and hung up. Open the lock for me. He was about to leave when he realized that the lock was still on the 3-wheeled motorcycle, and Lin Xiaoshu was about to get angry again. Right away. Li Kuan personally unlocked the motorcycle for Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu left in his 3-wheeled motorcycle. Li Kuan's face was grim. Let's go and settle the score with Yang Etienne. An hour or so later, Li Kuan and Yang Etienne met. Yang Etienne laughed. Lin Xiaoshu has been taught a lesson? Can he still go to driving school tomorrow? Can. Li Kuan said with an unmoving face. Yang Etienne was surprised by this answer and his face changed as he angrily said, then you guys teach a lesson my ass. Did I ask you to teach me a lesson like that? I didn't give money for you guys to scold Lin Xiaoshu for a meal. Humph. Li Kuan was still a ruthless man, and with a hook of his hand, he had people surround Yang Etienne. What do you want? You've turned against the world. You guys know who I am, right? How dare you do this to me? Yang Etienne was trembling in fear. Li Kuan said, of course I know your identity, but people Lin Xiaoshu's head is bigger than you. Old me is about to be killed by you. Hit me. Beat it to death. Bang, bang, bang. This was followed by a continuous stream of screams. Chapter 68, Sitting on the Ground and Raising the Price. Dalong Village. Under the night, the only thing that kept ringing in the village was Lin Xiaoshu's three-wheeled motorcycle and a piece of dog barking. Shen Ruyu heard the sound of a motorcycle and hurriedly opened the door. "Ruyu, I'm late back today." "It's fine." Shen Ruyu also knew that Lin Xiaoshu was busy, so she wasn't concerned about this matter. She helped push Lin Xiaoshu's three-wheeled motorcycle into the door before pulling Lin Xiaoshu to the backyard, saying, "Xiaoshu, the herbs you asked me to find, I found them for you and planted them in the flower pot. It's just that it's hot and not a good time to transplant, and Ruyu doesn't know if it will survive." She had a look of helplessness on her face. After all, the weather lately was really a bit too hot. "There's no problem, Ruyu, you don't have to worry about this matter." "It's so hot, Ruyu, why don't you go inside and blow the air conditioner? I'll take a shower and then go back to my room to sleep." "Good." Shen Ruyu turned around. She did get hot out there, especially since she had been blowing the air conditioner a while recently and was sensitive to the temperature. However, on this side of the planter, the ground became slippery because she spilled a lot of water. Just as she turned around, she was unsteady on her feet. "Ruyu, be careful." Lin Xiaoshu encircled Shen Ruyu's waist and hurriedly. This fairy smile, originally is a delicate thing, artificial planting, it is not easy to survive, not to mention is now the summer season. However, Lin Xiaoshu had the Dragon King cannon, which allowed him to perform small-scale cloud traveling, so this difficulty, then, was not considered a difficulty. Revolving the Dragon King cannon, Lin Xiaoshu performed the raincloth technique. Not long afterward, a small cloud appeared above the flower pot, and then spiritual rain began to patter from above. The spiritual rain landed in the flower pot, and instantly the originally wilted fairy smile began to become spirited and pale in an instant. This is an indication of full viability. That'll do it. If there were a large number of fairy smiles, then Lin Xiaoshu would be able to make a lot of whitening creams, but unfortunately, at the moment, there were only these two, so Lin Xiaoshu was prepared to cultivate them so that they would reproduce more fairy smiles out of them. In a flash, the night passed. Lin Sandy came to Lin Xiaoshu to see what was going on in the lake. "Little tree, 20 oxygenators, they were installed yesterday, come and take a look, is this okay?" "If it's okay, I'm going to buy some fish and fry to come over and stock the lake. I've read that the lake is large, and the original Chao Shui Tak raised fish at a lower density, and after the last batch of deaths, the fish in the lake are even thinner this time." Lin Sandy's idea was to buy more fish fry and stock the lake. Only then, first of all, there is the problem of fish feed. So many fish, if they eat fish feed every day, if they are not careful, they may have to lose money, so in that case, they need to grow more fish grass. But Lin Xiaoshu only bought the lake, not the land to plant fish and grass. Secondly, because the entire lake is several hundred acres, it is too big, so Lin Sanda wants to use fish nets, circle out a part of the place out to concentrate on high-density fish farming, and the rest is free-range, low-density fish farming. In this way, it is much easier to catch fish and to manage the fish pond. Lin Sandy took his thoughts and said them to Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu said, "I'll go and solve the problem of the land later, as for how to raise fish, you know better than me, I'll leave it all to you. If you need to buy anything, just buy it and ask me to pay for it." "Okay, then I'll take care of those aspects single-handedly." Getting Lin Xiaoshu's approval, plus being trusted by Lin Xiaoshu in this way, Lin Sandy decided that he must raise the fish well and not let Lin Xiaoshu lose money. Because he still had to pick mushrooms, Lu Daju waited long enough on his side. Lin Xiaoshu went to the mountains to finish picking mushrooms and then would transfer to the village. He wants to rent land. So he came straight to the village council side to see what wasteland there was that he could rent over. On this side of the village committee, it is no longer Zhou Yud who is presiding, but the deputy village head Wang Xilai. Hearing that Lin Xiaoshu wanted to rent land, Wang Xilai said, "There is some vacant land in the village, but a lot of the land around the fish pond has been rented by Zhou Shueda. Since you leased Zhou Shueda's piece of lake, why don't you even lease the land together?" Wang Xilai asked. Where did Lin Xiaoshu know this? He's never kept a fish either. At the beginning is to know the lake to rent over, absolutely profitable, he just directly undertake the lease, and did not think that there is a lease to grow fish and grass this kind of problem. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu's expression, Wang Xilai had already guessed the situation roughly. "Xiaoshu, it's fine if you want to rent another place, but I think it's better if you take Zhou Shueda's piece of land and sublet it. After all, it's close to your lake, and it's convenient to cut the fish grass. Think about it yourself." "Yes." Lin Xiaoshu ran helplessly to Zhou Shueda again. It just so happens that Zhou Xiaoman is at home. When Zhou Xiaoman saw Lin Xiaoshu, she hurriedly invited Lin Xiaoshu into the house. "Brother Xiaoshu, are you here for something?" "Well, I'm looking for your dad. My dad is upstairs watching TV." Zhou Xiaoman led. Zhou Shueida was originally leaning on the sofa, and when his wife yelled at him like that, he sat down directly on the floor. No such thing, don't you dare say that. Then why are you refusing to transfer that piece of land? Zhou Shueida's wife remembered Lin Xiaoshu and helped her catch Zhou Shueida in the act, so she took the initiative to help Lin Xiaoshu. Zhou Shueida, today you'll rent out that piece of land, or else, my mother will break your dog's legs. Zhou Shueida had a look of frustration on his face. He has no place in this family as long as his wife is around. Forget about it, that fish meadow, even though I've mowed it almost to the ground, it can still continue to grow, and I'm not going to ask you for more, 1,000 per acre, and then going forward the price per year will be as normal, 300 per acre per year. What do you say? Zhou Shueida didn't dare to ask for more money and set a price that was acceptable to both parties. That's fine. Lin Xiaoshu agreed. On one side, Zhou Xiaoman quickly revealed a happy smile, while Zhou Shueida's wife, too, nodded her head in satisfaction. Then, both sides signed a contract. Lin Xiaoshu's side first paid this year's money, and then once a year, until it is not rented. These things are done. Zhou Shueida's wife then cheerfully pulled Lin Xiaoshu. Because Zhou Shueida's wife was rather fat and fierce-looking, this was something that the entire Daolong village knew, so Lin Xiaoshu was pulled by Zhou Shueida's wife, and his heart was surprisingly a little weak. It can be seen that Zhou Shueida's wife's formidable reputation is indeed as thunderous as it is deep in people's hearts. Auntie, what is it? Lin Xiaoshu asked. Xiaoshu, I see that your Ruyu skin has been getting better and better lately, and she's also getting prettier and prettier, so I'd like to ask if you think Auntie can become just like you, Ruyu? This? Lin Xiaoshu sweated. Shin Ruyu became more and more beautiful, that is because there is a fairy smile herb, made of whitening cream, but the preciousness of the fairy smile gave Zhou Shueida wife, that is simply a loss of money sale. But just now, Zhou Shueida's wife had helped him speak, so Lin Xiaoshu couldn't be too ruthless. After some consideration, Lin Xiaoshu laughed. Auntie, I personally think that you shouldn't start with whitening, but with losing weight. Auntie, if you want to become beautiful, you first need to lose your fat. And I have a weight loss tea recipe here that you can try. As long as you don't overeat and then exercise a little, I guarantee that you'll soon be able to lose weight and become as slim as me, Ruyu. When Zhou Shueida's wife heard this, she thought it made sense. As long as she got slimmer, was she afraid she wouldn't be pretty? She reached out in a hurry and asked Lin Xiaoshu for the recipe for the diet tea. Lin Xiaoshu gave the formula to Zhou Shueida's wife and then left with the contract this time. As for Zhou Shueida, who was next to him, looking at his own daughter and wife, both treating Lin Xiaoshu so well, the feeling in his heart was as hard as being betrayed by a mutiny. Afterwards, Lin Xiaoshu went to the driving school to clock in as usual, and then together with Jiang Ziqin, went to Jiang Qinghai's house. Just like this, along with Jiang Qinghai, studying for 2 days, finally, Lin Xiaoshu can be considered a master in the main 8 dishes, as well as cooking wild mushrooms. Teacher, I won't be eating here at night. I'm going to take these things and hurry to teach them to the hotel chef, so that I can also revitalize the hotel's business, as soon as possible. Good boys, it's the cause that should come first. Jiang Qinghai respected Lin Xiaoshu's decision. Of course, this respect was also due to the fact that Lin Xiaoshu was so outstanding and excellent that he was, instinctively, willing to support any decision Lin Xiaoshu made. It can be said that Jiang Qinghai regarded Lin Xiaoshu no worse than his own son. After saying goodbye to Jiang Qinghai, Lin Xiaoshu rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Ah? Mr. Lin is going to teach me how to cook? In the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, Chef Li thought he had heard a big joke. Who is he, Chef Li? He has been a hotel chef for more than 10 years and has obtained the National Vocational Level 2 Cooking Technician Certificate, which in layman's terms is the National Special Level 2 Chef. And who is Lin Xiaoshu? Young, no more than a hairy lad of about 20. Having Lin Xiaoshu teach him Chef Li how to cook, isn't that a joke? But Lin Xiaoshu, after all, was now the owner of the hotel, and Chef Li was too embarrassed to say anything too disparaging, and just said, Mr. Lin, I think in this regard, you can't teach me. Honest, straightforward. Chef Li puts it straight. Diyue, who was on one side, was also aware that Lin Xiaoshu, who had already learned the art from a former top chef, had now learned several staple dishes. In terms of making the few staple dishes that Lin Xiaoshu was familiar with alone, that Chef Li might not really be Lin Xiaoshu's match. Therefore, Diyue said with a smiling face, Chef Li, don't be angry yet. I know you're conceited that you've been in the chef industry for more than 10 years and think that Mr. Lin can't teach you. But whether the cooking skill is high or not is not determined by time. So, how about a match? If you lose, Chef Li, then you'll be taught in vain, and if you win, this matter will not be brought up again by Mr. Lin. How about that? Yes, then I'll make Mr. Lin convinced. Chef Li had heard the other day that Lin Xiaoshu had been quite vocal about his cooking skills. Therefore, he wanted to prove to Lin Xiaoshu that his cooking skills were even higher than Lin Xiaoshu had imagined. Mr. Lin, then what kind of dish? Chef Li asked. The simplest, braised pork. Lin Xiaoshu laughed. Simple indeed, come. Chef Li and Lin Xiaoshu occupied 2 kitchen locations and began to handle the ingredients individually. Du Wei looked at Lin Xiaoshu's busy figure, and in her heart, she also expected Lin Xiaoshu to bring her a real surprise. The 2 men had their ingredients ready and began to cut the pancetta. Only to see that Lin Xiaoshu's knife was so fast that every piece of pâté was cut too small and evenly, as if it had been measured with a ruler. On the contrary, Chef Li's knife skills were not as good or as fast as Lin Xiaoshu's. Chef Li seemed to notice this and his heart stuttered slightly. However, he wasn't convinced, because knife work doesn't mean everything. Following his familiar practice, Chef Li did not take long to make his own braised pork. Giggle! Lin Xiaoshu was not far behind, and was not far behind in serving the braised pork on a plate. 2 dishes of braised pork, steaming hot, were on display. The cooks in the kitchen gathered around. They saw that the 2 braised meats, one bright red in color, surrounded by a light broth and garnished with flowers, just looked beautiful. The other braised pork was darker in color, less soupy, and didn't do anything special to garnish it, but the fat looked springy and definitely chewed more. Chef Li narrowed his eyes as his red meat poorly sold. But he believed that flavor-wise, his own red meat should not lose. Taste test. Du Wei said, everyone doesn't need to take into account Mr. Lin and Chef Li's status, and be realistic. Du Wei herself took the lead, tasting the dishes made by the 2 first. Chapter 70. Du Wei nodded slightly as she first ate the braised pork prepared by Chef Li. It's tasty, yes, but it's not too new to eat. Instead of commenting, she turned to savor the braised pork made by Lin Xiaoshu. That fat but not greasy braised pork in the mouth, melt in the mouth, just the moment you bite down, you can feel the strong flavor spread in your own mouth. Delicious. The ultimate in deliciousness. Originally, Du Wei didn't have any favoritism in mind, but the dishes that Lin Xiaoshu cooked made her unable to resist praising them in advance. Chef Li thinks that Du Wei is favoring Lin Xiaoshu and is quite upset about it. Immediately after that, the remaining few chefs also tasted Lin Xiaoshu and Chef Li's dishes. When they tasted Chef Li's braised pork, everyone just nodded slightly, but when they tasted the braised pork made by Lin Xiaoshu, all of them revealed unbelievable expressions. Yummy! Absolutely delicious! This? Is it really the braised pork made by Mr. Lin? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. It was simply hard to believe that this was the dish Lin Xiaoshu had made. I don't believe it, I'll taste it. Seeing that the results were crying out to be seen, Chef Li still wanted to hang on for dear life, so he hurriedly picked up one of his chopsticks and tried to eat the dish Lin Xiaoshu had made. But after tasting it, he regretted it. He regretted himself, why he must make a fool of himself. Disoriented, he took a few steps backward and waved his hand. There's no need to announce the results, I already know very well that my dish is way worse than Mr. Lin's dish. Unwilling on one side, marveling and curious on the other, he jerked his head up and asked Lin Xiaoshu, Mr. Lin, may I ask how many years have you been studying cooking? No more than 3 days. Lin Xiaoshu said truthfully. Impossible. Even if you were to spend 3 days specializing in this one dish, it's impossible to do this. It's only a veteran of years that can do this. Chef Li absolutely did not believe that Lin Xiaoshu could make such delicious food after studying for 2 or 3 days. Lin Xiaoshu didn't say anything, nor did he need to. There's nothing to argue about this kind of thing. So, to that he just smiled. Chef Li barred his head and sighed, but there are geniuses in this world. Geniuses that always do things that make people wonder. Chef Li followed up, Mr. Lin, I'm willing to accept your guidance. Well, it's fine if you're willing to accept it. However, because what I'm going to teach you next is a secret dish, so everyone present will have to sign a non-disclosure agreement not to divulge the practice of these dishes. I don't know if you have any comments? There was no way that Lin Xiaoshu, without signing a non-disclosure agreement, would teach such a powerful dish to Chef Li and the other chefs in the kitchen. No comment, I sign. After so many years in this industry, we all still know the basic rules, too. Within a short time, the signing of the confidentiality agreement was completed. Only then did Lin Xiaoshu start teaching Chef Li. Chef Li already understood Lin Xiaoshu's strength, so he studied especially hard and paid full attention. It had even been many years since he had been so focused to listen to someone else's teachings. Lin Xiaoshu taught late into the night. He called Shinryu and told not to wait for him to go to bed. By the way, he also called Liang Qiujing and asked her to go to Dalong village early tomorrow morning to protect by Shinryu's side. Liang Qiujing said, "I haven't gone home yet, my brother's injuries have almost healed, plus in the past 2 days, I saw you coming back late, so I didn't go back tonight." In fact, originally Liang Qiujing is to have been in Shinryu's side to protect Shinryu's safety, but Lin Xiaoshu's house is too small, and only one room installed air conditioning, so Lin Xiaoshu let Liang Qiujing go back at night. After all, he was usually at home at night, and he didn't need Liang Qiujing to protect Shinryu. Hearing Liang Qiujing's reply, Lin Xiaoshu smiled heartily. "Alright, Qiujing, hard work." "It's not hard work, it's just that I'm afraid that Ryu will miss her pillow." Without waiting for Liang Qiujing to continue, Shinryu's voice came from the side, "Stinking Qiujing, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll pinch you." Egu, Ryu, don't pinch me, I'm wrong, I won't dare anymore." Liang Qiujing smiled and apologized while running. By the way, finding an opportunity, she snatched at Lin Xiaoshu and said, "Brother Shu, you come back earlier so that no one will fall in love with you." "Not much more to say, I'm hanging up." Liang Qiujing was too tickled to speak, so she hurriedly hung up the phone. Chef Li's side learned 5 or 6 points. Basically how to do it, he already knew, all that was left was to keep honing his craft, and he guessed that with some more, now that he has the money, he is ready to immediately put the matter of building villas in the village on the agenda. Chapter 71, The Difficult Han Yuzhen. Lin Xiaoshu slept at Du Yue's house for the night. About 6:30 in the morning he got out of bed. Noticing the commotion, Du Yue walked out in her robe, leaned diagonally against the doorway, and asked Lin Xiaoshu with a smile, "Why did you get up so early, are you recognizing the bed?" Lin Xiaoshu shook his head, "We have to hurry back to pick mushrooms, or what about the mushrooms we need for the hotel today? Also." Du Yue's eyes turned around Lin Xiaoshu's body a few times, and in her heart, she was liking it more and more. In her opinion, men who are serious and hardworking and talented are the most attractive men in this world. However, seeing as Lin Xiaoshu was a bit restrained, she had no choice but to take things slowly. She didn't believe that if she was such a beautiful woman, standing in front of Lin Xiaoshu would still not be a little bit moved? A good girl is afraid of being stalked by a man, let alone a man being chased by a beautiful woman like her. Lin Xiaoshu rinsed and said goodbye to Du Yue. "Isn't your car at the hotel?" "It just so happens that I'm also going to the hotel, let's go together." Du Yue remembered this and hurriedly sped up her movements of changing clothes a bit. Not long after, wearing a long blue dress with a high bun, Du Yue looked like a noblewoman with an elegant temperament as she led Lin Xiaoshu down the stairs. Walking a little bit behind Du Yue, looking at this chick's tall figure, pencil-like thin and long legs, Lin Xiaoshu just wanted to hurry up and leave, or else he was going to be eaten by this goblin. Lin Xiaoshu returned to Dalong village and saw Lu Daju who was waiting foolishly. "Brother Shu, finally I've seen your silhouette." Lu Daju was so anxious in his heart that he was afraid of delaying the delivery of the mushrooms to the hotel. "I've kept you waiting." Lin Xiaoshu lightly patted Lu Daju's shoulder. He appreciated Lu Daju's sense of crisis. If it was a heartless person, he probably wouldn't have waited. After all, Lin Xiaoshu was the boss, and if the mushrooms weren't delivered in time, of course Lin Xiaoshu would be responsible for it himself. After taking care of the mushrooms, Lin Xiaoshu stopped by the lake to take a look at the situation in the lake. Just see the vast lake, level as a mirror, the only place where the oxygenator is installed, there will be like a fountain. General surge, looks also very beautiful. A lot of city people like to fish nowadays, so if we get a farm fishing event, it should attract a lot of people. And with the fresh air and beautiful scenery of Dalong village, there may not be no one coming if we do tourism. However, all of this is an afterthought. He turned his head to look at some of the ground around the lake. One of them, obviously, was the land that he had rented from Zhou Shuide. The ground was covered with short fish weed, and even looked bare, as it had been harvested not long ago. If I use the art of traveling clouds and rain, I wonder if I can accelerate their growth. Lin Xiaoshu's Dragon King cannon, which was still in the state of Dragon Qi, was just a step away from the Dragon Spirit realm. Because he was busy with his career, he hadn't been practicing properly lately. But when he saw the scene, he suddenly had the thought of breaking through the Dragon Spirit realm, so he found an open area, facing the lake with his back to the mountain, sat on the ground and cultivated wholeheartedly. Hoo-hoo! Feeling the power in his body, it was getting stronger and stronger, and at the same time, an invisible aura made him feel like his soul had become incomparably powerful, as if he was a king who was reigning over the world. Immediately afterward, it was as if the soul transformed into a dragon and traveled around heaven and earth. Instantly, Lin Xiaoshu's eyes opened up more than just a little. Boom! The barrier of the realm broke open, and Lin Xiaoshu's body, precisely as if it was like a fish in water, felt incomparably relieved. Try the traveling clouds and rain trick. Lin Xiaoshu pinched a spell and said, "Clouds gather and rain comes." Wow! A light rain fell on the lake and on the barren fish meadow. Only to see that the fish grass on the ground slowly became bright green and grew a bit bigger than before, while the fish grass land that was originally harvested cleanly also grew fish grass shoots. On the surface of the lake, so many big fish jumped out and cheered, absorbing the spiritual rain that fell from the sky. Watching this scene, Lin Xiaoshu was in an even happier mood. The only thing that was a bit unsatisfying was that Lin Xiaoshu's current range for descending spiritual rain wasn't very wide, at most 300 to 500 meters around him. But that's actually almost enough. And that's when it happened. Ding dong! It's the sound of a text message. Lin Xiaoshu took out his cell phone and realized that it turned out to be a bank call that had arrived. He received more than $1.7 million in bomb payments. Lin Xiaoshu did some math, $188 per scented bag, 10,000 scented bags, that's 1.88 million. Splitting the hotel's 5% fee leaves just over $1.7 million. After getting the money, Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly gave the site a fragrant orchid place and settled the payment for the new batch of orders. And with the rest of the money, he decided to find a professional construction team to help him build villas in the village. This was Shinryu's dream and also Lin Xiaoshu's dream. Now, this dream, at last, has its day of realization. Find a professional building team. There seems to be a professional building team in town. I heard that the houses they make for people are quite beautiful. I'll take my chances. Construction teams with good reputations usually did good business, so Lin Xiaoshu wasn't sure if he could get the other side over. Lin Xiaoshu inquired. You mean that construction team of the Zhang family, right? Someone in the town who knew about it said, there's no need to look for it. A few days ago, there was an accident, and the captain of this construction team has passed away. I don't think they should be able to take orders anytime soon. So? Forget it then. Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand. It wasn't probably appropriate to find someone now. I'm not sure, why don't you go ask around yourself? They make some pretty good stuff at their house, it'd be a shame to miss it. Yes. From the other man, he got the address of the building team and he headed towards the other man's house. The Changs. Han Yuzhen is now faced with a very difficult choice. Standing across from her was her husband, Zhang Wenhai, the owner of the construction and engineering company he worked for, named Lu Yuanyang. Because of Zhang Wenhai's accidental death, the project was delayed from officially starting, so in order to avoid losses, Lu Yuanyang decided to hand over the project in Zhang Wenhai's hands to other construction teams. What makes Han Yuzhen difficult is that, because Zhang Wenhai was cheated by someone during his lifetime, he also borrowed millions from Lu Yuanyang one after another, which leads to the fact that if she doesn't take over the project in Lu Yuanyang's hands, it will be very difficult for her to pay back the debt owed to Lu Yuanyang. As for finding another project to do yourself? This is even harder because everyone only recognizes her husband's ability, but not hers. So taking on work alone would make it almost impossible for her to get work on her own, even though she's actually capable of doing it. However, Lu Yuanyang didn't rush the whole thing. Yuzhen, you've been with your husband for 7 or 8 years, your ability, I know it best. If you ask me to give the project to you to continue, it's actually not impossible, as long as you can be my woman for one night. What if you don't? Lu Yuanyang sneered, the deadline for your husband's debt is coming up, so get ready to pay me back $1 million, or I'll see you in court. Han Yujin was torn to pieces. If it goes to court, then it will be harder for her to do anything in the future, and she has kids in middle school that need money for school? Have you thought about it? Lu Yuanyang saw Han Yuzhen hesitate to speak, so he enlarged his guts, reached out his hand, and forcefully carried Han Yuzhen toward the bedroom. Let go of me! Han Yuzhen exclaimed. Think about your son, think about that $1 million. Lu Yuanyang said with a scowl on his face. Chapter 72 A Small Forest Tree from Heaven. In Han Yuzhen's mind, she flashed the image of her son not being able to afford to study, and the image of her husband, Zhang Wenhai, caring for her, and for a moment, she only felt like she was in hell. It was clear that his heart was incredibly resistant, but his body was unable to move. Could it be me? It was really hard for Han Yu to imagine that she would become that kind of woman. Anyone home? Suddenly, a knock on the door outside disrupted Han Yuzhen's thoughts, and at the same time scared Lu Yuanyang so much that he almost fell. Lu Yuanyang's face was horribly ugly and tense. He gulped, put down Han Yuzhen, gave Han Yuzhen a vicious look, and said, "I'll let you off the hook today, but you'll have to give me an answer by tomorrow night." Lu Yuanyang turned around and opened the door, and was about to leave, but when he saw that the one who disturbed his good deed was a young lad, who was quite handsome, this made him even more upset. He gave up on leaving. Instead he acted as if he was the man of the house, looking up and down on Lin Xiaoshu. "Who are you? Come here for something?" Lin Xiaoshu hooked the corners of her mouth in a slight smile. Lu Yuanyang, on the other hand, felt that Lin Xiaoshu was a bit puzzled. Lin Xiaoshu said, "This is the Zhang family who is a construction team, right? I'm here to ask if you guys take on projects here." Lu Yuanyang was on fire when he heard it. When he looked at Lin Xiaoshu's body, there wasn't a single piece of clothing that exceeded $100 or $200. And? Lu Yuanyang's head looked toward the outside, then said, "That three-wheeled motorcycle is yours?" "Right." Lin Xiaoshu pretended to be innocent and asked, "What? Humph. You can't even afford a ING car and you dare to brag here." Lu Yuanyang was even more pleased. "Next time before you brag, remember to buy a car. Even a Wuling Hongwang is better than what you have now." Lin Xiaoshu thought about it and silently clicked on the text message sent to him by the bank and put it in front of Lu Yuanyang. "Can you shut up now?" Lu Yuanyang's face was about as constipated as he was when he saw the bank text message with the $1 million balance. Lin Xiaoshu looked at Han Yuzhen again. "If I guessed correctly, this person isn't your husband, right? Can he be your master?" Han Yuzhen was thoroughly convinced that Lin Xiaoshu, indeed, had come over with sincerity, inviting her to do the project, so she toughened her attitude toward Lu Yuanyang, saying, "He's not my husband, he can't be the master of my house." Immediately afterward, she was very upset with Lu Yuanyang. "Get out, I won't agree to your conditions." Seeing this, Lu Yuanyang no longer pretended to go on, and immediately flipped his face. "Han Yuzhen, you have to think clearly, the $1 million your man owes me is about to expire. If you don't listen to me, don't blame me for being heartless when the time comes. Besides, a broken villa with $1 million or so of work will make you a few dollars? If you follow me, you can eat and drink without doing anything." Lu Yuanyang showed his original face, completely in front of Lin Xiaoshu and Han Yuzhen. Han Yuzhen looked at him angrily. "If you're heartless, then you're heartless, so hurry up and leave, or I'll drive you away with a broom." "Good. Very good." Lu Yuanyang was furious, his eyes no longer looking at Han Yuzhen, but at Lin Xiaoshu. "Kid, your name is Lin Xiaoshu? Spoiled my good deed, you wait for me." Lin Xiaoshu laughed lightly. "The first two people who said so have already all knelt at my feet. If you want to..." After watching it, she said, "It shouldn't be much of a problem, but this kind of high-grade villa, if you use good materials, it will be very expensive, but if you use cheap materials, you might not be able to do the effect of this kind of villa in the video." Han Yuzhen said, "Can you come up with a budget of $1.5 million? About 1.3 million to 1.5 million budget. I promise to help you with everything from building to renovating, all in one step." Chapter 73, I'm a serious man. 1.5 million budget is no problem, but I only have one request. The quality must be good, and not too different from this villa in the video, otherwise, I won't pay the final payment. Lin Xiaoshu was not a natural-born benefactor, nor was he any kind of money-scattering boy, but he would not let his money so wasted. Han Yuzhen seemed to expect Lin Xiaoshu to say this and nodded confidently. "No problem. You're my Han Yuzhen's first customer, and you just saved me. No matter what, your villa, I'll do my best for you." Saying that, she next also gave Lin Xiaoshu some details about making a villa. "Wait until most of the details are analyzed," Han Yuzhen said. "We do the project, are to be divided into batches for payment. You this down payment, about 500,000, you see? Could be." Han Yuzhen sniffed and began to prepare a contract for Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu read the contract and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he signed it. "Have fun working together." Han Yuzhen took the initiative to extend his hand. Normally, she wasn't a person who liked to shake hands with people, but for Lin Xiaoshu, she felt she should get the etiquette right. Happy cooperation. Lin Xiaoshu gently shook Han Yuzhen's hand twice and then let go. Only then did he say something personal. "Sister Han, after finishing the public matters, let's talk about the private matters. I would like to know about that person's problem just now. How are you going to deal with it?" "You mean Lu Yuanyang?" Han Yuzhen's heart couldn't help but sigh slightly. $1 million owed to someone has to be paid back eventually. Although Lu Yuanyang was a bad person and his character was not good, this was not a reason to not pay the debt. Also, she knew exactly what Lin Xiaoshu would mean by asking that. After all, she is going to take Lin Xiaoshu as 500,000 advance. If she takes this money to pay off her debt, isn't that treating Lin Xiaoshu as just like that? Without resolving this issue, she believed that Lin Xiaoshu would definitely have some uneasiness in her heart as well. With that, Han Yuzhen said, if before, I didn't have much confidence in life, I might not really know what to do. But this business deal of yours makes me think that actually my situation isn't that difficult. Okay, I'll wait. My brother? Lin Xiaoshu was again puzzled. God damn it, brother. He didn't even know he had an extra brother. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu's puzzled expression, Feng Qingqing said, it's Lu Dazhu. It wasn't that he envied Lu Dazhu for having a beautiful companion, but he instinctively felt that there was a big problem in this matter. Fruity. Only just thinking that, bad things were already starting to happen. Chapter 74, A Great Outburst of Fury. In the bar, when Lu Dazhu and little Tai Mei had just appeared, instantly, someone stood out and walked towards them, and for a while, the atmosphere was tense with swords. Ling Xin, what do you mean you have a man with you? The man with a tall and strong figure, with a gloomy face, looked at Lu Dazhu, hating that he couldn't just get Lu Dazhu killed. Little Miss Meng Ling Xin, on the other hand, was a bit disdainful, tilting her head and asking, Zhao Wenwu, what does this have to do with you, what the hell do you care? Let me tell you, this is my new boyfriend. Zhao Wenwu nodded his head even more somberly, boyfriend? Good, very good, boyfriend huh? As he said that, he took an arrow step to grab up first, grabbed Lu Dazhu's collar, and said savagely, kid, are you preparing to grab a woman with me? Now get lost and I can spare you, if you don't leave, I'll waste you today. Scram! Zhao Wenwu pushed Lu Dazhu forward hard. Lu Dazhu staggered back several steps before he could stabilize his footing. Swish! Because of this commotion, the gazes of everyone in the bar fell on Lu Dazhu and Zhao Wenwu. The surrounding people were stunned. This young man is looking for death, right? Daring to rob Zhao Wenwu's woman here. This young man is finished. He's going to have bad luck. He really doesn't know what's going on. Isn't he looking to lose face? In the face of everyone's murmuring, Lu Dazhu wasn't scared out of his wits, but firmly stepped forward and blocked in front of Meng Lingxin, saying, come and beat me to death if you're capable of doing so, don't think I'll be afraid of you. Meng Lingxin, who was standing behind him, also took Lu Dazhu's hand once again, looking rather like a common enemy. Zhao Wenwu, I advise you not to go too far. Right now, Dazhu is my boyfriend, I forbid you to bully him. Lu Dazhu was moved to turn his head and look at Meng Lingxin. Instantly, he felt that he had made the right decision with this one. But Zhao Wenwu grabbed Meng Lingxin's wrist and pulled Meng Lingxin to his side and said, come here. What for, you let go of me? Ling Xin, is it fun for you to do this? Isn't it just to make me jealous? Well, I'm jealous now, is that enough? Shago. Lu Dazhu didn't even expect that Lin Xiaoshu would appear in such a place. Lin Xiaoshu frowned slightly, Dazhu, what you did today is really too disappointing to me. But that's no reason why they can bully you. Lin Xiaoshu blocked in front of Lu Dazhu, whoever dares to make a move today is an enemy of me, Lin Xiaoshu. Zhao Wenwu was a bit incredulous. Who are you? Zhao Wenwu instinctively felt that Lin Xiaoshu was a bit dangerous, but for people like them who mixed with society, nothing could be more important than face, except of course life. Lin Xiaoshu made him lose face, so he still had a brutal attitude and said, stinky, just you still dare to play rough in front of my old man. Zhao Wenwu came up and was about to punch Lin Xiaoshu. Bang! Lin Xiaoshu snap-kicked Zhao Wenwu's knee. Get on your knees. Lin Xiaoshu slowly stepped forward and pressed down on the shoulders of Zhao Wenwu, who was kneeling on the ground, so that Zhao Wenwu could not move at all. Lin Xiaoshu hissed, I rarely get angry. The people around were quiet, not daring to interrupt Lin Xiaoshu for a single word. You can't afford it if I get angry. Bang! Lin Xiaoshu kicked Zhao Wenwu, who was kneeling on the ground. Zhao Wenwu fell to the ground. Lin Xiaoshu pointed at Zhao Wenwu and said, don't move, if you move again, I'll waste you. Although Zhao Wenwu still wanted to be horizontal, he was really a bit scared because Lin Xiaoshu had an I just don't want to be alive, I just want to be completely messed up look, making him even assume that Lin Xiaoshu dared to kill people directly. He didn't move, just said, what are you guys waiting for? Not to mention the brothers under Zhao Wenwu's hand, even the bar's security guards came up and prepared to make a move on Lin Xiaoshu. Because this bar is run by Zhao Wenwu's father. Lin Xiaoshu just grunted coldly. The fighting strength of these people was naturally something he didn't put in his eyes at all. Seeing that the battle was about to break out, and everyone thought it was going to be a fierce firefight, someone suddenly recognized Lin Xiaoshu and said, Brother Shu, don't do it. Stop it. The person who spoke, Lin Xiaoshu still recognized, was the Li Koan who had knelt down towards him earlier. Li Koan was actually in the box, and it was only when someone told him that someone was causing trouble outside, and that Zhao Wenwu was all beaten up, that made him come out of the box. His intention was to help Zhao Wenwu, because he's on good terms with Zhou Man Mo and even better with Zhou Man Mo's dad. The people under Zhao Wenwu's hand thought that someone else was messing up, but when they saw that it was Li Koan, they lost their temper and didn't dare to continue, but instead looked at what Li Koan was going to say. "Brother Koan, what are you doing?" Zhao Wenwu was very confused about what Li Koan was doing. He felt that by all rights, Li Koan was going to call for someone to beat the crap out of Lin Xiaoshu. Li Koan hurriedly stepped forward and came in front of Lin Xiaoshu, bending his back and bowing, "Brother Shu. Brother Shu, this Zhao Wenwu has eyes but doesn't recognize him to Tai and offended you, he really deserves to die." Li Koan then straightened his body, faced Zhao Wenwu and angrily rebuked, "Zhao Wenwu, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Brother Shu? Let me tell you, Brother Shu is the guest of Lu Guangyao, the big brother of Fenglin City. If you offend Brother Shu, then Lu Dong won't let you go." Lu Guangyao? Many people actually didn't know who Lu Guangyao was, but Zhao Wenwu and his men certainly did. They sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but look at Lin Xiaoshu in shock. Zhao Wenwu swallowed his saliva and asked, "You? What is your relationship with Lu Dong?" Lin Xiaoshu was condescending, but he didn't even say a word. Li Koan hurriedly said, "I don't know what Brother Shu is, but Lu Dong can exterminate my whole family for Brother Shu. Do you understand this relationship?" Zhao Wenwu was instantly chilled. Li Koan and his father are a level of existence, and Li Koan was threatened by Lu Guangyao's words, then he can still cross the fart. He quickly crawled to Lin Xiaoshu's feet and said, "Brother Shu, I was wrong, please spare me, I have eyes and I don't recognize him to Tai. Is it useful to apologize to me?" Lin Xiaoshu hummed lightly. "I'm sorry, Brother Pillar, I shouldn't have done that to you just now, I was wrong. I beat myself up, see if you can forgive me?" He knew very well that this was not going to be easy to get over, so he was literally smacking himself in the face, hard and fast. "Lu Daju, this person is relatively soft-hearted, see Zhao Wenwu pumped really too hard, face are pumped red and swollen," he hastened to say, "Brother Shu, or not forget it." Lin Xiaoshu sighed deeply. Hating on the iron is not enough. However, when Lu Daju said forget it, Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to continue to dwell on it, so he said, "From today onwards, this bar, there is no need to open it. You guys?" Lin Xiaoshu pointed at these people around him and said, "If any of you still dare to socialize with Zhao Wenwu, if I see you, you'll be finished too." Finally, he gazed, before landing on the protagonist of this fight, Meng Lingxin. Chapter 75, A Slightly Touched Heart. Lin Xiaoshu quietly looked at Meng Lingxin. The tense atmosphere made the surrounding audience not dare to make any noise. Meng Lingxin shrunk her head, her legs trembling, almost unable to stand. Only then did Lin Xiaoshu calmly ask, "Was it fun?" Meng Lingxin raised her head and stared at Lin Xiaoshu's eyes in disbelief. "I mean, is it fun to tease Tiju like a monkey?" A steeply murderous aura emanated from Lin Xiaoshu's words. Meng Lingxin was so scared that she hurriedly backed away, shrinking her body, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it, I just wanted to use Daju to get angry at Zhao Wenwu." "So Daju deserves to die?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "Let me ask you, where did you get the courage to tease my brother?" "Kneel down for me," Lin Xiaoshu roared. He was really angry, extra angry. If he hadn't been at the bar today, the current Lu Daju, I'm afraid, would have been beaten into a cripple. And the result was simply because this Meng Ling Xian wanted to be angry at Zhao Wenwu. What about Lu Daju? Does Lu Daju deserve to be treated like this? Lin Xiaoshu certainly felt that Zhao Wenwu was detestable, but this Meng Lingxin was equally detestable to the extreme. Meng Lingxin was directly yelled at by Lin Xiaoshu and cried. She crouched on the floor and kept saying, "I didn't mean it, I didn't expect this." Lin Xiaoshu took a deep breath. "Zhao Wenwu, slap her for me." He calmly said, "Be ruthless." Snap. Zhao Wenwu didn't dare to disobey Lin Xiaoshu and immediately slapped Meng Lingxin hard. The sound of a snap resonated throughout the bar. Lu Daju wanted to intercede for Meng Lingxin, but was forced back by a look from Lin Xiaoshu. It was immediately afterward that Lin Xiaoshu said, "Coach, let's go." Lin Xiaoshu glanced at Lu Daju with a complicated mood. "If you want to stay, I don't have a problem with it. If you want to leave, come with me." Lu Daju was slightly torn for a split second. While thinking of Meng Lingxin's performance just now, his heart became even more agonized, and he turned around to follow Lin Xiaoshu away. Feng Qingqing came over and said, "Lin Xiaoshu, I knew there would be no problem finding you to solve this matter." She unexpectedly said, "It's just that I didn't expect that you were related to Lu Guangya." Lin Xiaoshu didn't avoid the others and answered directly, "Actually, I have nothing to do with Lu Guangya." The words made Zhao Wenwu freeze. But immediately afterward, the following sentence made Zhao Wenwu fall into an ice cellar. Lin Xiaoshu added, "It's just that Lu Guanyao has something to beg me for." Zhao Wenwu was speechless. To be able to make a character of Lu Guanyao's rank beg him to do something, then what kind of existence was Lin Xiaoshu? Lin Xiaoshu left with Feng Qingqing and Lu Dazhu after he finished speaking. Inside the bar, Li Koan shook his head repeatedly. "Zhao Wenwu, you're also a worthless thing. How dare you offend a big shot like Lin Xiaoshu for the sake of a woman? Zhao Wenwu, close this bar and don't mix with society from now on, so you can still leave a life. Otherwise, wait for death you." After saying that, Zhao Wenwu also left. Zhao Wenwu's hands under the people, see Li Koan have said so, or still dare to continue to stay in Zhao Wenwu's side. One after another birds and beasts scattered. Zhao Wenwu's heart dripped blood as he looked at his own bar, then at Meng Lingxin, and his heart became even more furious. "Get out! You! It's all because you caused old me to become like this. You, if you didn't make a demon, would old me be like this today?" Meng Lingxin kept crying. She also didn't expect that a casual move of hers would lead to such serious consequences. What she didn't expect even more was that Lu Dazhu, who looked honest and foolish, had such a god as Lin Xiaoshu behind him. She clearly just wanted to borrow Lu Dazhu and be angry with Zhao Wenwu. She felt very unwilling and unusually regretful and bitter. Feng Qingqing's car. Lu Dazhu awkwardly sat in the back seat and lowered his head. "Brother Shu, I was wrong." "However, Brother Shu, how come you and Coach are here?" Feng Qingqing, who was driving the car, looked slightly pleased. "Of course it's me. I have long seen you and Meng Lingxin mixing together, and in my heart, I expected something to happen, and I didn't think it really happened." She continued, "It's not that I'm being skillful, it's because this Meng Lingxin, it's not the first time she's done this kind of thing. Dazhu, you're considered lucky, there's still Lin Xiaoshu around. Do you know what happened to Meng Ling Xin, the temporary boyfriend she found a few times before? One was stabbed, one was beaten and bloodied, and another was hospitalized with broken bones. You're the only one who didn't get hit and taught Showman Mo a lesson." Feng Qingqing couldn't help but laugh again. She felt good about what happened today. Especially the scene where Lin Xiaoshu, alone, made Zhao Wenwu and these people, through and through, tremble in fear. She thought it was too cool. She was clearly in her 30s, but she was all slightly moved by Lin Xiaoshu just now. Lu Dazhu was made even more ashamed by Feng Qingqing's words and explained, "I didn't think Meng Lingxin was such a person, I thought she was very simple, just a little lively. Then she was nice to me and pretty, so I..." Stop it, I feel ashamed for you." Lin Xiaoshu shook his head again, but laughed. "Dazhu, you have to remember this lesson, don't start pulling out your heart when others give you a slight favor." "Got it." Lu Dazhu was incredibly humbled by what was said. Feng Qingqing drove the car back to the driving school. She let Lin Xiaoshu fill up her punch card, and only then did she let Lin Xiaoshu go back. Lu Dazhu and Lin Xiaoshu each rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle home. Lu Dazhu suddenly said, "Brother Shu, I feel as if Coach has some meaning for you." "Get out." Lin Xiaoshu directly replied to Lu Dazhu with one word. "Can't spoil him. Go home." Because the time was really late, Lin Xiaoshu estimated that the person Shen Ruyu had already gone to bed, so she opened the door herself. After opening the door, Lin Xiaoshu cleaned himself up and took a bath, then went to sleep in Shen Ruyu's room. However, having only just climbed into Shen Ruyu's bed, Lin Xiaoshu felt something was wrong. There was the sound of two people breathing. "Wait, I almost forgot, Liang Qiujing is also there?" Lin Xiaoshu was embarrassed and ready to put on her shoes and leave, but it was obvious that someone was actually awake. Liang Qiujing let out a giggle and really couldn't hold back her laughter. "Mr. Lin, you come up here instead." "No." Gutless, you said that's Sister Ruyu and I don't mind, what do you mind?" Liang Qiujing continued to snicker. Lin Xiaoshu bristled, "If you really want to go up, I'm afraid you won't be able to get up tomorrow." Liang Qiujing understood Lin Xiaoshu's meaning in seconds. Her pretty face was red, but she didn't dare to continue teasing Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu turned around and went back to his house. It's so hot without air conditioning. Lin Xiaoshu tried to run the Dragon King cannon, and to his surprise, his body was much cooler, and there were no mosquitoes around that dared to come close. This thing has this wonderful thing? Just like that, Lin Xiaoshu actually slept until the big dawn as well. At this time at the village entrance, Han Yuzhen's figure attracted the attention of many villagers. Chapter 76, The Treasure Land of Feng Shui. It was rare for outsiders to come to Dalong village, especially good-looking women. When Han Yuzhen appeared at the entrance of the village, he immediately caught the attention of some of the villagers. "Who are you looking for, girl?" Seeing Han Yuzhen looking around, one of the villagers laughingly said, "I'm looking for Lin Xiaoshu, may I ask if he's in this village?" Han Yuzhen thought the villagers here were particularly warm and was a bit surprised. But that's not really the case, people just want to know some gossip. Lin Xiaoshu? Everyone had a look on their face that said it all. If there was anyone in this village who was the most deserving of a pretty girl search, it would definitely be Lin Xiaoshu. Yes, but at this time of the day, Little Tree should be in the mountains, not at home. Why don't you go to Little Tree's house and wait? Just follow this road all the way, and if you ask the others, you'll find it easily. If it bothers you, I can take you there too. Han Yuzhen was such a pretty beauty that there were naturally a bunch of people who were willing to show her the way. No, I'll ask my way there myself, thanks homie. Han Yuzhen followed the villagers' guidance, all the way along the village road, to the fork in the road, asked people, and really quickly found Lin Xiaoshu home. May I ask if Lin Xiaoshu is here? Han Yuzhen asked. You're looking for Little Tree for something? Shenruyu walked out of the room, and when she saw that Han Yuzhen looked good, she was instantly a little curious in her heart. Han Yuzhen said, I'm Han Yuzhen from the construction team, the one Mr. Lin found to help build the villa. Build a villa. The tip of Shenruyu's heart trembled fiercely. This is her dream. She dreamed of a clean and tidy house. Now that the construction team was here, Shenruyu couldn't say she wasn't excited. Shenruyu happily said, then come in and sit down quickly, Little Tree is now in the mountains and should be able to return soon. Okay. Han Yuzhen also slightly sized up Shenruyu. She saw that Shenruyu had snow-white skin, a lithe body, a tall figure, and was particularly feminine-looking, and immediately had a guess in her mind. She said, Ruyu, are you Chief Lin's wife? Shenruyu was so shy that she hurriedly said, I am Xiaoshu's Ruyu, not Xiaoshu's daughter-in-law, don't misunderstand. Then, if Mr. Lin is in such a hurry to build a villa, it can't be that he's preparing to take a daughter-in-law, right? Han Yuzhen briefly guessed, then thought it might not be right, so she said, or, is he trying to give you, Ruyu, a better living environment? Shenruyu's pretty face became even whiter and redder. She lightly bit her thin lips and awkwardly said, it should be both, if the villa is built, Little Tree will be able to wind down, go find a girlfriend, and marry a daughter-in-law into the family. What a smart person Han Yuzhen was, just by looking at Shenruyu's expression, she already had a lot of guesses. These guesses, however, she didn't say outright. Not much longer. Lin Xiaoshu came back from the mountain. Han Yuzhen immediately stood up and came to the door to greet Lin Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, the Yuzhen girl you invited is here, she said she wants to look at the address for building the house. Shenruyu said. Lin Xiaoshu smiled at Han Yuzhen, tough job, making you run so far. However, actually, I haven't completely settled on the site for the house. Why don't you, Sister Han, you specialize in building houses, so why don't you pick an address suitable for building a house from your professional perspective? Han Yuzhen nodded at his words, then I'd be honored, but you don't necessarily get the land at the address I chose. How about choosing a site on your own land? No need. Lin Xiaoshu had brought down the Zhou family's prestige in the village, and at the same time, his own prestige, which was rapidly rising in the village. Therefore, if a piece of someone else's land was really selected, Lin Xiaoshu was still certain that he could buy it over. Good. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu say this, Han Yuzhen had nothing to doubt, so she said, take me around the village, I'll see where is more suitable for a house. Aha! Lin Xiaoshu then took Han Yuzhen and started wandering around the village. However, it didn't take long to turn, Han Yuzhen already had a conclusion in her mind. She pointed to a patch of wasteland and said, this is the best location. You see, it has a vast lake in front of it, and behind it is a big mountain, and the view from the front of the house is unobstructed and unobstructed, which indicates a smooth feng shui and a rolling stream of wealth. The back door, on the other hand, is backed by a green hill, indicating that the family has a backbone and a solid foundation. In addition, this place is high above the ground, not afraid of being flooded, and there is a distance from the green hills, not afraid of landslides and mudslides, so it is really a favorable location. Moreover, the green mountains and green water are never a place of human excellence. If you place your family home here, not to mention the wealth of this generation, that is, for future generations, it is a zeitgeist for future generations. After speaking eloquently, Han Yuzhen realized that she had said a bit too much and hurriedly said, these are all my personal insights, let Mr. Lin laugh. Where, I think you have a point. Then let's choose the address at this place. Lin Xiaoshu immediately made the decision. Han Yuzhen raised an eyebrow and said, then what about this piece of land, in case people refuse to give it? It's impossible not to give. Lin Xiaoshu said firmly. Han Yuzhen was even more puzzled. But he heard Lin Xiaoshu add, because this piece of land is my family's land. Puffing. Han Yuzhen laughed out breathlessly. I said, why Mr. Lin in Dalong village can be rich and bold to come up with millions to do the house. The original was originally owned a piece of feng shui land. Lin Xiaoshu, however, shook her head. If that's true, why did my parents die so early and my brother died young a few years ago? I'm sorry, I didn't expect your life, Mr. Lin, to be so rough. That's okay. Lin Xiaoshu said, without talking about that, let's say there are any difficulties or problems in building a villa in this place, right? Han Yuzhen, however, shook her head. There's no problem or difficulty. Don't worry, your villa, I will definitely make it very good for you. Also, because of your villa, there is a special style design, so the construction speed may not be as fast as you think. How long will that take? Lin Xiaoshu asked. 3 or 4 months, especially when it comes to renovations, can be a bit of a hassle. If you're unlucky, it could be delayed even longer. For speed, I want fine work, not shoddy work. Lin Xiaoshu was trying to make a beautiful villa, not to pursue speed. Han Yuzhen was quite relieved. The two then talked about some relevant details and start times. Only after saying this did Han Yuzhen prepare to leave. Lin Xiaoshu personally escorted Han Yuzhen out of the village entrance. And while Lin Xiaoshu was giving Han Yuzhen a ride, there was actually a person behind Lin Xiaoshu, silently watching all of this. When Lin Xiaoshu turned back around and wanted to go home she finally managed to gather the courage to stand up. Brother Xiaoshu, I heard that you are making a villa? Li Xiaoxiu asked with a red face, embarrassed. Well, I didn't think you'd know so soon. Li Xiaoxiu sniffed and her heart tightened again. She knew that the gap between herself and Lin Xiaoshu was really growing. Her heart was inexplicably a bit inferior, and amidst this heartache, she once again mustered up the courage to say, Brother Xiaoshu, can you teach me how to make money? I also want to earn more money to make a house for my parents. In reality, she was trying to draw closer to Lin Xiaoshu. Chapter 77 Opening a Treasure Store, Li Xiaoxiu's Shyness. You want to make money? Lin Xiaoshu mused slightly. For him, making money was nothing more than casual and easy, but for others, it wasn't so simple. Li Xiaoxiu had just come out of school not long ago and had no skills, basically no money-making skills, so it was even more difficult for her to make a lot of money. The good thing is, Li Xiaoxiu is enterprising. Seeing that Li Xiaoxiu's attitude was sincere, and with the fact that the two were also good friends now, Lin Xiaoshu finally thought of something that could be given to Li Xiaoxiu to do. Lin Xiaoshu said, Xiaoxiu, I really have one thing here that I want to ask for your help. If this matter is done well, not to mention making a lot of money, $10,000 a month is possible. Over $10,000 a month? Li Xiaoxiu was thrilled. Perhaps, earning more than $10,000 a month was not a matter at all for Lin Xiaoshu, but it was too difficult for the villagers of Dalong village. In the entire Dalong village, there are no more than 10 people who can make over $10,000 a month. Therefore, when she heard that her income could reach $10,000 a month, Li Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, Brother Xiaoshu, what is it? As long as I can do it, I will do it. If she could really make over $10,000 a month, she'd be making twice as much money on her own as her mom and dad combined. Lin Xiaoshu explained, this matter doesn't require skills, as long as you have a good attitude and work hard. He continued, Xiaoxiu, you should know that I'm making some scented bags now, right? Yeah. She also got her hands on the process of making scented bags. But she didn't know what this matter had to do with her, so her round, clear eyes looked at Lin Xiaoshu with anticipation and curiosity. Lin Xiaoshu smiled, what I'm getting you to do is related to the scented bags. I want you to sell the bags online, and then that includes sending the bags out by courier. All of these things are given to you. Or, your mom can also help. As for the monthly salary, I'll give you a base salary of $10,000. After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Xiaoshu on the cheek. After the kiss, she ran away. Lin Xiaoshu touched his cheeks and secretly said, what should I do if I'm taken advantage of? In the next second, he asked himself, it actually feels pretty good to be taken advantage of like this? Li Xiaoxiu was originally a flower in the village, good-looking, body or good, by Li Xiaoxiu kissed in the face, the general public would have been happy to bloom. Even Lin Xiaoshu's heart was slightly beautiful. After solving the matter of Li Xiaoxiu, Lin Xiaoshu really had to think of a way to open an online store on the internet. Nowadays, there is no more famous online store than Hollowbottom. But Lin Xiaoshu didn't have a computer to put in his house either. His house is too broken. Imagine if it rained heavily, the leakage of rain, his computer and other things, can be directly scrapped. These were things he was going to add separately later. As for how he was going to create a personal store on Holloway without a computer, he had already thought about it. He got on his three-wheeled motorcycle and went to the China Kaiwei Hotel. Du Yue said, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but be shocked. Sister Yue, what are you doing? Nothing, just expressing my respect and admiration for you. Du Yue's beautiful eyes swirled around Lin Xiaoshu as she laughed. Xiaoshu, our hotel's business is booming under your reforms. It's only been a few days since the menu was reformed, and it's already reaping tons of positive feedback, with many casual guests willing to eat at our hotel. Hearing Du Yue's words, Lin Xiaoshu shrugged. I told you earlier, the dishes you guys made before weren't good enough. Although it is said that we are a 5-star hotel, but people come to the hotel, not just to enjoy your 5-star environment, more people still want to be here and be able to taste the delicious food. If your food isn't good, people will at best give you a shout out in pursuit of face. But normally, people definitely don't want to come. Du Yue said she was taught. Xiaoshu, are you here today ready to test the results of the hotel's development? Du Yue pursed her lips and smiled with flavor. No, I came to ask you a favor. Lin Xiaoshu got right to the point. I want to open a treasure store, specializing in selling scented bags. But I don't know how to get these, and I don't have the tools to get them, so I had to ask for your help. Du Yue inwardly burst. I have a PhD from JLU, and I'm the one who makes you a treasure store? In the way of Lin Xiaoshu is the big boss, occupying 50% of the shares of the hotel, although Du Yue's heart is a little reluctant, but the might of the big boss, she did not do disobedience, can only smile and said, okay, follow me. Du Yue easily and familiarly, to Lin Xiaoshu get a good treasure page, just this side of the hotel, also have Lin Xiaoshu incense bag some photos, so upload the commodity picture, can be directly with the ready-made, so very quickly get good. Okay, done, but need to wait for the audit. Du Yue said, if the audit is successful, your online store can officially open. Thank you, Sister Yue. Look at you being polite. Du Yue said this on her lips, but in her heart, she was still quite happy. After all, Lin Xiaoshu also had a day when he asked her for an errand. She, in turn, showed off the skills of the titular Jinling University doctor in front of Lin Xiaoshu. About 2 days later, Lin Xiaoshu's treasure store passed the audit. Lin Xiaoshu rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle to Li Xiaoxiu's house. Xiaoxiu, take you to the city to buy a cell phone and a computer. Chapter 78 Pavilion, Shopping for Supplies. When Li Xiaoxiu heard Lin Xiaoshu's voice, she hurriedly ran out of the house and said, wait, brother Xiaoshu, I'll go change my clothes. Lin Xiaoshu slapped his head and said that this was enough waiting. Girl family, change clothes none can be fast, even Ishin Ruyu, if it is a temporary change of clothes, will have to toss for a period of time. Lin Xiaoshu sometimes can't understand, changing clothes can be done in less than a minute, why can girls toss and turn for half an hour? Fruity. Time passed by, Lin Xiaoshu sat at Li Xiaoxiu's house waiting for boredom, directly played with the phone. After waiting for half an hour, Li Xiaoxiu finally came out of the room. Brother Little Tree, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Lin Xiaoshu put down her cell phone, turned her head and froze a little. I only saw Li Xiaoxiu wearing a light yellow shirt with a small pleated skirt underneath, her face seemed to have some powder on it, it was a bit whiter than usual, and the faint light red on her lips added to her charm. She walked towards Lin Xiaoshu, her slender waist and pavilion, and her body still carried a faint fragrance. Lin Xiaoshu was stunned and said, you're going on a blind date, dressed up like this? Aren't we going to simply buy something? Li Susu's pretty face turned a little red when she was asked a very difficult question. What's wrong with a girl who likes to dress up? She had to skim her lips and snapped, I wasn't thinking that, going out with you, I couldn't embarrass you? Lin Xiaoshu hissed and joked, according to you, I'm afraid I'm embarrassing you by going out in this body, should I go home and change one too? No, brother Little Tree has all the temperament, he doesn't need this. Li Xiaoxiu was quite in love with Lin Xiaoshu right now, so in her opinion, Lin Xiaoshu looked good no matter what kind of clothes he wore, no matter how he dressed up. Anyway, she wouldn't mind. Good, I'm also afraid of trouble, let's go to the city. Lin Xiaoshu rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle and took Li Xiaoxiu to the city. In the car. Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxiu sat next to each other, the faint fragrance of the woman's body dense in the car. You sprayed perfume. Lin Xiaoshu suddenly said. Ha? Sprayed a little bit? Brother Little Tree, don't you like it? It smells pretty good, it's just that if you smell it too much, your mind always thinks about random things. Yuck, Shugo. Li Xiao reddened her cheeks and lightly bit her thin lips. That look was as cute as it could be. Finally, when they reached the city, Lin Xiaoshu stopped the car. He was kind of relieved because the scent in the car, along with Li Xiao's white thighs, would really make him rhapsodize if he looked at them too much. Come to the cell phone store. Lin Xiaoshu said, pick a phone that you like and looks good, don't need to look at the price because this is for work, don't save money and end up having problems with your phone, not to mention delaying your work. Li Susu looked at the wide array of cell phones, and all of them were very good looking, so she was dazzled. Beauty, what kind of cell phone do you want? The salesman asked. I'll see for myself. Li Xiao wanted to see more before deciding on her choice. At that moment, a man and woman entered the cell phone store. As soon as the girl entered the store, she asked, do you have the latest go-go cell phone? Yes, yes. The salesman hurriedly took the girl to see the go-go cell phone. Lin Xiaoshu said to Li Xiao beside her, the go-go cell phone is the most popular cell phone now, do you want to check it out? Li Xiao smiled coyly and nodded. The girl from before got her phone and asked, how much do you sell this phone for here? This our price, which is the same as the official website price, is 12,699. Can't it be cheaper? The girl asked. I'm afraid this one can't, because with this phone, we've been asked to keep the price of the phone in line with the official website, it can't be cheaper. Okay, I'll take it then. Li Xiao, who was standing next to her, turned around in a hurry when she heard a cell phone that cost more than $10,000. That girl also saw Li Xiao's movements, and somewhat unable to hold back a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. The girl's boyfriend, too, richly gave Lin Xiaoshu a superior look. Li Xiao felt a bit embarrassed, but luckily she also saw a cell phone with a high face value, and she hurriedly said, Brother Xiaoshu, this cell phone is good looking. Another salesman came over and said, do you need me to take it out and show it to you? This is the latest model of the flower cell phone, it just came out, limited edition, if you go to another store, you may not be able to get it. Then how much is this? Seeing the style of the phone, Li Xiao liked it a lot. 8888. Ah, so expensive? Li Xiao wanted to change to another cell phone again. Lin Xiaoshu said, just this one, buy it. Well, then, are you paying the full amount, or installment? Our side supports flower cell phone installment. And, look at that pretty girl, buying a go-go cell phone is paid in installments, it's very affordable. Lin Xiaoshu was staggered. Buy a $10,000 plus cell phone and pay for it in installments? He shook his head, no, full price. Okay. The salesman quickly took out a brand new cell phone, helped Li Xiao with everything and tuned it up, and handed it over to Li Xiao. The girl next to her got a little embarrassed. She seemed to feel slightly humiliated that she was paying in installments. By the way, my family lives in the mountains, my cell phone won't have no signal in the mountains, right? Li Xiao asked. The salesman laughed, it's obvious to all that the flower cell phone has a good signal, so there won't be a problem. On the contrary, if you live in the mountains, you really don't mind buying a go-go cell phone. The girl next to her face darkened a bit. Li Xiao took her cell phone and left the store with Lin Xiaoshu. Just as Li Xiao left, a young man ran into the store behind her and said, I heard that you have the latest model of Huahua cell phone here? The one that sells 8,888? Sorry, the last one has just been sold. Look, that's the pretty girl who bought it. The young man glanced at Li Xiao and felt immense remorse, just one step too late? The girl who bought the go-go cell phone before felt even more disgraced. After buying a cell phone, Lin Xiaoshu took Li Xiao to a mobile store to install a 5G card. Although there is no 5G signal in the village, the 5G package is a good deal. And after installing the cell phone card and the phone could play normally, Li Xiao was so happy. She'd never played with such a nice cell phone before. Li Xiao was exploring the features of her cell phone while Lin Xiaoshu pulled her into the store that sold computers. I ended up spending over $8,000 on a very high-end desktop office computer. Because the desktop computer was rather large, Lin Xiaoshu let the boss who sold the computer send it back to the village for him. Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiao went out of the store. It's not early, let's find a restaurant to eat. Lin Xiaoshu said. Eating outside or no, let's go home and eat, eating outside delays not to mention that it costs money. Li Xiao felt that she had already delayed Lin Xiaoshu enough, she couldn't continue to delay like this. Okay. Lin Xiaoshu said, go back and I'll cook for you, I promise it'll be much better than the restaurants. Lin Xiaoshu said, and took Li Xiuxiu on a three-wheeled motorcycle, but then several pairs of men and women came head-on. A few girls noticed Li Xiuxiu and hurriedly said, "Xiuxiu, why are you here?" Li Xiuxiu looked up and realized that it was her high school classmates. Among them there was also Zhu Pingping, the roommate who used to share the same dormitory, and at once she was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 79, I'll show my cards, I'll stop pretending. Li Xiuxiu unexpectedly saw her former roommate and hurriedly said, "I'm here to buy something." "Have you eaten then?" Zhu Pingping said, "We happen to be going for dinner, why don't you guys join us?" "By the way, is this your boyfriend?" Li Xiuxiu said, "Just friends, it hasn't come to that yet." "It's okay, come along, we haven't seen each other in a long time, we must catch up this time." Zhu Pingping pulled Li Xiuxiu, with a look that simply could not be refused, and added, "Won't you introduce this handsome man?" Li Xiuxiu looked at Lin Xiaoshu, a little embarrassed. Lin Xiaoshu took the initiative and said, "Don't worry, He Yuming said he's treating us, it's not like we need to pay for it, we just need to go eat." "AI, rich people are so nice." Zhang Yiji sighed softly. In reality, she wasn't that comfortable in her heart. Zhang Yiji remembered Li Xiuxiu behind the car, so she turned her head and said, "Xiuxiu, what does your boyfriend do? It looks very handsome." Li Xiuxiu still wanted to explain that it wasn't a boyfriend, but Lin Xiaoshu had already said, "It's just doing things in the village, picking mushrooms and raising fish." "You still keep fish?" Lin Wei came to be interested. He usually enjoyed going fishing with his friends. "Yes, contracted a fish pond. However, it's also just contracted and there aren't many fish in the pond for the time being. It's fine, it just so happens, I especially like fishing. When your side of the fish pond takes off, then my friend and I will go to your side to fish." "Yes, you're welcome, and I'll let you fish for free then." "That's great, but I can't let you lose money. It's not easy to raise fish nowadays, and it's easy to lose money if you're not careful. The owner of the lake where I often fish lost more than $100,000 just because of fish farming." Lin Wei is quite familiar with this aspect of the market. Zhang Yiji obediently said, "You don't buy a car when you raise fish? I saw that you seem to be driving a three-wheeled motorcycle over." Lin Xiaoshu laughed, "Don't even have a driver's license, what kind of car to buy, and the tricycle is enough, the others are rather less necessary." "That's so." Zhang Yiji's heart gave a small boost. She looked at her boyfriend, at least there is a car, while Li Xiuxiu boyfriend, but can only drive a three-wheeled. Just now she was Zhu Pingping compared to the depression, and Li Xiuxiu here, finally to make up for it. He Yuming in front of him had already hit the left turn signal, signaling that it was time to go. Lin Wei hit the lights in response and followed He Yuming. Not long after, the two cars parked in the underground garage of the Changde Kaiwei Hotel. "Let's go, I'll take you to eat the newest stir-fried wild mushrooms and specialty braised meat here. These dishes are definitely the best in Fenglin City." "Ho yuck." The crowd swished and their eyes looked at Lin Xiaoshu in unison, as if they were all saying, "What are you kid getting together for?" After ordering, we all started chatting inside. The main chat, or Zhu Pingping and the others, something about their own experiences after. "No need, I think it's good to follow brother Xiaoshu as a digger." Li Xiuxiu was also kind and didn't say that Lin Xiaoshu gave her a base salary of $10,000 a month. Zhu Pingping said, "Xiuxiu, I think it's better for you to go to Yuming's father's factory and work as a salesman, at least the income is stable, isn't it? Why don't you reconsider?" While Zhu Pingping was speaking, the gazes of the crowd were focused on Li Xiuxiu, and all of them had a look of pity. Within this pity, Lin Xiaoshu also felt a few faint moments of contempt. Lin Xiaoshu took a deep breath. He decided not to pretend. People didn't give Li Xiuxiu face, so why should he give too much face to the crowd? Chapter 80, Off is the word. Lin Xiaoshu suddenly stood up, drawing everyone's attention. He said faintly, "I'm going to use the restroom." With that, he turned toward the door. When Zhu Pingping saw Lin Xiaoshu leave, she hurriedly said, "Xiuxiu, were you too embarrassed to refuse just now considering your friend was present? You, as a person, are just too kind-hearted." "Right, Xiuxiu, I see that friend of yours, he doesn't look like he has a future either, I'm afraid there's no future for you if you follow him around." "Xiuxiu, you're so pretty, you're definitely going to marry a rich man in the future, you shouldn't be hanging out with someone who doesn't even own a car." Li Xiuxiu shook her head back and forth, "Brother Xiaoshu is not the way you guys imagine him to be." Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, He Yuming said, "Xiuxiu has her own thoughts, so let's stop talking about it. Xiuxiu, you are Pingping's classmate, when you have figured it out, you are always welcome to come over from my side." And it was only when He Yuming opened his mouth that everyone didn't continue. Everyone was quiet for a while. Lin Xiaoshu pushed the door in, smiled softly, and sat next to Li Xiuxiu. At this point, the waiter from the hotel brought in several bottles of red wine. He Yumming was surprised. Sorry, I don't seem to have ordered any red wine. This person was even better looking than Li Xiuxiu, and had an air of nobility and elegance about her. Holding a glass of red wine, Du Yue walked in with a smile on her face and said, "Excuse me, I'm the general manager of this place, Du Yue. I heard that you guys are friends of Mr. Lin, so I've come to have a drink with you." Wow! That would be a stretch. The general manager of a 5-star hotel, surprisingly, came to the box in person to have a drink with everyone. This Mr. Lin, what kind of person is he? Is he really that honorable? Even he Yumming felt that something wasn't quite right. General Manager Du, it's our honor to have you in our box. While Li Yumming was shocked, he hastily improvised and raised his glass. Let's have a toast with Mr. Du. Cheers! Du Yue raised her glass high and drank the red wine in her hand. Drink up. He Yumming finally couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked Du Yue, "Mr. Du, you said that we are Mr. Lin's friends, but I don't know that the Mr. Lin in your mouth refers to?" Everyone swished their ears to listen. Du Yue, on the other hand, asked in surprise, "You've been with Mr. Lin for so long, and you still don't know that Mr. Lin is the owner of our hotel?" Du Yue looked at Lin Xiaoshu. "Mr. Lin, you didn't tell everyone?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "Just let you bring the red wine, and you still had to make such a scene." Du Yue expressed deeply otherwise. "The bosses are all here. If I don't come, then it would really be rude not to give any face at all, wouldn't it? Alright, the wine is toasted, so go back and take care of the hotel. This side of things, I'll just handle it myself," Lin Xiaoshu commanded. The crowd at the scene, listening to the conversation between the two, were already in incomparable shock and giant trembling inside. Just now, they said Lin Xiaoshu was unproductive and useless, and couldn't even afford to drive a car. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoshu had become the owner of the Changde Kaiwei Hotel, and such a shift in identity made everyone, for a moment, simply unable to bear it. Zhang Yiji trembled and asked, "Brother Lin, are you really the owner of this hotel?" Another person whispered, "Impossible, right? If you're a 5-star hotel owner, how come you drive a tricycle?" These words instantly reminded He Yumming. He thought that was very true. If Lin Xiaoshu was the boss of such a big hotel, then not to mention Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maybach and other top luxury cars, just say BMW, Mercedes-Benz and these, how should there be one? Therefore, He Yumming laughed, "Brother Lin, you're going a bit overboard. I know you want to support your face in front of everyone and don't want to embarrass Xiuxiu, but what you're doing is a little too fake." Even Li Xiuxiu was surprised. "Brother Xiaoshu, when did you become a hotel owner?" This statement simply stirred up 1,000 waves for a moment. Then someone said, "I told you, if it was the boss, the waiter should have recognized him when he first came in, but why didn't the waiter say anything for such a long time?" Lin Xiaoshu, right? You're not improving Xiuxiu's face at all by making false claims like this, you're making Xiuxiu even more embarrassed. All sorts of sarcastic and insulting words were thrown directly into Lin Xiaoshu's face, and everyone had already decided that just now it was nothing more than a scene. In the face of everyone's skepticism, Lin Xiaoshu laughed, drinking and drinking, "The wine will always not be fake. It's true that I didn't ask Mr. Du to come over, I just asked the waiter to bring red wine, but I didn't expect that this matter would cause everyone to be upset." Drinking? He Yumming was the most upset one, raising his head. "I'm afraid that this wine is also fake." "No way? Yu Ming is definitely right, his family is rich, he must drink this kind of red wine often." He Yumming's old face was slightly reddened by what was said, because he really hadn't drank much Lafite, or even authentic tens of thousands of bottles of Lafite, he hadn't drank it at all. Lin Xiaoshu raised an angry eyebrow, "Making trouble?" "Waiter!" Lin Xiaoshu called out. "Mr. Lin, is there anything you need?" The waiter came in and quickly said respectfully, "Go downstairs and call the security up." Lin Xiaoshu was too lazy to play bendy with this group of people. Being polite to these people, on the contrary, makes these people stomp on their noses even more. "Okay, Mr. Lin." The waiter hurriedly went downstairs and went to call security. He Yumming panicked. He didn't expect that Lin Xiaoshu could actually call the waiter, and the waiter did indeed call Lin Xiaoshu Mr. Lin. Instantly, he rushed to the waiter, "Wait, don't you call yet." Immediately after, he said to Lin Xiaoshu, "Mr. Lin? I'm sorry, I was just suspicious just now, I really didn't target you." "I punish myself with 3 cups? Get out." Lin Xiaoshu pulled up Li Xiuxiu, "Xiuxiu, let's go." "What kind of classmates are you, watching people?" He Yumming and the others were directly left out in the box. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Xu Pingping felt that she was really wrong, and hurriedly ran out to pull Li Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I was wrong, why don't you persuade Mr. Lin, we really don't mean that. Although Li Xiao Xiao's heart was soft, but seeing Lin Xiaoshu so backwardly humiliated, she also felt that this group of people was too much. Shaking her head, she said, you guys eat, brother Xiaoshu and I will leave first. Diyue also hurried downstairs and saw Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxiao about to leave, so she said, Mr. Lin, let me drive you back. Just drop me off over at Cyber City, where my tricycle is parked. Good. Diyue hurriedly led Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxiao to the garage. Xu Pingping's face went white, and she was embarrassed to the core. As for Zhangji in the box, she didn't taunt Lin Xiaoshu at the beginning, so she was secretly happy to watch this scene, and by the way, she felt that Yumming, in fact, was just like that, and also a little bit of eyesight, and it was not as good as her boyfriend Lin Wei. Chapter 81, Online Sales on the Right Track. Diyue drove a Toyota Camry and took Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxiao to Cyber City, the place where Lin Xiaoshu parked his tricycle. Li Xiaoxiao had a bunch of questions in her heart that she especially wanted to say, but she was too embarrassed to ask directly. Seeing Li Xiaoxiao's hesitant look, Lin Xiaoshu said, you want to ask when I became a hotel owner, right? Aha! Li Xiaoxiao knew that Lin Xiaoshu sold scented buns and mushrooms to the hotel, but she hadn't really heard that Lin Xiaoshu had become a hotel owner. Lin Xiaoshu said, it was actually some time ago that I used mushrooms as capital for my shares and then became the owner of the hotel. Is that okay? Li Xiaoxiao was amazed and found it too bizarre. Diyue proved, it's like this, Little Tree is now the big boss of our hotel, powerful as hell. Girl, I see that you have a good relationship with Little Tree, why don't you hold on tightly to Little Tree's thigh, and in the future, you will be guaranteed a lifetime of no worries about food and drink. Giggle, now it's already hugging Little Tree brother's thighs tightly. Li Xiaoxiao said with a red face. Oh? Diyue's brain spun, then she laughed, we get it, Little Tree must have given you the task of selling the scented bags online. Mr. Du knows all this? Li Xiaoxiao's mouth grew so big that it could completely fit into an orange. I still got that online store, can I not know? Li Xiaoxiao was speechless on the spot, and thought to herself that this was the case. Come to Cyber City. Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxiao got out of the car. Saying goodbye to Diyue, Lin Xiaoshu and Li Xiaoxiao prepared to go home. Gollum! Li Xiaoxiao's stomach rumbled with hunger. She lowered her head in embarrassment and pulled Lin Xiaoshu by the corner of his coat, brother Xiaoshu, go back. This can still go back, fill your stomach first. It's all my fault, I should have eaten my fill before leaving. Lin Xiaoshu half joked. This won't work, brother Xiaoshu, you were so aggravated just now, leaving is the right thing to do, I feel suffocated. Li Xiaoxiao regretted, I really didn't know that Xu Pingping and the girls would turn out like this. Maybe it was originally like this, it's just that you're too simple. Lin Xiaoshu pulled Li Xiaoxiao, let's go, there seems to be a noodle shop nearby, let's go there to eat noodles. Aha! There weren't many people in the noodle shop, and the store wasn't a very big one, just a regular little store. Lin Xiaoshu ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, added a couple of poached eggs, and a chicken leg. Li Xiaoxiao said, brother Xiaoshu, the chicken leg is for you. This was ordered for you, eat it. Lin Xiaoshu took the chicken leg and pinched it into Li Xiaoxiao's bowl. Li Xiaoxiao was slightly shy, but inwardly she was very happy, and hurriedly clamped a lotus egg to Lin Xiaoshu, brother Xiaoshu, you eat my egg. Lin Xiaoshu's entire body froze, finding the word strange. To the village. Lin Xiaoshu taught Li Xiaoxiao how to get the online store, and then how to send the courier after receiving the order. None of these things were difficult, and Li Xiaoxiao had graduated from high school, so that understanding was still there. I see. Li Xiaoxiao slightly fumbled on her cell phone, the operation process of the online store, and then happily called out. Just in time, the digital city side delivered the computer Lin Xiaoshu had bought and helped install it. Lin Xiaoshu said, Xiaoxiao, if there's no business, you can go online to publicize our scented bags or see how other people open online stores to grow some knowledge. Yes. Looking at the brand new computer and the computer screen as big as a TV, Li Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding. She dreamed of owning a computer, but she simply couldn't afford one, so she could only watch others play with envy. Now, finally, she has a computer of her own. Xiaoxiao. It's a couple of Xiaoxiao's friends who saw Xiaoxiao come back and came to play with Xiaoxiao. Just in time, they saw Li Xiaoxiao's computer, and instantly their eyes glowed with envy and jealousy. Oh my god, Xiaoxiao, did brother Xiaoshu buy this computer for you? Xiaoxiao, this computer is too nice, isn't it? Isn't this computer expensive? Xiao, I really envy you. They hadn't played much with computers either, so seeing such a brand new and good-looking computer, it felt like a luxury to even touch it. Seeing everyone's expressions of such excitement, Lin Xiaoshu said in his heart that Dalong village was really too poor. Even in other average villages, there are more or less some people in their villages who have computers and are accustomed to cell phone computers. However, in Dalong village, many people feel envious when they see a computer, and they think it is a symbol of development and wealth. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoshu also had the thought that he must make Dalong village rich. However, right now Lin Xiaoshu, there were more important things to do. Xiao, you talk to everyone, I'll go get the promotional recommendations for the scented bag. Because the fragrant bag is ultimately only in the city of Fenglin, this side is considered to have some fame, but out of Fenglin, no one knows. Lin Xiaoshu can't possibly expect everyone in Fenglin to come online to buy his scented sachets, so in order to get the business to the whole country, publicity is extraordinarily necessary. Lin Xiaoshu, who had returned home, was seriously thinking about this. He feels that there are only a few options that may be available if he wants to publicize it. One is to advertise, such as going to what advertising alliance to put ads, find famous V, or famous up masters to advertise. The second is to hire a celebrity endorsement, and this is something he won't be considering for a while. The third is to do your own publicity, such as on platforms like Douyo, shooting videos, and then attracting people to come and buy them. Considering that most of the money is now invested in making the house, and a large number of advertisements, hundreds of thousands of dollars, that is a drop in the bucket, Lin Xiaoshu can only bite the bullet and choose the third. Anyway, he wasn't particularly in a hurry right now to sell the scented bags online. After thinking about it, he called Du Yue and asked Du Yue in the hotel to increase the publicity column of the online store, informing everyone that the scented bag is not only available in the store, but also can be purchased through online shopping. This channel may not harvest many orders and is basically within the city of Fenglam, but it is a way to broaden the online sales. Du Yue agreed, "Big boss, you're my boss now, so naturally you can say whatever you want. Sister Yue, do you think there's any other methods that don't cost a fortune that can achieve good publicity?" Lin Xiaoshu decided to brainstorm. Du Yue laughed on the other end of the phone, "Yes." "What way?" Lin Xiaoshu asked. "Make a big news, such as a certain man in Fenglin City is trapped in love and runs wildly on the street without clothes or something like that. Immediately after that, the news media will definitely come to interview you, and then you'll go along with it and make an advertisement, absolutely hot." Lin Xiaoshu wanted to curse. However, Du Yue scolded before Lin Xiaoshu, "Xiaoshu, and then, Ruyu, you should change into the dress I bought for you last time, the dress is very pretty and elegant. People are visual creatures, if you're pretty, more people will definitely click on the video." After hearing Lin Xiaoshu's words, Liang Qiujing rolled her eyes straight. "You said straight out what kind of video you want to shoot. Let me tell you, if it's that kind of messy video, don't come to me, I'm a wudu, I want face. Absolutely decent video." Lin Xiaoshu patted his chest and assured, "Sister Qiujing, you're in charge of martial arts and fighting with me, this part serves as the core material of the video. Then, Ruyu, you're in charge of showing a gentle wife image." Seeing Shen Ruyu open her mouth, Lin Xiaoshu added, "It's just an act, your task is to draw out the incense packets I want to publicize. For example, if I'm fighting with Sister Qiujing, I'm tired and want to rest, but I can't sleep peacefully. At this time, Ruyu, you come out and place the scented packet on my pillow. And then, because of this scented bag, I fell asleep. In this way, it expresses that I want to publicize the intention of the scented bag." Lin Xiaoshu smiled faintly, his chest was ready. After so many years of advertising, he can be said to have understood part of the essence of advertising. For example, instead of raw advertising, you should start with content that people enjoy. The ads are then hidden amongst the content. That way, by the time people realize it's advertising, it's too late. Perhaps even, because of the excellence of the previous content, viewers will want to watch it again, creating a brainwash. Most importantly, Lin Xiaoshu's video, to be released to the online platform. People's websites take a look at your ads, directly do not give recommendations, resulting in the inability to form exposure. And in the front to join the serious content, advertising hidden among the content, so that even the site, a time cannot distinguish. When Liang Qiujing heard that it was just a fight, she instantly became interested. As a Wing Chun disciple, she knew deeply that a lot of Wing Chun nowadays, in fact, could not be fought, because the people who learn Wing Chun, too little actual combat, too many flowery fists, which led to Wing Chun, and the serious sparring and combat techniques will be more disadvantageous compared to. Therefore, Liang Qiujing pursues practical combat. In particular, she wanted to engage in actual combat with someone stronger than herself. There was no doubt that Lin Xiaoshu was stronger than her, and by quite a bit. Wow! At this moment, Liang Qiujing's eyes were unexpectedly burning with a burning intent to fight. Shinryu digested Lin Xiaoshu's words, and although she didn't particularly understand what Lin Xiaoshu meant, she was still willing to follow what Lin Xiaoshu had planned. Little tree, I'll go change my clothes then. Lin Xiaoshu said, wearing the one in the color of Danqing would be beautiful and meaningful. That one, huh? Shinryu seldom wore that modified version, the dandy-colored cheongsam, because she felt it was slightly revealing and embarrassing to wear it in the village. Wear it, Ryu, that dress looks very nice on you. Okay? Shinryu had no choice but to go inside and change into that set of clothes and come out. Shasta! It's really as beautiful as a picture. Shinryu was dressed in a Danqing-colored cheongsam, her figure was straight and slender, her waist was too big to be held, while the size of the woman's bust was jaw-droppingly large. Such a Shinryu, it is estimated that just by making a short video of Douyin, it will be a small fire. Ryu, you're so beautiful. Liang Qiujing said. Sister Qiujing finished what I wanted to say. Lin Xiaoshu concurred. Shinryu was so shy that her pretty face was slightly red, and she snapped, hurry up and shoot, I feel so ashamed to wear this dress. Well, shoot. Lin Xiaoshu asked Shinryu to use her cell phone to take pictures. And Lin Xiaoshu and Liang Qiujing stood facing each other. Both men were quiet, and the fight seemed imminent. Knowing that Lin Xiaoshu was very strong and that it was almost impossible for her to hurt Lin Xiaoshu, Liang Qiujing fought very rigidly and mightily, showing no mercy. Bang, bang, bang. For a while, the dust in front of Lin Xiaoshu's house fluttered, the fight between fists and punches, the fierce struggle between legs and kicks, between the two figures roaming around and attacking each other, the art of fighting was played out to the fullest. Bang! Lin Xiaoshu pushed Liang Qiujing back with force, then performed a clasped fist salute and said, understood. Liang Qiujing immediately understood, knowing that the video could end here, and also hurriedly clasped her fists, understood. Shinryu looked a bit dumbfounded. Lin Xiaoshu worriedly said, Ryu, did you shoot it yet? Don't just look at it. Tapped, what do you think of this? Lin Xiaoshu looked at the video of the battle and realized that the battle was surprisingly somewhat pretty. It's okay. Lin Xiaoshu didn't even think that such a video could be passed in one go. The next step was to film the Shinryu part of the movie. Lin Xiaoshu arranged for Shinryu to first go to the mountains to pick herbs, and then simply deal with the herbs, followed by coming to his bedside at night and putting down a scented packet beside him, who was tossing and turning. Shinryu was inevitably nervous for her first time filming, which led to the video being red-hot several times. However, Shinryu was willing to change and worked hard to improve herself, so after a few reshoots, the video had been able to make Lin Xiaoshu feel quite satisfied. Having filmed everything he had conceptualized, the next thing Lin Xiaoshu wanted to do was to hire a professional to do some processing on the video, such as adding special effects, or processing the video texture or something like that. This is the kind of stuff that is collectively known in the industry as video post. Lin Xiaoshu is looking for this type of talent. And there are a lot of people in this category online. Lin Xiaoshu picked a post-production god with a price tag of $2,000 and asked him to help beautify the video. After paying the money, Lin Xiaoshu also got the other party to take the finished product tomorrow night promise. Thanks. After Lin Xiaoshu finished speaking, he was already inwardly looking forward to whether or not this video would, on the internet, cause some waves. After all, he was handsome enough, Shinryu and Liang Qiujing were beautiful enough, and the fight between him and Liang Qiujing was wonderful. It doesn't make sense that a video like this would drown in the video pile. After handing the video over to the post-production god, Lin Xiaoshu's next step was to wait. And finally, after a day had passed, he waited. Chapter 83, Video Fire, Sales Explosion. This day, from the driving school in Jiang Shanghai home back, Lin Xiaoshu received a file from the late god, is after the other side of the video after the beautification of the finished product. The other party also attached a message, the video content quality is good, but the shooting equipment is not good, it is recommended to find a professional filming team to shoot, so that the effect is better. Lin Xiaoshu's heart trembled. It's true that what comes out of a cell phone is certainly no match for someone's professional equipment. Even if there was professional equipment, the people who were professionally conducting the shooting were definitely much better than him, an amateur. Get a professional crew to shoot it next time, if there needs to be a next time, of course. Lin Xiaoshu wanted to watch it on the road, but felt that he didn't need to be too impatient, so he rode his three-wheeled motorcycle and drove home quickly. Enter the door. Lin Xiaoshu said, "The video is done, Ruyu, Sister Qiu Jing, come over and see the effect." Yes. Two beautiful women, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded Lin Xiaoshu and bowed. If someone had noticed this scene, then that person would have envied Lin Xiaoshu for his good fortune. Lin Xiaoshu's mind was on the video, so she didn't care about that. He downloaded the file of the late god, and then opened the video inside the file, clicked play. Only to see this god, not only did he beautify the video to make it look clearer, the action and so on, supplementing slow mo and fast mo to make the video look more hearty. At the same time, the other party also added some background music to the video, instantly forming a sublimated feeling of the video. Liang Qiujing looked at the image of her and Lin Xiaoshu's battle and somewhat couldn't believe that it was her. This is too good, it's many times better than what we shot on our own in the beginning. When Shin Ruyu appeared at the back, Liang Qiujing began to stutter again. "Ruyu, you're too pretty, aren't you? My god, a fairy descends to earth." Shin Ruyu was embarrassed by Liang Qiujing's remark and said awkwardly, "Qiujing, don't keep making fun of me. Who's kidding you, you really are just like a fairy. You're not bad either." Shin Ruyu in turn also praised Liang Qiujing, especially because Liang Qiujing was really valiant and majestic when she fought. Lin Xiaoshu looked at it carefully and felt that the effect he wanted had been achieved. Especially in the back, Shin Ruyu implanted fragrant bag advertisement. There are touching images, but also beautiful shots, so that people do not feel that this is actually an advertisement. I'll upload this video online. Huh? To upload it online? Just as Shin Ruyu asked, she felt that her words were simply nonsense. Well, that way our scented bags can be seen by more people. Lin Xiaoshu knew Shin Ruyu's concern and said, "Ruyu, don't be afraid of showing your face in the video. Anyway, we are thousands of miles away from each other. Even if people have an opinion, can they still come millions of miles to beat you up?" Shin Ruyu snapped, "It's only right to beat you if you want to." "Then, Ruyu, do you spare me from being beaten?" Lin Xiaoshu asked with a smile. This question, in turn, made Shin Ruyu extremely embarrassed. She turned her head, grunted softly, and ran off to choose her own vegetables. Hey, there's still me here, don't feed me dog food in front of me, okay?" Liang Qiujing protested strongly. This made Shin Ruyu blush even more. She had been surfing the internet these days and had just learned what dog food meant, and then she heard Liang Qiujing say this. "I uploaded it." Lin Xiaoshu didn't talk nonsense with Liang Qiujing and Shin Ruyu and uploaded the video to the hottest Douyin platform recently. After posting it, Lin Xiaoshu paired it with the text, "Practicing martial arts isn't torturous, what's most torturous is being beaten so much that you can't sleep at night. But luckily, I have it." The text, as it stands, is evocative. And the cover of the video, Lin Xiaoshu used Shin Ruyu's picture, so with the text edible, more people want to understand to explore a bit. The video was uploaded and soon passed the Douyo review as well. About an hour later, Lin Xiaoshu realized that there were already hundreds of hearts and dozens of comments. Since it was the first time he had ever played doujinshi, he wasn't sure if such numbers would work. To achieve a better promotion effect, Lin Xiaoshu spent $100 and bought a small promotion on the official page of Douyin. It is said that this promotion will be able to get more recommendations from doujinshi if the data is qualified. After spending the money, Lin Xiaoshu stopped looking at the data. In the comments section, he types the name of the online store where he can buy the scented bag, and then it's all up to God. If people don't like it, there's nothing he can do about it. However, Lin Xiaoshu didn't feel that the data would be miserable. The other side. Li Xiu plays on the computer at home. The first time she played with her own home computer, she always had a constant stream of freshness. But, while she was playing with the computer, her cell phone suddenly made a ding-dong alert sound. This is? Someone has already come to inquire about the quality of the scented bag? Li Xiu opened his cell phone. It turned out to be a buyer asking about incense packs and whether they are really. The reason why Li Xiu was so happy was also because of this. Because for every $100,000 in sales she reaches, she's able to get a $3,000 commission, and it seems really easy to take that commission now. Lin Xiaoshu was also shocked for a moment by the data of over 200, and at the same time, he immediately thought of something. He got up and turned on his phone, clicked on the Douyin software, and then he saw that his video had 800,000 hearts and more than 30,000 comments in one night. It just caught fire? Lin Xiaoshu was surprised again, but also felt that it made sense. It was probably exciting for about a minute or so. Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly called Li Shanglan of Shanglan Place. "Boss Li, I'm going to order an additional 20,000 empty scented packets." Chapter 84 Purple Dress Beauty Su Han. Li Shanglan was on the toilet when she answered the phone. And when he heard that Lin Xiaoshu was going to add an additional order of 20,000 empty scented sachets, he was so excited that he poofed. Mr. Li? Excuse me? Diarrhea? Lin Xiaoshu sniffed, and his sense of responsibility as a doctor compelled him to remind, if you have diarrhea, eat some garlic fried with white sugar, and you should be able to get better quickly. No need, no need. Li Shanglan got back to the point and said, I'll take your order, the deposit you can call whenever you want, anyway, your business is so good, I'm not afraid of you paying. Not waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to speak, she raised her eyebrows and said, if you really don't pay, then sister will personally go to your house, eat your food, live in your house, and sleep with you. Puffing. Lin Xiaoshu laughed, if you say so, then I can only pay you earlier. In fact, thinking of Li Shanglan's body, in Lin Xiaoshu's mind, he silently thought of a picture of Li Shanglan coming to his house and eating and sleeping with himself. Thinking about what? Lin Xiaoshu patted his brain, thinking that he had been a bit hot lately and should eat some watermelon to lower his fire. Hang up the phone, Lin Xiaoshu arranged Li Xiaoxiu, hurry to the first batch of goods, to the town's courier point, one by one I'll send out. Bring some extra in case someone buys a scented bag online in the middle of the day, and along the way you can send one. Okay, brother little tree, I'm afraid I can't get this done by myself, I'll have my dad fight me. Well, with Uncle Li's help, it'll be easier for you too. Speaking of which, when Li Guodong still despised him, now Li Guodong seems to have a brain that has completely turned a corner. Li Xiaoxiu nodded and picked up the goods at Lin Xiaoshu's house, that is, the scented bags that had been made. She took a total of 400 scented sachets over, then said, brother little tree, I'll be right over. Go on, don't miss out on sending customers, make a list and send them out one by one. Aha! Looking at Li Xiaoxiu's high spirits and the way she rode away on the electric bicycle, Lin Xiaoshu was quite relieved for this girl. Noon. Lin Xiaoshu went to driving school again. Coach Feng Qingqing said to let everyone sign up for the Subject 1 test, and the test is just a few days later. Let everyone hurry to download some Subject 1 study software, try to pass this test at once. Lin Xiaoshu felt that this was a piece of cake and didn't take it to heart, but it was Zhang Ziqian, who looked nervous and felt that she should seize the time to review a wave. However, she was not available today. Zhang Ziqian said, Brother Xiaoshu, today I have a date with a friend for dinner outside, a girlfriend. So, I won't be able to go to my grandpa's house with a purple dress, shapely body, face with light makeup and some eyeshadow, looks like a small star in the movie. The charm is surprisingly not much worse than Zhang Ziqian. Zhang Ziqian ran over quickly. So, she went up and gave the other woman a hug straight away. There were actually quite a few trainees on the scene, who noticed that purple-skirted beauty, and then saw Zhang Ziqian and the other embracing, so these trainees hated to replace the two of them, either one of them. TSK, two big beauties hugging, isn't that a waste? What are you thinking? Even if it was a man and a woman, trust me, you're definitely not the man. The crowd was whispering around. Su Han also hugged Zhang Ziqian before saying, Ziqian, you really are getting prettier and prettier. However, what I'm more concerned about is the Lin Xiaoshu you often mention in chat. Can you point me to which guy? I'm curious as to which man can capture the heart of our proud little princess. Zhang Ziqian was greatly ashamed at the words and quickly pulled Su Han, don't talk nonsense, be careful of being heard. Then point it out to me? That's the one. Oops, you can't see it clearly from so far away. Zhang Ziqian pointed slightly at Lin Xiaoshu's position and said. Who says I can't see clearly? Su Han took hold of her camera. This camera, which can be 500 meters apart, can also take generally clear pictures at close range. Stinky Susu, stop filming and hurry up. Zhang Ziqian, however, doesn't let Su Han point the camera at Lin Xiaoshu and pulls Su Han away in a panic. Lin Xiaoshu shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene. Then he turned around and went to Zhang Ziqian's grandfather, Zhang Qinghai's house. These days, in Zhang Qinghai's house, Lin Xiaoshu really benefited a lot, learned a lot of kitchen secret dishes, and the recipes of these dishes, generally are not released to the public, is considered a trade secret. Zhang Qinghai has taught these recipes to just two people, one is Zhang Qinghai's own son, Zhang Ziqian's father, and the other, Lin Xiaoshu. Arrived at Zhang Qinghai's house. Zhang Qinghai laughed. Chapter 85, The Hero Saves Beauty. Help! The woman struggled to make a sound and said, No, get away. You off. The woman resisted while begging bitterly. Snap. The man in the Mercedes-Benz gave the woman a hard slap and said, If you shout again, I'll kill you. I tell you, this place, basically no one comes, you shouting people also useless. Lin Xiaoshu took the motorcycle lights, shone them towards the Mercedes side, and shouted towards the people inside the car, who said there's no one. Teddy inside, come out. Mercedes-Benz man brain buzzed, his heart almost stopped beating directly, scared simply soul, want to drive away in a hurry. But he was so flustered, plus he'd run to the back seat, that trying to get to the front seat was simply not an option for a while. Lin Xiaoshu put the three-wheeled motorcycle, leaned against the side of the Mercedes, jumped off the motorcycle, and opened the door of the Mercedes in a smooth manner. That Mercedes guy, he didn't even lock his car when he did that. The Mercedes man went out the other car door and tried to escape, but was pulled by the woman's hand. Lin Xiaoshu smoothly grabbed the back collar of the Mercedes-Benz man, then smashed his fist on the man's head, making the other party directly lose the ability to resist. It was then that Lin Xiaoshu's gaze fell onto the woman's body. The woman was a bit scared, afraid that Lin Xiaoshu would have bad intentions if she looked at her pretty face, so she cowering, trying not to let Lin Xiaoshu see her frontal appearance. Lin Xiaoshu looked at the other party in a purple dress, with a slender waist and delicate skin, and in his heart, he couldn't help but think of the girl who was with Zhang Ziqian at noon. But without seeing the front face, he wasn't quite sure, so he said, "Don't be afraid, girl, I'm not that kind of person." The woman, however, refused to face Lin Xiaoshu head on no matter what he said. Instead, she was always in a guarded stance. Lin Xiaoshu sighed, "Also, I'll deal with this first." He got out of the car, turned to the other side of the car, and threw the Mercedes man, who was still in a state of confusion, to the ground. Lin Xiaoshu said, "What I despise the most in my life is your kind, so I am not going to call the police." His eyes were cold. This Mercedes-Benz man's behavior reminded him of Zhou Yud, who was the one who forced him, Ruyu, to submit. If he hadn't come back in time, I'm afraid that he, Ruyu, would have been poisoned by Zhou Yud. Precisely because the behavior of this Mercedes-Benz man in front of him was very similar to Zhou Yud's behavior, Lin Xiaoshu became even more angry inside, and even wanted to castrate this Mercedes-Benz man on the spot. The Mercedes-Benz man finally regained a little bit of consciousness, but looking at Lin Xiaoshu getting closer and closer, coupled with the fact that it was already night, Lin Xiaoshu's pitch-black face was even more oozing. So, the Mercedes-Benz man was so scared that he yelled, "What do you want?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "You like to force yourself on girls so much, so in order to prevent you from going back to wreaking havoc on others, so I decided to?" Giggle. Lin Xiaoshu pulled out a golden needle and stabbed it into the Mercedes-Benz man's pants, followed by the man's ghostly cries. When he made this move, he didn't have half a bit of regret or timidity. Because of the thought of what happened to Shun Ruyu in the beginning, he only had the pain of revenge in his heart. After dealing with the Mercedes-Benz man, Lin Xiaoshu said to the woman, "Girl, where is your home? I'll send you back. You can also call the police if you don't feel comfortable. But, as you just saw, if you call the police, I'm afraid I can't continue to stay in this place much longer." The woman's body trembled slightly. It was a decision that was too important for her to think about carefully. In the end, she chose to trust Lin Xiaoshu and lifted her head. "Why don't you send me to a nearby hotel? My home is so far from here." Lin Xiaoshu froze and stared at the woman carefully. The woman was so scared that she again regretted her decision just now a little, and turned her head away in a hurry. Lin Xiaoshu explained, "Don't get me wrong, I'm trying to say that I actually know you. You went to the driving school at noon today, right? Zhang Ziqian is your friend, right?" Suhan turned his head around in shock, staring at Lin Xiaoshu just as carefully, wanting to know what kind of person Lin Xiaoshu really was. This was the first time she had ever looked at Lin Xiaoshu seriously and carefully, and in her heart, there was some sense of familiarity, and a little suspicion. With a thoughtful look on her face, Suhan said, "Are you? You shouldn't be?" Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu spoke up in advance. Suhan clammed up her taut nerves and quickly became much more relaxed. She had heard a lot about Lin Xiaoshu from Zhang Ziqian, and from that she also knew that Lin Xiaoshu was a very nice boy. Thus, when Lin Xiaoshu explained her identity, she basically withdrew her defenses. She said, "Ringo, will there be any problems if you just did that to this person?" Lin Xiaoshu felt that Suhan was not a bad person. In this situation, he still carried out considerations for him, so he shook his head. "Don't worry, he doesn't dare to say anything. He just tried to molest you, and if he calls the police, he'll go to jail himself." And Lin Xiaoshu walked over to the Mercedes-Benz man and said, "That shot I just gave you just now only made you unable to have any personnel for 10 years, which is almost like adding about 5 years to. My name is Suhan, Han of connotation." Suhan got up and sat in the bucket on the back of Lin Xiaoshu's three-wheeled motorcycle with Lin Xiaoshu's assistance. The reason why Lin Xiaoshu was like this was because he wanted to avoid suspicion and didn't want to cause psychological pressure on Suhan. Because if Suhan and him sat in the front, squeezed together in a small space, so that Suhan would inevitably remember the unpleasant things from before. Suhan was also happy to see that Lin Xiaoshu had made such a choice. She turned toward Lin Xiaoshu and said from her heart, "Brother Lin, thank you." "You're welcome." Lin Xiaoshu stated that it was just a small matter of lifting his hand. "Brother Lin, were you too angry just now that you lynched that bastard?" On the way back to the city, Suhan suddenly wanted to ask this question in particular. There is that reason, but it's not really just that. Because just now the Mercedes-Benz man is an attempted crime, even if he is arrested, not to mention the question of evidence or no evidence, it is difficult to be sentenced to a few years' time even if he can be sentenced in court. Lin Xiaoshu himself gave the Mercedes-Benz man, sentenced to 10 years in prison, which is considered to be the top punishment for the Mercedes-Benz man, but also a warning to the Mercedes-Benz man. Lin Xiaoshu briefly gave Suhan an explanation of his inner thoughts. Suhan said, "Brother Lin, no wonder Zi Qianxi likes you. You're such a powerful and upright man, even if I were in your place, I'd still be attracted to you. You can't talk nonsense." Lin Xiaoshu was confused for a moment in his heart and hurriedly said, "Suhan, why don't you tell me, what exactly happened just now? How did you end up in that car?" Chapter 86, Night at the Hotel. Suhan saw Lin Xiaoshu finally is still asking about this, the heart cannot help but feel very ashamed for his own silly deeds. She said, "After I separated from Zi Qian at night, I called a hitchhiker. At that time, I drank a bit of wine, so I guess the driver saw that I was a bit drunk and wanted to violate me. She was very regretful. If I had known, I shouldn't have taken any hitchhikers. Nope, shouldn't have been drinking. Well, next time, remember better, a girl has to protect herself when she goes out alone. It's really best not to drink if you're going home alone." But Lin Xiaoshu's words changed. "Seeing as you shouldn't have seen Zi Qian for a long time, it's normal for you to drink a little, you don't have to blame yourself too much." "Thanks." Suhan's heart warmed as she nodded and smiled. Lin Xiaoshu rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle and brought Suhan, a big beauty, back to the city. Suhan, after the incident just now, plus sitting on the 3-wheeled motorcycle and blowing in the wind for a long time, now she was already fully sober. Lin Xiaoshu parked his car in front of a hotel. By the looks of it, this hotel was quite upscale, and the environment inside wasn't thought to be bad. "I'll send you here." Lin Xiaoshu turned around and helped Suhan down from the bucket in the back, saying. Because Suhan was wearing a skirt and the bucket was relatively high, when she came down, Suhan accidentally tripped her foot on the railing on the bucket. In an instant, Suhan's body was unbalanced, and her entire body lunged towards Lin Xiaoshu, head-on. Lin Xiaoshu instinctively caught Suhan and held him in a hug. Feeling the scent of Suhan's body, and this girl's gentle body, Lin Xiaoshu had that little bit of intention, but soon, he put Suhan down. He didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and that Mercedes man just now? After carrying Suhan out of the car and letting her land safely on the ground and stand firm, Lin Xiaoshu quickly drew his hand back, embarrassed, just now? "No need to explain, Ringo, you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't know right from wrong." Suhan felt that her character had been underestimated by Lin Xiaoshu. "Thank you for earlier, if it wasn't for you, I think I would have looked pretty bad falling off the bus. You just don't blame me for holding you." Lin Xiaoshu thought to himself, Suhan is so beautiful, I guess she should have a boyfriend. If she let the other person see this scene, then it would definitely cause Suhan distress. "Don't blame you," Suhan said, "it's too late to thank you." Looking at Suhan's smiling face under the light, as beautiful as a fairy, Lin Xiaoshu knew that he, himself, could not continue to stay. He had been on fire lately, and if he continued to stay around Suhan, he was afraid that he would make a mistake. Well, very serious mistake. "Suhan, go to the hotel, it's getting late and I'm going back. Won't you send me in?" Suhan awkwardly touched her face, panicked as well as helpless. "I'm still a little scared, why don't you send me to my hotel room before?" "No, I can't let you go back." Suhan pulled Lin Xiaoshu and said, "You'll stay at the hotel and go back early tomorrow morning, is that okay?" "I don't have my ID, I can't get a hotel?" Seeing that Lin Xiaoshu was so naive, Suhan blushed slightly and said, "It's fine, we'll just stay in one room." "But there's only one bed here?" Suhan sniffed, looked at the only large bed in the room, thought for a moment, and laughed awkwardly and helplessly. "This bed, is it not big? One of us will sleep on one side." Suhan didn't mind Lin Xiaoshu sleeping next to her unless Lin Xiaoshu messed up. But she trusted Lin Xiaoshu's character. She was certain that Lin Xiaoshu wasn't the type to take advantage of people. But what if this lets your friends know? Friend? Suhan first felt strange, but reacted quickly enough, shaking her head. You're talking about a boyfriend, right? I'm still single, you don't have to worry. Lin Xiaoshu sniffed, all feeling very incredulous. Suhan was such a pretty girl and looked trendy in her dress, so she thought she shouldn't be without a good boy to pursue. But it is really surprising that such a girl is still single. Okay. Seeing that Suhan had already said her words to this point, Lin Xiaoshu would really not be a man if he still refused. The two men showered one after the other. Suhan didn't bring any clothes, so he had to wear his old original clothes. Lin Xiaoshu had some sweat on his body, and his body smelled a little sweaty, so he was too embarrassed to wear it again, so he had to come out with a towel on and said, "There's a sweaty smell on my body, so I really can't help it. It's really nothing." Suhan felt that wearing rancid clothes into the comforter was what was disrespectful to her. The conversation opened up, and then the two of them were very formal and made do for the night. Because they were lying together, Suhan also had a lot to ask, so the two made small talk. Lin Xiaoshu asked, "Suhan, when you go back to Fenglin, are you planning to work over here? Or are you coming back temporarily for a change?" "I'm a photographer, to be precise, but not a regular job, and now I'm just making a little money to support myself by being online, posting some videos I shoot. Of course, it's not enough to support, and my family gives a lot of sponsorship." Suhan was a little bit weak because she already knew that Lin Xiaoshu was only just about 20 years old and had started his own business with his own abilities. Based on that alone, she couldn't be compared to Lin Xiaoshu. Photographer? Lin Xiaoshu thought of something and couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Chapter 87 Miraculous Object, Great King's Blood Flower. What's wrong? Seeing this surprised expression on Lin Xiaoshu's face, Suhan thought that Lin Xiaoshu had some kind of prejudice or obsession towards the profession of a photographer. Nothing, it just suddenly struck me that if I had met you the other day, it would have turned out perfectly. Don't know what you mean. Suhan was confused and clouded. Lin Xiaoshu, however, shook his head. Time has passed and there is no need to mention it. However, thinking of Suhan's identity as a photographer, coupled with the village's downtrodden situation, an idea suddenly arose in his heart and he said, "Suhan, if you have time, perhaps you can come to our Dalong village and take pictures of the scenery of Dalong village. Let me tell you, the scenery of our Dalong village is beautiful, and not far from the side is the famous Danko Mountain. Danko Mountain stretches for 800 miles, but only this side of our Dalong village is the real legendary Yin Mountain. Although the Danko Mountain has a very early alias of Yin Mountain, but it is not that the whole territory has such a name, but also on the side of the Dalong village in the early years of the Mountain of Corpses and Blood flow into the river, the most intense Yin gas." Mentioning Danko Mountain, Suhan was of course very clear about it, and said with slight shock, "So it's in your Dalong village, that's indeed very suitable for photography. However, I've heard that it's so evil over there that anyone who goes into the mountains basically gets seriously ill. Plus the economic development over there seems to be bad? It seems like very few people go over there as well." Aha! Lin Xiaoshu frankly admitted that Dalong village was indeed poor, even much poorer than some of the surrounding villages. "So, if you can take some pictures of the scenery of Dalong village and publicize Dalong village, you might even be able to attract people to come over here for tourism and promote the development of." However, she only dared to think that in her mind. If Lin Xiaoshu really did something to her, she probably had another thought. Wow! It was already dawn when Suhan heard a sound of water. Lin Xiaoshu had already brushed his teeth and washed his face, and when he saw Suhan open his eyes, he said, "I have to hurry back." "There you go. I'm leaving then." Lin Xiaoshu left in a hurry. Suhan saw that Lin Xiaoshu had already walked away, and his heart unexpectedly produced a faint sense of loneliness and emptiness. It had rarely happened to her before, and now that the feeling had suddenly hit her, she couldn't help but feel a little irresistible. Hiding under the covers in a silent reverie for a while, her mind thought a lot about Lin Xiaoshu's figure, so she finally, in her heart, couldn't help but secretly say, "I can't really be with Zi Qian and like the same man, right? How can this be?" Suhan used to watch TV dramas, and when she saw this kind of plot, she wanted to skip it directly, thinking it was too dog-blooded, but now she realizes that when the feeling calls, women really just can spill dog blood indiscriminately. The other side. After Lin Xiaoshu went back, he hurried to the mountains and picked the mushrooms that the hotel needed. Recently, the Changde Kaiwei Hotel, the amount of mushrooms needed is quite a bit more than before. Today, the hotel consumes about 300 to 400 pounds of mushrooms per day. So many mushrooms had been picked that the mushroom forest, which had seemed to be a large area, was now surprisingly somewhat empty. So Lin Xiaoshu had to go even deeper into the mountains to pick mushrooms. These mushrooms, one day, will be harvested in such large quantities that their production will be reduced, if not non-existent. Lin Xiaoshu thought, perhaps, when I have time, I can grow some mushrooms artificially. That way, when the wild mushrooms don't produce enough, I can still have cultivated mushrooms to top it off. Thinking about it, he silently took that to heart. After spending some time, Lin Xiaoshu picked 400 pounds of mushrooms and asked Lu Dazhu to send these mushrooms to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. He, himself, turned around and continued walking towards the depths of Swinging Mountain. Because just now when he was picking mushrooms, he suddenly smelled a special odor. This kind of odor was most likely emitted by a very precious medicinal herb. It was just that, before that, he had to pick the mushrooms as soon as possible and let Lu Dazhu send the stuff to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, so he didn't pursue it for the time being. With time on his hands at the moment, he hastily turned back to find out what was going on. A faint odor of blood. It also smells like musk. If I guessed correctly, this is the Great King's blood flower that grows amongst blood and is watered with it. The Great King's blood flower, precious beyond measure, is even more unattainable than 1,000 years of ginseng. However, now that no one knows the usage of the Great King's blood flower, it is estimated that even if someone sees it, no one will come to pick it. Lin Xiaoshu was quite thrilled and excited in his heart. He followed the smell, and finally, under a dark and damp cliff face, amidst a sea of dead bones, he saw the Great King's blood flower blooming in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This flower is red in color, has large blooms, and has no leaves. Or, it could be said that the flower is the leaf and the leaf is the flower. It looks a bit like the king flower that grows in the Sumatran rainforest, which is known as the world's most smelly flower. But unlike the Maharaja flower, the Maharaja blood flower not only doesn't stink, but also emits a light and exotic fragrance that is intoxicating to the nose. Lin Xiaoshu walked up and just gently picked off one of its leaves. This kind of flower is extremely precious, if only it could be cultivated artificially. Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to pick all of them and do the business of catching all of them, so the weak water was 3,000, but he just took a dipper and drank it. This one leaf was enough for Lin Xiaoshu. Chapter 88 The Fish of Great Taste. With a piece of the Great King's blood flower, Lin Xiaoshu carefully used a large banana leaf to wrap it up, and then, in the mountains and forests, he found some medicines that could be compatible with the Great King's blood flower, After bringing all these herbs home, Lin Xiaoshu was ready to start making the life extension pill. As for the pills produced, who they were for, he had already made up his mind. Before Jiang Changhai, free of charge will be the essence of his life's work, taught him, then he is not no ungrateful people, so this life extension pill, naturally to Jiang Changhai. This girl, Liang Qiujing, ever since she got off on her last fight with Lin Xiaoshu, she was now changing her mind every day, wanting to fight Lin Xiaoshu again. Lin Xiaoshu frowned, Sister Qiujing, can't you see that I'm busy? How about later? No, a fight won't take you long. After the fight, I won't bother you anymore, and I'll even be your free laborer. In the leisure of protecting Ryu, you can order me to do whatever you want. I don't want to find out what you're doing, I just want to ask you now, after the real fight, you'll leave me alone? Lin Xiaoshu looked at Liang Qiujing seriously and gravely, and in his heart, he was really a bit intolerant, destroying Liang Qiujing's beautiful and heroic flower. Liang Qiujing was overjoyed at his words and nodded excitedly, that's right, after the fight, I'll leave you alone. Yes. Lin Xiaoshu turned around and walked outside, looking for a more open place, and said, let's begin. Begin. Liang Qiujing was as agile and swift as an ape. She walked around Lin Xiaoshu in a circle, trying to find a moment to attack, and when she felt ready to strike, she moved as swiftly as a tiger, as if she were a white tiger holding a corpse. Giggle. Lin Xiaoshu clapped his hands, didn't even look at Liang Qiujing who had fallen to the ground, and said without looking back, don't bother me anymore, I have something very important to do. Liang Qiujing was confused. How did I fall down? Liang Qiujing, well, yes. Lin Sanda carried a fish in his hand, strung with fish grass, and lifted it up to show Lin Xiaoshu, Xiaoshu, look at this fish, what's so special about it? Without waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to reply, Shen Ruyu and Liang Qiujing both came up to take a closer look. There's no need to look, there's nothing special about it, the only thing I can say is that it's still alive and spirited from being lifted up. Lin Xiaoshu said. Shen Ruyu shook her head, impossible, since Uncle Sanda asked this, there must be something special, how can you see it if you're standing so far away? Lin Sanda laughed, indeed there is nothing special about it. Shen Ruyu's face stiffened slightly. Lin Sanda continued, but its taste is much better than. Uncle Sanda, Ryu, Qiujing, none of you have had lunch, right? Why don't I come and cook, so everyone can have a taste of the difference between this fish and ordinary fish? That's good. Lin Sandy did want to use this, to prove that he wasn't lying. At this point, Shen Ruyu and Liang Qiujing became even more curious. Lin Xiaoshu cooks. The other three sat and waited for the food to be served. With the craftsmanship learned from the national treasure chef Jiang Chenghai, Lin Xiaoshu is naturally extraordinary when he strikes. About an hour later, dinner was served. On the table were mushrooms, stir-fried pork, string beans, boiled fish, and a dish of chopped pepperfish head. Wow, this is too fragrant, isn't it? Liang Qiujing had basically never eaten any of Lin Xiaoshu's dishes, so she was very shocked that Lin Xiaoshu could make such fragrant dishes. Lin Sandy was also very dismayed, looking at the dishes on the dining table, as well as smelling the aroma in his nose. He felt, again, that he needed to reacquaint himself with Lin Xiaoshu. Let's eat, especially to taste the fish. Lin Xiaoshu said. Yes. The three of them, Shen Ruyu, couldn't wait and started moving their chopsticks. And Shen Ruyu, who was the first to eat the fish, was directly stunned. Her face was all reminiscent, as well as happy. This? What? Lin Xiaoshu asked as he stood behind Shen Ruyu. So delicious. Never had such a delicious fish before. Shen Ruyu said, if this fish was sold in a restaurant, it would definitely sell like crazy. Listening to Shen Ruyu's words, Lin Xiaoshu also nodded. This fish, of course, should be sold in the hotel. Chapter 89 Deliberately Framed. Liang Qiujing had also eaten a lot of fish, in hotels and made at home. Anyway, it just wasn't as good as Lin Xiaoshu's, and it didn't seem to be just the cooking. More importantly, it was the texture of the fish itself, which was indeed too delicate and tender to be compared to ordinary fish. Lin Sandy laughed. I didn't lie to you guys, did I? While saying that, this guy also hoofed it and hurriedly caught a piece of fish and brought it to his mouth. Sucking slippery. The aftertaste. Lin Xiaoshu said, Uncle Sanda, you reported this matter in time and did a good job. I don't know if you've finished dealing with the fish fry? It's already being processed, and today, our first batch of fry will be ready to go into the water. In addition, I have bought a lot of fish nets, and also got some bamboo back, ready to the east side of the lake. This piece, rounded up to make a small pond, which focuses on fish farming. But, Twiggy, the money? Lin Sandy sure as hell isn't going to pay for these things himself. You bring me a list and I'll transfer the money to you. I've already written down the list, take a look. Lin Sandy wrote down the things that needed to be purchased, and their prices on a piece of paper. Lin Xiaoshu saw that the cost of buying the fish fry was more than $35,000, and the fish net and bamboo added up to several thousand, totaling nearly $40,000. I'll turn you. The general market. Lin Xiaoshu also understand, feel nothing wrong. Lin Xiaoshu transferred the money to Lin Sandy. In addition, he also gave Lin Sandy an activity fund, can be free to turn over, lest the small amount of money also come over to a single report. Little tree, atmosphere. Compared to many people who are stingy, Lin Xiaoshu will basically do things for people to consider, to avoid these doers chilling their hearts. Lin Sandy also did have a lot more motivation to do things because of Lin Xiaoshu's move. Swish swish swish. A large table of dishes, Lin Xiaoshu, Shen Ruyu and the others, surprisingly, carried out a CD-ROM action. Even the fish soup was trickled down. Finish eating. Lin Xiaoshu said that he was going to go to the lake to get a few fish up, and he was going to send them to the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. With a fishing net? Lin Sandy felt that this was the fastest way to get fish. No, just fish. Lin Xiaoshu took a fishing rod, grubbed a few earthworms in the dirt, and fished directly in the lake. Lin Sandy shrugged, this is too slow. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiaoshu's pole began to tremble madly. Get thee up. Lin Xiaoshu lifted the fishing rod up, only to see that the grass carp, which probably weighed about 3 pounds, was directly caught on the bank by him with the fishing rod. Lin Sandy's jaw dropped. Luck, definitely luck. Lin Sandy said. But next, Lin Xiaoshu quickly caught a few more big fish, which could no longer be explained away with the word luck. Lin Sandy couldn't help but ask, you're an immortal, aren't you, catching 5 big fish so quickly? Luck. Lin Xiaoshu really said so. For a moment, Lin Sandy felt that his intelligence was being rubbed on the ground by Lin Xiaoshu. But when I think about it later, although I find the word luck absurd, it is the best explanation for the situation. Lin Xiaoshu smiled slightly. In fact, he merely had 5 keen senses and had long sensed that there was a fish there. By the way, he got some spiritual rain on the earthworm to make it more attractive to the fish. Carrying 5 fish, Lin Xiaoshu packed them in a bucket and drove the tricycle to Changde Kaiwei Hotel. Mr. Lin. Watching Lin Xiaoshu personally come to deliver the fish, the employees below felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. A new employee came next to him and said with some surprise, "He's a fish seller. Why is everyone so enthusiastic about him? Is there someone behind him?" The older employee next to him almost died laughing. "Where he's behind it, he's behind it." The old employee said, "Cutie, this is our hotel boss, and a big boss at that. Bigger than Mr. Du." The new employee was dumbfounded. Lin Xiaoshu took the large bucket with the fish in it, mentioned it to the kitchen, and said, "Oldie, come over here and see if you can get this fish done." Chef Li, after Lin Xiaoshu's teaching last time, is already respectful to Lin Xiaoshu. He came up to take a look and shook his head. "Nothing special, I guess, no difficulties." Lin Xiaoshu laughed. "This is a fish I raised at home. It's absolutely extraordinary. You make one later and serve it up to the guests, see if there will be an extraordinary reaction. Isn't it just an ordinary fish?" Chef Li shrugged his shoulders, unimpressed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't dare to really say that. So, Chef Li chimed in with one word, "Yes." And that's when it happened. The waiter outside hurriedly ran to the kitchen and said, "Chef Li, it's not good. Some guests reacted to our hotel's ingredients not being fresh. There are still flies in it. They want us to give a statement." No way. Chef Li's control of ingredients, the most keen. If in his hands there is a fish that is not fresh, then he will certainly be the first to find out. Making a scene, right? Chef Li felt that the other party was questioning his chef character. "Chef Li, don't be angry for now, I'll go over and take a look. You continue cooking over here, don't delay serving the other guests." Yes. Chef Li's heart, however, still wants to confront the guests directly to see who is not justified. Lin Xiaoshu was led by the waiter to the box of the rowdy guests. By now, Du Yue was already inside the box, trying to say sorry. But the other party simply did not listen to Du Yue, the general manager of this Hall hotel, to the face of embarrassment to the extreme. "I don't want to hear this, you get me the cook. I'm going to expose you now and show everyone how you deserve to be a 5-star hotel just like this. Stop it, sucks is sucks. For your information, I don't accept any mediation. Especially talking about discounts, not even talking about a free bill. I'm not someone who lacks money either. I came here to spend money, not to be aggravated." The middle-aged man in a suit at the head of the group was so imposing and also angry that he didn't give Du Yue any chance to retort at all. Although Du Yue was a high achiever from a prestigious school, there was nothing particularly good she could do in the face of this kind of simply unreasonable person. What was even more painful was that Du Yue was interrupted by the other party just when she wanted to speak, which made her very speechless. "Mr. Lei?" Finding a slight gap, Du Yue tried to persuade again. He thought to himself, as long as he didn't cooperate, Changde Kaiwei Hotel, what could he do with him? Lei Chaowu said, "So you're the boss here, I'm telling you now, the food in your hotel has flies." "Which dish?" Without waiting for Lei Chaowu to continue beeping, Lin Xiaoshu jumped the gun and asked, taking control of the words of this argument. "It's this clear fish soup." "So it's this dish, I see." Lin Xiaoshu said sincerely, "First take a video of this dish and leave evidence. We will definitely pursue this matter severely and give you all an explanation. After we find out why, we will sincerely apologize to everyone on the internet and accept your scrutiny." Knowing that it was impossible for him to talk to these people, Lin Xiaoshu simply did what he could to block Lei Chaowu's mouth, and as for the rest, there was still a great deal of opportunity to turn the tide in the aftermath. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu say this, Lei Chaowu was surprisingly still a bit speechless. Normally, it is simply impossible for a hotel to go online and apologize for such a thing, otherwise, the reputation of the hotel will be greatly affected. But Lin Xiaoshu is not at all conventional, and he even offered to say that he would publicly apologize online? Lei Chaowu was a bit disorganized. Lin Xiaoshu continued, "We sincerely apologize, and we also ask that everyone can give our Changde Kaiwei Grand Hotel a chance. Besides, everyone must have come all the way here just to hear that our hotel's food is delicious, right?" Lin Xiaoshu asking this, again, had his own mind in it, and it was a question that Lei Chaowu and the others couldn't refute. Seeing someone nodding, he continued, "In that case, in order to show our hotel's sincerity, I'll give you all absolutely unforgettable compensation to make up for our hotel's faults." Lin Xiaoshu smiled imperceptibly. On the other hand, on Lei Chaowu's side, it was a bit of a dilemma. In fact, Lei Chaowu had already had people shoot videos and uploaded them online, but Lin Xiaoshu's attitude like this made him somewhat unable to incite the netizens' emotions. There is no confrontation, only the hotel side of the one-dimensional tolerance. Such a video even on the internet, I'm afraid to let the netizens, accusing them of being too harsh on the hotel, and will even feel that they are deliberately looking for a fight. Think about it. Xiaowu is now faced with. After the hotel personnel withdrew, Du Yue said, "Xiaoshu, are you serious?" Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand, "Sister Yue, you don't have to rush, if this matter is handled well, our hotel will benefit from it instead." "How?" "You watch." Lin Xiaoshu was already 90% certain that he would be able to make this matter develop in a direction that favored Changde Kaiwei Hotel. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshu turned around and went to the kitchen. "Mr. Lin?" Chef Li wanted to ask about the situation. Lin Xiaoshu said, "Don't ask yet, wait until I've finished making this dish." Lin Xiaoshu picked up the fish he had brought over at home, then with amazing knife work, he quickly processed this fish and then made a fish soup in the same way he had made boiled fish at home before. Swish swish swish. With the crowd dumbfounded to the point of being a bit nervous and revitalized, Lin Xiaoshu finally made this fish soup. When Lin Xiaoshu lifted the lid of the pot, the aroma was overflowing. "Oh my god, it smells so good." Mr. Lin's personal cooking is a rare delicacy in the world. After it was done, Lin Xiaoshu personally took the dish and served it to the private room where Lei Xiaowu was. Lei Xiaowu looked at the private room with no hotel people in it, so he said towards the group of people he had brought with him, "Listen everyone, if you do as I say, that stupid bastard called Lin Xiaoshu will surely have his intestines repenting. He's trying to be smart, so we'll play along." Hearing that Lei Xiaowu had an idea, everyone immediately said, "Brother Tiger, what good idea have you thought of?" "It's simple, isn't he going to go up to the hotel and cook delicious food? Later, when he serves it up, we'll each have a taste and then unanimously say that it's awful and the ingredients aren't fresh. It's a ploy to murder us, isn't it? Next, we post this video on the internet, plus the video of the fly from before, hey?" Lei Xiaowu said, "I don't believe that public discontent will still not boil over." The crowd thought carefully about Lei Xiaowu's words and immediately felt that this was a brilliant plan. Think about it, customers go to the hotel to eat, and end up eating flies, and after the customers generously understand the behavior of the hotel even maliciously serve them spoiled dishes. Such news sent out, Changde Kaiwei Hotel can still not die? This is a much more powerful effect than just posting that video of eating a fly. Moreover, there are at least a dozen people in this box, and all of them say that the food is spoiled, and the netizens have to believe it even if they don't believe it. The play had been discussed, Lei Xiaowu was waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to serve. By the way, the rest of the food at the Changde Kaiwei Hotel was good, so everyone waited while enjoying the rest of the delicious food on the table. Lei Xiaowu thought to himself, if his poisonous plan is successful, then he not only ate and drank, but also let the Changde Kaiwei Hotel infamous, this two birds with one stone plan. I am afraid to be able to make the big boss who hired him laugh his ass off. Lei Xiaowu was having a good time in his heart. At this time, Lin Xiaoshu personally carried a large bowl of fish and came into the box. "Sorry to keep you all waiting, this is our hotel's elaborate compensation for you all, use it gently and slowly." "Good." Lei Xiaowu said, "Since Mr. Lin is personally compensating everyone, let's have a taste." He gave a suggestive smile toward the crowd and lifted the lid of the bowl. Instantly, a strong scent of a wave came to his nose. Lei Xiaowu froze for a moment. Everyone, however, has already picked up chopsticks, ready to taste a mouthful and then come to trap Changde Kaiwei Hotel. Chapter 91, Lei Xiaowu flees from the bottom of the kettle. With a reckoning already prepared in their hearts, those brothers under Lei Xiaowu's hand had already started eating the fish Lin Xiaoshu had. They miscalculated. Lei Xiaowu also miscalculated. The fish made by Lin Xiaoshu was surprisingly not generally delicious in the mouth, but extraordinary. The kind of flavor that, once you've tasted it, basically no one can resist it again. Delicious. This flavor should only be found in heaven, where on earth can you get a few tastes? The fresh flavor of the fish exploded instantly in the taste buds, but anyone who tasted it couldn't help but have their body shaken. Among them, there was a brother of Lei Xiaowu, because he felt that this fish was too delicious, so his mouth did not have a gate, only just tasted a mouthful, and then shouted with a face full of happiness, "Holy, this is also too delicious. What kind of fish is this?" Buzz. You could hear a pin drop on the ground after that statement. Lei Xiaowu's face went green. The one who spoke just now seemed to realize something and changed his words in a hurry. "No, it doesn't seem that tasty." When he finished, he still wanted to eat, so he took another chopstick. The others saw the fish in that bowl, not particularly much, after all, there were a dozen people on the scene, so everyone was a little worried that such a delicious fish was snatched by the others. So, They have been eagerly extending their chopsticks to devour these fillets. They felt the fish in their mouths, emitting a strong flavor, and instantly, their taste buds could be said to have opened up, and even their stomachs couldn't help but expand a bit because these fish were so delicious. Lei Chaowu glared fiercely at the group and said, "Isn't it just a fish? Look at what you guys are eating." He disdainfully took a slice of fish and put it in his mouth. Giggle. It was like a current that hit him, and in an instant, Lei Chaowu only had 5 words in his mind, delicious to the point of explosion. What the? This is too difficult to eat. Lei Chaowu, following the original plan, quickly got up and said, "What kind of food are you guys cooking? I feel like this fish isn't fresh at all." "That's right, you guys don't have fresh fish, you're using bad ingredients, right?" The other man chimed in, and when he finished he silently took another slice of fish and put it in his own mouth. It was so good, he felt it would be a waste not to eat it. "Must have used bad ingredients, I can taste it." Another person, finally remembering his task, hurriedly put down his chopsticks, indicating that the ingredient was bad. The man next to him said, "You're not eating? I'll eat it all then." The man was a foodie and couldn't bear the thought of something so delicious being wasted like that, so he brought the bowl of soup right up to his face, and opened it up in an intoxicated manner. "Save some for me," someone whispered, and someone else hinted with a frantic look. Seeing this man, who was about to drink the bowl of fish and even the soup in the bowl, the other people were suddenly red with anxiety. "Save some for me. Still not a brother, how dare you keep it all to yourself?" People have accused this person of not being moral at all. Lin Xiaoshu looked at all this with a smile and said, "Mr. Lei, you said the ingredients are not fresh, so why is everyone eating so happily?" "Oh, it's already been eaten by everyone?" Lin Xiaoshu suddenly added. Lei Chaowu's old face was shaking with anger. What kind of trash are these brothers, that they can't withstand a little bit of food? But thinking about the taste of that fish just now made him want to eat it again too. In short, I just think the ingredients are not fresh and you guys are not sincere. Lei Chaowu deadpanned. Yes, your ingredients are not fresh, you must serve another bowl. The others spoke in unison. Pust. Lei Chaowu wanted to vomit blood. You fools! He wailed frantically inside, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was nothing he could do, after all, the idiots had worn out their welcome, so he had to follow. That's right, your ingredients aren't fresh, so I can give you another chance to serve up another plate. Lei Chaowu said the righteousness, as if his prime minister's belly can support the boat general. Lin Xiaoshu laughed lightly and shook his head. I'm afraid this won't work, this kind of fish is very rare and scarce, currently I only have 5 of these fish in my hands. Now that one has been eaten by you guys, there are only 4 left. Aren't there 4 left? Lei Chaowu was dissatisfied. Lin Xiaoshu pondered slightly. It's fine if you want another one, you just have to tell me, who told you to come here and make trouble, and I'll give you another one. Yes? Someone wanted to say. Shut the up. Lei Chaowu said angrily, since Mr. Lin is so insincere, then don't blame us for being impolite and uploading all of today's events onto the internet for everyone to comment on. Lin Xiaoshu was completely unafraid of Lei Chaowu at this point, as you wish. Yeah, let's go. Changde Kaiwei Grand Hotel, the store is big and deceitful. However, don't think that you're the only hotel in the entire Phonelin city, I'm telling you, this hotel of yours, sooner or later, will go out of business. Lin Xiaoshu heard Lei Chaowu's angry words and unexpectedly agreed somewhat. Not bad, this hotel of ours, it is true that sooner or later it will have to close down, it is estimated that after 10,000 years, there will be no more of our Changde Kaiwei hotel in the world. Pust. Spare a thought for those waiters in the hotel, they couldn't help but want to laugh. Sooner or later the hotel will go out of business? Right, sooner or later after 10,000 years it's going to go down. A conversation like this is a classic. The crowd couldn't help but be captivated by Lin Xiaoshu's sharp words. This is the big boss of our hotel, huh? He's so handsome. The boss is so powerful, he solved the problems that even Mr. Du couldn't solve with ease, and he even satirized this group of people. What a sorry bunch, like lost dogs. Lei Chaowu sniffed and had already completely lost his fighting spirit, leading his men to prepare to leave. Lin Xiaoshu reminded, Mr. Lei, you said before that you don't want a discount or a free bill, so when you go down, remember to settle the bill. The veins on Lei Chaowu's neck rippled. Lin Xiaoshu. Count on it. Finally, having learned the power of Lin Xiaoshu, Lei Chaowu gritted his teeth, and finally, he still led the people, and after settling the bill, he left Changde Kaiwei Hotel in disgrace. Among this group, someone asked in disbelief, "Brother Tiger, why do you think there are so many of us? Why don't we just make a big mess of the hotel instead of just leaving like this?" Lei Chaohu rolled his eyes. "You guys don't know. This Lin Xiaoshu, his strength is not ordinary. It's said that one of you can fight 10 of them. Are you guys preparing to send food by making trouble? And the security guards of Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel are not vegetarians either." "So it is." Watching Lei Chaohu and the others leave, Du Yue said, "They won't come back to trouble us again, right?" "Not in reality. As for the internet, that's possible." Lin Xiaoshu replied. "What then?" Du Yue was a little nervous. After all, once the hotel's reputation was damaged, it would be a more serious blow to the hotel itself, as well. "There's no harm in it, I prepared for it as well." Lin Xiaoshu turned towards a waiter and said, "Did you videotape it?" "It's videotaped, it's in my phone." The waitress laughed. "Good. You send this video to Mr. Du." Lin Xiaoshu turned her head and said to Du Yue again, "If they attack us on the internet, then let's not respond for the time being, and we'll release the evidence when the matter becomes bigger. This way, we can not only punish the gang, but we can also use the momentum to increase the influence of our hotel." Du Yue savored Lin Xiaoshu's words and finally widened her eyes and gave Lin Xiaoshu a thumbs up. "Xiaoshu, you're really a wizard. Our hotel definitely won't worry about developing when we have a boss like you." Chapter 92 Zhou Changsheng of Tianyue Hotel. Can't talk about wizardry, it's just a little bit of scheming. Lin Xiaoshu didn't think that it was any kind of powerful scheme, only that he happened to possess means that others didn't have. Moreover, he took advantage of Lei Chaohu's ignorance. Du Yue smiled non-committally. Regarding whether Lin Xiaoshu was awesome or not, whether he was a wizard or not, everyone had a scale in their heart. It wasn't that Lin Xiaoshu didn't think he was a wizard or not, so that meant he wasn't a wizard. In addition, Du Yue curiously looked at the table, the big empty bowl, and said, "Is this fish really that delicious? Why do they all show that kind of expression after eating it? And, it looks as if they had previously negotiated to bite our hotel and maliciously serve them food that was not fresh. But they wore out their welcome with this deliciousness." Lin Xiaoshu was silent. Not because he didn't know how to answer, but because he felt it was a question that was best answered without words. So, he said, "Even if you say more you will have doubts. Why don't you eat the fish I made?" "Yes." Du Yue begged to differ. So Lin Xiaoshu went to the kitchen and made the dish again. After the dish came up, even if she was as proud as Du Yue, under this dish, she revealed an expression similar to Lei Chaohu and the others. That is, enjoyment, the look of indulgence. Chef Li unconvinced, surprised, "I also followed Mr. Lin to learn to do fish. I am confident that I have learned Mr. Lin, at least 8 points above the craft. I do not believe that this fish can still make flowers, can be so much more delicious than I do." After saying that, he picked up his chopsticks and caught a piece of fish. After eating, Chef Li was also silent. Instead of exclaiming in shock that it was too good to eat or making any particularly exaggerated gestures, he had a somewhat forlorn expression. The difference, is it really that big? Eating the fish made by Lin Xiaoshu, Chef Li had begun to have some doubts about life. Did he feed his dog these 10 years of chef's career? Seeing Chef Li's inner confusion, Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand and corrected Chef Li. "Chef Li, you're thinking wrong. The key to this dish is not in my craftsmanship, but in the ingredients. It's not just any grass carp? No, extraordinary. It's just that he looks like an ordinary fish, no different." "Surprisingly, then what makes this fish uncommon compared to ordinary fish?" Chef Li asked again. Lin Xiaoshu did not get tired of Chef Li's questioning, but patiently explained, "Not ordinary in its tender meat, even if it is cut raw sashimi, the flavor is definitely more than ordinary with the taste, higher than a distance between heaven and earth." Chef Li echoed it in his mind. In the end, he was certain that Lin Xiaoshu hadn't lied to him. Because with cooking skills alone, Lin Xiaoshu was already unable to pull him that far away, but with the addition of ingredients, it would be quite possible. Du Yue, who was next to her, had found the key and hurriedly said, "Xiaoshu, our hotel needs such ingredients. How many such fish can you provide? Our hotel needs it too much." Lin Xiaoshu revealed a faintly apologetic expression, "Not much can be provided, but in the future, perhaps the production can be increased." Du Yue was a little lost. But think about it, after all, this thing is exclusive to the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, then even if it's a little less, other hotels can't use this to compete with the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. As such, it seems to be a dominant situation as usual. Du Yue said, "I understand. Xiaoshu, try to provide this to our hotel. I think this dish will soon become a famous dish in our Fonlin city." "Not bad." Lin Xiaoshu agreed. As for why this dish would become a famous dish in Fonlin City, Lin Xiaoshu and Du Yue both had a clear understanding. After solving the trouble of Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel and promoting the fish raised in his lake in the meantime, Lin Xiaoshu's purpose of coming to the hotel on this trip had been achieved. Lin Xiaoshu was ready to leave. Du Yue still wanted to retain some time, after all, she wanted to spend more time with Lin Xiaoshu. It was just a pity that at Jiang Qinghai's house, Lin Xiaoshu saw Zhou Changsheng, the owner of the Tianyue Hotel, which made his mood, for a while, also had a wrong and upset. But there was absolute confidence in Jiang Qinghai, so Lin Xiaoshu quickly, the mood became relaxed and happy. He graciously extended his hand and said, "My name is Lin Xiaoshu, it's a pleasure to meet Mr. Zhou." Lin Xiaoshu and Zhou Changsheng shook hands, then sat on the sofas on both sides. Zhou Changsheng said, "Mr. Lin, your Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, it's currently in full swing, making me envious. Therefore, I came here to ask Jiang Lao to come out and help our Tianyue Hotel, but I didn't expect that I would still let you, Mr. Lin, get there first." Lin Xiaoshu said, "Luck, or teacher love, otherwise, Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, simply cannot so quickly take off." Zhou Changsheng's heart became even more angry at the words. And even hold back. Zhou Changsheng nodded, no longer talking more with Lin Xiaoshu, but continued, "Elder Jiang, why don't you reconsider? Or, Elder Jiang, since you have already accepted a student, then?" Knowing what Zhou Changsheng wanted to say, Jiang Qinghai waved his hand, "Little Tree is the student I made an exception to accept, and I won't make any more exceptions in the future, unless there is someone who can be more talented in cooking than Little Tree." "All right." Zhou Changsheng sighed, "In that case, I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Zhou Changsheng looked at Lin Xiaoshu with a gloomy gaze. Chapter 90, Jiang Qinghai's Gratitude. Jiang Qinghai laughed bitterly. He probably forgot that even if my cooking skills are great, I'm still an old man in my 70s, how could I have the stamina to be a chef again? Even if I were to guide from the side, I'm afraid I don't have this much energy right now. Just when Jiang Qinghai was laughing at himself for being old, Lin Xiaoshu said, "Teacher, you did." Jiang Qinghai felt as if his ears were hallucinating, because he felt that Lin Xiaoshu's words were too abrupt. "What's there?" Jiang Qinghai looked at Lin Xiaoshu in dismay. "There's energy," Lin Xiaoshu explained. Jiang Qinghai still looked uncertain. Only then did Lin Xiaoshu continue, "Teacher, I have some medicinal pills here to regulate your essence and prolong your life. These are all made by me personally. As long as you get up every morning and insist on taking one for a week, your essence will definitely improve greatly." Lin Xiaoshu put a small box and put it in front of Jiang Qinghai. "There are 14 life extension pills in here for teacher and teacher mother." Jiang Qinghai took the box, the expression on his face, but the look of deep contemplation. He hesitated slightly and said, "Little Tree, you're not being tricked here, are you? These healthcare medicines, I never use them, they're all tricks. Teacher, why don't you try eating one first? After you've eaten it, you can come back and talk to me again." Lin Xiaoshu maintained full confidence in his medicine. Jiang Qinghai out of his trust in Lin Xiaoshu, coupled with Lin Xiaoshu's graciousness, so he finally chose to take the medicine. Just finished eating. Roar. It was as if there was a true dragon that had broken into his soul and roared a dragon's roar in his soul. Jiang Qinghai instant spirit of great vitality, Denga stand up, and then feel the body's situation, his face gradually showed shock and exhilaration of joy. What kind of medicine is this, it can have such an effect? Jiang Qinghai was also considered a big man, so it could be said that the world was so big that there were hardly many things that were difficult for him to obtain. But after taking this kind of medicine from Lin Xiaoshu, Jiang Qinghai's heart is like a mirror. This kind of medicine is definitely hard to find in the world. Lin Xiaoshu said, "It's the life extension pill, it can also be called the lightness pill. It says that after taking this medicine, it can make one relaxed and refreshed." "So, but how did you make it?" Knowing what Jiang Qinghai wanted to ask, Lin Xiaoshu smiled, "Teacher, truth be told, besides being a hotel owner, I am actually a Chinese medicine practitioner, and at the level, I should be able to be counted as a divine doctor." Jiang Qinghai? He was so shocked inside that he froze there for half a day, not knowing what to say. Lin Xiaoshu was only about 20 years old, but he was a master of cooking and medicine. Such an achievement was extremely rare in today's world. "Teacher, don't you feel much younger?" Lin Xiaoshu asked with a smile. "Not bad, indeed." Jiang Qinghai said this, but left the latter half of the words, because the latter half of the words is not suitable for his identity to say, and it is too shameless to say it, it makes people blush. Lin Xiaoshu see Jiang Qinghai red light, "I Jiang Qinghai can do young people Meng Lang thing," then a smile, this effect is also satisfied with the nod. Jiang Chenghai then said, "Little tree, I'm afraid that I don't have anything else that I can return to you for the preciousness of this pill." Lei Chaowu's heart trembled slightly. The good thing is, he's already gone through the video editing and has already come up with a very outrageous video. So he was also able to laugh slightly more easily. "Old brother Zhou, don't worry, when I, Lei Chaowu, make a move, I never miss." "Yes." Zhou Changqing, finally in a much better mood, said, "Then you hurry to act, before tomorrow morning, I want to see the effect. I'll make sure to satisfy Mr. Zhou." After Lei Chaowu hung up the phone, he began to lay out on the internet, madly corrupting the reputation of Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. After some careful thinking on his part, he placed the main battleground to discredit Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel's reputation on his circle of friends and on his scarf. At the moment, he had already drawn up his post. Fonglin Mayor Song Kaiwei Hotel seriously violated food hygiene standards by using expired ingredients. What's even more abominable is that when we pointed it out and asked the hotel to replace the expired dish, the hotel went so far as to serve a completely spoiled dish up and continue the humiliation. Lei Chaowu posted these words and then added a video that he had carefully edited. In the video, Lei Xiaowu and others ate flies in the hotel meal, and then after the hotel changed the food, Lei Xiaowu and others shouted and raged about the spoiled ingredients. Lei Chaowu took these videos, hung them on his circle of friends and scarf, and then had some of his friends forward them. He has a few hundred foxes and friends, at least, plus a few more influential people. After some forwarding by these people, Lei Chaowu didn't even need to buy a hot search, not to mention the need to buy a water army. This scarf and circle of friends is on fire. Because the edited video is indeed very infuriating. Many of those who watched the video felt as if they were empathetic and were immediately filled with righteous indignation. It's abominable, isn't it? Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel is so shameless? There are flies in the fish soup. Well, this 5-star hotel now enters my blacklist. I swear, I will never go to this hotel. Blogger, you're so generous to allow the other party to change the dishes, and then you're humiliated like this, and you have such a good temperament. There is nothing like the saying that it is better to put death in the way of life. But apparently, he was overthinking it and thinking way off track. Shenruyu cleared her throat, not very confident but still trying to speak her mind, and said, "Shashu, I've thought about it, although our family is rich, our village is not yet rich. Look at Sister Huilan, who lives not far from our house. She has a high fever and still thinks about working in the fields. Wang Zhenruyu, who takes her children to pesticide the cotton fields. Our village is so miserable, and now that we are rich, we should also think about the village." Shenruyu continued, "However, we don't have much money for the time being, so I'm thinking about how we can earn our own money while still helping the village. Ryu, what solution have you thought of?" Lin Xiaoshu found it quite interesting, and Shenruyu's idea actually coincided with his. However, how to help the village, although Lin Xiaoshu had thought about it, he didn't have any complete plan at the moment. When Shenruyu saw that Lin Xiaoshu was interested and had a rather positive attitude, she was instantly happy and said, "I thought of a method, I don't know if it's feasible. It's us attracting people from outside and traveling to our village. And the point that attracts people to visit, I think it can be fishing. And then Little Tree, the lake you contracted, isn't it huge? If you get a few boats, I believe it should be able to attract people. Also, Little Tree, you're a great cook. Fishing people definitely need to eat, so teach the villagers to make a few simple dishes, and then the tourists can eat directly in the village. You cook so well, if the villagers could learn a little bit of your cooking, I'm sure it would attract a lot of people too." Shenruyu scratched his head. "That's all I can think of for the time being, more than that, I can't think of much yet." Lin Xiaoshu smiled slightly, with a few hints of encouragement. "Ryu, your ideas are good, in fact, they can all be implemented. However, the environment in the villagers' homes is so bad that I guess even if there are fishing tourists, they are not very willing to eat in the villagers' homes unless the environment can be greatly improved. But that would require a lot of money. So, why don't we just make a small farmhouse hotel?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "Don't you think that Sister Huilan and Wang Zhenruyu are quite pitiful? I also have an idea." "You say?" Shenruyu knew that Lin Xiaoshu, for sure, could think more than her and in a better way, so she looked at Lin Xiaoshu with a glaring gaze. Lin Xiaoshu didn't show any shyness, and directly said, "I remember in the early years, I'd been to Sister Huilan's plus to have a meal. She's good at cooking food. Maybe the Nanjiale's hotel can be handed over to Sister Huilan as a chef. And Wang Zhenruyu needs to bring up her child. Doing farm work is too tiring, and she has to survive?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "Then let's open a kiosk in the village. Isn't there no kiosk in the village? Although not many people stay in the village and most of them go to the town to buy things, if the village develops tourism, then the kiosk should never be missing. Shenryu looked at Lin Xiaoshu adoringly. Xiaoshu, this is too good of an idea for you. Why don't I go and talk to Sister Huilan and Wang Shenryu here? Shenryu was already impatient and wanted to do this. Yes, the kiosk can now be prepared in advance, and to open a farmhouse hotel, I will need to train Sister Huilan as well. Aha! Shenryu got up. I'll go talk to them. Oh, right, Sister Huilan has a high fever. Aren't you a great healer? See if you can treat Sister Huilan. No problem. Lin Xiaoshu agreed in one breath. Then let's split up our lines. I'll find Wang Shenryu, you go to Sister Huilan, and talk to Sister Huilan okay about this. Aha! Lin Xiaoshu readily agreed, then got up and walked towards Sister Huilan's house, which was not far away. Arriving in front of a one-story brick house, Lin Xiaoshu saw that the door was open, so he walked right in and said, "Is Sister Huilan home?" Lin Huilan sniffed, coughed violently twice, and walked out of the room. Seeing that it was Lin Xiaoshu, she was slightly surprised and with a few moments of hope. "Xiaoshu, why are you here?" "I heard from Ryu that you were sick, so I came over to give you a look. Also, I have something that I can get rich on, maybe I can give it to you to do." Fat Choi? Lin Huilan thumped his heart. She remembered that she was just because her family was poor, was looked down upon by her in-law's family, and even his husband ended up justifiably cheating on her, so angry that she divorced and went home directly. Because of this decision, she has been the subject of a lot of finger-pointing and talk in the mouths of the villagers in the village. Therefore, hearing that she could get rich, and that it was Lin Xiaoshu who had said this, Lin Huilan was immediately full of gratitude. "Xiaoshu, thank you for thinking of sis when you have something to do. Don't worry, no matter what dirty work it is, sis can do it." Chapter 95 Shyness and Jealousy. Lin Huilan was afraid of being poor, and she was indeed capable of suffering anything. In the past, perhaps she still had a little bit of petulance, but now life has long since smoothed out all of her edges. Suffice it to say, she'll do anything that isn't unconscionable. Whether it was moving bricks and digging coal, if she could make money, she wanted to try it. "Let's not talk about this, let's take a look at your illness first." Lin Xiaoshu asked Lin Huilan to stretch out her hand. He was going to take his pulse. Lin Huilan didn't have anything to be formal about, and gave her hand out in a big way. "These hands are already a little rough from doing farm work. I remember in the early years, Lin Huilan's hands were famously white." Lin Xiaoshu quieted his mind and began to diagnose Lin Huilan. After taking a pulse, Lin Xiaoshu sighed and said, "Sister Huilan, it's fortunate that it's me, or else your life, I'm afraid you'll lose it." "What?" Lin Huilan was alarmed. Lin Xiaoshu said, "Sister Huilan, before you had this high fever, there must have been discomfort, right? Like swelling in some places, red spots on your body or something like that?" "This?" Lin Huilan said in astonishment. "Xiaoshu, you know all this." She was in a bit of a hurry. Listening to Lin Xiaoshu's words just now, in this situation, he must have gotten some kind of big disease. Lin Xiaoshu said, "You've been bitten by a tick. This kind of thing, if you don't deal with it in time, is likely to cause diseases such as forest encephalitis and spotted fever. If you don't handle it well, with your family's situation, I'm afraid you won't survive." Although Lin Huilan didn't know what forest encephalitis or spotted fever meant, she knew that the word encephalitis was particularly scary. "Xiaoshu, what should we do then?" Lin Huilan was anxious. "There's no need to rush, I'm here, aren't I? With me here, you'll be fine." Lin Xiaoshu laughed with a relaxed and comforting tone. "Let me take a look at the swollen places on your body." "Yes." Lin Huilan unzipped his pants. All that was visible was a large reddish-black lump on her leg, the size of a small thumbnail. If you look closely, you can actually see that the large red and black lump is actually a tick inside. The red color is inflamed skin. The black one, the tick that bit Lin Huilan. Although men and women are not related, Lin Huilan was anxious in her heart at this time, and even if there was a little bit of shyness, she still endured it. Besides, she's a divorced woman, so where's the preoccupation? Lin Huilan was surprised. It's already grown this big. Before this bag, it wasn't this big. "Sister Huilan, don't worry, it's actually a bug in here, so as long as we get the tick out, and then we can help you with sterilization and anti-inflammation, you'll basically be fine." Lin Xiaoshu took out his golden needle. Lin Huilan was a bit afraid of pain, so she clenched her teeth. Lin Xiaoshu's golden needle sealed the tick's path, then violently slapped towards Lin Huilan's thigh. Snap! Ow! Lin Huilan screamed as she was beaten, and her body trembled wildly. Faced with such a sight, Lin Xiaoshu was attracted to it for a small moment before continuing with his serious business. By Lin Xiaoshu's palm force, the bug had been slapped out of its small half-head. Immediately afterward, Lin Xiaoshu was Lin Huilan looked at Lin Xiaoshu's departing figure and was thinking in her heart that if she were a bit younger, she would definitely want a man like Lin Xiaoshu. Unfortunately, she was quite a bit older than Lin Xiaoshu, and missing out was missing out after all. The woman who can be married by Little Tree in the future must be very happy, right? I really don't know in the future which well-lived woman is going to be cheap, she thought. Lin Xiaoshu and Shinryu each convinced Lin Huilan and Wang Zhen. Although Wang Zhen thinks that it is not profitable to open a kiosk and has no capital to do so, Shinryu says that she can temporarily lend money to Wang Zhen and says that if the kiosk does not make money, then she will dish out the kiosk herself and return the capital to Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen, who was relieved of his worries, was always willing to try. After convincing 2 people each, it was already late. Because Liang Qiujing took her leave, saying that she wanted to go back to see her brother in the evening, so tonight in the Lin family, there were only Lin Xiaoshu and Shinryu again. Lin Xiaoshu shamelessly came to Shinryu's room. "Ryu, can I come and rub the air conditioner? Come up, wasn't it always like this before?" Shinryu rolled her eyes, thinking, "I'm not sure what you guys are thinking." "Okay." Lin Xiaoshu hurriedly climbed into Shinryu's bed, only to sleep under a different comforter. This time, because they had only slept together again after several days apart, Lin Xiaoshu and Shinryu's minds were both restless, but neither of them went to pierce the window paper. At this time, Du Yue called and said that it was almost time to release the video, and now the situation was very unfavorable for Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Then let's release the video, harvest all the benefits at once this time, and also make Lei Chaohu and the people behind him pay the price they deserve. Okay, said Du Yue happily, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, I can't wait. Du Yue goes to upload the real video, ready to reverse public opinion and make a desperate comeback. And Shinryu, who was next to Lin Xiaoshu, couldn't help but say with some jealousy after Lin Xiaoshu hung up the phone, "Xiaoshu, that female voice, that's your hotel manager's voice, right? It's so nice to hear." Lin Xiaoshu, a bit like blowing up and hurriedly said, "Ryu, I swear, I definitely don't have any improper relationship with." Although Lin Xiaoshu's brother had died, Lin Xiaoshu could be excused as a hope, an assumption. It's not a crime to assume such a thing. And the other layer of meaning of that sentence was that the two of them, Shinryu and Lin Xiaoshu, were combining and leaving behind a fragrance. This was Lin Xiaoshu's obvious test. Shinryu understood the 2 layers of meaning, her pretty face didn't even know how red it had become, and only said, "Let's not talk about this, go to sleep." Yes. After Lin Xiaoshu and Shinryu slept, on the side of Fenglin City, a big news happened. Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, because Lei Chaohu released malicious editing video, which led to a lot of Fenglin people, to the hotel to make a big accusation, and even abusive. The Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel scarf was on the verge of being sifted with curses. But the Longsong Kaiwei Hotel later released a full video with accompanying text. Previously, some people posted videos online, accusing our hotel of having health and safety issues and maliciously giving guests spoiled videos. Here, I'm going to say that they didn't dare to release the full video at all. Their video was edited, but I have the full video. Our hotel, we don't have those problems, instead, it's some people who are deliberately framing. Unfortunately, all the framing was in vain, and it's even laughable that they accused us of food spoilage while scrambling to eat all our food. The text with the video was sent out, and in no time at all, there were a lot of Fenglin netizens who were concerned about the matter, and saw the full course of events. The netizens on the scarf saw Lei Chaohu and the others shamelessly eating the food while still thinking it was hard to eat, and as a result, they ended up finishing the food and wanting to eat more. At once, the netizens were enraged by the shamelessness of Lei Chaohu and the others. So they came to pick a fight on purpose. I want to apologize to the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel for listening to one-sided words without investigating the truth. I'm so ashamed to have wronged the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. I told you that Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, it's impossible to do such a thing. I've been to their hotel, it's very hygienic, and the food inside is delicious. Hey, those people who angrily cursed Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel just now, aren't they going to apologize? They won't apologize, you expect them to? Moment. As much anger as people felt towards the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel before, they now held the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel in high esteem. And for people like Lei Chaohu, the watchers on Weibo are furious to the core. Rubbish, you come out, you deserve to be human? Damn, edited videos, you guys are really doing it. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you frame a conscientious hotel like this? Oh, I'm sorry, you don't seem to have a conscience at all. Malicious rumor mongering, you're going to jail. Lei Xiaohu is actually not afraid, because he has someone behind him. This small matter can still be settled, but in the face of the overwhelming anger, Lei Xiaohu also panicked. What makes Lei Xiaohu puzzled is that the hotel box is not no monitoring. How come there is still a video of the scene? Could it be that they had already prepared to film everything? Thinking of this, Lei Xiaohu exclaimed that he had lost his head. Brother Tiger, it's over, our brothers were beaten up. One of Lei Xiaohu's brothers suddenly called Lei Xiaohu. Who dares to beat you? I'll bring someone to fight back. Someone on the other end of the phone picked up the phone and said, Lei Xiaohu, I'm Lu Guangyao Lu Dong's man, you wanna bring your brothers to fight back? No need, we will come to you. Lu Guangyao actually saw the video early in the morning and wanted to suppress it, but when he thought that Lin Xiaoshu was so smart, he had no action, so he didn't take action for a while. Now after seeing the video sent out by Chang'e Kaiwei, he immediately took thunderous measures to teach Lei Xiaohu's gang a lesson. Once Lei Xiaohu heard that it was Lu Guangyao's people, he was immediately scared and covered in cold sweat. No, I can still find Mr. Zhou. Lei Xiaohu called Zhou Changsheng. Mr. Zhou, save me, that Lu Guangyao is going to find someone to beat me up. Lei Xiaohu begged. Lei Xiaohu, how dare you call here? I'm almost pissed off by you. Now Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, not only has its reputation not been damaged, but it has also gained a lot of fame. You're going to kill yourself. Mr. Zhou. Lei Xiaohu's heart was cold. Half an hour later, Lei Xiaohu was surrounded by the group. Lu Guangyao personally appeared and led people to suppress Lei Xiaohu. Lu Guangyao sat high on the sofa, crossed his legs, smoked a cigar, and looked at Lei Xiaohu, who was kneeling on the ground. Say it, why did you frame Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel? Tell us all your previous plans, to not miss a word. Yes. Lei Xiaohu didn't dare to resist, so he confessed everything. Lu Guangyao sent the recording of this interrogation to Du Yue as a bit of his sincerity to Lin Xiaoshu. As for Zhou Changsheng, Lu Guangyao does not want to trip this muddy water, because Zhou Changsheng, the same as Feng Lin big brother. Du Yue, on the other hand, updated the recording on the scarf, and in a flash, the situation on the internet is very unfavorable to Lei Xiaohu and Tianyue Hotel. Zhou Changsheng did not think that Lei Xiaohu actually so quickly confessed. Thinking about it, Zhou Changsheng can only think of finding someone to delete Du Yue's post. However, because Du Yue's post, the influence is too great, so the scarf side rejected Zhou Changsheng's request. There is no way, Zhou Changsheng had to come forward himself, said Lei Xiaohu is a vicious dog biting people. However, the smart netizens cannot eat Zhou Changsheng this set. Also, in addition to Lei Xiaohu and Zhou Changsheng and others, paid a certain price when Lei Xiaohu and Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, the fish that he ate, but also a complete fire. How tasty is a fish that can make a willfully trapped person forget to think? Wow, this fish is delicious just thinking about it. Please advise the selling price of this dish. It's my dream to go to the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel and have a fish meal like this. Because netizens asked so many questions about it that Du Yue had to come forward. Dao. That fish dish has special ingredients, so we are not going to launch it completely in the hotel at the moment. We will consider launching it in limited quantities, and those who wish to do so can make reservations with our hotel side. As for the price of this fish, we're discussing it, and when the results come out, we'll announce it then. Hearing Du Yue's words, netizens shouted, I'll make an appointment. Beg for a place. I'm from out of state, please give me a spot, I don't care if it's thousands of miles, I'll go over there and have a bite of this fish. Sitting in front of the computer, the more Du Yue read the comments, the more excited she became. She ended up staying up all night, just reading the posts. By the way, wait till morning. Early in the morning, she called Lin Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, your ploy is quite successful, I'm afraid that the fame of our Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel is now no less than that of Tianyue Hotel. Moreover, Lei Xiaohu was beaten up by Lu Guangyao with his men yesterday and paid the price. However, the Tianyue Hotel behind Lei Xiaohu, I wonder how you are going to deal with it? Lin Xiaoshu sniffed and said only 2 words, declare war. Chapter 97, Declaration of War. Du Yue's heart was shaken. From the other end of the phone, you can feel the weight of the word declare war and the hidden anger in Lin Xiaoshu's heart. She asked carefully, how do you declare war? The other party was the #1 hotel in Fenglin, and in order to declare war with it, one was bound to be methodical and strategic. If we were to rush and mess around, it would only be reduced to a joke. Lin Xiaoshu pondered slightly. After a few breaths, his tone was decisive, put the word out, within a month, I'm going to make Tianyue Hotel unviable. Buzz. Du Yue's first feeling was that Lin Xiaoshu was joking. The Tianyue Hotel, said to make tens of millions of dollars a year. Such a big hotel, Lin Xiaoshu even wants to make the other side unviable within a month? It's simply impossible. Or rather, unless there is an unforeseen event. Otherwise, this kind of put down is tantamount to farting. Mr. Lin, I know words can be said casually, but if we can't do it, we'll be disgraced. How about changing it to within half a year? To say that with the current development trend of Changde Kaiwei Hotel, within half a year, it is very possible to step down Tianyue Hotel. But a month? Too short. Just 1 month. Lin Xiaoshu took a deep breath. Sister Yue, trust me, trust our hotel. You have to know that there are talented people in the rivers and mountains, and the same goes for hotels. The hotel industry in Fonglin City, it's time for a change. Du Yue's head was hot, her body was a little hot, and her confidence rose out of nowhere, saying, alright, then declare war. Within a month, let Tianyue Hotel become history. Du Yue hung up the phone and started to put words on the roundup blog, spacing out towards Tianyue Hotel. Because of the Lei Chaohu incident, Changde Kaiwei Hotel is now surrounded by the number of blog followers, has reached several 100,000. Again, these fans, they are very active fans. Therefore, once Du Yue let out her words, the influence could definitely become a big news in Fonglin City. Du Yue said on the roundup blog, Tianyue Hotel, bullying people too much. Although Tianyue Hotel does not recognize the previous frame-up, not buy it, but we, Changde Kaiwei Hotel, still want to declare war here. Within a month, make the Sky Hyatt Hotel a piece of Fonglin history. Roar! Du Yue also put a picture of a fierce tiger to show her attitude and determination to win. Fans really blew up when they saw it. Changde Kaiwei Hotel, this attitude is so just awe. 1 month to make Tianyue Hotel history, what a boldness. It's impossible, right? I admit that the current strength of Changde Kaiwei Hotel is, indeed, very strong, but to make a veteran hotel like Tianyue become history, it's a little too much. It feels like it's simply impossible to do. Whether it does or doesn't do, this is an aura I just love. Yes, people are beating down our doors, do we have to continue to put up with it? Fans can't help but get hot under the collar. Tianyue Hotel. Zhou Changsheng early in the morning, saw the hotel staff, talking about it. What are you talking about? It's so lively. Zhou Changsheng's eyes narrowed into a line. Mr. Zhou, we're discussing the Changde Kaiwei Hotel, declaring war on our hotel. Declaration of war? Zhou Changsheng's entire body seemed to be electrocuted, a little confused, and only after a while did he say, how to declare war. Changde Kaiwei Hotel put words on the scarf that they want to make our Tianyue Hotel history in a month. It's supposed to mean letting our hotel go out of business. What a big mouth. Zhou Changsheng was all but laughed out loud by these words. Where did he, Lin Xiaoshu and Du Yue, get the courage to even think that within a month, he'd want to put our Tianyue Hotel out of business? Not that I'm saying, let alone a month, or even a year, he'll never make it. Two milquetoast, hairless fellows, also dare to challenge my Zhou Changsheng's experience in business for so many years. It's simply a joke. Alright, don't worry about Changde Kaiwei Hotel, they are, at the moment, not worthy to be compared to our Tianyue Hotel. Zhou Changsheng smiled and cheered the staff. But upon arriving at the office, his face sank for a moment. Tianyue Hotel's general manager, Fu Yanhong, walked up and asked, Mr. Zhou, Changde Kaiwei Hotel declared war on us, do we have to make a move in response? Of course we have to respond. Let's do the promotions this month, the promotions are stronger, I'll see how that Lin Xiaoshu and Du Yue are going to play it. It suddenly occurred to Zhou Changsheng that Du Yue is an absolutely beautiful woman. He couldn't help but secretly say, Lin Xiaoshu, aren't you trying to put my hotel out of business? If I can't do that, I'll have to charge a little interest. He had better get ready. If the Tianyue Hotel didn't close down within a month, he was going to really take a shot at Du Yue. He was going to teach her a lesson, even a bad one. Because she was disturbed by Du Yue's phone call, Lin Xiaoshu woke up a little earlier, then went up the mountain to finish picking the mushrooms, and only then called Lu Dazhu to bring someone to the mountain to load the mushrooms. Lu Dazhu took a look at the time, it was only 7 in the morning, and couldn't help but say, Brother Xiaoshu, why did you get up so early today? An inch of time is an ounce of gold. Isn't it good to get up early? Smiling, Lin Xiaoshu said, quickly take the mushrooms to the hotel. Yes. Lu Dazhu also wanted to deliver the mushrooms early and then go to the driving school to practice driving. Lin Xiaoshu picked the mushrooms and called Lin Sander again. Lower the net for the fish. How much to fish? Lin Sandy felt that at this time of the day, fishing for fish was a bit early and not very cost-effective. Fish for a couple dozen walleye, or if it's 100 or so. Good. Lin Sanda drove on the fishing boat and together with Lin Xiaoshu, in the lake, spread the nets and started to fish. Suddenly, two beautiful silhouettes appeared on the shore of the lake. Ruyu, Sister Qiujing, what are you guys doing here? From afar, Shen Ruyu and Liang Qiujing stood on the shore, and the fish meadow behind them reflected into an absolutely beautiful scenery. Lin Sandi's eyes looked at Lin Xiaoshu with a bad smile, saying that you are a boy who is really blessed with lust. Such a great beauty, when placed on others, having one would be enough to be envied, but Lin Xiaoshu, however, had two. Lin Xiaoshu said, Uncle Sanda, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I can't laugh if I'm laughing? Yes, but your smile, it's a little too lewdly locked. Lin Sandi's old face changed slightly, and he thought to himself how he had obscene locks. Shen Ruyu said, I heard that you are going to fish, we want to get it together with you, so that there are more people and it is faster and more convenient. Good, come on up. Lin Xiaoshu drove the boat to the shore and let Shen Ruyu and Liang Qiujing get on board. Shen Ruyu stood on the boat with some excitement inside, I haven't been on a boat for years, and the feeling of being on a boat now is really nostalgic. Liang Qiujing said, I haven't been on a boat for a long time either, and I don't know how to swim. Mr. Lin, later on, if I accidentally fall into the water with Ruyu, you must save me first. Good thinking. Lin Xiaoshu said, of course I'm saving them together, one on the left and one on the right, isn't that cool? Go to hell. Liang Qiujing sat on the side very breathlessly, and after some time, she began to help Lin Xiaoshu pull the net together. Wow, what a big fish. It's a small yellowtail, isn't it? Careful, the little yellowtail has spines. Ah, the hand is bleeding. Shen Ruyu covered her bleeding fingers. Lin Xiaoshu hurried up, let me see. After blowing a few breaths on Shen Ruyu's finger, Lin Xiaoshu inputted some dragon chi to bridge the wound, and soon, Shen Ruyu's wound didn't bleed much anymore. Liang Qiujing said, Mr. Lin, women have to bleed every month, like you, how can you care? Lin Xiaoshu turned his head, why don't I care about Sister Qiujing as well? Get out. Originally wanting to flirt with Lin Xiaoshu, but ended up being flirted with by Lin Xiaoshu instead, Liang Qiujing secretly lost her head. Because of Shen Ruyu and Liang Qiujing's help, soon Lin Xiaoshu netted about 100 fish. Land these fish and I'll take them to the hotel. Chapter 98, You're really bad. Hotel. In order to make sure that these fish would be delivered to the hotel in one piece, Lin Xiaoshu even called for a van to come to the village. His tricycle can also transport them, but the space is too small and can easily cause these fish to die. Moreover, Lin Xiaoshu didn't lack the money to hail a cab. After Lin Xiaoshu delivered the fish to the hotel, he immediately asked Du Yue to make arrangements to push these fish out today. Du Yue was excited. That's hundreds of fish. If Lin Xiaoshu could deliver so many fish every day, then the fame of Changde Kaiwei Hotel would definitely be greater, and business would be even hotter. However, some things need to be talked about slowly and in a hurry. Du Yue was wearing a burst of hip-hugging black dress today, revealing half of her white legs, with a good figure. And also a head of long hair with wavy curls, diagonally draped down, beautiful and sexy, not worse than the stars in the movie. Since she was going to take her time to talk, she smiled and invited Lin Xiaoshu to her office. Mr. Lin, there are two questions now, one is the pricing of these fish, and the second is what name to use for these fish, for the market. Also, since I'm currently on a reservation system regarding the sale of these fish, I didn't get a chance to talk to you about it, and I don't know if you have a problem with that. Du Yue threw out her questions in her head. Presumably, these issues were all very important, and Du Yue was afraid that if she sat far away from Lin Xiaoshu, she wouldn't be able to hear them, so she sat next to Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu's heart thumped, and seeing that Du Yue didn't make any other moves, she gave her opinion. Pricing shouldn't be too high, don't make these fish exclusive to the rich, I think it can be a little bit higher than the market price, for example, grass carp in a typical restaurant is $40 to $60 a piece, 2 or 3 pounds in size. We can price it around 200 or 300 a piece, which is also 2 or 3 pounds in weight. If it's a little heavier, we'll price the dish at $100 per pound. Du Yue was surprised. Such a delicious fish, really according to her idea, it would be at least 1,000 yuan a dish, and Lin Xiaoshu knocked the price down to 200 or 300, which was a bit too cheap for the diners. Cheap. Du Yue suggested, make it more expensive, you can earn more. Lin Xiaoshu, however, had his own thoughts. Even in the face of Du Yue's such a beautiful dress, coupled with this woman's body, emitting a faint fragrance that filled his breath, Lin Xiaoshu did not give up his point of view. Now the fish is less productive and you can't make much money. We don't want to make money on this fish either. The most important thing for us now is word of mouth and the quality of our service, rather than putting the cart before the horse and focusing on price. For Lin Xiaoshu, the act of ripping off customers is not to be desired. How much can this fish cost Lin Xiaoshu? If Zhou Shueida know the fish in their own fish pond can become the meat and potatoes, it is estimated that now can directly vomit 3 liters of blood. And it was because Lin Xiaoshu had acquired Zhou Shueida's lake at an ordinary price that he wasn't willing to ruthlessly harvest customers for the sake of profiteering. Du Yue pondered in her head for some time, then said, "It's me who didn't think it through. I agree with you on this one." She figured that even if the fish were sold at a higher price, at $1,000 a plate and hundreds of fish, it would be about $100,000. But so, it becomes something that only the rich can eat, no doubt at the expense of the goodwill of the average customer. Besides, there aren't necessarily that many rich people who come and order your $1,000 dishes every day. Also, it was a critical period for the battle against Tianyue Hotel, and Du Yue also felt that the $1,000 pricing was unfavorable for the hotel at this stage. What about the name that is sold to the public? Du Yue asked again. Big Dragon Village Fish. Lin Xiaoshu gave this answer very firmly. You can imagine how many people will be curious about this village once the name Dalong Village Fish is released. And there's another point. The Dalong Village Fish is actually a smokescreen. If the Tianyue Hotel thinks that fish from Dalong Village is fish from Dalong Village, and so it runs to Dalong Village to buy it at a high price, then wouldn't it also be able to trick the Tianyue Hotel into becoming an ingrate? You should know that Lin Xiaoshu's Dalong Village Fish actually refers to the fish in his own lake. The other fish in Dalong Village are not different from ordinary fish. And even Du Yue, confused by the name, couldn't help but say, "Mr. Lin, this fish of yours is a fish from Dalong Village, right?" What if that's the case? What if Tianyue Hotel also comes to acquire the fish from Dalong Village? Lin Xiaoshu smiled. This Dalong Village fish is only produced in my fish pond. It's a special farming method. If you change the other fish in the village, it definitely won't work. Du Yue's eyes brightened up and she stuck out her thumb towards Lin Xiaoshu, damaging. Little tree, you're really damaging. So, last question, limited reservation sales this way? No problem, I agree. There weren't many fish to begin with, so there should have been a limited number of pre-sales. Lin Xiaoshu didn't have any reason not to agree. Good, I've taken note of all these. I'll instruct the people below to modify the menu. Du Yue asked again, Xiaoshu, eating at the hotel at noon? No, I have to go somewhere else. Hearing Lin Xiaoshu's reply, Du Yue sighed again and said, Xiaoshu, you are really busy. The place Lin Xiaoshu was going to was the Worldly Mountain Resort. It had been some days since he had come to see Su Qingyi, and he figured that the girl should be anxious. Lin Xiaoshu arrived here in a cab. The security guards of the worldwide villa, like the New Year, were happy and excited and did not know what to become. Divine Dr. Lin, we've been waiting for you to come every day. What? Lin Xiaoshu wondered. Because Sister Lan came to me every day to ask if Divine Dr. Lin had come, making us nervous. When Sister Lan heard that you didn't come, her face didn't look too good. Sister Lan? Lin Xiaoshu couldn't help but say, Sister Erishur is such a mature person, but it turns out that she is also an acute person. Who's talking bad about me? Zhang Lan, dressed in a shirt with pants, walked over in a beautiful and capable manner, and when she realized it was Lin Xiaoshu, she immediately had a rich and wonderful expression. Little tree, come on in, have been waiting for you for a long time. I was afraid that if I delayed, Nissa's condition would return. It won't, I know it in my heart. It's good to have a count. I was going to call you, but the lady said you were busy right now, that you must have something in mind, and asked me not to interrupt. It was with great difficulty that Zhang Lan was able to see Su Qingyi's illness gradually improving. She did not want to see Su Qingyi's condition worsen again. Lin Xiaoshu said, let's go then, go see Qingyi. Aha! Zhang Lan excitedly led the way for Lin Xiaoshu. Soon, he arrived at Su Qingyi's boudoir. Xiaoshu, you're here. Su Qingyi was reading a book about business. Her dream, to be a successful businessman and make an industry no less than her dad's company, so she's been very hard working in that area. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu, she put down the book in her hands and stood up. Seeing Su Qingyi wearing a black dress that was unexpectedly stunning and beautiful, Lin Xiaoshu froze slightly before saying, is it time to start the treatment now? Su Qingyi's pretty face blushed. It had been a few days since she had been treated, and now that she was suddenly treated and had to undress again, her pretty face flushed. Chapter 99 Where the Heart Moves. Su Qingyi pursed her lips, a blush appearing on her face as she smiled coyly and helplessly and said, "Do I have any other choice?" "You can choose to wait for the treatment," Lin Xiaoshu said. Su Qingyi said in her heart that she would not still have to treat it later. "Let's treat it first, it's been hard on you, making you run over every time." Su Qingyi sat across from Lin Xiaoshu and stretched out her hand for Lin Xiaoshu to check her pulse, adding, "Actually, I'm in much better health now, so I'm perfectly capable of going to your place for treatment." Lin Xiaoshu's head shook like a rattle drum. "No, I have someone at home." Su Qingyi said in her heart that this had something to do with having someone in the family, but the next second, thinking of Lin Xiaoshu's treatment, she instantly felt very foolish about her. As long as the routing of Zhou Changxing's contacts in Fenglin, as well as let Fu Yanhong from the Tianyue Hotel departure, that Dayu Hotel, falling apart, in no time. About Zhou Changxing, this person in Fenglin City status disjointed, not good to knock down, need the right time and opportunity. Of course, if you can handle Fu Yanhong, then you will basically be able to have half of the grasp, to handle Zhou Changxing. When Su Qingyi said this, between her words, there was always a kind of cover-up, as if she was thinking about how to word it. Lin Xiaoshu directly said, "When you say that, it means that Fu Yanhong, in fact, is Zhou Changxing's private woman, right?" "You can say that, but you can't say that either." In short, Fu Yanhong is critical. Su Qingyi didn't really want to talk through the words, because if she did, it wouldn't be quite in line with her cultivation as a lady, as well as a $1,000 lady. Lin Xiaoshu savored Su Qingyi's words. Suddenly, Su Qingyi called out in a warm voice, saying very breathlessly, "Xiaoshu, where are you acupuncture?" "Huh? Sorry. Lin Xiaoshu's hand shook and shifted the position where he was supposed to get acupuncture, leading to a rather embarrassing result. Concentrating, Lin Xiaoshu finished the acupuncture in one breath before letting out the breath he was holding in his chest. "Alright." Su Qingyi put on her clothes. As expected, people depended on their clothes. Su Qingyi's appearance in her clothes was extremely noble and beautiful, almost but not least, any man who saw her appearance would surely be moved. After the treatment, Su Qingyi was in a much more relaxed mood and said towards Lin Xiaoshu, "Go out for a walk?" "Yeah." Lin Xiaoshu followed Su Qingyi and went around the worldly mountain resort. I have to say, this world outside the mountain village, really built with the world of paradise, like every building, every landscape, are arranged very chic, at first glances from the handwriting of masters. Su Qingyi said, "This mountain villa is my father from abroad, to ask the top architectural design masters to personally carry out the planning. The design fee alone cost $80 million. Lin Xiaoshu's jaw dropped, thinking that the world of the rich was really so profligate. But, the design of the worldwide hills does live up to the $80 million price tag. Lin Xiaoshu asked, "You're almost healed now, so I don't think you'll have much time to continue living here, right? What do you have in mind after you're completely healed?" "I don't want to go back, and I haven't told anyone about my healing." "For what?" Lin Xiaoshu wondered. "Tell your parents about this kind of thing, it should be a happy situation for all." Su Qingyi couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. "If they knew that I was ready to be cured, then surely the next thing they would be thinking of is marrying me off." She raised her head and looked at the blue sky, saying, "My dream is to create a group that is no less than my father's company, a dream that has yet to be realized, and I am unwilling to marry." Lin Xiaoshu gave a thumbs up, nice determination. "What about you?" Su Qingyi asked Lin Xiaoshu with a few moments of curiosity and a smile, "You should be rich now, I wonder if the next thing you're going to do is get a wife and have children?" "This?" Lin Xiaoshu didn't know how to answer, so he could only say, "I haven't thought about it for now, and besides, it's not rich enough, right?" Cluck 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 chin. Su Qingyi seemed to be quite satisfied with this answer from Lin Xiaoshu. Jingle bells. Lin Xiaoshu received a call from Han Yuzhen, saying that he could bring people in the afternoon and go to the village to get the foundation. He then said goodbye to Su Qingyi and prepared to go back. "You didn't ride your bike over here, did you? I'll have Arisher give you a ride." "Okay, thanks." Lin Xiaoshu also didn't politely talk to Su Qingyi, after all, it would be quicker this way. Zhang Lan then drove the BMW and sent Lin Xiaoshu back to the village. On the way, Zhang Lan asked, "Xiaoshu, do you have a favorite girl?" "What's the point of asking that?" Lin Xiaoshu's heart tightened. "Egu, can't sis even ask?" She laughed, "If you don't have a favorite girl yet, sis can introduce her." Looking at Zhang Lan with a bad smile, Lin Xiaoshu casually said, "What if I like you, Sister Lan?" Zhang Lan's body trembled. In order to take care of Su Qingyi all these years, she had forgotten about her own life's work. Now that Lin Xiaoshu mentioned it, she remembered that she hadn't been in a relationship for years. After thinking about it, Zhang Lan tried, if you don't mind if sis is older than you, that's fine too. Puffing. Lin Xiaoshu couldn't afford such a joke and hastily didn't say much. However, in fact, Zhang Lan was indeed very pretty to look at, and it would be an absolute lie and falsehood to say that he was completely indifferent to Zhang Lan's remark just now. Finally, to the village. He had wanted to retain Zhang Lan for dinner at home, but Zhang Lan still had a lot of things to do, so Lin Xiaoshu just watched her leave. On the way back alone, Zhang Lan patted her chest and said, "Really, a single sentence from this little tree guy has actually moved me to want to fall in love." Chapter 100, A Dog's Eye View of Man. Lin Xiaoshu returned to the village, and just an hour or two later, Han Yuzhen brought the civilian laborers and came to Lin Xiaoshu's house. Along with it came a truck with masonry and sand. Many of these civil workers, who didn't know much about Dalong village, along with Lin Xiaoshu still living in a broken house, secretly said to Han Yuzhen, "Sister Han, are you sure this project is reliable? I see that this family is poor, huh?" Lin Xiaoshu's ears were sharp, and even though the man's voice was small, he still heard the words in his ears. However, he didn't want to respond to the man's prejudices. Han Yuzhen said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin isn't poor, I've already looked at Mr. Lin's account, it's $1 million or so, and Mr. Lin also paid a deposit of 500,000. Well, I'm just worried that this boss Lin, the follow-up money won't keep up." The man added. At this time, this person's words were just heard by Li Xiuxiu's mom, Zhao Chunlan, who came over to watch. Zhao Chunlan fumed a bit and said, "I think you guys are just dog-eyed. Aren't you just looking at our Dalong village as poor and without any rich people, so you dare to be so skeptical? I'm telling you, little tree can make tens of thousands of miles a day, how can he be any less than you?" Zhao Chunlan finished with a proud expression, even though Lin Xiaoshu making money didn't have much to do with her. But, she was just proud. Tens of thousands of dollars a day? Liar, right, in this place, can someone still make tens of thousands of dollars a day? The man asked again. Ha! Zhao Chunlan turned her head away, not wanting to look at the other party. "I don't even want to be general with you. Let me tell you, just Little Tree alone commissioned our family Xiaoxiu to help sell scented bags on the internet, and they can earn tens of thousands of dollars a day. If you add in the income from picking mushrooms in the mountains, I estimate that Little Tree can make about $100,000 a day." When she finished, she rolled her eyes. Then, these words caused a stir not only among the people Han Yuzhen had brought with him, but also among the other villagers who had gathered to watch. In fact, the village has long been a lot of people guessed that Lin Xiaoshu income is very high, but really in front of the public to say it, that also counts Zhao Chunlan this time. Han Yuzhen froze in his ing tracks at the words. $100,000 a day? Wouldn't that make over $30 million a year? Such an exaggerated figure, Han Yuzhen only dared to think about it on people who lived in mansions in big cities, and didn't dare to think that Lin Xiaoshu could do it at all. The others were even more confused. Originally, I thought that Dalong village was a poor village, but who would have thought that a real dragon could come out of a poor village? Just as Han Yuzhen was confused, Lin Xiaoshu came over and said, "Sister Yuzhen, this time, besides the villa to be done, I actually have other projects that I can hand over to you to do together if you have the time." What project? Han Yuzhen could be short of money right now, so she was happy. She had actually sold her house to pay off her debts, and was now just renting a place to live, with little money of her own on her. Lin Xiaoshu said, "I want to make a farmhouse hotel by the lake, about 2 floors, covering an area that I estimate to be 200 to 300 square feet, decorated with rich farmhouse characteristics a little." "I don't know about this, can you do it?" "Yes, no problem." "Does it delay you from making the villa?" Lin Xiaoshu asked again. "There's no delay, this agroturf hotel of yours, it's better to do than a villa. Tomorrow I'll show you some styles of farmhouse hotels, you choose them, and I'll do it with you when you're done. Price-wise, it's definitely not as expensive as your villa, at most $1 million will do. However, the specific price, still need to wait for you to decide the style after we say yes." Lin Xiaoshu and Han Yuzhen said goodbye, and next, Han Yuzhen was in full swing, starting the construction of the villa. Where the villa was built, there was already masonry and earth and sand, piled up on one side. Han Yuzhen works very hard and diligently. On this hot day, she herself, with her hat and hat, was out there helping to oversee the construction, and would even get her hands dirty as a laborer herself. When it got hot, big beads of sweat dripped from her body. Lin Xiaoshu thought that she could make some whitening clay cream for Han Yuzhen, so that she wouldn't have to worry about being tanned when she worked under this big sun. The whitening mud cream made with fairy smile is unrivaled in its effects. Lin Xiaoshu said, however, this herb is about to go extinct, so we should save it. Picking a fairy smile, he turned to go home. When he reached the door of his house, he heard someone shouting at the door, "May I ask if Mr. Lin is here?" Lin Xiaoshu looked over and saw that it was a middle-aged man that he had never seen before, and by the sound of his accent, he should be from the city. "Are you looking for Lin Xiaoshu?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "I am." Lin Xiaoshu was once again on the other party, carefully sizing them up, and said, "Excuse me, what are you looking for me for?" The other party immediately said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Xiang Wenchun, a fish trader. I came here because I heard that the fish you have here are of good quality, so I wanted to ask if I could sell me some. I can take them at a high price." "Fishmonger?" Lin Xiaoshu snapped to attention and immediately hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled, saying, "I have a special channel for my fish, it's not for sale." Xiang Wenchang was speechless. "You're still laughing so hard if you're not selling. Can't you even it out and sell me some?" Xiang Wenchang said, "I can offer up to $100 per catty to take your fish. Of course, the premise is that the quality of the fish can't be low. $100 per catty." Shenruyu, who had just walked over, was dumbfounded as a whole. What kind of fish can sell for $100 a pound? If you don't know, you'll think it's seafood. Lin Xiaoshu still shook his head. "I'm sorry, it's really not for sale, it has nothing to do with how much it costs, I won't sell it outside of the exclusive channel for any amount of money." Xiang Wenchang was regretful. "Well, in that case, I'll try to find another family." Lin Xiaoshu's fish pond is the biggest in the village, but it's not like there aren't other people raising fish, it's just that there are fewer of them. Also, there are actually fish in the Dalong village reservoir, just not private ones. After Xiang Wenchang left Lin Xiaoshu's house, he went to the head of the village to collect fish from other people's houses. Lin Xiaoshu watched Xiang Wenchang leave and smiled. "Tianyuat Hotel is taking me for a cutie. Is it? However, now is the time for me to tease you." Xiang Wencheng finally found the village head of a fish farmer, asked the fish pond fish for sale, high price to collect. However, he didn't give $100 a pound, but $30 a pound price for grass carp. "Then hurry up." Xiang Wenchang was impatient. In fact, Xiang Wenchang can completely bring a few fish back to study, and then decide whether to buy, but Fu Yanhong this side to want urgent, do not want to waste time back and forth, so it let him make such a decision. Xiang Wenchang immediately called for a car. Fish farmers then go to the pond and drop nets. Fish farmers can be as excited as the new year. $30 a pound for fish, that's a hell of a deal. You know, the usual price of fish is only $3 or $5 a catty, and at the top of the day, a fish like grass carp is only $7 a catty, or at a time when the market is very tight to have such a price. And Xiang Wenchang seems to have a brain problem? Surprisingly, he paid $30 a catty for it. But the fish farmer didn't say anything because he still wanted to make more money. That night, fish farmers sold 1,000 pounds of fish to Xiang Wenchang, directly earned $30,000, beautiful. And Xiang Wenchang also took the fish, pulled it back to the Tianyuat Hotel, and made it on the spot for the guests to taste. However, there were no favorable reviews. Customers tasted it and said it wasn't much different from the usual fish, which is not that different. How? Fu Yanhong called Xiang Wenchang, "There's something wrong with the fish you collected, it's a normal fish. Are you sure this is a Dalong village fish?" "Of course I'm sure, it was bought in Dalong village. Every fish, I personally watched it being fished up, there's no way it could be adulterated." This. Fu Yanhong thought for a moment and said, "Xiang Wenchang, you go to collect fish again tomorrow, however, do not buy reared fish, buy wild fish, buy from the villagers, or in accordance with the price of $30 a catty." Good. Xiang Wenchang immediately agreed. Fu Yanhong's side lost $30,000 to buy fish, some sigh, but she is not distressed. If it allowed her to try to find out where exactly the kind of fish at the Changga Kaiwei Hotel had been collected from, it would all be worth the price. It didn't take Lin Xiaoshu long to make a box of whitening clay cream out. When Han Yuzhen got off work, she was walking up and said, "Sister Yuzhen, this one is for you, for whitening, the effect is very good." Han Yuzhen was a bit unsure. "Mr. Lin, what are you sending me this for?" She was a little shy inside. After all, Lin Xiaoshu had sort of saved her last time, and in her heart, more or less, there were some feelings towards Lin Xiaoshu. "It's just that I can't bear to see you, a woman, having to bask in the sun. Besides, you are working for me, and there are still many places that need your help in the future, so just take it." "Then I'm welcome." Han Yuzhen received the whitening clay cream and felt that the things Lin Xiaoshu sent must be very precious, that is, just carefully hidden. And she was indeed right, this whitening mud cream was, indeed, of high value, something that could not be bought with money. Taking the clay cream, Han Eugene left with red cheeks. Lin Xiaoshu said to Shen Ruyu, go talk to everyone and tell them to think of a way to go over to the reservoir tomorrow morning and get a little bit more live fish up. Everyone should be able to take advantage of the opportunity to make a profit. Shen Ruyu was puzzled and stood without moving. Lin Xiaoshu had to explain, do you know the person who offered $100 a caddy for the fish before? That person should be someone from my competitor who wants to buy the fish in my fish pond. I've already rejected him, but he definitely won't die and will continue to come and collect fish. Moreover, this time, the fish collected should be wild fish, and the price is definitely not low. So, I'll let you inform everyone to hurry up and get some wild fish tonight or tomorrow morning. It's sure to be a profitable one. I understand. Shen Ruyu hurriedly moved. Liang Qiujing, as a bodyguard, followed behind Shen Ruyu. Lin Xiaoshu thought about it, then went to Zhou Yud's house, looking for Zhou Yud's daughter-in-law Wang Shuizhu. Zhou Yudega was now out of gas, so Lin Xiaoshu appeared here without encountering any obstacles. The Zhou family, anyway, was now as afraid of Lin Xiaoshu as a tiger. Is Sister Shuizhu here? Lin Xiaoshu called from the doorway. In. Wang Shuizhu went out, and when she saw Lin Xiaoshu, she hurriedly said with a smile on her face, Xiaoshu, what are you looking for, sister? She remembered when she had told Lin Xiaoshu that she could come to her if she needed anything. Now Lin Xiaoshu came to her. Murphy. Wang Shuizhu was still a bit shy, but she had always been relatively thick-skinned, so she quickly held back her shyness and said, if you're looking for sis to do that, it's better to come over at night. After Lin Xiaoshu heard this, not to say that he wanted to hit someone, then he at least looked completely confused. Sister Shuizhu, it's not what you think, I do have something that I need your help with. Ah? Wang Shuizhu was embarrassed by this, then she straightened her back and snapped, isn't sis pretty? Pretty. Then why don't you always come to see your sister? Wang Shuizhu said, you should only be 20 years old, it's just the time for blood. In Wang Shuizhu's tone, there was a hint of complaint. Lin Xiaoshu didn't have the heart to reply back, nor did he know how to answer. Wang Shuizhu then said, Xiaoshu, what is it looking for, sister, you say? It's just for you to broadcast that people should go get some wild fish tonight, or early tomorrow morning. There are people coming tomorrow to buy them, and they're going for a good price, so people can make a profit while they can. Are you sure? Wang Shuizhu thought, this radio thing is no joke. Sure. Lin Xiaoshu was very sure that Xiang Wenchang would still come to the village to collect fish. The Sky Hyatt won't rest until they get their hands on his fish. And, the Sky Hyatt is in a hurry. Extraordinarily urgent. Okay, I promise you. Wang Shuizhu went over to the village committee, turned on the radio and started shouting, asking everyone who was in a position to do so tonight to get some wild fish out, so that someone would collect them at a high price tomorrow. Wild fish at a high price? One by one, the villagers rose to the occasion. I'll go over to the reservoir and see if I can get some fish. It has to be wild fish, so I'll go over to the river gorge, there seems to be some wild ones there too. That night, the villagers of Daolong village were busy. And the next morning, sure enough, Xiang Wenchang has come to collect fish, and wild fish at that. When Shen Ruyu saw this scene, she was very strange. Xiaoshu, how do you know that he must take wild fish? Because yesterday he was harvesting feeder fish, and when he went back he could definitely know that something was wrong, so they definitely set their sights on. Take it, of course. Xiang Wenchang was very cautious and basically had to personally go through each fish to see if someone was abusing it, but unexpectedly, with so many people, there was not a single person who faked it. Of course, this is not the most unexpected. The most unexpected is that there are at least nearly 100 people came to sell fish. The whole village is out? It simply doesn't make sense. It was impossible for every villager to run to catch wild fish, unless they knew in advance that someone was coming to collect the fish today, but it was impossible for anyone else to know about this matter except for a very small number of people. Clueless. Ahead of steam. In accordance with the idea of prefer to kill by mistake, not to let go, although this matter is very suspicious, but in order to be able to get, even if it is a Long Song Kaiwei Hotel kind of fish, to the Wenchang also want to insist on this thing to do. Take it all, as much as I can until I can't fit it in this car. Xiang Wenchang in accordance with the price of 30 pounds per pound of fish to open the collection, and no matter what kind of fish, as long as the fish is wild and big enough, he will collect. Over there in the reservoir, a lot of big fish have appeared over the years because the village headman, Joe Yud, has forbidden everyone to go fishing over there. This time, people go to the reservoir to fish and earn a direct profit. Old Zhang too, how many pounds of fish did you sell? Sold 42 pounds. So you don't want to make over $1,200? Didn't you sell a lot of them too? Made at least 800, right? The villagers were ecstatic. About an hour later, Xiang Wencheng's cart was full, and no one in the village had any wild fish left to sell. Xiang Wencheng calculated, he probably bought more than 1,500 pounds of fish, spending 4 or 5 million yuan. Go back and see if there's anything I want. Just as Xiang Wencheng was about to leave, Lin Xiaoshu said, "Older brother, aren't you going to continue collecting fish? You still have it?" Xiang Wencheng asked. I don't have one, but the villagers have gone to catch it. Forget it if there isn't, I don't want to keep waiting. Xiang Wencheng looked at Lin Xiaoshu and said, Boss Lin, let me ask you a question. Do you know why everyone can take out wild fish once I come to collect them? Lin Xiaoshu was generous and told him directly, because the village committee's side notified that someone will come to collect the wild fish tomorrow morning, so they asked everyone to go to the reservoir to fish in advance. Then how did your village committee know that I'm coming to collect the fish? Xiang Wencheng asked again. Because. Lin Xiaoshu paused, I told them. You? Xiang Wencheng's first feeling was that it was impossible. You must think it's strange, but it doesn't have to be too strange, because I know you're on the side of the Celestial Joy Hotel. I knew it from the very first time we met. Lin Xiaoshu continued, you harvested the farmed fish yesterday, and you definitely didn't get the results you wanted, so I'm guessing that you'll set your sights on the wild fish. You collected them in a hurry, so I'm sure you'll come to collect them this morning. Then, I went ahead and gave the villagers the news. What happened immediately afterward, you saw. Lin Xiaoshu said with a few more laughs, I might as well tell you one more piece of news, the fish I provided to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel has nothing to do with wild fish, so your wild fish, you bought it for nothing. Xiang Wencheng. At this moment, his heart wowed, as if he had been stabbed in the back. He was also flustered at the same time, not knowing what to do next, how to Tianhua Hotel General Manager Fu Yanhong account. So, he stared at Lin Xiaoshu dead in the face. Are these all your schemes? He was very reluctant to believe that he had been an old fox for so many years, only to fall into the hands of Lin Xiaoshu, a little fox. Not bad. Lin Xiaoshu lowered his head, then raised his head and asked, I've told you so much information, you should also tell me, was it Zhou Changqing's idea to come to Dalong village to collect the fish, or was it Fu Yanhong's idea? Xiang Wencheng was surprised again. He grunted angrily and turned away. Lin Xiaoshu said, I guess it's Fu Yanhong, because this is a specific matter of the hotel, a big boss like Zhou Changqing shouldn't personally ask about it. He then said to Xiang Wencheng, go back and tell Fu Yanhong that I actually quite appreciate her. If she's willing to jump ship, I can give her, on my side, treatment no less than that of Tianhua Hotel. Xiang Wencheng said, this provocation of yours is also coarse. After saying that, he endured his heartache and heartbreak and drove the truck that collected the fish to the Tianhua Hotel. When he came to the hotel, he directly confessed to Fu Yanhong. Oh? Fu Yanhong was disappointed with the result, but wasn't too surprised and waved her hand, you're not to blame for this matter. What else did Lin Xiaoshu say? Lin Xiaoshu said if you're willing to jump ship, he'll give you treatment no less than that of the Tianhua Hotel. This level of provocation is too poor. Fu Yanhong came to the same conclusion as Xiang Wencheng. She thought about it and pondered for a moment, then said, Old Xiang, it's not like we haven't gained anything this time. How? Xiang Wencheng was full of questions. Fu Yanhong said, at least I already know that the fish from the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel was provided by Lin Xiaoshu, and then, this fish was only available to Lin Xiaoshu. So I'm going to venture a guess that this fish was raised by Lin Xiaoshu. Xiang Wencheng was shocked and said, that's right, I went to Dalong village and saw that Lin Xiaoshu had a large lake. At that time, I collected fish from him at a price of 100 yuan per catty, and he froze and wouldn't sell. Can you figure out a way to get a fish from Lake Lin Little Tree? This should be no problem. Xiang Wencheng's first reaction was to steal the fish. Lin Xiaoshu found Liang Qiujing and said, Qiujing, your brother's injury, has it healed? It's been much better, I can get out of bed and walk in practice. Lin Xiaoshu said, Sister Qiujing, then ask your brother to bring some of his friends over and guard this side of the fish pond this month, so that no one comes to steal the fish. Number about 6, and be able to fight a little. For wages, I can offer $8,000 each. Your brother I'll pay $12,000. This. Well, it should be fine. Well, I can still help do accelerated recovery for your brother's injuries, so you don't have to worry about his injuries. Understanding Liang Qiujing's concern, Lin Xiaoshu directly pointed it out. Liang Qiujing immediately cheered up. I see, I'll call my brother now. Lin Xiaoshu was then quite relieved. In fact, this move, not specifically to guard against the Tianyue Hotel, sent to steal the fish, but because now this fish is the Changde Kaiwei Hotel's sharpshooter, cannot be outflowed for the time being. When Changde Kaiwei Hotel consolidated this advantage, then at that time, for the development of the village, he can carry out some fishing business in small quantities. But, not now. Wait until you press the Sky Hyatt to death. Chapter 103 Raising an Earth Dog. Because he asked Liang Qiwu and the others to come to the lake to help him look after the fish, and there was no place to settle down by the lake, Lin Xiaoshu was going to go and buy some tents first, and by the way, go and buy a few wolf dogs. Lin Xiaoshu drives a three-wheeler too. There are these kinds of big tents, from $800 to $1,500, you see which one you want, you choose. Lin Xiaoshu took a closer look, and found that about $900 of this tent, the price is not expensive, the size is also very moderate, than which disaster relief tent is half smaller than the big tent, but then the camping with a small tent, and a lot bigger. Most importantly, it is pretty well designed. Face value and practicality coexist, how can Lin Xiaoshu not choose it? You buy 6, I can count you in at $900 each. Can it get any cheaper? Lin Xiaoshu wasn't broke, he just didn't want to be ripped off too hard. Small business, thin profit, if it wasn't for the fact that you bought 6 tents, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to give $900. The boss didn't want to let up. Lin Xiaoshu observed the boss for a moment and realized that there was a red spot on his arm that was bleeding from scratching, so there should be a skin problem. So, he said, boss, this skin disease on your arm, I can fix it for you for a cheaper price. By the way, I also want to ask you for a piece of information. This you can get? The boss had recently been given red spots on his hands, which itched like crazy, but he didn't dare to scratch furiously, so the whole thing was unbearable. If Lin Xiaoshu could treat it, he would definitely say a very suitable price. Exactly. Lin Xiaoshu said, is there a pharmacy nearby? I'll go get you some medicine. I've already bought it, look at this medicine, it's the one you buy at the drugstore, and when you use it, it doesn't work very well. That's because you didn't use it properly. Lin Xiaoshu took the potion and applied it to the red spots on the boss's hand, then he used his dragon chi to catalyze the power of the potion, and immediately the boss felt his hand was hot. After about tens of seconds, Lin Xiaoshu said, you feel it again? It really doesn't hurt anymore. Young man, you're a god. The boss laughed, for this tent, I'll give you $750 each. Although I can still make a little bit, it's really not much. It doesn't matter, 750 is 750. Lin Xiaoshu's point of concern was not the price, but in another aspect. He said, boss, I'd like to ask if there's any place to buy a wolf dog here? This stuff is scarce now. The boss said, you definitely can't buy them in the city, but I heard that there's a dog farm in Anyang village not far from the city, so you can go there and take a look. Okay, thanks. Lin Xiaoshu paid for 6 tents, totaling 4,500 yuan. Help send it to Dalon village, just ask Lin Xiaoshu's family when the time comes. No problem. The boss nodded. Lin Xiaoshu's car was too small to fit so many tents, so naturally, he still needed the boss to call a car to send them over. After buying the tent, Lin Xiaoshu ran to Anyang village. Casually, he asked for the location of the dog farm in the village of Anyang. Buy 4 wolfhounds. Okay. The boss let Lin Xiaoshu pick 4 wolf dogs, and he could have them sent directly back to the village. Lin Xiaoshu picked 4 more spirited wolf dogs and paid $4,800 with satisfaction. These wolfhounds, at $1,200 each, are not expensive, but they are by no means cheap. Lin Xiaoshu asked his boss to send him to Dalong village, so he was ready to go back himself. Road. Lin Xiaoshu saw a man chasing a dog with a stick. The dog seemed to have one foot broken and couldn't run fast enough to get beat up. Lin Xiaoshu stopped the car. Big sister, why are you beating a dog like this? I think this dog is quite cute. It's quite cute, you carry it away. The woman was furious, complaining towards Lin Xiaoshu, it's this dog that ate several of my laying hens. Lin Xiaoshu smiled, is this dog yours? Of course it's mine, if it wasn't mine, I would have gone to find someone else to compensate for it. The woman continued to wait for the big eyeballs, the stick in her hand gripped tightly. Well then, since you don't want the dog, I'll take him. Hey! Wait! The woman was reluctant at this point. What do you want the dog for? If you get it to eat, I can't give it to you. After all, it was raised in the family. If he could really be that cruel, he would have turned the dog into a dog meat hot pot long ago. There is no way to beat it slowly with a stick. I'm getting a dog to go back and watch the fish pond. Lin Xiaoshu explained. This line, but this dog can't be given to you for nothing. You pay $200 to take this dog away. Okay. $200 wasn't much and Lin Xiaoshu was out. Having taken the money, the woman also threw away the stick and turned her own head to go home. The dog whimpered behind the woman. But the woman looked at the dog and simply shouted, "You are no longer mine, follow someone else." Lin Xiaoshu said, "Come to me, I'll take you." He hooked his hand toward the dog. The dog seemed to understand Lin Xiaoshu's words and trotted over towards Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu carried the dog to the car. The woman wondered, why is this dog so well behaved today? In fact, Lin Xiaoshu had learned the Dragon King Codex and was basically able to understand the language of animals, especially the more intelligent ones, such as dogs. That's why this dog, so well behaved, just followed Lin Xiaoshu. After carrying the dog to the car, Lin Xiaoshu rode back to the village. As he rode, he said, "You're starting a whole new life now that you're with me. I'll give you a new name, it'll be Cookie." Lin Xiaoshu was too much trouble and directly turned his little tree into a little wood. That earth dog happily barked twice, and seemed to think that the name Xiaomu was quite nice, at least better than some little yellow. Because of its fur, which was yellow in color, the woman generally called it Little Yellow. Lin Xiaoshu named the dog and said, "Xiaomu." Woof woof. Cookie. Woof woof. One man and one dog, harmoniously marching in the sun. Back to the village. As soon as Lin Xiaoshu returned home, he said to Xiaomu, "Your leg was and you didn't get good treatment. However, don't worry, I will cure your leg." Ow. Ow. It was almost 3 or 4 in the afternoon when Lin Xiaoshu loosened Cookie's bandage. Cookie tries to walk on all 4 legs, and then it is surprised to find that its original leg, which was broken, can walk again. Woof woof. It was happy. "Does this dog of yours bite?" A car drove up to Lin Xiaoshu's door and said, "I'm here to deliver the tent." "No bites, you put the tent here. Don't you need any help setting it up?" The tent delivery man came to ask. "No need. It wasn't hard to install the tent." "Good, then I'll be on my way." The man who had delivered the tent dropped it off and drove off. It wasn't long before the wolfhound delivery arrived as well. Lin Xiaoshu said to Xiaomu, "From today onwards, Xiaomu, you are the superior of these 4 wolf dogs." The man who delivered the dog couldn't help but say, "I'm afraid it can't lead 4 wolf dogs, can it? The breed of this dog seems to be the earth dog?" The earth dog, also known as the Chinese field dog, has been drastically reduced in number in recent years because of the many dog killers who come to the village to steal dogs, and the fact that fewer and fewer people in the countryside are raising dogs, and the number of purebred Chinese field dogs is drastically decreasing. Moreover, the Chinese field dog is not as fierce as a wolf dog, not as cute as a husky, and not as petite as a teddy, and is not popular with city dog owners. Lin Xiaoshu nodded, yes, it should be a purebred earth dog. Earth dogs are rare nowadays. The person who delivered the dogs said towards the 4 wolf dogs, "This is a rare earth dog, you guys have to take care of it in the future, you can't ostracize it, got it?" The 4 wolf dogs lovingly replied, as if they felt that a dirt dog would not need to be cared for by a noble wolf dog like them. Feeling slighted, Xiaomu immediately yelled, "Woof woof woof." It was probably because it had just received a large amount of Lin Xiaoshu's dragon qi, so it was now screaming with a lot of energy. The barking scared all 4 wolf dogs. The 4 wolf dogs vaguely felt as if their bloodlines were being suppressed. Woohoo! The 4 wolf dogs lowered their heads, not daring to bark at Cookie. The man who delivered the dog was dumbfounded. How? He wondered if his eyes were mistaken. This earth dog can still really lead these 4 wolf dogs? Lin Xiaoshu just said, "The world is a big place." Indeed. The man who sent the dog shook his head and sighed, "Since there's no question of listening or not listening, I'll leave." Aha! Lin Xiaoshu took over the 4 wolf dogs. Cookie, on the other hand, was excitedly giving orders to the 4 wolf dogs, as if he was the boss of these 4 wolf dogs. Next. Liang Qiujing's brother, Liang Qiwu, also brought 5 people. These people plus Liang Qiuwu, that's 6 people. Lin Xiaoshu looked over and realized that all 6 of them had some kung fu background, had sturdy bodies, and were certainly never bad at fighting or anything like that. And one of them, Liang Qiaowu, with his muscular tendons and thick eyebrows, stands out. When Liang Qiwu sought his benefactor Lin Xiaoshu, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, the last time you saved me, I haven't properly expressed my gratitude. This time, I've come to thank Mr. Lin for saving my life." Poof! Liang Qiwu directly knelt down and said, "Mr. Lin, your kindness to me is like a new creation. From now on, I, Liang Qiaowu, will follow Mr. Lin and go through fire and water, and I will die by all means." People who practiced martial arts were bloodthirsty, and in Liang Qiaowu's body, he also retained some very old blood and traditions. There's no need for that, it's just a show of hands. Lin Xiaoshu helped Liang Qiaowu up. Liang Qiujing also walked out and said, "Brother, you're here." "Well, Mr. Lin asked me to come, how could I not come?" Liang Qiwu was grateful to Lin Xiaoshu from the bottom of his heart. Lin Xiaoshu looked at Liang Qiaowu and realized that the injuries on his body were still not completely healed, so he said, "I'll give you 2 needles, you rest for the night, and you'll definitely be healed tomorrow." Lin Xiaoshu took out a golden needle and casually stabbed a few acupoints on Liang Qiwu's body, then urged it with his dragon qi. He can put up some money. In this way, the poor Lin Huilan not only earned money with her own hands, but was also able to train her cooking skills in the process of earning money. Evening. Everything is ready. Lin Xiaoshu took Lin Huilan and taught her how to make gourmet food while personally making a sumptuous meal for everyone. After everyone had eaten beautifully, they started to do things for Lin Xiaoshu. "Brother Wu, do you think someone came here to steal fish? And I see Mr. Lin, there's a big battle, is there a need for this?" "Of course I have." Liang Qiaowu explained, "The fish in this lake, you guys have just eaten it, it's very delicious, right? According to my estimation, the market price of 100 yuan a catty is not too expensive. Mr. Lin's opponent, but he is very greedy for the fish in this lake. So that's it, I see, this is mainly to guard against Mr. Lin's opponents, right? He, then we must guard it." With that, Liang Qiaowu and the others stood by in a tight formation. Chapter 105 Catching the Fish Thief, Fu Yanhan's plan falls flat. While Lin Xiaoshu was arranging Liang Qiaowu and the others, guarding that big lake, the Tianyue Hotel side, likewise, did not stop its own movements. Tianyue Hotel General Manager Fu Yanhong arranged his men to Xiangwencheng, ready to get a fish up from Lin Xiaoshu's lake, to see if the fish in Lin Xiaoshu's lake is the same kind of fish that is used in the Changde Kaiwei Hotel. Also, Fu Yanhong, regardless of his face, is ready to personally make a trip to Changde Kaiwei Hotel to try to see what that fish really tastes like. Because the big dragon village fish at Changde Kaiwei Hotel requires a reservation to eat, Fu Yanhong ordered a reservation. The appointment is tomorrow at noon. Of course, she didn't make the reservation under her real name. On Xiang Wenqing's side, he brought someone to Lin Xiaoshu's lake to steal fish in the middle of the night. He didn't bring many people with him, just 2. In fact, he even looked at the situation by Lin Xiaoshu's lake last time and realized that there was only 1 person guarding the lake there, so that's why he dared to come to Lin Xiaoshu's lake to steal fish with only 2 people. Xiang Wenqing said to the 2 men who followed him, "No matter how many fish you steal, anyway, as long as you steal them, hurry up and leave. The purpose of us coming to steal the fish is to confirm if the fish is the fish we want, understand?" "Understood. Go." Xiang Wenqing briefly introduced to Lin Xiaoshu's lake, where there were places where fish could be easily stolen. "That's easy, there's only 1 man guarding it and we'll be in the net in minutes. Don't take it lightly, in case Lin Xiaoshu is on guard, then we have 1 more person and 1 more chance." Xiang Wencheng continued, "Later on, you guys will go first, and if it's really a last resort, I'll make my move." "Okay, to the boss." The 2 men were pretty much repeat fish thieves, something that came easily. About 12 o'clock at midnight, a group of men drove the car halfway down the road, then walked down by themselves and quietly groped their way down to the lake where Lin Xiaoshu was. Woof woof. The dog seemed to sense the stranger's movement and woofed twice. "There's a dog, to the boss." "Good you Lin Xiaoshu, you didn't have a dog the last time you came, but this time you actually released a dog." Xiang Wenqing said, "You guys are repeat offenders, what should we do in this situation?" One of them said, "Why don't we just steal the dog meat hot pot smells great." Sucking slippery. Hearing the words dog meat hot pot, another person gulped and said, "Dog meat is indeed a delicacy on earth, it should not be wasted." "Are you sure?" Xiang Wencheng asked. "Little things. After all, it is to steal fish." With extremely rich experience in stealing fish, 2 people, of course, also brought the sedative drugs to prevent the dog barking, can be said to steal the dog to steal. I wonder if that dog is big enough for the three of us. It's been a long time since I've had the taste of dog meat. Don't just focus on the dog, the fish are more important. The two made their way to the curb. He was about to administer a sedative drug to a wolf dog, not far away, on a leash, when suddenly a dog lurches out, bites the fish thief's shirt, and woofs loudly to signal a warning. Woof woof! Woof woof! In a flash, woofs were heard. Run! You stinking dog, get out of here! The fish thief tried to kick Cookie, but Cookie's body was so sensitive that he circled around the fish thief and froze, not letting the two men hit him. Someone! Liang Qiuwu was the first to climb up, casually put on his clothes, and rushed out of the tent. Because of the prevention of dogs running around, the other 4 wolf dogs, all of them are leashed, and only Cookie is allowed to move around quite freely. So the first thing Liang Qiuwu did was to release a wolf dog. Woof woof! The wolfhound rushes out faster than a shot arrow. There were also 2 other people who ran out after Liang Qiuwu. Someone shouted across the bank, "Need help?" Not for a while. In order to prevent being mobilized, Liang Qiuwu and the others were not all deployed when they encountered a situation. Liang Qiuwu with 2 men, with the help of 2 dogs, easily caught up with the 2 fish thieves and subdued them. "What are you doing? You can't even pass by." The fish thieves argued. Liang Qiuwu sneered, "Passing by at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night? What are you doing with a fish net and an electric fishing device on you? What's wrong with me wanting to bring it? What's wrong with me not letting anyone bring it?" The fish thief gave full play to the tradition of shamelessness, and carried the sophistry to the end. "Not honest, Cookie, bite him." "Wait." The dog thief persisted for a moment, finally choosing to give up. Getting bitten by a dog is not a good thing. You can lose your life if you're not careful, and it hurts. There was no need for them to put themselves in such a dangerous situation just to protect Xiang Wenchang. "I confessed, I just came to steal the fish." "Who sent you? Do you still have any accomplices around?" Liang Qiuwu felt that there should be others, so he had this question. "There's an accomplice, his name is Xiang Wenchang. He's the one who told us to come and steal the fish, that's why I'm taking you to him." "Xiang Wenchang?" Liang Qiuwu waved his hand, "No need, should not be able to catch up, just know the name." Sure enough. As Liang Qiuwu expected, when a group of dogs barked, Xiang Wenchang, who heard the commotion, had long since slipped away and drove away. Liang Qiuwu called Lin Xiaoshu and asked what to do with the 2 fish thieves. "Just call the police. It's natural to deal with such things as they come up." And Lin Xiaoshu, who hung up the phone, directly fell asleep at ease, as if the matter of the fish thief did not exist at all. Actually, Lin Xiaoshu felt relieved to have Liang Qiuwu around, and there was no need to waste too much thought on such trivial matters. After Liang Qiuwu called the police came to the scene and took the person back. Xiang Wenchang, who escaped, called Fu Yanhong in the middle of the night and said, "Mr. Fu, something bad is happening." Lin Xiaoshu the pussy, wilting. Fu Yanhong frowned tightly, in an upset mood, and asked, "What happened? You just say it." "Failed to steal the fish." Lin Xiaoshu set up at least 5 dogs at the lake, and had several people specifically guarding it, so I didn't have any chance of stealing the fish at all. Besides, the 2 men I was looking for have already been arrested, and they're sure to give me up. Don't be nervous, just say directly that you are not involved. Fu Yanhong in Fenglin City had not a small network. Even if Zhou Changsheng was not there, her network was quite strong. This is a small matter, Fu Yanhong can be solved by making a phone call. Okay, thank you Mr. Fu. Alright, old Xiang, you should not get involved in this matter for the time being. Now I'm basically sure that the fish is farmed in Lin Xiaoshu's lake. Fu Yanhong said, your recent period of time, take a good rest, don't easily show your face. Got it, thanks for the notice. You're still polite with me. Jiang Ziqian thought prettily that she could meet Lin Xiaoshu again today. These days, Lin Xiaoshu seldom showed up at the driving school. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoshu looked at the time. It was already after 9 in the morning. At this moment, Lu Dazhu has already taken the mushrooms and sent them to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, and Lin Xiaoshu, himself, was tired early in the morning. It's not good, it's not good. Lin Ivana, the eldest daughter of Wang Jin in the village, was crying and screaming, completely at a loss for words, and following her, there were several boys, likewise screaming. What? Lin asked her, why are you crying? A villager looked at the children like this and asked in a hurry. There's a ghost. There's a ghost on the mountain. What nonsense, Ivana Lin, don't talk about such things. It's true, it's on the hill. It's scary. Show me. Because the little children were crying and crying, they attracted a lot of attention, so several people followed this group of children to the mountains. Ivana Lin, Brother Little Tree is the most powerful in the village, why don't you go and call Brother Little Tree over? I think if there is someone who can defeat ghosts, it must be Brother Little Tree. Yes. Lin Aster then ran all the way to Lin Xiaoshu's house. Brother Little Tree, are you home? Lin Aster asked. Lin Xiaoshu was just about to ride his bike to the driving school when he saw Lin Aster, so he said, I'm at home, what do you want to see me about? Brother Little Tree, there are ghosts on the mountain, can you help catch them? This. Lin Xiaoshu thinks that such things as ghosts are completely nonsensical, including the fact that Danko Mountain is also known as Yin Mountain, which is also a sign that the villagers don't know much. But when he thought of the Dragon King dictionary, he suddenly wasn't so 100% sure. Where is it? You take me there. By the time they reached the mountain, Lin Xiaoshu had already seen that there were already several people gathered on the mountain. The villagers are also talking about it. This cave, I've actually tried to go in, but it's too dark and scary inside, so I didn't dare to go in too deep. You guys didn't find this hole before? I remember this hole from when I was a kid. This would be the hole we used to talk about, when we were kids, right? There does seem to be something dirty in here. In the face of the villagers murmuring, Lin Xiaoshu said, everyone move aside and let me in. Little Tree, you'd better not go in, this is no joke. I won't say that there are dirty things in there, what do you think if there's a big python living in there? Yeah, when I was a kid my dad told me that there were pythons in the mountains that could scare people to death. The villagers didn't recommend Lin Xiaoshu to go in. Hey! Where's Little Red? Suddenly a child called out. Red seems to still be inside the cave. A child woke up dreamily. It turned out that the group of children went to the cave to compare who was bold, but after encountering something very scary, everyone was so scared that they rushed down the mountain and couldn't care less about the others. In retrospect, it did seem that Red was still in the cave. Red! A couple of kids called out. Lin Xiaoshu said, I'm afraid it might be inside, I'll go in and look for it. This time, the villagers didn't say much more, they just hoped that Lin Xiaoshu would be more careful. Why don't we follow along and go in? A few bold men from the village gathered their courage and expressed their willingness to go in with Lin Xiaoshu. That's fine too, together. Seeing that everyone was so positive, Lin Xiaoshu was also unwilling to discourage everyone. Besides, he had everything covered, and even if there was a situation, he was confident that he could handle it. So the group went inside the cave. The cave, which still looked big enough to allow 3 people to pass side by side, was almost the width of a car. However, the caves are really deep, and it's really easy to get scared if you're not brave enough. After walking a distance of about 50 to 60 meters, Lin Xiaoshu finally saw a little girl, curled up and shivering in the darkness, illuminated by the light of her cell phone. Xiao Hong. Lin Xiaoshu and Xiao Hong were not familiar, but after all, they were from the same village and had met several times. Little Red had been so frightened that she had no strength left in her body and fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Xiaoshu handed Little Red to the villagers behind him and said, You carry Little Red out, everyone who has the guts can go in with me. Although Xiao Hong was so scared that she couldn't even speak, but seeing that Lin Xiaoshu was so courageous and was leading the group, her heart was instantly filled with admiration and respect for Lin Xiaoshu. Lin Xiaoshu and the rest of them, together, went deeper into the cave. On the way, it was surprising to find rotting dead bones. A few people were frightened. Lin Xiaoshu said, keep going. After walking for about a kilometer, Lin Xiaoshu realized that there was light in front of him. It's the exit. Lin Xiaoshu had just shouted out when movement suddenly appeared in the cave, as if it was the shadow of a person. Several of the adults were shivering with fear. But Lin Xiaoshu saw is that it wasn't anything messed up, it was purely just a monkey. Don't be afraid everyone, it's just monkeys. Lin Xiaoshu reminded. Lin Xiaoshu led the group towards the exit, and then as they were about to walk out, a monkey was seen, leaping out of the cave. Lin Xiaoshu and the crowd finally reached the side of the cave entrance. Pushing aside the vines at the entrance of the cave, Lin Xiaoshu was dismayed to find that there was a river outside. A villager said, I know this river, it should be the Clear Water River, it should be very far from our village, we have to go over the mountains to get there. I didn't realize that it's only a 10-minute walk from this cave. Clear Water River? Lin Xiaoshu had never been here anyway. However, there are a lot of wild fish in the Clearwater River, but because it's so far away and the mountains are dangerous, very few people will come here. This is a place I've actually only been to once. The villager continued, the Clearwater River should lead over to Provincial Highway 325 without any surprises. Like this? Lin Xiaoshu would like to get a small boat from this river to try, if nothing dangerous, here maybe for the villagers, add an income. At the same time, there is only one county road out of Dalong village, and in case the county road suffers a landslide or something like that, the villagers won't be able to get out of the village, making it even more inconvenient for Lin Xiaoshu. After all, he depended on this road for his mushrooms and fish, and even his scented buns. But now, the discovery of this cave gave Lin Xiaoshu an alternate choice. Only. This cave is a little too stinky, and the air is not very circulating, so it is very difficult to breathe in there, and it is easy to get sick or even suffocate if you stay for a long time. Get this place and clean it up some other day. Lin Xiaoshu smiled and said to the few villagers around him, now let's go back. Little tree, should we tell everyone about this news? It's okay to talk, but it's also dangerous and needs to be cleaned up a bit. When it's cleaned up, people can come through here and fish. Yes. A group of people came out from inside the cave. Lin Xiaoshu looked at the time, it was already past 10. Go to driving school. Chapter 107, I want you to be mine. Lin Xiaoshu headed to the driving school. A large portion of the road had been traveled, and he had already entered the city, only to have him receive a call from Du Yue. Sister Yue, what is it? It's very important, you can see if you want to come over personally. Du Yue solemnly said, Fu Yanhong, the general manager of Tianyue Hotel, came to our hotel for dinner. Oh? Lin Xiaoshu had only heard of Fu Yanhong's name, and had sparred with Fu Yanhong a few times in the space, but she herself, Lin Xiaoshu had never seen. This time Fu Yanhong deep into the R army, spying on military intelligence, as the head of the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, Lin Xiaoshu think there is a need in Fu Yanhong a moment. Without puffing. Lin Xiaoshu was slightly speechless, Sister Yue, where were Lin Xiaoshu said in his heart that this woman, indeed, had a great attraction to men, whether it was her actions and words, she made people feel a great desire to conquer. However, having seen too many beautiful women, Lin Xiaoshu was not as mesmerized by this woman as ordinary men were. Lin Xiaoshu said, I came over to extend a sincere invitation to you, Mr. Fu. Tianyue Hotel, the sun is thinning. Zhou Changsheng, similarly dying, is also a person near dusk. Lin Xiaoshu laughed, I'm different, I'm only 20 years old, young, follow me, you have a more ambitious future. He continued, from the first moment I saw you, I could sense that you were proud as a person, and that you were far-sighted. Zhou Changsheng this life, to Feng Lin this position, is already capped, cannot go further. But me, Feng Lin can't press me, the whole Jiangnan province, can't press me. My goal, is the whole country, the whole world. Lin Xiaoshu spoke with great confidence. Fu Yanhong was shocked. Lin Xiaoshu's words brought a very powerful infectious force to her. At the same time, Lin Xiaoshu's words were extremely persuasive. How old is Lin Xiaoshu now, and he is already the big boss of Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, and Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, under his leadership, is as good as new. How far will Lin Xiaoshu go in the future? On the contrary, her backer, Zhou Changsheng, has only been obsessed with cultivating the land of Feng Lin, vision, compared to Lin Xiaoshu, are far from it. But, good boy, worthy of being Mr. Lin, in 3 or 2 words, he almost made my heart waver. Fu Yanhong said, Mr. Lin, although your words make sense, you mustn't forget that geniuses can be easily wiped out before they have fully risen to power. Her meaning is simple, now Feng Lin, or Zhou Changsheng's world. Lin Xiaoshu, however, was unimpressed, within a month, I will take you down and make you mine. Even with Fu Yanhong's extensive knowledge, in the face of Lin Xiaoshu's big words, and even a bit of indecent words, she could not help but blush slightly. Afterwards, she was very calm, suppressing the faint shyness within her, and curled up the corners of her mouth in a Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, no matter the decoration environment, or the chef's cooking skills, are first class in the first class, and compared to Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, our Tianyue Hotel is not only the building is a bit aging, but also the chef's craftsmanship, which can't be compared to this side. This fight, the Sky Hyatt Hotel, is doomed to fail. Fu Yanhong came to this conclusion, and then thought about Lin Xiaoshu's words of recruiting her before, she felt more and more that following Zhou Changsheng was not a wise move. But her splendor is given by Zhou Changsheng, and besides, she knows no more than Zhou Changsheng's means. If she chose to betray, her end would be absolutely miserable. It seems that I have to make some ruthless moves to be able to salvage the situation. She thought hard about what kind of tactics would not only leave no leverage, but would also be able to hit Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel hard. Was thinking. Suddenly, then a flash of light, she finally found one of the major lifebloods of the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. It's said that the two biggest specialties of the Changga Kaiwei Hotel, the wild mushrooms and the fish from the Dalong village, are both provided by Lin Xiaoshu, but what if Lin Xiaoshu can't provide them? I heard that Dalong village, the first poor village in Fonglin City, has closed transportation and is far away from the deep mountains. Fu Yanhong hurriedly called Xiang Wenchang. After confirming that there was only one road out of Dalong village, she gave a sure smile. Little Shu, you're finally here. Jiang Ziqian saw Lin Xiaoshu walking over from afar and immediately greeted him. Today's Jiang Ziqian, in a purple dress, had a slender and moving figure, and her body was also full of youthful spirit. It's not too late to come, is it? It's only 12:30. Didn't we say we wouldn't meet until 1 o'clock in the afternoon? In advance, do you understand? Jiang Ziqian said, have you? Look, I've got bread here, I'll share one with you. Thanks. Lin Xiaoshu took the bread and just nonchalantly stuffed it into her mouth. Xiaoshu, subject 1 has so many questions, are you confident of passing? Jiang Ziqian felt that she, recently, had been reviewing very well, so she wanted to have a little show in front of Lin Xiaoshu. It's okay, I just read through it, it's not too hard, it should be okay if you pass. Sure enough, you are still so smart, only read it once and you are so confident, awesome. Jiang Ziqian said, I've gone back and forth and done the question 7 or 8 times before I had the confidence to take the exam. She said with a slight bit of smugness, how about we compare who scores higher on the test later? I feel like I might surpass you this time. It can be. Lin Xiaoshu had never been afraid of anyone when it came to this kind of thing. Do we need to come up with some punishment? Whoever loses crawls on the ground or something like that. You're the one crawling on the ground. Jiang Ziqian was still worried that she would lose, and hastily refused the offer. At best, whoever loses will treat. Alright, no problem. Lin Xiaoshu actually wanted to see if a big lady like Jiang Ziqian had the courage to crawl on the ground, but unfortunately Jiang Ziqian didn't fall for it. When it was almost 1 o'clock, the instructor asked the students who relied on subject 1 to get into the car. This time it was a uniform test in a bus prepared by the driving school side. The time came to a point to make sure no one was left behind, and the driver then departed. Soon, the test center for subject 1 arrived, and there were many people, again, waiting outside the test center for the test to begin. Because Jiang Ziqian was beautiful, and Lin Xiaoshu was beside Jiang Ziqian at a very close distance, there was no doubt that Lin Xiaoshu attracted a lot of attention, as well as firepower from the scene. That guy is too happy to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Worry, such a pretty girl, I wish I could take the test with her. I feel that man is not good enough for that beautiful woman, really, that beautiful woman's vision seems not good. Lin Xiaoshu's dress was not very elaborate, so when people took a look at the dress, they felt that Lin Xiaoshu was not good enough for Jiang Ziqian. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Lin Xiaoshu not only didn't retreat, but instead, he met them head-on, causing those who were staring at him to be a little embarrassed, and hurriedly turned their heads away. Ha! Lin Xiaoshu said in her heart that this group of people, who were afraid to even look at each other in the most basic way, even had the guts to be jealous. It was really funny. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Lin Xiaoshu's turn for them to enter the computer room to take the test. It took Lin Xiaoshu a short time to answer all the questions. Click Submit Exam Paper. Click OK again. The next second, Lin Xiaoshu's exam results came out, and it was 100 points without any surprise. Having cultivated the Dragon King canon, his memory was already extraordinary, and Lin Xiaoshu wasn't the least bit surprised by the result. After answering, Lin Xiaoshu left the exam room. Lin Xiaoshu waited at the entrance to the examination room. Soon Jiang Ziqian, Lu Dazhu, and the others came out one after another. People ask each other about their grades. I scored 92 points and narrowly passed. Lu Dazhu said. I got a 98, just 2 points shy of a perfect score. I also answered a question wrongly and lost 2 points painfully. Jiang Ziqian said regretfully. Did anyone get a perfect score? Someone suddenly asked. I'm 100 points. Lin Xiaoshu said very inconspicuously. Brush. Everyone's gazes, however, were directed towards Lin Xiaoshu. Biggie, awesome. Brother Shu, I thought to myself that if anyone could get 100 points, that person would definitely be you, and sure enough I was right. Lu Dazhu hemmed and hawed. Jiang Ziqian sighed, Xiaoshu, you're still the best, looks like I lost the bet. Okay. Jiang Ziqian was not willing to go to the kind of box that looked, well, trashy. Everyone entered the booth and started talking about all sorts of nothing. When the wine came up, other than Feng Qingqing who had to drive and couldn't drink, the others drank more or less. Jiang Ziqian drank a little too much and got up. I'm going to the restroom. After that, she opened the door and went to find the bathroom. When Jiang Ziqian left, a student who was learning driver's license together asked with a smile, Brother Xiaoshu, what is the relationship between you and Ziqian now? Have you formalized the relationship? Lin Xiaoshu picked up a bottle of wine. If you want to know the answer, drink up. No problem. The other party directly blew a bottle, signaling that Lin Xiaoshu could tell the answer. Lin Xiaoshu said, the relationship between Ziqian and I is just not okay. To put it simply, the two of us can only be considered friends now. As for the kind of relationship you want to say, there is none. That's too bad. Brother Xiaoshu, Ziqian is such a beautiful girl, you have to make good use of it. A group of people around were egging on. Lu Daiju was even laughing on the side, and he was the one who looked the worst when he laughed. But... get the hell out of my way. Jiang Ziqian's shouts of anger and fear came from outside. Bang! Lin Xiaoshu immediately stood up, and the chair behind him, because of Lin Xiaoshu's action of rising up explosively, instantly erupted into an ear-piercing, ground-scratching rattle. Lin Xiaoshu opened the door to find a young man, probably younger than his age but with a sturdy build, grabbing Jiang Ziqian by the shoulders. And as Jiang Ziqian panicked, she couldn't care about anything else and instinctively kicked her opponent in the bottom. Ow! The youngster showed his teeth in pain. Stinking woman! He shouted. Taking advantage of the other party's pain, Jiang Ziqian hurriedly broke away from the other party and ran towards Lin Xiaoshu's side. The young man was in the back and suddenly stormed out, stinking, how dare you kick me, I'll get you killed. The man was very fast, much faster. Not waiting for the young man himself to speak, the group of youths behind him said smugly, Xian's godfather is Zhou Changsheng, the boss of Tianyiwei Hotel. If you dare to move Xian, Zhou Changsheng can chop you up and feed you to the dogs. How dare he? Lin Xiaoshu whispered. The voice was rightly low, but it was vaguely gaseous and pressed the crowd to catch their breath. Zhou Changsheng, right? Even if he saw me in person, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. If he dares to talk to me like that, he's a corpse. You guys, do you want to try? Playing rough, Lin Xiaoshu just wasn't willing to do that. But if Lin Xiaoshu really wanted to be horizontal, there really wasn't anything for anyone else. Lin Xiaoshu thumped his foot on Xian's knee, making him kneel in front of him. Then, Lin Xiaoshu said, Ziqian, what's wrong? I just went to the toilet and came out. He said I was pretty and asked me to come into the box for a drink. I told him to get lost and he started swearing at me and made a move on me. Jiang Ziqian said angrily, is Zhou Changsheng great? The other day he begged my grandpa like a dog. I'm telling you, as long as my grandfather says one word, he, Zhou Changsheng, won't be able to mix in Fenglin. This is really not Jiang Ziqian bragging. As a national chef, Jiang Chenghai's network in Fenglin is definitely much larger than Zhou Changsheng. Zhou Changsheng at best in Fenglin some power, while Jiang Chenghai, but can be in the province, and even in the capital, have a large number of relations. As soon as everyone heard that Jiang Ziqian had such a big mouth, they instantly realized that they had kicked the bucket. Lin Xiaoshu said, say, what's your name and how old are you? The young man was so frightened that he hurriedly and honestly explained, my name is Fu Yuxian, I just turned 18 this year. Fu Yuxian. Lin Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes, Fu Yanhong is what person are you? Because the surname Fu was really niche, so as soon as he heard that the other party's name was Fu Yuxian, Lin Xiaoshu immediately contacted Fu Yanhong. She's my sister. Fu Yanhong is even your sister. Lin Xiaoshu suddenly more stern, since Fu Yanhong is your sister, but I will be your sister, good discipline you, let you know, not what people are you can mess up. Precisely because Fu Yuxian is Fu Yanhong's younger brother, so Lin Xiaoshu, a little bit of leeway is not left, immediately towards Fu Yuxian a punch and kick. Do you know what kind of person I am, sis? Lin Xiaoshu asked coldly. You know my sister? Fu Yuxian's heart trembled even more. The surrounding Fu Yuxian's fox and dog friends, all sucked in a breath of cool air, did not dare to make a sound at all. Of course, I've just met your sister. Lin Xiaoshu said. Then who are you to my sister? Fu Yuxian said, since you know my sister, can you let me go? No way. Lin Xiaoshu grunted coldly, I'm your sister's friend, your sister's enemy, and in the future, possibly your sister's superior. Wow, hear that. Lin Xiaoshu suddenly roared. Heard that. Louder. Heard that. Fu Yuxian trembled and said. Get lost, go back and tell your sister about this matter. Just say, the person she, Fu Yanhong, can't control, I, Lin Xiaoshu, will control. Got it. Fu Yuxian Jared, his voice was a little hoarse from fear. Chapter 110 Fu Yanhong's Tangles. Get lost if you know. Lin Xiaoshu remembered something else and said, wait, apologize before you leave. Fu Yuxian was just about to leave when Lin Xiaoshu called out to him, his face filled with fear and helplessness. But when he heard Lin Xiaoshu ask him to apologize, he was finally relieved and said towards Jiang Ziqin, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made a move on you, I shouldn't have scolded you. Speak up, you didn't eat? Lin Xiaoshu was not at all satisfied with such an attitude from Fu Yuxian. I'm sorry. Fu Yuxian bowed 90 degrees and shouted. Lin Xiaoshu turned his head and asked Jiang Ziqin, decide for yourself what to do with him next. Jiang Ziqin saw that Fu Yuxian had already been severely punished, her heart softened before she said, forget it. But Fu Yuxian, in the future, if you dare to make a move on a girl again, then next time, I will mobilize all my veins and let you see how powerful I am. Understood. Fu Yuxian's mood, like a sea tide, a wave had just fallen, and a wave had risen again. With Lin Xiaoshu and Jiang Ziqian's permission, Fu Yuxian finally left. Lin Xiaoshu asked Jiang Ziqin, are you alright? It's okay, I've always been decisive when dealing with people like this, he can't take advantage of me. Thinking of Jiang Ziqin just now, very decisively kicking towards Fu Yuxian's bottom, Lin Xiaoshu suddenly felt a little cold down there. Since it's okay, let's go back to dinner to keep the pressure on. After Fu Yuxian exited the hibiscus residence, he quietly groped his way home. Knowing that he was all bruised and swollen, he couldn't hide it from his family, plus Lin Xiaoshu and his sister Fu Yanhong knew each other, so he took the initiative to call his sister Fu Yanhong. Sis, I got beat up today. Serves you right. Are you causing trouble again? Fu Yanhong couldn't control Fu Yuxian at all, but she felt very strange about Fu Yuxian's attitude today. Fu Yuxian said, I molested a girl, but I didn't expect that she knew her godfather, and the man beside her, also knew you, sister. Fu Yanhong read 2 layers of meaning from Fu Yuxian. At the first level, the other person knows her. On the second level, the other person insisted on beating up her brother even though he knew her. Reading these 2 meanings, Fu Yanhong's mood is a bit intriguing. Serves you right. I told you long ago, one day, you will mess with someone you can't mess with either. Fu Yanhong said, tell me, who is that person? His name is Lin Xiaoshu, as for the girl's name, I don't know. Lin Xiaoshu? Fu Yanhong was taken aback. She had thought of many people's names just the moment Fu Yuxian spoke, but she hadn't as yet thought that this person was actually Lin Xiaoshu. Her little heart trembled slightly. Did Lin Xiaoshu say anything else? Especially if there are words about me. Fu Yanhong asked. He says he's friends with you, enemies with you, and will probably be your boss in the future. He also said that what you can't manage, he will. Fu Yanhong. Rao Fu Yanhong see a lot of knowledge, but also rarely heard such overbearing words. This Lin Xiaoshu. Fu Yanhong sighed, he is indeed a very powerful character. Fu Yuxian, today you also ate a lesson, don't mess around in the future, okay? After saying that, Fu Yanhong shook her head again and said, forget it, talking to you is like talking to a cow. But Fu Yuxian's response this time was extremely different from usual. He said, sis, I know, I won't mess around in the future. Fu Yanhong was all stunned at once. Is this her brother? This is Fu Yuxian? If she didn't know that this was Fu Yuxian's phone number, if she didn't know that this was her brother's voice, otherwise, Fu Yanhong simply couldn't believe that this teenager who said that he knew it, was actually her brother. You? Fu Yanhong sighed and laughed, perhaps, this is called the evil people have their own evil people to grind it, you know, understand it is good. Fu Yanhong hung up the phone without saying much. After hanging up, she was very hesitant for a moment. She had already told someone to target Lin Xiaoshu and make a move. But is it really a good idea to act like this? If it had been before, she would have had no hesitation, but now, she faltered. Lin Xiaoshu, you disciplined my brother for me, reasonably speaking, I shouldn't target you like this, but... Fu Yanhong's eyes, they were ruthless again. But we are now rivals, mortal enemies. Fu Yanhong's eyes were cold and resolute. Out of the hibiscus residence. Lu Daju rubbed his rounded stomach, I'm so full. The food here is indeed delicious. Then you haven't eaten the meals at Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Jiang Ziqian said, Xiaoshu is the owner of the hotel, let your brother Shu take you to eat later. That's for sure. Lin Xiaoshu laughed. Little tree, it's getting late, so I'll head back then. Thank you for today, if it wasn't for you, I would probably be in trouble if I encountered that situation. Jiang Ziqian said. And you're still polite to me, as a thank you for me eating your bread at lunch. Egu, you two are really, what kind of relationship are you in, and you're still like this? The person next to him laughed and hailed. With such a smile, it instantly made Jiang Ziqian very shy. I'm going back, little tree, bye. Let me send you back, you've been drinking. Coach Feng Qingqing said. Okay, thanks coach. Xiao Shu, do you want to join us? Feng Qingqing said, your card, it's still punched in my car. No, I'll wait over here with Daju. Good. Feng Qingqing drove Jiang Ziqian home. The rest of us went to the driving school and each rode home on our electric bikes. About an hour later, Feng Qingqing returned. Lin Xiaoshu retrieved his driving school card before returning to the village with Lu Daju. Lu Daju always said along the way that Jiang Ziqian is nice and asked Lin Xiaoshu to consider more. You'd better find yourself a wife first. Lin Xiaoshu used these words to block Lu Daju's mouth. I'm not in a hurry, I haven't saved enough money for a daughter-in-law. Lu Daju said naively. Lin Xiaoshu felt something in his heart and said that if it wasn't for the miraculous encounter of the Dragon King Codex, nowadays, what would have happened to him? Lu Daju now is probably still a very bitter youth, right? Life is unpredictable. Lin Xiaoshu organized himself and returned to Dalong village with Lu Daju. Lin Xiaoshu said, Daju, when you get your driver's license, I'll equip you with an official car, and by then, you won't just be able to truck cargo, but you'll also be able to take your future girlfriend for a ride. Really? Thank you, brother Shu. Lu Daju was happy. That night, when Lu Daju went to sleep, he had a very beautiful dream. Lin Xiaoshu, on the other hand, was inexplicably a little uneasy in his heart. And at almost 10 o'clock in the evening, a loud rumbling sound woke up the entire Dalong village. Chapter 111. The mountain road was bombed. What? Hearing a loud rumbling sound, Lin Xiaoshu immediately got up from the bed. Shen Ruyu and Liang Qiujing next to her looked at each other. Shen Ruyu asked, Qiujing, what is this sound? Liang Qiujing had seen more scenes and immediately judged, it's the sound of a bomb exploding. Maybe someone is blowing up the mountain? But it's so late. Liang Qiujing wasn't so sure anymore. Generally the bombing of mountains is carried out by engineering teams, or quarry factories, but for this kind of thing, it's usually a daytime operation, but now it's 10 o'clock at night, no one should be working. Liang Qiujing also put on her clothes and got up to take a look outside. She ran into Lin Xiaoshu. Liang Qiujing asked, Mr. Lin, what kind of sound do you think this is? The sound of an explosion. Lin Xiaoshu answered without hesitation, because there wouldn't be any other answer. Was it caused by a bomb, or a factory explosion? Liang Qiujing and Lin Xiaoshu went out together, outside the door, looking around towards the night. Lin Xiaoshu lowered his head, slightly contemplating and reminiscing before saying, it's a bomb, not a factory. The sound of this explosion, it's not very far away from us, but near the area around Dalong village, there are no factories at all, so... It's a bomb. Liang Qiujing and Lin Xiaoshu spoke in unison. Woof woof woof. Because of the explosion, the river was already ringing with barking dogs. Liang Xiaowu, who stayed below to watch the lake, heard the commotion and immediately rushed over the lake to Lin Xiaoshu's side, because he also felt that something big should have happened. Do you want to go and take a look together? Liang Qiujing asked. No, I'll just go by myself. Lin Xiaoshu suddenly saw a bright light at the lake in the distance, moving towards him, so he said, it should be your brother. I'll wait with your brother and go over there together. Good. Liang Qiujing was still very much at ease with her brother, Liang Qiuwu. Of course, she was equally at ease with Lin Xiaoshu. Not long after, Liang Qiuwu rushed up from the other side of the lake and said, Mr. Lin, it's the sound of an explosion, and it's not very far from Dalong village. I feel it too, let's go and take a look together. Lin Xiaoshu and Liang Qiwu, together, rode a three-wheeled motorcycle and headed outside Dalong village. Rode for a while. Suddenly. Be careful. Liang Qiuwu warned. Lin Xiaoshu had braked sharply and stopped the three-wheeled motorcycle. By the light of the three-wheeled motorcycle's headlights, Lin Xiaoshu and Liang Qiwu saw that this only highway connecting Dalong village to the outside had been blown up directly by someone. Tomorrow, not only will Han Yuzhen's engineering team not be able to get in, but Lin Xiaoshu's car, which wants to transport goods, won't be able to get out at all. Who the hell did this, so unethical? Liang Qiuwu couldn't help but curse as he looked at the road that was blocked by the crumbling rocks. I think I know who did it, but it's pointless to pursue this matter now, and we have no evidence. Lin Xiaoshu said, "It seems like it's time to unclog that cave on the mountain that leads to the clear water river." He felt it was really a fluke and said, "I didn't expect that the road that I accidentally found leading of the mountain would now become my. For there to be such a hole in the mountain, it should be someone from a very early time, in order to get out of the mountain, so they specially carved it out, right?" Another person judged. Although Lin Xiaoshu wasn't sure why this cave appeared, he was certain that it was indeed specially chiseled out in order to get out of the mountain. As for why it was abandoned, it was probably because of ventilation. Deep inside the cave, there was no air circulation for years, and a lot of dirty air had accumulated. A person walking in it once or twice might just be uncomfortable, but walking in it for years can have a serious impact on longevity. Also, the cave is so long and dark, it's inevitable that sometimes some scary poisonous thing will come in there. So long ago, few people were willing to come in and risk their lives, preferring instead to make more of a detour, at least to be safe. Liang Xiaowu said, "Don't dawdle, work quickly. Chatting is not a delay." The other man laughed. Chatting and chatting, finally, everyone is to get 2 boats to the Qing River. The remaining 1 boat, Lin Xiaoshu and Liang Qiwu returned to, also. The following morning, Lin Xiaoshu got the mushrooms early. On the other side of the lake, Lin Sande also got hundreds of fish up. Lu Dazhu rode a 3-wheeled motorcycle and came to the door of Lin Xiaoshu's house. Lin Xiaoshu said, "We don't need to ride a 3-wheeled motorcycle today because the highway outside the village was bombed, so we're taking a new road today." "A new road?" Lu Dazhu was surprised. "Does it mean?" "Not bad, it's that cave. Last night overnight, I put the boat down to the Qingshui River. Next, we just need to transport the goods to the Qingshui Riverside." Chapter 112 Waterway Merits, Fu Yanhong shocked. "That road hasn't been traveled yet, will it work?" Lu Dazhu was a bit skeptical, but right now this was the only way, so he could only say, "Also, there's no other way. Whether it works or not, you won't know until you walk through it. But I think the odds are, it will still work." Lin Xiaoshu was quite confident about this. The program is drawn up and said to be done. The first thing Lin Xiaoshu did was to call Du Yue and tell the driver who drove down to collect the fish not to come over for the time being today and wait for the notice. Immediately after that, he asked Han Yuzhen, who was doing the villa, to temporarily stop work this morning and wait for the afternoon to see if there was a way to resume work. He then personally transported the mushrooms from the cave to the Qingshui River with Lu Dazhu, Liang Xiaowu, and the other 3 brothers who followed Liang Xiaowu. Finally, Lin Xiaoshu, Lu Dazhu and Liang Qiwu drove the boat separately, following the river, driving the boat all the way forward to see if the river could be connected to the highway. At this point, a group of people sat in a boat and drove it at a very slow speed to avoid accidents. "The scenery here is very nice," Lu Dazhu said. "I didn't realize there was such a beautiful place in the world outside our village. Don't be careless, there might be water snakes in this water, or even a water python." Lin Xiaoshu was walking from here for the first time, so he kept a 12-minute vigilance. "Brother Shu, do you think that if this road is closer, we can go to the Seeing Du Yue looking so anxious, Lin Xiaoshu laughed. "No need to be anxious, it's a small matter, it's the only highway from the village to the city that was blown up. Ask around and see if it's stocked." Fu Yanhong said. "I don't think it's stocked, my friend at the Chang'e Saiwei Hotel said that the mushrooms and fish were freshly shipped in the morning." "How?" Fu Yanhong hurriedly called to the person who arranged to blow up the road yesterday, and said, "You hurry up and go see, that road in Dalong village, has it been blown up yet? Why are they still transporting goods?" "Impossible." The other party shook his head. "I'm at the scene right now, I've already looked at it, the road has been completely blocked, there's no car that can go through this road at all. As for getting there by a roundabout way, it's hard. If you're alone, you'll have a chance if you go around the mountain road by yourself, but if you're carrying a car, or a cargo, you don't have half a chance." Hearing the other party's words, Fu Yanhong's entire body was blinded. Could it be that there is a second, unknown road? She said, "Think of a way to take a detour into the village and see if you can inquire if there is a second road out of the village in Dalong village." Good. Receiving Fu Yanhong's instruction, this guy who blew up the road had to eat the bad consequences of blowing up his own road, and climbed over the mountains before he was considered to have made a detour into Dalong village. When he got to the village, he pretended to complain, "The road out of the village is blocked, is there another way out of your village? There's a road up the hill that leads to the water, but it's not good. Can you show me?" "You can, but it is said that the air on that road is very bad and poisonous, and those who are not in good health should not go that way. I'm fit and fine." Led by the villagers, he came to this side of the cave. And after walking into the cave, the guy who blew up the road How could he not have expected that he was scared by the darkness of the cave because he was walking alone in the cave and because he was too timid? And the person who is frightened, his body, is often at its most vulnerable. To make people cry, before he could get out of the cave, he had inhaled too much miasma and triggered a hidden heart disease in his body. Fortunately, Liang Xiaowu had been at the entrance of the cave, waiting for Lin Xiaoshu to make a phone call, and as a result, he found someone in the cave calling for help, and only then did he rush into the cave to save him. Chapter 113, Buying a Ship. Liang Xiaowu searched for half a day before finding the person inside who cried for help, and brought the other back to the village and handed over to Dr. Wang of the village health center for treatment. Dr. Wang shook his head repeatedly. At best, I can only delay his condition. To cure it, I need little tree to come back. It's okay, Mr. Lin will definitely be back tonight, you just have to make sure he survives the night. Yeah, no problem. Hearing Dr. Wang's words, the guy who blew up the road was in a tense mood. Have to wait until Lin Xiaoshu comes back? It's over. A cry of despair went up inside him. Lin Xiaoshu took a cab and arrived at the riverbank pier in Fenglin City. The city of Fenglin not only has more big mountains, but also it is surrounded by a big river that flows through it, named Nanshui. The riverbank dock, however, is a waterway transportation place built by the city of Fenglam where the south water flows through the city. Here at the riverbank marina, there is a small boatyard that makes all kinds of pleasure boats and fishing boats. Lin Xiaoshu walked to the dockyard and saw that there were quite a few boats moored along the riverbank of the dockyard. Most of them were fishing boats, and there were also some beautifully crafted pleasure boats. Boss, are you buying a boat? A middle-aged, hairy man watched Lin Xiaoshu carefully looking at the ship on this side of the dock, so he opened his mouth to inquire. Nice, I'd like to buy a cruise ship, something bigger. By the way, if there's a cargo ship that fits the eye, buy one too. However, I'm rather in a hurry to spot, I don't know if you have any here. Lin Xiaoshu said. The middle-aged man smiled. We usually accept customization on our side, but if you have to have it in stock, we can get it, it's just that there are fewer options. It's okay, show me around. Good. The middle-aged man said, then from his own pocket, he took out a business card and said, this is my business card, if there is any need in the future, or if there is any problem with the ship, you can come and. Lin Xiaoshu did not know 120,000 yuan, how much this Lu Fu ship can earn, but he felt that this price is more appropriate, so he casually said to take a chance. Weight loss secret formula? Lu Fu ship's eyes lit up. If it really works, I can really give the price to $120,000. Don't worry, if something goes wrong with the ship in the future, won't I still look to you for repairs? Lin Xiaoshu said, it won't do me any good at all if I lie to you, and I don't have to lie to you. That's true. Lu Fu ship looked at his stubby legs and hands and said somewhat helplessly, sold at 120,000. Boss, are the freighters still looking? Look. Lin Xiaoshu picked a medium cargo ship and spent $80,000, the total was a cost of $200,000. With this $200,000 out of the way, Lin Xiaoshu was really stretched to the limit. Fortunately, the second batch of 10,000 scented sachets is almost sold out, so Lin Xiaoshu can get millions of dollars again. Because of this, Lin Xiaoshu now had money in his pocket and was not panicking in his heart. Boss, these two ships, send them to this place as soon as possible. Then, I'll give you a phone number, just contact him directly when the time comes. Lin Xiaoshu added Lu Fufan's way signal, and then sent him a positioning, followed by Liang Qiwu's phone number, which he gave to Lu Fufan. Lu Fu ship said, don't worry, I'll contact someone right now and send the stuff over to you. Thanks, Boss Lu. Lin Xiaoshu incidentally also took the secret recipe for weight loss and gave it to Lu Fuzhou. Only after doing this did Lin Xiaoshu call Liang Qiwu to explain the situation over here. Let me go over to pick up the ship? Liang Qiwu quickly nodded, no problem, as long as the boss over there calls, I'll go over right away. Aha! After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoshu had only one goal now, and that was Fu Yanhong. This woman, using such dirty tactics, he had to give his opponent some warning. Lin Xiaoshu thought in his head and then called Su Qingyi. I want all of Fu Yanhong's information, get it as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoshu said. What's wrong? Su Qingyi was interested, are you ready to take a shot at Fu Yanhong? She is indeed worth taking a shot at. Don't worry, her information, I've already checked it for you and will send it to you later. Trouble. Ding dong. Not long after, Lin Xiaoshu received a message from Su Qingyi. The message states a lot of private information about Fu Yanhong, including the basic information and some unspecified information. This all checks out. Lin Xiaoshu found that Fu Yanhong used her beauty to maneuver between the bigwigs in Foamland City, which allowed the Tianyue Hotel to sit firmly in Foamland City for so many years, the first chair in the hotel industry. However, Lin Xiaoshu wasn't surprised. Fu Yanhong, such a beautiful woman, but also the general manager of the hotel, do not know how many big shots covet her beauty. And after getting Fu Yanhong's information, Lin Xiaoshu finally discovered Fu Yanhong's dead center. Fu Yanhong, this time, you can't get away. Lin Xiaoshu smiled faintly, his chest was ready. This time, he took a cab and headed directly to Fu Yanhong's home. Go to the Fairview neighborhood, Lin Xiaoshu said to the cab driver. Because Lin Xiaoshu was now at the riverbank pier, it was considered to be on the fringe of Foamland City, a long way from the city. So he took a taxi over there, and after arriving at the Fairview neighborhood, Lin Xiaoshu realized that an hour had already passed. Hungry. Lin Xiaoshu's stomach rumbled indisputably. Let's go to Fu Yanhong's house for dinner. Lin Xiaoshu revealed another, aggressive smile. Chapter 114. Going to Fu Yanhong's house for dinner, this is not Lin Xiaoshu blowing awesome, he can really do it. The reason is actually quite simple. Fu Yanhong's father has relatively serious high blood pressure and diabetes. Fu Yanhong, in order to be able to let his parents more to enjoy the joy of heaven these years, is also desperately trying to make money, try to give his parents to provide a more favorable living environment. However, it never occurred to me that his father, Fu Tiancheng, got diabetes early and became a pot of medicine. Lin Xiaoshu was a doctor, and also a miracle doctor. As long as he opened his mouth and said that he could cure Fu Tiancheng's illness, then the Fu family would definitely treat him as a guest. Fu Yanhong had treated him so well, and he had come to cure Fu Yanhong's father, which was a bit of repaying kindness with kindness. What's the point of repaying kindness with kindness? Although Fu Yanhong and Fu Tiancheng, simply two people, but the so-called father's debt, corresponding to the debt owed by the son or daughter, parents also have considerable responsibility. Therefore, Lin Xiaoshu made a compromise between curing the disease and punishing Fu Yanhong. After thinking about what to do next, Lin Xiaoshu knocked on the Fu family's door. Who is it? An impatient voice came from inside. The young man inside opened the door and almost pissed himself trying to slam it shut. Lin Xiaoshu gently blocked the door and said, Fu Yuxuan, I'm not here to find you, so you don't have to turn me away. Or, if you want to try another poisonous beating, I wouldn't mind if you continue to prevent me from entering the door. Fu Yuxian was so scared that he hurriedly retracted his hand, then ran into the house and said, Dad, there are guests coming. Seeing Fu Yuxian, the devil king of the family, was so timid today, Fu Tiancheng couldn't help but frown, dragging his sick body, slowly walking towards the entrance foyer. You are. Fu Tiancheng was even more surprised to see that Lin Xiaoshu was particularly young. I'm a friend of Yanhong and Yuxian, my name is Lin Xiaoshu. But I didn't come over here this time to look for them, but to look for you. Looking for me? Fu Tiancheng was puzzled. I'm looking for you for two things. The first thing is to cure you, the second thing is related to your daughter Fu Yanhong. Healing? Fu Tiancheng was stunned by Lin Xiaoshu's words and could be said to be filled with confusion. To tell you the truth, I'm considered to be one of the top renowned doctors in Foamland. I've heard of your diabetes and high blood pressure, and I have a cure for it. Fu Tiancheng was confused, so he gave his cell phone to Lin Xiaoshu to pick it up. Lin Xiaoshu said, Hello, Mr. Fu. Mr. Lin, what exactly do you want when you go to my house? Fu Yanhong felt like this was like her handle, being grabbed by Lin Xiaoshu. Of course it's for uncle's treatment. Lin Xiaoshu laughed, Mr. Fu, have you forgotten? Chengda Kaiwei Hotel's fragrance sachet was popular in Foamland for a while. And the recipe for this fragrant bun is one that I personally formulated. So, I'm a miracle healer, I think you should know that. In the past 2 days, I heard that your father, Mr. Fu, has severe diabetes and high blood pressure in his body, and I happen to be able to cure such diseases. Out of the relationship between you and I, of course I'm coming to treat uncle. Mr. Fu, don't you think so? Lin Xiaoshu said the words in a watertight manner, but seemed to be vaguely warning Fu Yanhong about something. Fu Yanhong sniffed, and her insides really trembled fiercely. She didn't doubt Lin Xiaoshu's words. Lin Xiaoshu hindered Changda Kaiwei Hotel, the sale of incense packs, a fire throughout the city of Foamland. Many people admired, want to buy 1 or 2 incense packs, to solve their insomnia problem. Including Fu Yanhong herself, she actually bought a scented bag and is currently using it with very good results. Coupled with Lin Xiaoshu's temperament as a person, it made Fu Yanhong feel that he didn't look like a person who believed in what he was saying. If Lin Xiaoshu said it could be cured, then the odds were that it could be cured. Fu Yanhong was a filial daughter and a smart person. She knew what Lin Xiaoshu wanted when he said this. Fu Yanhong is struggling. Half the time, she didn't utter a word. Lin Xiaoshu blandly said, Mr. Fu, you can actually come back for a trip. I'll wait for you at your home. As for your concerns right now, I actually think you don't have to worry about it, because I don't want to take things that far. Lin Xiaoshu could think with his toes that Fu Yanhong suspected him of soliciting. But Lin Xiaoshu came just to warn. As for solicitation, at least he wouldn't use Fu Tiancheng's illness to threaten Fu Yanhong. Fu Yanhong didn't care what Lin Xiaoshu meant right now, she was just anxious and on fire as she rushed home. Lin Xiaoshu handed the cell phone back to Fu Tiancheng. Fu Tiancheng continued to talk to Fu Yanhong, but Fu Yanhong only had one sentence, everything will wait until she goes home. Fu Tiancheng vaguely felt that this matter was not pure. Lin Xiaoshu, however, climbed into conversation with Fu Tiancheng. Uncle, I know you see me as young and think that my medical skills are not necessarily high. Let's do it this way, I'll give you 3 needles first, if you think it's effective, then give me more trust, if you think it's ineffective, then I won't force it. This. While Fu Tiancheng was hesitating, Fu Yuxuan said, Dad, he is indeed very powerful. Lin Xiaoshu turned his gaze to Fu Yuxuan. Fu Yuxian lowered his head, not daring to look Lin Xiaoshu in the eyes. Fu Tiancheng saw that Fu Yuxian had spoken, so he nodded his head. Alright then, just 3 stitches, I'll see if your medical skills are really that brilliant. However, with this disease of mine, the doctors say it can't be cured, and I can only live 1 day at a time. So, I don't actually trust you very much. Lin Xiaoshu sniffed but laughed. In other words, uncle, you actually expect quite a lot from me. Fu Tiancheng was instantly speechless. Indeed, he didn't trust Lin Xiaoshu very much, but Lin Xiaoshu's confidence made him feel that Lin Xiaoshu was his last straw. He was completely unable to deny just how excited and thrilled he was inside when Lin Xiaoshu said that he was a miracle healer and that he could cure his illness just now. Realizing that Lin Xiaoshu was talking so powerfully, Fu Tiancheng said, I already believe you 8 points. Uncle, I think you can put your trust up to 10%. Lin Xiaoshu took out a golden needle. Fu Tiancheng let out an eek and seemed to have seen the golden needles in Lin Xiaoshu's hands, but wasn't quite sure. Lin Xiaoshu said, Uncle, keep an eye on these 3 stitches, in the future perhaps you can try them yourself. Lin Xiaoshu. After getting Fu Yanhong's information, Lin Xiaoshu knew a lot about Fu Yanhong. For Fu Yanhong, Lin Xiaoshu cannot talk about any aversion, nor can I talk about liking, but I just feel, as the saying goes, evil has its own way of rubbing off on people. Lin Xiaoshu finished his seafood noodles with a full stomach. Mrs. Fu said, Are you full? There's still some in the pot. Full. Lin Xiaoshu drew a napkin and wiped his mouth before laughing. Ew. At this time, Fu Yanhong finally returned. The first time Fu Yanhong entered the door, she did not look at Lin Xiaoshu but at Fu Tiancheng. Seeing Fu Tiancheng sitting on the sofa, she rushed in and nervously asked, Dad, are you alright? I'm fine, Little Tree's medical skills are really good, after giving me 3 needles, I feel much more comfortable. Fu Yanhong was surprised and puzzled, and only then did she shift her gaze to Lin Xiaoshu, a little shocked inside. Mr. Fu. Lin Xiaoshu revealed a bright smile. And it was this kind of smile that instead made Fu Yanhong feel even more scornful. Fu Yanhong directly said, Mr. Lin, we are in business competition, you shouldn't use my family as a threat. Fu Tiancheng and Mrs. Fu were both confused and did not understand what Fu Yanhong was talking about. Lin Xiaoshu shook his head. He let out a light laugh, Mr. Fu, it turns out that you also know that business practices, woe is not as good as family this truth. He stood up and said, then you had the road out of Dalong village blown up, do you know how many people this will affect? I'm not the only one in Dalong village, other people also have jobs and need to go to work through that road, and you, who blew up that road, at that time, did you ever think about the fact that woe is not as good as family? Lin Xiaoshu didn't wait for Fu Yanhong to speak and continued, to be a human being, you need to have a bottom line. If man has no bottom line, what's the difference between him and an animal? Uncle, what do you say? Lin Xiaoshu looked at Fu Tiancheng. Fu Tiancheng then realized that Lin Xiaoshu and Fu Yanhong were not friends. It turns out that the two are actually business rivals. Fu Tiancheng bowed his head, to be a human being, one must indeed have a bottom line. Fu Yanhong was in a panic mood. You don't have to say you didn't do that thing, and I won't believe it. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiaoshu retrieved the golden needles and said, Uncle, I'll give you a recipe for toning up, in less than a month, you'll surely recover completely. Thank you. Fu Tiancheng felt for a while, and found that now when he was really a burst of relaxation, and even he stood up and walked, and found that walking was also much more flexible than before, almost like a normal old man. Mr. Lin, you're really a miracle doctor. Fu Tiancheng said in surprise. No need to be polite. Lin Xiaoshu said, since the disease has been cured and the words have been spoken, I should leave. Mr. Fu, it's still the same thing, a fair decision is good for everyone. Lin Xiaoshu waved her hand and turned to go out. Wait, Mr. Lin, let me see you off. Fu Yanhong followed Lin Xiaoshu out the door. At this time, her mood was incredibly complicated. Chapter 116 Returning the Favor with One's Life. Fu Yanhong finally was still following Lin Xiaoshu and left the house together. Just as she walked out the door, she said seriously, thanks. You don't have to thank me, because it's not like I didn't leave my backup. Lin Xiaoshu wasn't afraid to tell the truth to Fu Yanhong, saying, the disease in your father's body isn't just as simple as diabetes and high blood pressure. Fu Yanhong's guilty face stiffened slightly. There's actually something else wrong with your dad, but I can't cure it right now. But you don't have to worry too much. A month from now, regardless of whether your Tianyue hotel exists or not, I will give you the formula to cure your father's hidden disease. As for why I did it, I think you understand. Simply a few questions. Lin Xiaoshu is confident that these words can set off some huge waves in Fu Yanhong's heart. Fu Yanhong was in a somewhat anxious mood, but she did understand at this moment. Lin Xiaoshu is in case she breaks the contract. Once she didn't keep her promise and continued to use those despicable means, then Lin Xiaoshu would no longer save her dad, Fu Tiancheng. Thinking of this, Fu Yanhong nodded her head. I can understand that, but I still want to thank you. It's because of you that my dad has the smile on his face that he does now, and at least he's walking now, and it's a lot easier than it used to be. Lin Xiaoshu sniffed and felt that he had achieved all of his goals by making this trip. His first purpose in coming here was to warn Fu Yanhong. Now Fu Yanhong does recognize the mistake. The second purpose, that of giving grace. As the saying goes, it is only through the combination of grace and mercy that one can win the hearts of the people. Lin Xiaoshu saved Fu Yanhong's father, Fu Tiancheng, so the distance between him and Fu Yanhong would not be far. In the end, he wants to shake Fu Yanhong's allegiance to Tianyue Hotel, as well as Tianyue Hotel owner Zhou Changxing's determination. Seeing Fu Yanhong's entangled eyes, as well as her twisted and very awkward posture, Lin Xiaoshu knew that he had succeeded in this as well. In the future, it might be possible that with this as an opportunity, Fu Yanhong might commit to him. And get Fu Yanhong this general, Changde Kaiwei Hotel, will certainly be able to develop more powerful. Actually, Lin Xiaoshu had another hidden purpose for this trip. The usefulness of this purpose will surely manifest itself later. Therefore, he turned his head to look at the beautiful and moving Fu Yanhong, and secretly said in his heart, don't be in a hurry to thank me, I'm a young conspiracy, and next is the real theater opening. And Fu Yanhong, why couldn't she have thought of that? However, since it was a young plot, it was not something that Fu Yanhong herself could stop. Fu Yanhong sent Lin Xiaoshu downstairs. Mr. Lin, you didn't drive here? Fu Yanhong was a bit surprised that Lin Xiaoshu, who was so powerful and rich, didn't drive. I don't even have a driver's license. Then Fu Yanhong thought for a moment, then said, I'll give you a ride. How are you going to give me a ride when you've blown your way home? Speaking here, Fu Yanhong's pretty face couldn't help but feel even more guilty. Mr. Lin, Fu Yanhong, am a person who knows how to repay favors. She took a deep breath and said, this matter is my fault, and today I am favored by you, I really can't repay you. I know that Mr. Lin probably lacks nothing, and there's no other way for me to want to repay. Fu Yanhong solemnly said, Mr. Lin, tonight we'll go to a hotel, and then, how about the grudge between us, from now on, is written off. Going to a hotel, that's a clear enough hint. Today, Fu Yanhong was wearing a black dress, her body was wrapped up especially tightly, while the long black hair that was draped over her head was like an honored goddess, beautiful and beautiful. Lin Xiaoshu's gaze fell slightly on Fu Yanhong's legs. I saw Fu Yanhong's thighs white and flawless, long and straight, the slenderness of the legs, coupled with the rounded calf belly, walking up and down, shaking, moving. And the black high heels made Fu Yanhong look even more noble and mature. But Lin Xiaoshu still shook her head, Mr. Fu, the repayment I hope for is not that. And as I said, I hope that one day, you will be able to walk the path of light. Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand, let's go, you go back to the Tianyue Hotel, if Zhou Changxing knows that you were so close to me, he will definitely be suspicious of you. Fu Yanhong was staggered. She thought she was a stunning beauty. How many people wanted to prostrate themselves under her garnet skirt, but she now took the initiative to send herself to the door, letting Lin Xiaoshu and her go to the hotel together at night, only for Lin Xiaoshu to refuse? Mind blown. But when she heard Lin Xiaoshu's later words, Fu Yanhong couldn't help but be a little speechless and said, "Mr. Lin, isn't making Mr. Zhou suspicious of me just a young plot on your part? You saved my father, then the relationship between Mr. Zhou and I will definitely create a rift because of this matter." Lin Xiaoshu laughed, "So Mr. Fu, the time to test your intelligence has come." In addition, Lin Xiaoshu didn't forget to say a few words of solicitation in the end. On Zhou Changxing's side, "You'll have to be on your toes at all times, but here with me, you'll be uninhibited. Call me if you have an idea." Lin Xiaoshu was really gone this time. Calling a cab, he went to the driving school, ready to fill the last 2 hours of his final driving lessons. And on the side of the coach Feng Qingqing, she has already told everyone that the time of the test for subject 2. "Little tree, you haven't trained for such a long time, this time you walk through the entire process and see if you can pass," Feng Qingqing said. "Yes." Lin Xiaoshu starts directly with backing into a garage, then proceeds to side parking, uphill starting, fixed point parking, followed by direct turning, as well as finally S-curve driving. After watching Lin Xiaoshu and going through the entire process, Coach Feng Qingqing smiled, "It seems like you have no problem. I won't worry about you. When it comes to the subject 2 test, just bring someone." Next to him, Lu Dazhu was dumbfounded. "Brother Shu is awesome. I've been practicing for much longer than you, but I can't do many of the test contents well now." Jiang Ziqian laughed, "You don't look at your brother Shu's talent either." Toward evening, Lin Xiaoshu clocked 2 hours to finish. "The last of the classes are playing full time, so it looks like I won't have to come every day." Lin Xiaoshu breathed a sigh of relief so that he could have more time, too, to do other things. After clocking out, it was almost time for the coaches to get off work, so Lin Xiaoshu and Lu Dazhu went back together. Lin Xiaoshu directly called Liang Xiaowu, "Come pick me up on this side of the provincial road." "I'm on this side of the provincial highway," Liang Xiaowu said. "You over there?" "Well, Brother Shu, the 2 boats you bought have arrived. One of them, the cargo ship, I've already had someone drive it back, and now it's just me and the cruise ship, staying on this side of the provincial highway." "Good. I'll be right there." Lin Xiaoshu grinned a proud smile at the corner of his mouth and said to Lu Dazhu, who was still in a state of bewilderment next to him, "Dazhu, I'll take you on a cruise." Chapter 117, Ecstatic. A cruise ship? Lu Dazhu stared, not understanding where a cruise ship came from. "I bought the cruise, you'll see when we get to the place." Stopping a cab, Lin Xiaoshu and Lu Dazhu headed over to the... "Really, hey, there really is an air conditioner." Looking at the standing air conditioner, which was placed right on the boat, Liang Xiaowu's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. This way I don't have to, myself, go to the kiosk to buy a Coke. Probably less than half an hour of boat travel." Liang Xiaowu then took the boat and drove it to the front of the cave. Not far from the cave, there were several other ships moored, the most prominent of which was a cargo ship, large, brand new, and imposing to look at. Liang Xiaowu said, "Xiaoshu, then these several small boats." The small boats, it seemed to him, were no longer necessary to exist here. Lin Xiaoshu considered for a short while and shook his head. "These small boats, just keep them for emergency use." "It's okay." Liang Xiaowu also said no more about this. "Anyway, these few plastic boats, for Lin Xiaoshu, it is nothing." Lin Xiaoshu walked into the cave. The cave was found to be much cleaner than before. Seeing Lin Xiaoshu's doubts, Liang Qiwu said, "It was Ruyu who gathered the villagers and cleaned the cave." Like Jade. Lin Xiaoshu had the intention of having the cave cleaned up, but because of the bombing of the village road and the delivery, he had put it off. Who would have thought that Shen Ruyu would be as good as a worm in his stomach, knowing his thoughts so well? "Then aren't the villagers in danger?" Lin Xiaoshu said, "You can't stay in this cave for too long. Didn't you leave some potions?" Liang Xiaowu said, "I've let Xiao Jing remind Ryu of all this, so just put 120 hearts." Lin Xiaoshu breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, when he went out, he left Shen Ruyu a lot of rainwater from the spirit rain just in case, in order to be afraid that if Shen Ruyu had to go out or something, he could also use the spirit rain to save the day. Also, an outsider came to the village and ended up in a cave, as if he had a hidden disease attack, and is now lying in the village health center. Liang Qiaowu added. "Outsiders?" Lin Xiaoshu was thoughtful. Logically, no outsiders should have come to the village after the mountain road was bombed. But why do people still come to the village? Thinking carefully, Lin Xiaoshu suddenly came up with an answer. Lin Xiaoshu lightly grunted, then go and meet him. Village health centers. Dr. Wang, from the health center, is now in a state of anxiety. Didn't you say that little tree would be back soon? If this doesn't come back, this person will really die inside my health center. What can be done about this? Dr. Wang was at the door of the health clinic, walking around in a hurry. And lying inside the health center, Fried wrote this person, the heart can be more anxious than Dr. Wang. If Lin Xiaoshu didn't come back, Dr. Wang would at most lose the reputation of the health clinic, but what he lost was his own life. Before, he hadn't wanted to meet Lin Xiaoshu, but now, he only prayed that Lin Xiaoshu would come back quickly and not let him die in this village. Why am I so unlucky? He thought to himself again, I should have known better than to do such a thing for that little money. Seeing that this person's life was in danger, Dr. Wang could only call Lin Xiaoshu and urge him to come back as soon as possible. I was about to rummage for Lin Xiaoshu's phone number when Lin Xiaoshu said, Dr. Wang, are you waiting for me? Dr. Wang looked up and saw Lin Xiaoshu, the feeling of ecstasy that he was finally experiencing. Chapter 118 Reward as Jade. Of course I'm waiting for you, otherwise, who else could I be waiting for? Dr. Wang hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaoshu and entered the village health center to check on the patient's condition. Lin Xiaoshu was pulled into the room, and then saw a middle-aged man, lying on top of the hospital bed, his face pale and bloodless, his breathing weak, and he looked like he was already in a life-threatening stage. Dr. Wang became even more nervous when he took that look. Xiaoshu, can you save it? Dr. Wang put all his hopes on Lin Xiaoshu. Of course it can be saved, it's a small matter. Lin Xiaoshu took out a golden needle and seemingly randomly stuck a few needles in the patient's body, and then the guy who blew up the road opened his eyes shriveled. What's the name? Lin Xiaoshu asked. Zhang Yuran. Why did you appear in the village road, hasn't it been bombed? Lin Xiaoshu continued his diagnosis and treatment while chatting intentionally. I just wanted to come and have a look, I heard that the fish in your Dalong village is delicious. Is it? How come I feel it's not? Lin Xiaoshu sighed and shook his head in disbelief. Let's be honest, your life right now, but it's on me. Moreover, I've actually already talked to Tianyue Hotel's Fu Yanhong. You already know? Zhang Yuran's brain was once again shocked, and he hated that he could not just pass out on the spot. After saying this, he suddenly snapped out of it again. Just now, Lin Xiaoshu was only swindling him, there was actually no evidence at all, it was just a guess, but he still fell for it. Lin Xiaoshu laughed, you've said it all, so go ahead and finish, there's no point in hiding it. Besides, the life is in my hands, so don't struggle. Zhang Yuran wanted to cry. It does seem to be the only way to go. Only after making up his mind did Zhang Yuran slowly speak, you're Chief Lin Xiaolin, right? Exactly. Then it's considered my bad luck to fall into your hands. Well, I'll just come right out and say that I actually blew up the road out of the village. Dr. Wang and Liang Qiwu, who were standing on the side, were so angry that they wanted to hit someone. I can't believe you blew it up. Why did you do it? Dr. Wan was most righteously indignant. He thought that what he saved was just a tourist, but he didn't realize that what he saved was someone who wanted to harm the village. Don't hit me. I was also instructed by someone. Zhang Yuran made a gesture of fending off. Who ordered it? Dr. Wang asked again. Forget it, I know without saying it, it's definitely Tianyue Hotel side. Lin Xiaoshu said, I talked to Tianyue Hotel's general manager, Fu Yanhong, and have already warned her that this won't happen next time. Lin Xiaoshu stopped Dr. Wang's continued questioning and instead said, Zhang Yuran, I can cure you, but after you're cured, remember to help fix the road. Otherwise, I'll let you go to jail and drink tea. I know. How dare Zhang Yuran disobey? Lin Xiaoshu cured Zhang Yuran's body, the hidden disease caused by the miasma, in 3 strokes, and said, don't do such a thing next time, is it so hard to be a good person? Snap. Zhang Yuran slapped himself, it's me who's obsessed. Forget it, fix the road and you can leave. Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to make things too difficult for Zhang Yuran, because Zhang Yuran had sort of paid the price for his behavior, as well. The disease, for example, is one of the costs. Moreover, he had already made a deal with Fu Yanhong, so naturally, he would not make things difficult for a small character like Zhang Yuran. Go. Where to? Zhang Yuran was embarrassed, Mr. Lin, the road was bombed, I can't go home. What then? Lin Xiaoshu asked. Dr. Wang volunteered, my pig pen has been empty for a long time, why don't we let him make do in my pig pen? Don't, Zhang Yuren was in a difficult position. Yes. Dr. Wang was adamant. Then let's do it. If you don't want to, leave overnight. Lin Xiaoshu sealed the deal. Pust. Zhang Yuren simply had a mouthful of old blood to spit out. Okay. Zhang Yuren really didn't dare to walk alone at night, and on a mountain road at that. The last time he blew up the road, he came here on his bicycle, and after blowing up the road, he left quickly on his bicycle, and now he is asked to walk the mountain road in the night, and to go over the mountains, which can scare him to death. After dealing with Zhang Yuren, Lin Xiaoshu and Liang Qiwu and the others went back to their respective homes. When Lin Xiaoshu arrived home, he immediately called out with a smile, Ruyu. What? Shin Ruyu felt that Lin Xiaoshu, today, was behaving in a somewhat unusual manner. Getting the villagers to clean the caves, that was your idea, wasn't it? Lin Xiaoshu gave a thumbs up. Well done, I'm going to reward you. Shin Ruyu's pretty face blushed. Reward me for what? Ah. Reward you. For going out together. Lin Xiaoshu said. It's a big night, what fun can we have going out together? Shin Ruyu didn't want to go out and thought it would be better to have a good night's sleep. I want to go out and play. Alright, I need to change my clothes now? Shin Ruyu asked. Then change your clothes. Lin Xiaoshu said, dress nicely. Shin Ruyu turned her head and went into the house to change her clothes. In a short time, she came out, wearing an armless dress and a wan and soft hair bun, as if she were a classical beauty. Beautiful. Go. Lin Xiaoshu pulled Shin Ruyu and walked towards where he was going. Chapter 119 $1 million in accounts. The place Lin Xiaoshu wanted to take Shin Ruyu to was not somewhere else, it was precisely the cruise ship. Just bought a cruise ship, how to let Shin Ruyu, first to sea. Lin Xiaoshu pulled Shin Ruyu and came to the front of the cave. Shin Ruyu said, you want to take me over to the Clearwater River, right? But it's really dangerous to go over there so late at night. Go and find out. Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to answer so quickly, but to give Shin Ruyu a surprise. Shin Ruyu followed Lin Xiaoshu into the cave, but because it was the first time she had entered a cave, coupled with the fact that it was pitch black around her, and occasionally there were the sounds of small mice, she couldn't help but feel a little fearful inside. Moreover, the deeper she entered the cave, the more Shin Ruyu felt scared, and then she stuck closer to Lin Xiaoshu's side. Lin Xiaoshu moved slightly inwardly and wrapped his arms around Shin Ruyu. He couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart, as well as a few points of solidity. Shin Ruyu blushed slightly, but her nervousness prevented her from considering this. Finally, the two came to the banks of the Clearwater River. Lin Xiaoshu turned on the lights on the cruise ship, and in an instant, the cruise ship glowed brightly in the quiet river. Looking ashore, one can still see the clean and tidy, if not somewhat lavish, surroundings of the ship. My God, little tree, is this the cruise you bought? Other than Lin Xiaoshu, Shin Ruyu could not have imagined that there would be anyone else who would put such a luxurious cruise ship here. Lin Xiaoshu pulled Shin Ruyu onto the boat and said, not bad, in the future, this boat can be used to develop tourism. The road we take out of the village is really inconvenient for tourists to visit, but here, not only can we take a boat ride, but we are also able to enjoy the scenery along the way. Ruyu agreed with Lin Xiaoshu after thinking for a moment in her head, Xiaoshu, this is a great idea, I really hope that one day, I can see a cruise ship, full. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lin Xiaoshu took the initiative to drive the boat and said, Ruyu, I'll drive the boat and take you to enjoy the scenery along the way. Yes. So, Lin Xiaoshu started up the cruise ship, and by the way, turned on all the lights and air conditioners, and in a flash, the night breeze sent a cool breeze, and the atmosphere and environment, wonderful to the extreme. After an excursion, Shin Ruyu's heart was also pounding. Happy? Lin Xiaoshu asked. Happy. However, since it was really a bit late, Lin Xiaoshu turned the boat around and went home. Day 2. Lin Xiaoshu picked the mushrooms early and, together with Lu Daiju, put them on the big cargo ship. Lin Sanda also got a lot of fish, let Liang Qiuwu and others sent the fish together to the Qingshui River. Liang Qiuwu said, it's several 100 pounds of fish, can it fit? You're not talking nonsense, if it can't fit, what did I buy this cargo ship for? Lin Xiaoshu patted the side of the boat, move it up, it's fine, it can definitely be transported together. Yesterday, it took 3 small boats and 2 trips back and forth just to ship the goods. And now, a big cargo ship, a trip is enough, save time and labor, do not know how much more convenient. Liang Xiao will look at these fish, all put on the boat, and did not see the boat has signs of danger, subtly nodded, or cargo ship is good, the money spent is not a waste. Daiju, the 2 of you and Xiao Wu, drive the cargo ship over to the provincial highway, and then there will be a car over there to pick it up. Lin Xiaoshu instructed. No problem. When Liang Qiuwu and the others left, Lin Xiaoshu turned his head to look at the cave. Because there was miasma in the cave and the air was not circulating, it smelled terrible inside, so Lin Xiaoshu was thinking if there could be a way to make the air in the cave circulate. Right, wind. Lin Xiaoshu's Dragon King cannon was able to make clouds and rain, but what about wind? He wondered if he could make some wind. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoshu attempted to run the spell. Soon gusts of wind blew out of the hole. Only, the wind had its limits, and Lin Xiaoshu wasn't able to utilize the Dragon King cannon to make the wind run through the entire cave. Right. Wind is the flow of high pressure to low pressure, and all I have to do is make the temperature in the cave colder. Lin Xiaoshu directly used the traveling clouds and rain technique to patter spiritual rain in the cave. The spiritual rain, while purifying the air in the cave, was also able to directly lower the temperature inside the cave. Fruity. After some traveling clouds and rain, the temperature in the cave lowered, and instantly the mountain wind poured in, blowing away the dirty air that had been in the cave for years. It's done. This way, I won't have to worry that the villagers won't be able to frequent this cave. Seeing that the air in the cave was purified and the dirty air was blown away, Lin Xiaoshu went back to the village to find Wang Shuizhu, the daughter-in-law of the village headman, and asked her to broadcast a message informing the villagers that when they go out in the future, they can go through the cave, and that there are also boats over there that can send everyone out of the village. No problem. Wang Shuizhu then went to the village to broadcast. What? The cave side is ready to go? And there's a boat over there? As a result, many men, women and children in the village wanted to go to the river to watch the fun. Not much longer. Near the cave entrance on this side of the Clearwater River, there were already quite a few people stopping by to see where the boat was. My God, what a big ship! There's a couch on the boat. It's a better environment than my house. This boat is too luxurious, isn't it? It's even air-conditioned. The villagers were stunned and felt that if they went out in the future, going out in this kind of boat would be a wonderful enjoyment. Little tree, I'm going out of the village, can I take this boat of yours? Little tree, I want to go out today too. Several villagers wanted to experience a boat trip. No problem. Lin Xiaoshu let everyone get on the boat together and experience the fun of a boat trip. By the way, Lin Xiaoshu also called Han Yuzhen and said that the workers could enter the village by boat. Good. Han Yuzhen told the workers to gather on this side of the provincial highway, then took Lin Xiaoshu's cruise ship and entered the village. Han Yuzhen, on the other hand, was on the boat, discussing with Lin Xiaoshu about the construction of the hotel. Han Yuzhen put these days, designed out the drawings of the farmhouse hotel, to show Lin Xiaoshu, and then explains that the cost of construction is around 800,000 yuan. No problem, when the road in the village is fixed, the hotel side can also start. Lin Xiaoshu continued, as for the deposit, I'll give it to you as well, let's pay you $500,000 down first. In fact, this kind of deposit didn't even need $500,000, but Lin Xiaoshu trusted Han Yuzhen and didn't put any of this in his eyes. Lin Xiaoshu called Du Yue to ask if the money for the scented bag could arrive for a bit. He's spending so much money right now that he doesn't even have $500,000 on hand. Yes, I was just about to have finance transfer it to you. Because of the very good reputation, the second batch of 10,000 scented sachets was officially sold out last night. Ding! Not long after, in Lin Xiaoshu's account, there was more than $1,700,000. So, Lin Xiaoshu said, Sister Yuzhen, I'll transfer $500,000 to you, so you have to get it done for me as soon as possible with quality and quantity. Don't worry, when the village road opens, construction will start straight away on my side. Because of the many materials that couldn't be transported by water, Han Yuzhen's side had to wait for the village road to be repaired. As for the village road, the city has sent people down to make emergency repairs to the village road. Zhang Yuren, who was there before, also volunteered to help out there in order to make up for his mistake. Right now, I'm short of someone to drive a cruise ship. Lin Xiaoshu said, Xiu Wu has other things he needs to do in the future, it's impossible for him to drive a boat over here every day. I should have gotten someone to help with the cruise ship to do that. Lin Xiaoshu thought of someone and thought that he could definitely be qualified. Chapter 120 Xiao Maoquan, the boat driver. The person Lin Xiaoshu was looking for, named Xiao Maoquan, used to be a civilian police officer, but then because of chasing a thief, he was stabbed several times by the thief and injured his body, no longer fit to continue working, so he had to go home. Over the years, although Xiao Maoquan's body had almost recovered, the trauma left over from that year still prevented him from doing too heavy work. So, Xiao Maoquan rightfully so, the family is poorer than before, basically life is to live on the low-income insurance. And Xiao Machuan's son, it seems that high school is not ready to continue to study, because the family really do not have money. Lin Xiaoshu felt that the job of driving a cruise ship was not tiring and quite easy, especially in the early stages, when you basically didn't have to work for hours. And such a job is just right for Xiao Maoquan. Lin Xiaoshu then went to Xiao Machuan's house. "Uncle Quan!" Lin Xiaoshu called out. Xiao Maoquan entire weaving bamboo baskets. This handmade bamboo baskets, strong and durable, woven it can be taken to the town, can be sold for dozens of dollars. It's not a lot of money, in that it's always a living. In fact, before, when Lin Xiaoshu called on the villagers to go to the mountains to collect medicines, Xiao Maoquan also went and made a profit. But now the mountain herbs are getting less and less, more and more difficult to find. Xiao Mao all strength is not good, so can only sit at home, weaving bamboo baskets life. Xiao Maoquan was slightly surprised to see that it was Lin Xiaoshu, but he was still happy and said, "Xiaoshu, why are you here?" In fact, Xiao Maoquan and Lin Xiaoshu weren't very familiar and hadn't met. Why don't good people always get good treatment? That's definitely not going to work. I, Lin Xiaoshu, can't do much for this society, but I'm willing to start from the immediate. Lin Xiaoshu said, "I think that your work can be worth so much money." After a bucketful of words, Lin Xiaoshu felt a lot of emotions within himself. Xiao Maoquan, on the other hand, had tears streaming down his face indisputably. In fact, why hadn't he ever thought about whether or not to catch that thief back then? Is it really worth getting stabbed to catch a thief? But Lin Xiaoshu's words today allowed him to give a very definite answer: it's worth it. This. Xiao Maoquan, although touched, still feels that so much money take should not be. Lin Xiaoshu said, "Uncle Quan, even if it's not for your own sake, you should agree to it for your child's sake. In fact, there's nothing you can't afford to accept. When your work officially enters the right track in the future, you'll realize that this money, you absolutely deserve it." Actually, driving a boat is similar to being a driver. Nowadays, drivers are also paid several thousand to over $10,000, so Xiao Maoquan is fully deserved. Okay. Xiao Maoquan thought of his own home and his own children, and finally, he decided to accept Lin Xiaoshu's good intentions. By the way, Uncle Quan, the old injuries on your body are still giving you quite a lot of effects right now, aren't they? I'm a good healer, why don't I heal you now? Ha! Xiao Maoquan gratefully said, "Okay, thank you. I've been tortured by this injury for years." Xiao Maoquan didn't want to be polite with Lin Xiaoshu in this regard, nor could he. He really wanted, after all, to have a really healthy body. Lin Xiaoshu gave Xiao Maoquan a few needles and left a prescription, saying, "Drink the medicine regularly, and within half a month, you'll be able to return to your average physical state." "Thank you, little tree." Xiao Maoquan thanked him profusely. "Don't be so polite, now let's go over to the Clearwater River and familiarize ourselves with the cruise." Aha! Soon the two men arrived at the ship. Lin Xiaoshu taught Xiao Maoquan how to sail the boat little by little. Since it wasn't difficult, Xiao Maoquan also learned it quickly. "Then work from today." Lin Xiaoshu said, "At night, it's estimated that there will be villagers who will go home from the provincial roadside, so you'll pick them up then." "Okay. I won't stay on the ship then, I have other things to do." Lin Xiaoshu went to the city to buy electrical wires and a bunch of light bulbs. Buy it and bring it back to the village. Lin Xiaoshu called another group of people up the mountain to take these wires and connect them all the way to the cave. This would be the equivalent of putting electric lights in a cave. In this way, in the future, people will not have to enter the cave in the dark or by flashlight. The villagers saw Lin Xiaoshu busy, so they asked curiously, "Xiaoshu, what are you doing? Look at how busy you are sweating." Lin Xiaoshu said, "It's pulling electric wires. In the future, there will be electricity in the cave too, so you don't have to go in the dark." "Pulling wires? That's a good bet, I told you it's better to have electric lights over there." "Little tree, you're so thoughtful. Little tree, who pays for pulling the wires?" Another person asked. "I'll pay for it myself, it's not much." "You're paying for it yourself? I think we should let the village pay for this." Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand, "No need, the village is also quite poor, it's a small matter, no trouble." He didn't really care about that, and letting the village pay for it, he might have to face all sorts of bull from the village, rather than getting it himself. The village electrician was summoned to help, and immediately afterward, it was dark again. Evening. Lin Xiaoshu received a phone call from Su Han, saying that he wanted to come to Dalong village to pick up the wind. "Just waiting for you. You're very welcome to come over." Suhan is a photographer. Right now he needs a lot of quality pictures of the beauty of Dalong village to attract tourists. And Suhan's arrival solved the problem of how to get quality beauty maps. Chapter 121 Suhan's Suggestion. The next day. After getting the matter of sending the ingredients to the hotel, Lin Xiaoshu called Suhan and asked if she had arrived at the provincial roadside. In order to avoid Suhan not knowing the road, he also sent the location of the location. Here? Suhan came to this side of the provincial highway and looked at the desolate scene, and even thought that he had taken the wrong road, or Lin Xiaoshu had sent the wrong location. Suhan was about to call Lin Xiaoshu and ask if he had sent the wrong location. But the next second, she saw a man walking up the ramp below the provincial highway. Lin Xiaoshu said towards Suhan, "No need to call, aren't I here?" Lin Xiaoshu said, and couldn't help but glance at Suhan. Only to see Suhan in a fluffy purple dress today, just tightening her waist, with her long hair scattered over her shoulders, revealing her white shoulders. The whole person was like a beautiful fairy. Suhan turned her head, her long hair flicked out, her autumn wave-like eyes, her bright and brilliant smile. The moment was enough to cause a fatal attack on the man. Lin Xiaoshu said to herself that this was a little too pretty. Compared to the last time he saw Suhan, this time, when Lin Xiaoshu saw Suhan, he noticed that today's Suhan's makeup was quite a bit more refined than last time. Tidying up her small satchel and the SLR camera she was carrying on her shoulder, Suhan revealed a row of neat little white teeth and said, "Brother Lin, come with me." The highway into the village was blown up, so now we have to take the waterway. However, the waterway is better than the highway. Lin Xiaoshu briefly explained. Because of Suhan's last experience, Lin Xiaoshu was worried about touching Suhan's heart, so he spoke as cautiously as possible. Suhan laughed, "So it's like this, otherwise, I would have thought that Brother Lin, by calling me to ahem, so it was a misunderstanding." Xiao Maoquan realized that more words would be lost, so he didn't continue and focused on driving the boat. All the way. Suhan took a DSLR and took all sorts of pictures, and even recorded some videos on the cruise ship. It's really scenic, so it might not be a bad place to do tourism development. I hope. Lin Xiaoshu sighed. Soon the cruise ship sailed to the mouth of the cave on the clear water side of the river. The cruise ship stopped. Lin Xiaoshu led Suhan to the shore, then walked into the cave. The cave was lighted, not quite laid out yet, and there were sections that were still pitch black. Lin Xiaoshu slightly explained to Suhan to dispel her concerns. Suhan, however, said, "Brother Lin, I think it's better to lay colored lights here. Think about it, people come to travel because they want to feel a different scenery. Wouldn't it be better if you were to lay, in the cave, rows and rows of faintly glowing colored lights, beautiful and mysterious?" Suhan voiced his insight. And Suhan's insights were what made Lin Xiaoshu's mind open up. Lin Xiaoshu, before, had been just thinking about brightening up the cave, and there was no idea of attracting tourists, but now that he thought about it, wasn't this kilometer-long cave just a great tourist attraction? Suhan, that's a good suggestion you made, it seems like it was right to bring you here. While agreeing with Suhan, Lin Xiaoshu took Suhan and continued to walk forward, walking the road to the place where the incandescent lamps were laid, and asked, "Do you see the incandescent lamps, is it still necessary to lay them?" "Of course there is." Suhan explained, "The colored lights serve to attract tourists, but in the cave, it's inevitable that there will be accidents, and when that happens, the incandescent lights will be of great use." Lin Xiaoshu thought carefully for a few seconds and laughed, "Not bad, you're very thoughtful. Incandescent lights are bright, while colored lights have a weak glow, and installing incandescent lights does work better in the event of an emergency." After exiting the cave, this was the official entry into Dalong village. Originally, Lin Xiaoshu was going to let Suhan sit at home now, but Suhan wanted to go and see the swinging mountain, so Lin Xiaoshu had to take her there. So this is the legendary Yin Mountain. It's really eerie. Suhan took pictures while asking, "Brother Lin, can I go in and take a look?" Chapter 122, Just wait until you become a rich little woman. Lin Xiaoshu came back from, after descending Dongkou Mountain, Lin Xiaoshu took Suhan home. Shen Ruyu's heart was shocked at the first sight of Suhan, saying that this girl was so pretty, she wouldn't be Lin Xiaoshu's girlfriend, right? Slightly sour, Shen Ruyu but forced a smile and said, "Xiaoshu, this is your Ruyu, this is Suhan, a photographer, a friend I met earlier. This time, I came to Dalong village to help the village take beautiful photos." Phew. Inexplicably, Shen Ruyu was actually greatly relieved. "Big beautiful girl, hey, Mr. Lin, this can't be your new girlfriend, right?" Liang Qiujing asked. Lin Xiaoshu rolled his eyes straight up. Suhan was also embarrassed, like a little daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws, and said with some embarrassment, Lin and I are friends, and he saved me before, so in order to repay him, I've decided to come and help promote Dalong village. Just a friend? Liang Qiujing hemmed and hawed and said, I'm the bodyguard hired by Mr. Lin, my name is Liang Qiujing, and this is Mr. Lin's Ruyu. After introducing each other, Lin Xiaoshu said that Suhan was going to eat at home, so he personally cooked. You're going to cook yourself? Wow, I'm blessed with a mouthful. Liang Qiujing was happy. Suhan was a little surprised. It's hard to believe that Lin Xiaoshu's cooking skills are still very good? Nope, definitely great. Suhan suddenly recalled that Zhang Ziqian had once told her that Lin Xiaoshu was learning to cook under Jiang Qinghai's hand. TSK, where to find such a good man? Suhan really liked Lin Xiaoshu a little more with each additional point she got to know him. It wasn't long before the meal was served. Wait, eat first. Seeing that Liang Qiujing couldn't wait to move her chopsticks, Suhan hurriedly stopped it and took out her own DSLR camera to film the steaming dishes on. Shen Ruyu was stunned. She herself thought that Suhan was a very good girl, very smart and thoughtful. She felt that if Lin Xiaoshu married Suhan, the two of them would be a perfect match. Hey! Inwardly mixed, Shen Ruyu thought a lot in her heart, there was jealousy and appreciation. At this point, everyone has already picked up their chopsticks to eat. Suhan tasted a bite of Lin Xiaoshu's cooking and instantly fell in love. It's really delicious, this is the best food I've ever eaten. Suhan was a photographer and had traveled to many big cities in the country and had also been abroad for a while, but having traveled to so many places and eaten so much delicious food, she still felt that this dish made by Lin Xiaoshu was the best. Of course, Mr. Lin's cooking skills are not something to be reckoned with. Liang Qiujing said. After eating, Suhan said that he would continue to take pictures in Dalong village while it was still dark. So, Lin Xiaoshu continued to work with Suhan, leading her around the village. After skirting a big circle, Suhan briefly talked to Lin Xiaoshu about the places where Dalong village could develop tourism, then said, Mr. Lin, develop ABB. If you can make some bed and breakfasts in the village, you should be able to attract a lot of people. BB? Lin Xiaoshu had thought about such a question, but there wasn't enough money, so he could only say, when there's money in the future, this is something I'll definitely consider. Aha! Suhan finished taking the photos and saw that it was getting late, so she said, can you send me back? I'll go back and refine these photos and give them to you in a few days. Sure. Lin Xiaoshu personally escorted Suhan to the Qingshui River and then boarded the boat with Suhan. After disembarking, Suhan said, Brother Lin, just send it here, thank you for hanging out with me for such a long time today. I'll give you a ride up to the main road, and it's a little slippery uphill. From the boat to the road, there was an uphill climb, and Lin Xiaoshu decided to send Suhan up the slope and then back. Thanks then. Lin Xiaoshu held Suhan's hand and escorted her up the slope, but unexpectedly, Suhan still slipped and her. Chapter 123 Opening of Wang Zhen's Kiosk. Saying goodbye to Wang Zhen, Lin Xiaoshu found Lin Huilun. Lin Xiaoshu had actually imagined the kind of colorful light effects that hung on the Christmas tree, but undoubtedly, it wasn't what he had thought of. Determining what he had in mind, he said, I need some colored lights that look a little taller and are a single color. Just blue or purple. I see, you want better quality colored lights, right? After thinking for a moment, the boss recommended a colorful lamp for Lin Xiaoshu. This colorful lamp is used in many shopping malls or over the square, the quality is very good, and it looks very atmospheric. However, it is the price, which will be more expensive than normal colored lights. If you buy 2 kilometers of colored lights, I can lower the price for you. Lin Xiaoshu smiled when he heard this, say the price, I'll see if it fits. Okay. The boss pointed to the purple-colored lights, this kind of colored lights, about 10 small lights per meter, 100 meters is 1,000 lights, the price would have been $30 per 10 meters, you want a kilometer, that's $3,000, to $6,000. But I can do the math for you cheap, so I'll charge you $5,600. It's okay, just 2 colored lights, help me deliver them to this location, someone will collect them then. Lin Xiaoshu gave the boss a location, then gave Xiao Machuen's number. The colored lights are so easy to break, Lin Xiaoshu did not dare to put the cargo ship directly. A monument to heroes, it's not measured in a little bit of money. It was just that the stone and the carving, both required quite a bit of time, and this Lin Xiaoshu couldn't get it for the time being. According to Lin Xiaoshu's idea, these stones, it was more convenient to take the highway. Therefore, Lin Xiaoshu and the shopkeeper agreed to come back to pick it up 10 days later. Finally, Lin Xiaoshu began to help Wang Zhenruyu wholesale goods. For wholesale goods, it is natural to go to the wholesale market. Lin Xiaoshu chose a relatively large wholesale supermarket and directly approved a lot of goods in it. As it happened, Lin Xiaoshu was ready to go back, so he took the supermarket delivery car and headed over to the provincial highway together. The driver was puzzled. "Boss Lin, where do you want me to deliver to? Not to Dalong village. Why are you taking this road?" The driver has seen a lot of things and has been to Dalong village. As far as he could remember, this was not the way to Dalong village at all. Lin Xiaoshu smiled. "Our village recently discovered a new road, and that road is better." "A new road? It can't be, can it?" The driver had been to Dalong village, which was why he decided that there simply couldn't be another road there. "There's a new road, and it's a water road, and it's not too far to get there through the Clearwater River." "Clearwater River?" The driver sighed. Could it be that the mountain has been opened up? Otherwise, Dalong village and Qingshui River are far apart. "Right." Lin Xiaoshu nodded. The driver was confused and gave Lin Xiaoshu a thumbs up. "Your village people are really persevering to open up a mountain. I feel that with this energy, your Dalong village will soon be able to get out of poverty and become rich. By your leave." When they reached the provincial highway, Lin Xiaoshu and the delivery driver, together, moved the goods to the cruise ship. It just so happens that this side of the lamp store hasn't started delivery yet, so Lin Xiaoshu asked Xiao Maoquan to make an extra trip to send these goods of his back to the village first. Originally, Lin Xiaoshu wanted to use a cargo ship, but considering that it wasn't clean and had water on it, he chose to give up. The driver marveled. "Where did this boat come from? It couldn't have been bought by you, Boss Lin." "Well, I bought it." "My goodness, you look like a big boss, otherwise you couldn't afford such a boat." The driver said, "I reckon that with this boat, your village can definitely develop faster." The driver wasn't stupid. Seeing this cruise ship, he could understand that Lin Xiaoshu wanted to develop tourism. Lin Xiaoshu laughed. "Cargo on board." The driver left. Lin Xiaoshu and Xiao Maoquan, together, get the goods back to the village. Because there were more goods, Lin Xiaoshu asked Shen Ruyu, as well as Liang Xiujing to help together again. A group of people took the goods and delivered them to Wang Zhen's kiosk at the entrance of the village. Wang Zhen said, "So many things, can they be sold?" "Don't worry, it will definitely sell." Lin Xiaoshu laughed. "We didn't have time today, some other day when the road is open, I'll give you a whole refrigerator. Now that the weather is hot, ice water is just right to sell. Those laborers who do the work, they want to drink iced drinks every day." "Then how much do these goods cost in total?" Wang Zhen asked. "Wholesale this much, the total price is 6,800, but you don't have to rush to give me this money. When you sell this batch, just give it to me then. If it doesn't sell, I won't charge you." This. Wang Zhen's heart is more than a little bit too much. And when Lin Xiaoshu said that, he also had absolute confidence in the business of Wang Zhen's kiosk. Lin Xiaoshu, Shen Ruyu and the others, together organized the goods in the kiosk. Lin Xiaoshu also put the price list, show Wang Zhen, let Wang Zhen themselves in accordance with the wholesale price, moderate upward price for sale. When Wang Zhen almost ready to draw up a price list, Wang Zhen is ready to officially let his Jinjin kiosk opened. "Is there finally a kiosk in our village too? Holy, after holding me back for so many days, I can finally buy something. Really, the roads were bombed, and if you wanted to buy something, you had to take a boat out, and you had to take a taxi to the city, which wasn't cost effective at all. Now there are things to buy right in the village, it's so much more convenient. I need to buy anti-wipes, and I don't know if they're available over at Wangzhen Ruyu." When the village people heard that the kiosk was open, they ran to buy things from Jinjin's kiosk. Chapter 124 Securing an official conference venue. At this time, Wang Zhen was holding her child and sitting in the kiosk. She was reminiscing about how, when she didn't have a store, she used to have to carry her children to work in the fields. At that time, the sun was too strong, so she left her child alone under a big tree, and even when the child cried out from the heat, she had to endure the pain and continue her farm work. Such hard days, although Wang Zhen did not want to live, but had to live. Now she has a chance to change her destiny by opening a kiosk. In the kiosk, there is an electric fan to blow, you can hold the child to sell things, do not have to let the child to endure the sun and rain, and more able to look after the child at all times, which makes her very happy. Only, she had new troubles on her mind as well. That is, in a poor village like this, would anyone come to her kiosk to buy anything? After all, there weren't many people in the village, and many of the young people had gone out to work, leaving only the old, weak, women and children still remaining in the village. Just when she was so worried about whether the stuff would sell or not. Suddenly, a group of people came to her store to buy something. Wang Junruyu, got a cigarette? Have a pack of Hardmans. Hardmans cost only $5 a pack, some stores sold them for $6 a pack, and in earlier years the cigarettes were even cheaper, costing only $2 or $3 a pack. People who have no money to give out cigarettes to the New Year's visitors to smoke, so they chose to buy Hardman, which is cheap and affordable, and is very popular among farmers in Fonlin City. Yes. Wang Jin took out a pack of cigarettes and said, $5. Do you only want $5 here too? The man buying the cigarettes was amused and said, I thought you were going to sell them for $6. They're selling for $5 out there, why would I sell them for $6, look at you. Wang Jin was preferring to make less money herself rather than spoiling the reputation of the kiosk. Wang Junruyu, do you have any popsicles here? Another person asked. Popsicles are not available yet, it will take some days. When the refrigerator comes in a few days, I can sell popsicles here. Does that have instant noodles? Yes, yes. Wang Jin was especially happy because she hadn't even imagined that so many people would come to buy things just after the store opened. Wang Junruyu, I'll buy some of that. Which one? It's the pad one. A village woman, embarrassed to say what she wanted to buy in public, said with a slightly red face. Wang Jin thought for a moment, then realized what the other party wanted and smiled slightly, there is that too. Finding the auntie's napkin out, he said, is this it? Yes, that's the one, I didn't realize you had this one for sale. Wang Jin herself couldn't have imagined that Lin Xiaoshu had actually wholesaled this over. What was even more unexpected to her was that Lin Xiaoshu had wholesaled even more points. Anyway, Wang Jin was eyeballing it, and that thing definitely wouldn't sell. After a bunch of people had bought something, Wang Jin counted, and he had made a few $dozen just for a while. It wasn't a lot of money, but she was genuinely happy relying on herself to make money. It's an easy and lucrative job. Originally, Little Tree should have been able to open his own store, but instead he gave me this opportunity. When Wang Jin thought about this, she couldn't help but feel even more grateful in her heart and said, Xiaoshu is really a good person, he's seeing that I'm having a hard time, so he's taking care of me on purpose. She patted the little baby's arm, baby, when you grow up, you must remember to repay your uncle Little Tree. As he was talking, another youngster, mysteriously, came over. Ruyu, do you have that condom? For men and women. The youngster was embarrassed. Wang Jin was even more embarrassed to hear it. What makes Wang Jin the most speechless is that there is really this for sale. Wang Jin blushed slightly herself and said, yes, $25 a box. This one too? The youngsters were stunned, thinking that this kiosk of Wang Jin's was quite practical. Waiting for the young man to leave, Wang Jin said, Little Tree is also too bad, this is also for me to wholesale. Jingle bells. After a long time of quiet on this side of the hotel, something relevant is finally happening. This time, the one who called was not Du Yue, but the even more well-informed Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi said, Little Tree, I've received news that in the future, some of the locations where the official meetings will be held will be unfolded in hotels. In previous years, the place where this kind of conference was held was definitely the Tianyue Grand Hotel, but because our hotel has recently risen to prominence, some people, therefore, proposed to hold it at our hotel. Nowadays, this kind of thing is still under discussion, but there isn't much time left for us. Little Tree, do you see any way for you to keep the official meeting venue at our Changga Kaiwei Hotel? This. Lin Xiaoshu was slightly embarrassed, Qingyi, although I would love to promise you, I don't have any contacts in this area. It's okay, there's such a thing as connections, just walk around. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and said, in this case, you find a way to influence Zhou Hai, he has more influence on this issue, so as long as he makes up his mind, it will basically work. Zhou Hai? Lin Xiaoshu was confused, while on Su Qingyi's side, she had sent information about Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai, Fonlin Municipal second in command, for the official clean, 10,000 cannot send gifts to it, can only rely on drawing close to the relationship, to see if it can be flanked by its influence. Being clean and flanked by influence? Lin Xiaoshu was tempted to ask how it was a sideways influence. With Zhou Hai's profile, Lin Xiaoshu thought for a long time, and in the end, he came to the conclusion that there was actually no need to actively influence the other party. Since the other party is a clean official, then I think that the Tianyue Hotel side, the influence on Zhou Hai is also limited. Within the limited sphere of influence, Lin Xiaoshu felt that his Changda Kaiwei Hotel occupied a good advantage. For one thing, that's the Changda Kaiwei Hotel is a new hotel with all kinds of new facilities and a better environment than the Tianyue Hotel. Secondly, the reputation of the Changda Kaiwei Hotel was obvious to all, and the meals and other hotel services inside were done far better than their counterparts. These two factors should be enough to impress Joe Hai. However, despite this, Lin Xiaoshu wasn't prepared to do nothing. The reason was simple: Su Qingyi's information had been sent over, and he couldn't waste Su Qingyi's thoughts for nothing. Since the information was sent over, I'll try to make a go of it. To plan is to plan, and to do is to do. Hopefully, this hard work of mine won't be in vain. Saying that, Lin Xiaoshu's finger moved away from the screen of the cell phone. Just now, where it was blocked by Lin Xiaoshu's finger, 3 words surfaced in front of Lin Xiaoshu's eyes: Zhou Shuiao. Zhou Shuiao, the daughter of Zhou Hai, her eyes were once accidentally injured, so that her eyesight was very seriously affected. Not the current medicine can be completely saved. Above, these are some information about Zhou Shuiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshu also knew what he should do. Chapter 125: The Bullied Little Girl. The sun was in the sky and it was already 12 o'clock noon. Lin Xiaoshu came to the side of Fenglin Second Middle School. Hey, what are you doing? Don't have eyes. When Lin Xiaoshu was about to arrive at Fenglin No. 2 Middle School, suddenly he noticed that there was a female student in front of him, who didn't pay attention when she turned the corner, and as a result, she was hit by a motorcycle. After the motorcyclist stopped, instead of apologizing to the female student, he intensified the situation and started abusing the female student. Next time you grow some eyes and watch where you're going. Ha! So it's a real problem with the eyes. Count me unlucky to meet a disabled person. The motorcyclist kicked the schoolgirl in disgust, then prepared to quickly leave from the scene. Female students were hit by a motorcycle, but also by the motorcycle driver. Abusive. Even half a day cannot be scolded back in turn, but a person aggrieved to cry. Cry, 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 cry your ass off. Throwing down a sentence, the motorcyclist turned the throttle with panache. Wait. Lin Xiaoshu wouldn't allow this kind of person to ride roughshod over him, and stepped forward at once. Just leave? Apologize to this girl. What kind of person are you? None of your business. Don't mind your own business. Be careful, I'll beat you up. The motorcycle driver, who was obviously used to being overbearing, also did not put Lin Xiaoshu in his eyes at all when he encountered this kind of thing. Just you? Lin Xiaoshu didn't bull with the motorcycle itself, reaching out and grabbing the other person off the motorcycle. You try to be difficult with me again? Snap. Lin Xiaoshu slapped this motorcyclist furiously with a left slap and another slap. The motorcyclist said, I haven't diao, why do you hit me? After Lin Xiaoshu finished hitting him, he stepped on the motorcyclist and said, let me tell you, what I usually hate the most is people like you who run roughshod over people. Apologize first, then get thee out of here. In a rage, Lin Xiaoshu did not care about civilization and roared towards the motorcyclist. The reason Lin Xiaoshu was so angry was actually because when he was a child, he had suffered such an experience himself. Obviously, he was hit, but the result was that the driver scolded him bitterly. At that time, he was young, and he was blinded by fear and did not dare to speak. In retrospect, Lin Xiaoshu hated such scum more and more. The motorcyclist hurriedly said to Lin Xiaoshu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What did you apologize to me for? Lin Xiaoshu asked. The motorcyclist was surprisingly speechless for a moment. Lin Xiaoshu pointed at the female student and said, apologize to her. The motorcyclist came to a sudden realization and hurriedly apologized towards the female student, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been mean to you, I didn't dare to be evil, I'm scum. I was wrong. When he finished speaking, seeing that the female student was still crying, he sneaked a glance at Lin Xiaoshu, then timidly didn't know what to do. Roll. Lin Xiaoshu said. Only after driving the motorcyclist away did Lin Xiaoshu turn to the female student, don't cry, I've already helped you beat this scum away. In the future, when it comes to this kind of thing, just don't be polite and just yell directly toward him. Don't be afraid, the more you're afraid of him, the more he gets the better of you, and if you yell at him, he doesn't dare to fart instead. The female student was comforted by Lin Xiaoshu and her mood was much better. The schoolgirl looked up and said thank you. Lin Xiaoshu instantly froze when he saw the female student's face, his expression falling into a momentary daze. Looking at Lin Xiaoshu's shocked expression, the schoolgirl's self-esteem was once again hit hard and she couldn't help but aggravate, I know I'm ugly, I scared you, I'm sorry. When she finished, she left in tears. Wait. The reason Lin Xiaoshu was in a daze just now was because he realized that this little girl was the girl he was looking for, Zhou Shuiao. And it wasn't because the schoolgirls were ugly. Besides, Zhou Shuiao wasn't actually ugly, it was just that she would look a bit scary because of the bruises on her eyes. I didn't mean that, I just think that you are a bit like someone I know. Lin Xiaoshu said, it's fate to meet you, and the scars on your eyes, I can actually treat them. Ha! Zhou Shueao, on the contrary, felt that Lin Xiaoshu looked like a liar this time. Lin Xiaoshu smiled and added, I said I can heal and make you like a normal girl. Moreover, I don't charge any money, so you don't have to worry that I'll cheat you. You? Zhou Shueao suddenly felt that Lin Xiaoshu, who offered his services for nothing, was either a traitor or a thief. However, Lin Xiaoshu. Only 3 needles are needed. Lin Xiaoshu smiled, took out 3 golden needles and carefully stabbed them into the 3 chi points near his eyes. After a minute, Lin Xiaoshu took out the golden needles and said, great job. Do you have a mirror on you? There are mirrors so you can see what you look like now. Zhou Shueao nodded and pulled out her cell phone. Lin Xiaoshu was stunned, then remembered that the cell phone could indeed be used as a mirror. Zhou Shueao took out her cell phone and adopted mirror mode to look at her eye area. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the hard-to-remove bruise next to her eye socket had become completely healed in Lin Xiaoshu's hands. Moreover, what surprised her the most was that her vision, which was originally damaged due to being injured by the beating, was completely restored this time, and was even brighter than before. Zhou Shueao hurriedly raised her head and said, thank you, big brother. Big brother, what's your name? Zhou Shueao realized that she hadn't introduced herself yet, so she said, my name is Zhou Shueao. It's okay, there's nothing to know about my name, just call me good brother. I've got some things to do, so I won't talk to you much, so hurry up and get to school. Lin Xiaoshu didn't want to deliberately reveal his name, as it would make it all, in Zhou Hai's eyes, particularly deliberate. So, he chose to hide his name. Sister Shueao, goodbye, study hard. Lin Xiaoshu waved his hand and turned to leave himself. The place he was going to, naturally, was the Changde Kaiwei Hotel. Chapter 126 Do you have plans for sis? Lin Xiaoshu went to Changde Kaiwei Hotel, because he was prepared to ask about these days, the operation of the hotel, as well as the Tianyue Hotel side, if there were any. Seeing that no one agreed, Lin Xiaoshu just opened the door and went in. Do not go and do not know, into the door shocked, Lin Xiaoshu entered the door, only to see Du Yue dressed in professional clothes, in the office to watch a movie, and also watching is just energetic. Xiaoshu connected Du Yue, who was in a serious professional outfit, with the matter of peeking at the video, and immediately felt a cluck cluck chock-a-block. Du Yue rarely laughed so happily. Mr. Lin, your mouth is so sweet today, do you have any intent? Such a turnover, not to mention in Fonglin, even in our provincial capital, there are few grand hotels with such a performance. 300 or 400 million. Lin Xiaoshu was also a bit surprised. Although Lin Xiaoshu didn't know much about the business situation of hotels in the country, from the examples around him, he observed that some hotels might not even have a turnover of 10,000 yuan in a day. And Lin Xiaoshu's hotel, one day's turnover, more than 1 million. Du Yue continued, Mr. Lin, I don't know if you know what the concept of a daily turnover of 1 million is. I'll simply give you an example. You say. Lin Xiaoshu also wanted to know just how powerful this was. Du Yue said, take the Tianyue Hotel. This hotel is also an old brand for many years, and it's still the leader of the hospitality industry in Fonglin City, but their relatively peak period, with an average daily turnover of 500,000 in a certain month, can be blown out of proportion. Like this? Lin Xiaoshu heard Du Yue's example and pretty much knew what the concept of an average daily turnover of 1 million was. Normally, Lin Xiaoshu had seen some movies about how many thousands of dollars a person spends in a hotel, or maybe even how one person is able to spend millions in a hotel. However, in reality, such examples are actually rare, and the places where they occur are basically in first-tier big cities or even super first-tier big cities. And, even in super tier 1 cities, that kind of situation doesn't happen every day. Therefore, after listening to Du Yue's words, Lin Xiaoshu also understood that the movie was more or less mostly about bragging. The reality of running a business where you can break 1 million turnover a day is that you can totally blow it straight out of the water. Even, very often, breaking 100,000 turnover a day can make many big hotel owners feel excited. In addition, the most important, Fonglin City in the country, the third-tier cities are hardly enough, is considered a fourth-tier city. In a city like this, it's enough to hang around and brag about achieving such impressive sales. What about the business situation of the Tianyue Grand Hotel? Lin Xiaoshu asked again. Tianyue Hotel, now I'm afraid to break 100,000 sales a day, even if it's relatively good. Lin Xiaoshu probably expected this. The environment and facilities of the Tianyue Hotel are rather poor, the service attitude is said to be average, and the dishes inside, are not at all comparable to the Changga Kaiwei Hotel. Such conditions, at a time when the Changga Kaiwei Hotel is rising strongly, the Tianyue Hotel falls out of favor and is clearly doomed. But Lin Xiaoshu said, not enough. Tianyue Hotel isn't miserable enough. We need to continue to make it even more miserable. Chapter 127, A Hammer Blow, A Major Payoff. Du Yue's curious and admiring gaze landed on Lin Xiaoshu's body, then the question arises, what are we going to do? Nothing needs to be done, next, we just need to wait. Don't have to do anything? Du Yue was suspicious. It wasn't that she didn't believe Lin Xiaoshu, but Lin Xiaoshu was so mysterious that it tickled her heart. However, it was also because of this confidence of Lin Xiaoshu, and the mysterious feeling, that made her, the big sister, so dead set against Lin Xiaoshu, the little brother. Hey, am I overestimating my charm? Can I conquer such a man? Du Yue felt that the hope didn't seem to be as great as imagined. However, Du Yue doesn't give up. Because she had grown to love Lin Xiaoshu. Other men, too, could not arouse her interest at all. While Lin Xiaoshu was waiting on his side, at the same time, something else actually happened. After Zhou Shuiyao received Lin Xiaoshu's help, because she was grateful, she called her father, Zhou Hai, and said happily, Dad, my eyes, they were cured by a good man brother. And, if it wasn't for good brother today, I would have been bullied. Zhou Hai's heart trembled violently. All along, Zhou Shuiyao was a piece of his heartache. Although Zhou Hai had already been honored as the second in command of Fenglin Municipality, his daughter, Zhou Shuiyao, because of her introverted character, coupled with the injury on her eyes, had always been viewed in a different light. Even though Zhou Hai wanted to think of a way to change this situation, he was simply powerless to do so. Even if he is in a position of power, can he still change people's views on beauty and ugliness? Many small children of the same age, when they saw Zhou Shuiyao, said that she was ugly or disabled. Although some of the children didn't say anything, they also intentionally distanced themselves from Zhou Shuiyao. In this way, looking at his own daughter, who was so discriminated against outside, Zhou Hai was simply heartbroken. But now Zhou Shuiyao called to tell him that the injuries on her eyes had all healed? His first thought was, no way. The second reaction was, my daughter doesn't lie. In the midst of such complex emotions, he couldn't help but ask, Shuiyao, are you telling the truth? Dad, it's true, that nice brother, he really is a great guy. Shuiyao, can you open the video with Dad? Zhou Hai was very excited, and the more excited he was, the more urgently he wanted to see to what extent his daughter had recovered. Immediately, Zhou Shuiyao and Zhou Hai make a video. In the video, Zhou Hai could see that Zhou Shuiyao's face was very fair, and in the eye area, there was no trace of bruises. What's more, originally Zhou Shuiyao's injured eye, which was scattered and lifeless, was now also shining. A divine doctor. Thinking that he had once searched for many famous doctors, but could not make a change to such a situation, but this good brother, even so quickly to help her daughter Zhou Shuiyao, solved the problem, Zhou Hai suddenly exclaimed, the other party must be a miracle doctor. Zhou Hai then asked, do you know that good man's brother, what's his name? We must repay his favor properly. I don't know. I asked him his name, but he said just call him good guy brother. Oh? Zhou Hai was surprised. Doing a good deed without leaving your name? This mysterious? Although the good brother does not seem to want to leave a name, but Zhou Hai, but do not want to be unknowingly unrewarding people. Therefore, Zhou Haidao said, Shuiyao, you tell Dad about the matter in detail, especially the location and place. Aha! Zhou Shuiyao then went into detail and told Zhou Hai what had happened. Okay, Dad knows, don't worry, if Dad can see your nice brother, then Dad will definitely bring you and thank him in person. Thanks, Dad. Go to class. Zhou Hai hung up the video, then called over to the surveillance site to retrieve the video of Zhou Shuiyao's rescued section. Soon, the surveillance video, then, appeared in Zhou Hai's office computer. This person is? Zhou Hai always felt that this person was a bit familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't remember who this person was. Wait. After a while, he finally remembered that he seemed to have seen a video before, an advertisement for a scented bag. In this advertisement video, it seems that the main character is the one who helped Zhou Shuiyao. Fragrant bags. Treating snow remote. Connecting the scented bag to his daughter, Zhou Hai instantly figured it out, this was definitely the one. In fact, Zhou Hai himself in a friend's recommendation, bought a scented bag, went back to use, found that particularly good, so they bought a few more, to their parents and in-laws. Precisely because of the understanding of the effects of this kind of scented bag, Zhou Hai was certain that the person who made the scented bag must be a doctor with relatively high medical skills. And right now, Zhou Shuya was also saved by the divine doctor. So connected, Zhou Hai immediately investigated who the person who made the scented bag was. Because such information on the internet is very easy to find, coupled with the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel side, also explains the maker of the scented bag, so it didn't take long at all. Zhou Hai knew that the one who helped his daughter was the owner of the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel, Lin Xiaoshu. Such a coincidence that it's the owner of the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Because the municipal side was discussing the place where the meeting would be. Jingle bells! Personnel from the municipal side called the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel side, explaining that in the future, the municipal meeting will be held in the Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel. Okay, got it. When Du Yue heard this news, she was stunned. Du Yue said, Mr. Lin, this wouldn't be your doing as well, would it? Although I heard that the municipal side was choosing the location for the meeting, but because of Tianyue Hotel's strong connections, it was impossible for me to fight for it, so I didn't make a move. But now the municipality, nonetheless, has chosen our hotel as the venue, which is a real surprise. Little tree, come on, did you do this? Du Yue was looking forward to it. Seeing that Lin Xiaoshu only smiled and did not respond positively, Du Yue stretched out her claws and scratched Lin Xiaoshu's body. Sister Yue, don't scratch there. Even though Lin Xiaoshu's strength was deep, he couldn't bear to be tickled at the elbow, and immediately sat unsteadily and leaned back. Du Yue, on the other hand, was caught off guard and also fell onto Lin Xiaoshu's body. Chapter 128 Zhou Qing's anger. Du Yue's soft body pressed against Lin Xiaoshu's body, which made Lin Xiaoshu somewhat unable to bear it. Du Yue herself did not expect that it would end up like this. She laughed, Mr. Lin, you turned out to be pushed down so easily. If you're going to say this kind of pushback, then of course it's easier. If you were to express something else, that's not necessarily While feeling the fragrant scent of Du Yue's body, secretly saying that this woman was really beautiful and fascinating, Lin Xiaoshu was trying hard to keep his heart again. You can't let your high-profile image be ruined. The so-called harnessed effort is to always let their subordinates, to maintain their own fear, always let their subordinates feel that they are unfathomable, is that they cannot catch up with the horse. At the same time, the relationship between supervisors and subordinates should be one of friendship, rather than a strict division between up and down. Lin Xiaoshu and Du Yue, for sure, were already very good friends, but Du Yue, consciously or unconsciously, wanted to advance this relationship, which made it a bit difficult for Lin Xiaoshu. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoshu felt that those who did great things could not drown in small details unless they could not help it. Aha! Now Lin Xiaoshu could still hold back, so he gently pushed Du Yue's arm and said, Sister Yue, you're not going to be on top of me like this all the time, are you? I'm going to make a mistake if you're like this. How do you commit it? Du Yue spared, and was so close that the breath between the two of them could be felt by each other. Lin Xiaoshu gently pushed Du Yue away and shook his head, I can't make such a mistake yet, at least not right now. The company is just getting on track, this kind of thing can't be done. Du Yue couldn't help but stare. It turned out that Lin Xiaoshu was taking such an attitude towards her because of the company. And that, too, was something Du Yue could understand. As a veteran in the workplace, how could she not know that it was most fatal to generate feelings between a man and a woman, between a superior and a subordinate? Only, as a subordinate, Du Yue did not feel it deeply. If it was a subordinate pursuing her as a superior, then Du Yue would basically make the same choice as Lin Xiaoshu. This, perhaps, is the desire to conquer. Du Yue did want to tame the fiery horse Lin Xiaoshu. Du Yue stood up, straightened her clothes, and pulled her shoulder-length hair behind her back, still beautiful and noble. She said, Mr. Lin, now that we've gained favor from the municipal side, it provides a better foundation for us to continue to grow bigger in Fenglin in the future. Therefore, we should celebrate. What to celebrate? It's always a good idea to have dinner together tonight, isn't it? To be had. Lin Xiaoshu said with a rather deep gaze, we do need to have dinner at the hotel tonight. There was something about his words that seemed meaningful. Some people are happy, and naturally, some people are sad. Tianyue Hotel this side of the news, then Chang'e Kaiwei Hotel news more informed, so the first time, Fu Yanhong knew the Tianyue Hotel lost the qualification as a municipal meeting place. Although a municipal meeting, it may not seem like a lot of grease, but in reality, it's really important for a hotel. For one thing, the fact that the city meets in the hotel shows that the city recognizes the hotel. Secondly, the hotel will also be able to obtain official contacts, and when it encounters things in the future, it will at least be able to solve them first and will not be too passive. Thirdly, generally official hospitality for more senior guests, such as businessmen attracting investment, foreign guests, or senior leaders, may be chosen in the hotel where they meet. In this way, 3 layers of stakes down, Tianhua Hotel can be said to be a heavy loss, and Shangda Kaiwei Hotel, not only reputation, but also got the official recognition, which is extremely fatal to Tianhua Hotel. Fu Yanhong was a bit flustered. Zhou Changsheng, on the other hand, in his own circle of friends, sent a message, Shangda Kaiwei Hotel, 1 to a month, to our Tianhua Hotel routed, also do not think about it, it is worthy of it? Our Tianhua Hotel is a long-established hotel in Fenglin. The depth of its heritage is not something that guys like Lin Xiaoshu and Du Yue, whose hairs haven't even grown long, can imagine. Next. Zhou Changxing's friend then called him Zhou Total. The municipal conference held in the place, placed in the Changda Kaiwei Hotel, and did not choose you Tianhua. What? Zhou Changxing's heart set off huge waves. He hastily looked at his circle of friends again and found that so many people had already been the first to like it and had left comments. Mr. Zhou, you don't have to be with the little cutie. General knowledge. Changda Kaiwei Hotel really kicked the bucket and didn't even realize it. Ha ha ha, that group of them, they don't even know the unfathomable depths of our Mr. Zhou. Zhou Changxing's old face turned green and white. Finally, he decisively deleted his friend's circle. What is it, Lao Zhou, why did you just delete the circle of friends? Suddenly a friend came to ask. Pust. Zhou Changsheng was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. What a pot calling the kettle black. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a friend, he would have wanted to pull the plug on the other person at the first opportunity. Instead of replying to this friend with no eyesight, he turned around and headed for the Sky Hyatt Hotel. He had to ask Fu Yanhong in the end how to do things. Even this kind of thing can be messed up. In the wind and fire, Zhou Changsheng sat all the way in the Maybach and came to the Tianhua Hotel. Maybach? This is the big guy. Fenglin's rich people, not a lot, rich enough to drive a Maybach, but even more not much, but Zhou Changsheng absolutely can afford to buy, but also can afford to raise such a luxury car. Mr. Zhou. Seeing Zhou Changsheng come, the waiter immediately bowed and called out. But Zhou Changsheng didn't pay any attention to their minds and walked straight towards Fu Yanhong's office. What's wrong with Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou's face looks terrible. To Fu Yanhong office, Zhou Changsheng but did not see Fu Yanhong. Zhou Changsheng called Fu Yanhong, come back to the office. Yes, Zhou Dong. Fu Yanhong received a phone call, and her mood became more and more uneasy. Having lost such an important resource, Zhou Changsheng would definitely not let her off so easily. Thinking about this, Fu Yanhong felt so scared for the first time. She stomped back to her office on her heels, kicking and screaming. A black dress, noble and cold, but such Fu Yanhong, in the eyes of Zhou Changsheng, but also a dog, at best and noble. Seeing that Fu Yanhong still had a cold look, Zhou Changsheng didn't have the slightest pity for her, and slapped her face towards Fu Yanhong. Snap! The loud noise, accompanied by the sound of Fu Yanhong falling to the ground, created a very suffocating atmosphere in the entire office. Zhou Changsheng grimaced with an old face and said, Did I raise you to let you do things for me like this? Fu Yanhong, do you think you're so great that you think you can do things for me without putting your heart into it? Zhou Changsheng squatted in front of the fallen countermeasure Fu Yanhong, stretched out his hand, and pinched Fu Yanhong's chin. Fu Yanhong, if I don't remember wrongly, your father's disease, it seems to be cured by Lin Xiaoshu? Fu Yanhong's heart clenched for a split second. Chapter 129 Lin Xiaoshu takes Fu Yanhong home. Zhou Changsheng ruthlessly pinched Fu Yanhong's chin, and his nails were about to buckle into the flesh on Fu Yanhong's chin. He's angry now. He was angry at Fu Yanhong's betrayal, angry at Fu Yanhong's uselessness. If it doesn't work, what does he, Zhou Changsheng, keep people for? His gaze was like fire, as if he wanted to burn Fu Yanhong, who was in front of him, cleanly. Fu Yanhong hurriedly said, Zhou Dong, you've misunderstood, Lin Xiaoshu did cure my father's disease, but between Lin Xiaoshu and I, there is no other relationship. I have not betrayed Tianhua, much less you. Fu Yanhong almost wailed in a hoarse voice. No betrayal? Zhou Changsheng got up and kicked his foot hard on Fu Yanhong. Ang's body, there was no betrayal. There is no betrayal. You still dare to say you have not betrayed. You're so close to Lin Xiaoshu, how can you have the face to say that? Lin Xiaoshu is very young, isn't he? Isn't it very young and powerful? Humph, you woman, have you already slept with Lin Xiaoshu altogether? Otherwise, why did he save your father? Zhou Changsheng's thinking more and more scattered. Thinking of Fu Yanhong and Lin Xiaoshu sleeping together, Zhou Changsheng became even crazier inside. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Dong, I really don't have. Zhou Dong, don't fight. No matter how high and proud Fu Yanhong was, under such a blow, she could not help but show a begging look. Stinking woman, if it wasn't for me, your whole family would still be in the countryside, living in a shabby house, living a life of having a roof over your head. Now if you dare to betray me, there will be only one word. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Changsheng grabbed Fu Yanhong's long hair, then pressed Fu Yanhong's head and slammed it into the tiles on the ground. It seems to hear the commotion over here, a few employees rushed in and said, Zhou Dong, don't fight. Zhou Dong, you are going to kill someone. Several people bravely stopped Zhou Changsheng, so that Zhou Changsheng cannot beat Fu Yanhong again. Zhou Changsheng didn't want to lose face in front of others, and coldly threw down a sentence, get lost. Starting today, you are no longer the general manager of Tianyue Hotel, you are fired. After saying that, Zhou Changsheng turned around and left. Fu Yanhong's head was bleeding a little, and her face was far from the usual delicate, or lofty, on the contrary, more than a few points of the woman's softness. I thought that you wouldn't be confused by such a low-level backstabbing scheme, but you still fell for Lin Xiaoshu's scheme. This, then, is life. Fu Yanhong struggled to get up off the ground. The people around her tried to help her up from the ground, but Fu Yanhong waved her hand, signaling that she could stand up. Mr. Fu. I'm fine, from today onwards, I'm not your Mr. Fu anymore, you guys, from now on, work well here. Mr. Fu. It's as Fu Yanhong's human relations in Tianyue Hotel, or very good, to the following people are also very good, so the prestige is quite high. At this time, Fu Yanhong's sudden departure, the blow to everyone, is not small. Fu Yanhong got up, straightened her clothes, and then began to pack her things. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. Taking a few random things she couldn't bring herself to throw away, she turned around and left the place where she had worked for almost 10 years. Jingle bells. Lin Xiaoshu received a call from Su Qingyi. Xiaoshu, Fu Yanhong has been fired, get ready. Good. Lin Xiaoshu was already not surprised by Su Qingyi's well-informedness, so after hearing the news Su Qingyi gave, he immediately got up. Sister Yue, the celebratory dinner party, note it down for now, I'll see if I can be there in the evening. You, always busy. Du Yue nodded her head, you're so serious, there must be something big going on, go do it. Yes. Lin Xiaoshu called a car and went straight to the Tianyue Hotel. He reckoned that Fu Yanhong hadn't gone home yet. At least, the fired Fu Yanhong should not immediately go, but the company up and down, to have a simple explanation. Lin Xiaoshu asked the driver to wait downstairs on this side of the Tianyue Hotel. The driver said, you wait so? I know, add $500 and wait together. Good. The driver smiled at once, anyway, $500, he would have to run for a long time to earn it back. And now he waited where he was, obviously easy and without wasting gas money, and making a big buck. Lin Xiaoshu waited for a long time on this side of the Tianyue Hotel, and finally, he saw Fu Yanhong's haggard figure. Lin Xiaoshu walked up. Sister Fu. Fu Yanhong raised her head and saw Lin Xiaoshu, and for a moment, she actually didn't know how to respond. Get in the car. Lin Xiaoshu sincerely invited, I know that a big reason for you being like this is probably because I'm the one who caused it, but you and I are each in our own way, and it can't be helped. Now that you're out of the Tianyue Hotel, can't you still come with me? Lin Xiaoshu stretched out her hand, come to my side, I can give you what Zhou Changsheng can never give you. What is it? Fu Yanhong's face was still haggard, so she didn't have much expression on her face, just one more point of curiosity in her eyes. It's happiness. Ha? Fu Yanhong's bridged cheeks couldn't help but blush. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that working on my side, you'll feel happy, you'll feel the warmth of what is truly a home, rather than on the side of the Tianyue Hotel, which is full of oppression and indifference. Oh. Fu Yanhong thought that Lin Xiaoshu was talking about that kind of happiness, and immediately felt ashamed of what she had just thought. She, being nothing more than a broken flower, how could she expect the happiness given by Lin Xiaoshu? After thinking about it, Fu Yanhong released, which way is the car? There. Lin Xiaoshu pointed at the Volkswagen cab. Puffing. Fu Yanhong was simply a bit speechless, saying, Mr. Lin, after half a day, you just personally found a cab to pick me up? You can't say that, I paid $500 for the driver to wait on site for you to come out. Then why don't you get another car? There are plenty of cabs anyway. In order to be able to get you on the bus in the first place, this $500 must be spent. Lin Xiaoshu said without blushing. Fu Yanhong said in her heart that Lin Xiaoshu's face skin was really as thick as a city wall. However, it was indeed much easier to walk with Lin Xiaoshu, whereas if she were to walk with Zhou Changsheng, then she would have to remain restrained and respectful at all times. Alright, I'll take a ride. You've spent $500 and you're also going to make the driver wait for the car to see what it's like. Fu Yanhong headed towards the cab. When the cab driver saw Fu Yanhong, his eyes almost didn't fall out. He thought to himself, this is too pretty. However, Fu Yanhong was so beautiful that it was obvious that he could only look at it. Lin Xiaoshu held Fu Yanhong up. Fu Yanhong didn't refuse either. Mr. Lin, you are well informed, to be so quick, to know the news of my departure, and to wait under the company. That's right, I'm thirsty for Sister Fu, I won't let go of a single chance. Fu Yanhong nodded, then you can tell me, how did you fight to get, let the municipal side, the conference venue, set in your hotel? Lin Xiaoshu shook his head, actually, I didn't do anything, even if I didn't do anything, this result, it's still conceivable. After all, your Tianyue hotel is already behind the times. You don't want to say? Fu Yanhong, however, heard Lin Xiaoshu's evasion. Go home, I'll tell you slowly. Back to which home? Fu Yanhong asked again. It's hard to go back to your house, of course. But if you're willing, that's fine too. If the villagers knew that I had brought home such a superb beauty, they would probably all envy me to death, right? Being blown away by Lin Xiaoshu like this, Fu Yanhong couldn't help but feel a little distracted.